again, if the Avs entered that game 2-1 and they played that game, I don't think you're upset this morning, or at least as upset, not nearly as upset. Like, I thought out of the gates, they really tried to take it to Boston. Look, they gave up the first goal, but you start the game like almost immediately. Ross Colton with just an early smash of a hit. Wood just misses away a breakaway chance. Rantanen gets robbed after McKinnon's stick handled through a bunch of traffic right in front of the net. Like, you had a lot of great things going. I thought Georgiev played really well last night. Thought he made a lot of really good saves. The goals that were scored, I mean, it's a tough deflection on the first goal. It's Charlie Coyle all by himself on the opposite side of the net for a power play goal for the Bruins. I don't think there's anything he could have done about that. You know, the third goal was that weird situation where Rantanen hits Pastrnak. Pastrnak totally embellishes the hit but doesn't get called for it. So Boston goes in the power play again, and again, a wide-open backdoor shot is the finish. And maybe the fourth one you could say Georgiev has to do better. I don't think he saw it. There was a lot of traffic in front. Everybody's going to throw out the Forgiev stuff. I think that's unfair in this game. I thought he was pretty damn good, actually, with just some unfortunate things that happened in front of him or behind him. But again, I think the Avs played well. And it's just going to get sort of mixed up in what was an 0-3 start, so it's not going to feel, nearly as well as it should. Here's the good news, though, in relation to the Avs. We have a 4-pack giveaway, okay? A 4-pack of tickets to a suite that we're going to be tossing out for each show throughout the day. So tune in all day as each show is giving away a 4-pack of tickets to a suite for Friday night's Avs game against Anaheim. You listen for the keywords at the top of the hour and text them with your name to enter. Different keywords each hour. So the more keywords you text, the better your chance to win on your home for the Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That includes this hour, where the keyword is laser. As in Devon Taves. Laser.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Taves a shot. He scores! It's a laser from Taser.
Sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
It's a laser from Taser.
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 Again, that keyword laser, text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You got a chance to win that 4-pack of tickets to the suite for Friday night's Avs game against Anaheim.
By the way, I like this text we got from the 720-280. Good news is there's going to be a lot less people entering in for those Avs tickets on Friday. Yeah, hey, with the way the Avs are playing right now, you got a good shot.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a really good shot not only to go to the game, but go to a suite. So, again, it's the word laser in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So, again, going back to this, the Avs, I think, played well. But you should be buoyed by good performances when things don't quite go your way. And that's not what happened in the game last night. I thought there was a lot to like, truly. I mean, I thought Steinberg in his first game, he gets into a fight and it kind of provides a spark, shortly after that. At that point in the second period, you had 2 shots on goal through 11 minutes. Steinberg gets in the fight with Big Z. Kale scores on the one-timer on the power play. I thought there was a lot of missed interference calls in that game that Boston got away with. By the way, should have been more power plays, and that power play for the Avs was rolling as their final goal was Mikko with another power play goal. They were 3 of 3 on the power play last night, and I thought Boston was incredibly lucky they didn't get called for more. Hector says, not sure we watched the same game, Kaner. Yes, lots of defensive breakdowns, but I believe at one point Boston had 3 goals and 12 shots, not even close to solid goaltending. I mean, I don't know if you go back and show me the goals that you thought that Georgiev should have saved. I thought he made a lot of saves on really tough shots, and the only ones that went in were really, really difficult shots. Well, 2 of them, it was a guy wide open back door. It was 2 of the first 3. You know, the first goal was just a deflection. That's going to happen. I didn't think there was any just total gimmies that were given up. I mean, do you think I'm wrong here, Nelly? Are you siding more with the texter? Am I giving Georgiev too much leash here? What do you think?
I don't know, man. This is where we are. We can't even figure out where to put the blame. There's plenty of blame to go around everywhere, and as Avs fans, we're spending our time trying to figure out who's at fault, and that's where we are.
But you know what? This is what I'm trying to get at, though. Like, I don't even want to play the blame game this morning because I don't think they played poorly. Boston got the better of you. Like, every once in a while that happens. But I think it's hard to see the forest through the trees when you're 0-3 heading into the game. And you lost the previous 2 games at home and now 3rd straight at home. I know nobody thought that the Avs would be in this position, but now, I'm telling you, dude, I wish I could go to my wife's 401k, my wife's retirement package, and just be like, hey, everything on the Avs, please, for Friday night. That game, I definitely thought had improvement. I don't know, do we have some Bednar post game, by the way? I just love to hear his initial thoughts after the game because I don't think he's going to be in there hopping around that. I'm going to be honest. That game ended and I went immediately to bed, so I did not watch anything that occurred afterwards. But
Brett, I was going to ask you something. Maybe, before I was doing the morning show, and when I was doing Dempsey and Company and before, I used to run the control board and produce most of the Avs games, the majority of the Nuggets games as well. And so maybe that's why I used to have a great pulse on the roster. Now, watching the game yesterday, I don't know half the dudes on the Avs roster. Who are these people?
I mean,
this is insane. Hey,
injuries.
Let's play a game right now. Let's go with injury attorney or Avalanche player. Let's see. Chris Wagner, Tucker Poolman, Keaton Middleton. Who are these people?
I mean, this is why when we asked Bednar
Parker
yesterday.
Kelly? Who is Parker Kelly?
I actually think Parker Kelly's played okay. This is why when we asked Bednar yesterday, what's the injury situation? And his first response was what? He said, not good. And it's not. You've entered this season missing 3 of your top 6 forwards for about a month and a half or longer. And then you suffer injuries to other pretty damn key players like Jonathan Drouin, like Devon Taves. Miles Wood, he leaves the game last night. You're getting guys cross-checked in their midsection to no calls. Again, I thought Boston got away with a lot last night. A lot. But if you can find it for me, just the initial sort of reaction here from Jared Bednar after the game, because I don't know, maybe I'm being too soft. But I think my perspective's pretty good on this, just because it's frustration with the loss last night has a lot more to do with the previous 3 games than last night's game. This is Bednar.
That's a pretty typical shift that we were trying to prepare our guys for. For them, they protect it, throw it to the cage with guys crashing in there, try to get sticks on it, bang it, rebounds. So it's a tough job for sure. But I didn't think I'll look at it, but I didn't think the first was as bad as what the shots were against, It's just kind of the way they play and the way we play. But the start of the second period, we not only did we have some of those shifts extended in the zone, we gave up a lot of chances on like poor puck management. I think we had 5 ozone blue line turnovers in the first 5 minutes that went back the other way. So there's more time. Guys can't get off the ice for their changes. And then we had a couple plays like Gerard walking into the slot all alone. We pass it breakaway against some of that self-induced, like just. But I thought we corrected that late in the second and into the third period and played really well. Just spot them too many goals, you can't come back on it.
All right, let's stop right there. I'm gonna just throw this out there right now because I need to get you were just talking about a pulse, Nelly. I need to get a pulse here of what people are feeling. Because I read a text like this, and I'm literally, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my analysis of the game is incorrect. But when I read a text like this, and I see Bednar's the problem, too, if he doesn't bench the goalie, this isn't Pee-wee hockey. Let me ask you a question. What would you like to do? Bench him for who exactly? For Juice? For Kakinen? And watching the game last night, did you think they lost because of Georgiev? Like, I'm trying to get a read here. I think we can all acknowledge that the first 3 games for Georgiev were not good. First one, bad. Second one, really, really bad. Third one, subpar. This game, I thought he was fine. If you're blaming Georgiev for a loss last night, I think you're nuts. But also, what's the alternative? Another texter was saying that Bednar's seat warming up. I know he hasn't been dealt a fair hand with all the injuries, but this team will do something good and instantly follow it with something catastrophic. It's 4 games in. If you're doing the hot seat game with your head coach 4 games in, then I think that's also silly.
Here, I got a solution. You remember those old Geico commercials? Could we put a walrus in net? What was that? What was the walrus's name? I can't remember, but we could put that. We could suit that guy up.
I don't know if he had he did have a name. All I remember from that commercial was somebody took a shot. It hit the walrus, and he goes, "It's a walrus." That's all I remember.
Duncan, that was his name.
Duncan, that's right.
Yeah, man. Let's get Duncan in there. America runs on Duncan. Let's just get some juice going. Maybe that's also what we need. There's already some support coming in on the text line for your theory that Georgie wasn't the whole problem yesterday. And maybe while we're at it, tell us, what do we do to get out of this slump? What do the Avs need to do? Do they need to go throw a rabbit foot off of Mount Bierstadt?
I think I tried to say this before the season started. I don't think anybody really heard me, so I'm going to say this again. The Avs are dealing with an issue right now, which is good players not on ice. The Avs have been dealing with an issue ever since they won the Cup, which is we don't have a lot of money because good players got lots of money. And so when you have both of those things merging together at the same time, it's going to make it very, very difficult, and you have to play very precise in order to win hockey games. That hasn't happened so far. It's been a mixture of really bad goaltending at times, and not a lot of help on the offensive side at other times. You know, again, when you are 11 minutes into the second period and you got 2 shots on goal, that's not helping anything either. But I think that's a byproduct of, do you guys see the line mixtures that they had last night? Do you think that's an ideal situation?
Bednar's he's throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks.
Which I think is probably what you should be doing. I mean, Rantanen wasn't even playing on the top line with McKinnon. They were mixing a lot of things around. And I told you, don't be too harsh on the judgment early in the year. Now, did I think they would be an 0-4 start? No, I didn't. But you know what? Like, it kind of feels like what the Avs need is just a win. And then it'll start to come together a little bit more.
Well, especially when you've got a guy on the roster like Maximilian Curran. Who are these people? Brett, at one point yesterday, I was listening to the broadcast, and the commentators, I think it was in the first period, the commentators called that there was a penalty. And they're like, oh boy, like so-and-so got tangled up with so-and-so, and we're going to see who gets called for interference. I didn't know either player. I had no idea, like, who was the Av, who was the Bruin. And then when they said so-and-so is going to the box, I'm like, who is this dude? I mean, these are like some of the Avs players look like actors from a Hallmark movie who are cosplaying as like actual hockey players. I don't know what's going on.
They're in a tough situation right now with injury. I mean, that's what it is. And hopefully in a month and a half, that'll get itself figured out, but they have to win some games before that. You have to keep the ship afloat before you get your cavalry, your reinforcements. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. I remind you guys that we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to a suite for Friday night's Avs game against Anaheim. All shows are doing so. So you listen for the keywords at the top of the hour. You text them with your name with your first and last name to enter. There's different keywords for each hour, so the more keywords you text, the better shot you got to win on your home of the Avs, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And again, the keyword for the 6 o'clock hour is laser. So text your first and last name in the word laser to 303-504-0925. So a lot more to get to today. This is also, we're a few short hours away, 12 hours away from Thursday Night Football, Broncos and Saints, and I don't think there's any question about this. This should be a game that the Broncos win. This should be a game that if they don't, there had to be some things that went horribly, horribly wrong that resulted in an L. And with that, high expectations, not just on the team overall, but I am putting giant expectations on Bo Nix tonight. And it's going to be sort of a tandem feel. It's with Bo Nix. It's with Sean Payton. You have to have a game plan that is suited to beating up a porous defense throughout the course of the year. And the Saints are a weird team that I want to get to in just a second. Because they do some things at an elite level, and they do some things at a level that is worse in the NFL. We'll get to those next.
Good on Travis Hunter.
Nate Kreckman.
This guy could pack it in and be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's proved it.
Yeah.
Andy Lindahl.
Matter of fact, they'd probably love him being that fresh.
Right. The competitive side of him recognizes he is in the midst of an historic college football season, and he doesn't want to miss the opportunity to be able to do that. I think the other part of it, too, is I think the guy just loves playing football.
Nobody plays both ways for 1,000 plays.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're playing 130, 140 snaps a night, I think you like football.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Weekdays 3 to 6. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You order a burger with only one side. They ask, would you like to finance your fries? No!
Don't sing the inflation blues. With a smart money checking account from Westera Credit Union, you can earn up to 6% annual percentage yield. That's how we're helping our members sing a different tune. Membership eligibility required. Insured by NCUA. Restrictions and conditions apply. See website for details.
Andy Lindahl with Jerry Jones of Colorado Off-Road. Let's talk bed covers. How many styles do you offer?
Hey, bed covers are great. We have 14 different displays in the showroom. All you got to do is come down, pick out what you like, and we will get that bed cover ordered and on. It takes no more than an hour to put 90% of our bed covers on.
Colorado Off-Road's located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com, 303-761-1264.
Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road.
Hi, Terry Lombardi, along with Vic.
For Redbird Farms chicken, you could taste the difference.
Which is why Redbird Farms is offered by fine restaurants.
Yeah, and the Redbird Farms is juicy, tender, and delicious. It's so tender you can cut it with a fork, don't even need a knife. Available at King Soopers, City Market, and Safeway.
Redbird Farms chicken, what real chicken tastes like. Did you hear me clapping? Which I don't know why I clapped.
It's a wrap.
Redbird Farms.
Anderson Farms Fall Festival, September 25th through November 2nd. Bring the whole family out to Colorado's largest fall family entertainment destination for a fun-filled, fabulous fall experience. Get lost in the 25-acre corn maze, take a tractor-drawn wagon ride to the pumpkin patch, and pick from over 100 varieties of pumpkin, squash, and gourds. Enjoy our barrel train, pedal carts, jump pads, tire mountain, combine slide, terror in the corn, and much, much more. Tickets will sell out fast. Get yours now at AndersonFarms.com.
This past year, we've gone from the perfect conditions for spending money to the best conditions for saving it. And at Premier Members Credit Union, we can help you cultivate a green thumb for growing your own money into more money. With great rates of return for money market savings accounts and CDs, you can harvest the savings you always wished you had. Learn how to grow your own money with 5% APY on your first $2,000. Premier Members Credit Union. Join us at becomepremier.com. Federally insured by the NCUA, membership eligibility required.
Andy Lindahl with Ken Harrell of Hofbrau, Colorado. Talk to me about the TV setup here that makes this such a great sports bar.
47 TVs, including a 17-foot one in the stadium room.
Stadium room with surround sound. You can rent that out if you got a specific team that you want to watch. But tell me about the week at Hofbrau.
Tuesday's trivia, Thursday live bands, Friday, Saturday live bands. Come on in anytime.
Lots of places to dance. You don't have a cover. And a great menu with breakfast served on the weekends. Plus Kreckman and Lindahl live every Monday. Hofbrau, Colorado, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster.
Packed with power, style, and innovation. Elevate your drive with the 2024 Mazda CX-5 at Champ Mazda. Experience the ultimate blend of performance and luxury, starting at $30,675. Check out the new Mazda CX-5 today at Champ Mazda.
All right, get back to the Avs in just a little bit. Have the giveaway going on all day. I'll remind you the keyword here in a few minutes. This game's huge. It is big. Like, this is the potential for you to stay sort of in this playoff hunt. This is the potential for you to head into Baltimore with a 5-3 record if you take care of business tonight, and then in 10 days when you're playing back at home against a very, very bad Carolina team. There's a lot that's kind of baked in the cake with this Thursday night football game, but the Saints are weird. Very weird. And I'll just give you a couple of examples. First of all, this Saints team is 2-4. They have a point differential of plus 20, despite being 2-4. So they've lost 2 more games than they've won, but a plus 20 point differential. Just for reference, the Broncos are 3-3. They're a plus 16. Secondly, just looking at team statistics, as far as yards per game allowed, the Saints are dead last with 396 per game, and it's not particularly close to second place Jags, who give up 390. They give up the fourth most passing yards per game at 362. They're somewhere like 10th worst at rushing yards per game. And as far as points, they're also in the back tier of the NFL at 24 points per game allowed. But you look at them offensively, the Saints score the 5th most points in the NFL at 27.8 per game. Now, that's a little bit different because Derek Carr is not going to be in the lineup, and neither is Chris Olave, and likely not Rashid Shaheed, and all these different things. Their yardage per game is still at, the mid to sub-mid offenses in the NFL. They're just weird. They're a hard team to figure out. But despite all the points they give up and despite all the yards they give up, they're 4th in the league in takeaways, too. I mean, they got 12 turnovers that they forced this year, 10 picks and 2 fumbles. You compare that with their giveaways, they're also near the top of the league, but they're a plus 3 in the category. So it's just a really, really odd team to go up against. But given all that information, the Broncos, we know what they are. And there's a calm in this. Knowing what your team is and knowing that your team can have wild good games and wildly bad games, which are the Saints. I would prefer the Broncos option. I would at least like to know that I have a general expectation of what this team's going to bring to the table on a week-to-week basis. You have no idea with the Saints. So the Saints, last week, on way to losing their 4th straight after beating the Panthers and the Cowboys by a ton of points early in the season. They scored 91 points for the first 2 weeks. They played against Tampa, forced turnovers, forced Baker into 3 picks, and still gave up 51 points. Spencer Rattler on the day was about almost 50% completion. He was 22 of 40 for 243 yards, 2 picks, but did throw a touchdown. They didn't get a lot done through the air because they were missing their best wide receivers in that game. They started but couldn't finish. So at the end of it, your leading receivers were Foster Moreau and Juwan Johnson, 2 tight ends on that team. If the Broncos can stop the Alvin Kamara running game and force Spencer Rattler to be a passer, it's going to work out very well for them. They'll probably get a couple of turnovers off of that. He was sacked 5 times against Tampa last week, and we know that the Broncos are pretty good at generating pressure. And I actually can't wait to see what Vance Joseph is going to draw, what he's going to draw up defensively as far as unique blitzes that a rookie quarterback making his second start hasn't seen yet. Like, all of these are categories and the reasons why they would win. The reasons why they would lose, I think it's pretty tough to come up with a number of them. The first one's easy. Turn the ball over a lot. Saints defense good at getting takeaways. If Bo Nix leaves the ball up if they try and get uber aggressive and pump the ball downfield and he's throwing into double coverage, I could see that ball going the opposite direction very easily. If you can't establish a rushing game and you put too much pressure on Bo Nix to move the ball through the air, also a reason why turnovers can happen. But outside of that, I mean, the over-under in this game's 37, and I know why. They're looking at rookie quarterback for the Saints with all those offensive players out of the lineup, going against one of the best defenses in the league, and comparing that to the Broncos offense, which has been mostly impotent throughout the course of the year. But if there was ever a time for Bo Nix to plant his flag as starting quarterback, no doubt about it, for this team for the foreseeable future, it's the next 2 weeks. And I'll just give you a baseline of expectations of what I want to see. These might sound lofty given what we've seen so far, but they aren't lofty in the grand scheme of things. If I tell you in the next 2 weeks in games against New Orleans on the road and the Panthers at home, I want Bo Nix to have 500 passing yards in the next 2 weeks. I want 4 touchdown passes. I'll accept 1 pick. You can turn the ball over once. And I want a total of 50 points scored. And I don't think that's asking too much. So 25 points per game, 250 passing yards per game, 2 touchdowns per game. Just general sort of run-of-the-mill, this is starting quarterback territory numbers. That's what I'd like to see.
You started getting a little 30 for 30 there. Like, what if I told you the next 2 weeks were when you could start to believe?
Well, it really is, though, Nelly.
What if I told you he needs 4 touchdowns over the next 2 games to fuel D-Mac's Bo-rection?
But listen, the reason why I'm throwing those out there is wins are great. And I will take wins any way that they come. But it doesn't alleviate that sense of hesitation of whether you're willing to buy into this full stop. You know what I mean? That doesn't stop, or that doesn't end if the Broncos win a couple of games 13-10. You'd be like, all right, they're 5-3. Yes, they can win some football games against some bad opponents and even sometimes some good opponents. But if you don't have any sort of offensive firepower, it's going to be really, really difficult for you to really jump in and believe in this team. And look, my mind has changed. My expectations have changed because they're supposed to. Okay? Like anybody else, if you start a new job and let's say it's a sales job and they put you at a certain number, we need you to sell 5 of these a week. And the first 2 weeks you sell 15, damn right their expectations are going to change of what you're capable of. So, yeah, I thought the Broncos would be like a team picking in the top 10 at the end of this year. Maybe top 5 before the season started. I do not think that now. I think this is a team that should be firmly in the playoff talks for the entire year. If they ever drop out, then I think it's a disaster.
Basically what you're trying to do, and I'm going to relate this to the only life I've ever known, Brett, marching band. I had a director once at CU where we would do our halftime show, we'd do our performance, and then at Monday, the first practice after that, our director would say, that was a good job. We cleaned up a lot of the mistakes from last week. That performance on Saturday, that's now your new worst.
Yeah, that's the bar.
And at first everybody goes, what? And he goes, no, that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying what you did, that was very good, but that's your worst. We can't go below the quality of what we just put out on the field on Saturday. We can only go up from here. And so that's what you're saying. You're trying to establish what the new worst is and where we can go from that?
Well, I mean, yeah. I said that after the Tampa game, that should be pretty much the bar. Now, what happened after Tampa? You had the monsoon in New York that I crumpled that game up, threw it out the window, was glad you got a win. And then you had the game against the Chargers, which the Chargers defense is best in the NFL, and you have to sort of grade on a curve for games like that. I didn't expect it to be that bad, but whatever. But Navy vet Mike on the text line says you're asking for way too much. I don't think that I am. Like, again, let's put this in context for the next 2 weeks. What I asked Bo Nix to do was average around 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, and half a pick per game. Does that really sound like I'm asking for the world?
In today's NFL, that's about pretty pedestrian. I think that's reasonable.
I think so, too. And let me remind you, it's against the 2 worst defenses in the league. That shouldn't be asking too much. If that's asking too much, Now, what other quarterback, if I said that they got the Saints defense and the Panthers defense in the next 2 weeks, and I say 250 yards a game, 2 touchdowns, and I'll throw a pick in there, who would that be asking too much of? Andy Dalton could do that. Joe Flacco could do that.
Well, yeah, he's in his prime. He's elite, of course.
Like, name who you think are the worst quarterbacks in the league right now.
Deshaun Watson probably couldn't do it.
Well, he is the worst quarterback in the NFL. And I don't want to have discussions if we're talking about our number 12 overall pick. You know who would do it? Caleb Williams would do it. He had 4 touchdowns last week. You know who would do it? Jaden Daniels would.
I think
I'm comparing them to his peers here.
I think we have 2 different issues. One is those are reasonable expectations to set for a quarterback in the current NFL. But is that a reasonable expectation for the Broncos and Bo Nix and genius wonderkin Sean Payton, considering what you've seen so far? I think that's what people on like Navy Vet Mike, like on the text line, are saying. That's not necessarily a bad bar, but is it accurate for the Broncos from what you've seen so far? Is that the disconnect we're getting here?
Well, here's the thing, Nelly. It's a good question because I don't know if that's I guess to answer your question, is it unreasonable to expect that given what we've seen? Maybe. But I don't care. I need this to get better than what it's been. That's the whole point. The point is, this wasn't a finished product at the start. It wasn't supposed to be. But I need to see incremental improvement. And nothing sets up better than these next 2 games against opponents with bad defenses. And one of them that might be an okay team when healthy is decimated. Did you see their injury report yesterday? You had to have like an old English scroll to get through the entire thing.
How about this? Let's do some improvisation. Let's do some live on-air producing. Can I ask you a question somebody posed on the text line, and then you answer it for me on the other side?
Go ahead. Let's do it quick. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. We got this from the 378. Brett, so over the next 2 weeks, what happens if Bo does not meet your expectations?
Great question. I'll answer it after this. All right, reminder. Here's what just happened. I said over the next 2 weeks, starting with the game tonight, that Bo Nix should get 500 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, and I'll mix in a pick. Okay? And if Texas says all those stats are fair, plus throw in a W in both games, I think if he hits those numbers, then they're going to be W's. Yeah. Because this defense is not going to allow more than what that result would be, I would imagine. And I asked, is that too lofty or not? And I don't think it is. I'm asking for 250 yards a game and 2 touchdowns in the next 2 weeks against 2 of the worst defenses in the NFL. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. You know who that wouldn't be a lofty expectation for? Jaden Daniels. You know who wouldn't be a lofty expectation for? Caleb Williams. Both those guys can do it. Dude, Drake May had 3 touchdowns last week. They gave up 41 points, but Drake May in his first start had 3 touchdowns. So I don't think that's too much at all. Texture says, what happens if he doesn't? Here's the answer. And I don't think you're going to like it. It's nothing. Nothing happens. What would you want to happen? You know, we just talked about the Avs earlier. I don't think the Avs, if you have your checklist of reasons why they lost last night and Georgiev is at the top of the list, you're insane. But a texter says they need to bench Georgiev. And I go, for what? Juice? Kakinen? For what? Same thing applies here. Let's say he doesn't. You want to bench him? You want to give up? You want to be done? 8 weeks into the season? It's not what you do with the 12th overall pick at quarterback who's a rookie. You don't do that. I don't want to be the Panthers. I don't want to be the team that in a year gives up on your guy who's the number 1 overall draft pick. And with them, there were some very obvious reasons why success wasn't happening. He had quite literally no help. Bo Nix, does he have a lot? No. He's got some. Cortland's okay. Running game is capable of being okay. It's just not consistent. He's got a decent offensive line. Like all those things. But if you think that over the next couple of weeks, if the offense still looks bad, like, are they going to bench him and go to who? Zach Wilson? Like, here's what I don't... not only is it impractical, it's so improbable because of this. Sean Payton has hitched his wagon to this kid. If he fails, there is absolutely a million fingers that should be pointed at him too. If he admits failure with Bo Nix, he's admitting failure on himself in 2 respects. It's 1, I couldn't build an offense around him to make him successful. Number 2 is I'm a bad evaluator of quarterback talent, which is a very bad quality for somebody who is an offensive genius, in quotes. So yeah, if he doesn't do that, nothing happens. But to back that up, by the way, I think these next 2 weeks on the offensive side are as and probably more important for Sean Payton than they are Bo Nix. If you're facing this level of bad defense in the next 2 weeks, you should be able to draw up game plans that work. You should be. I mean, you can call this is the, what's the old adage? The something versus the immovable object.
Unstoppable force meeting an immovable object.
Well, this is the stoppable force versus the movable object. And you need to be unstoppable against that movable object. Like, it's as much on him as it is on Bo Nix. And so, yeah, all that stuff matters. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. Speaking of that text number, Last chance here. We're going to change up the keyword at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, but you tune in all day Thursdays, each show giving away a 4-pack of tickets and a suite for Friday night's Avs game against Anaheim. Listen for the keywords at the top of the hour and text them with your name to enter different keywords for each hour. So the more keywords you text, the better chance you have to win on your home for the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The keyword for this hour is laser. So text laser and your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and we'll give you another keyword at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. So, here's the situation. With the game last night with the Avs, we'll break down a lot more of this. I see Moj roaming the hallways out there. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I feel like yesterday it was a loss that hurt, that would have hurt a lot less had you won a game or two prior to that. I don't think the Avs played poorly. I think it's, I would say, by far their best game they played so far, especially in the goaltending department. I thought Georgiev was actually really solid. Almost each goal was going to make it really difficult for anybody to stop. You know, one of them being, I think the only one that's maybe questionable was the fourth goal. So they scored their third, and I think it was 13 seconds later they got their fourth, and that's when it felt like the game was out of reach. But it was long shot, a lot of traffic in between them. Don't think he ever saw it. That one, sure. You could throw that one up there. I don't know about the other ones. I don't know how much he could do. There was 2 backdoor guys wide open on power plays that just shoved it in the net. And then the first goal was a tough deflection, which you want to say that's on him? I mean, okay. I think those are pretty difficult to stop when they're deflected in a pretty perfect way. But I don't think he was the issue last night. You know, having 2 shots on goal 11 minutes into the second period doesn't help. Steinberg gets in the fight with Big Z, and it felt like that at least changed a little bit of fervor and momentum. Last night, I think they made a pretty concerted effort to shut down Nate. I don't know how many times you see Nathan McKinnon with 1 shot to his name. But it's another night in which Kale, Mikko, and McKinnon were -2s. The game previously, they were -3s. I mean, I don't know how many times you're going to find in their careers that those 3 guys all individually combined for a -5 over the course of 2 games. Now, again, you're looking at the roster. There's a whole bunch of kind of who's that guy that's in the lineup right now due to injury. And so all that stuff has to be factored in too. Like, the difficulty in all of this is you're kind of playing this game of wait until reinforcements come and you're taking mortar fire, okay? And the only thing you can do is hunker down and just try and survive that until the help arrives. But you're 0-4 now. And I really think all this is going to take is just to finish a game with a damn W, and then you can start to gain a little bit of confidence and momentum back in your favor.
You've got to tread water better, though, man.
I agree.
You don't know how long these problems are going to last. Yesterday on our show, Mosier asked Jared Bednar, what's the injury state of your team? And he said, it's not good, and then laughed. That's where our head coach is mentally. So I'm just saying, you can tread water, but the Avs aren't treading. They're drowning right now.
Well, and the bad news is, for all the injuries that you had when the season started, which was 3 of your top 6 forwards, since then, Drouin's left the lineup. Taves has left the lineup. Miles Wood did not get a very good prognosis after the game as he left in the middle of it too. Bednar said something along the lines of he's gone. And if gone means like out of the facility to go get treatment somewhere. Yeah, he left the rink, Mosier said. That's also a very bad sign because that's just another body you have to replace. It's just a MASH unit right now. But a lot to break down with that game last night. 303-504-0925. Give you another keyword here coming up for your chance to win sweet tickets to the Avs game tomorrow at Ball Arena. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors between the Avs. Preview the Broncos game tonight, in which I consider a must-win. A lot to get to. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Pasternak down to the ice, gets it from Marchand. Lindholm cruising, backdoor, they score. Second time that the Bruins have scored in that fashion tonight, and it's Pasternak who's able to sneak in the back door and get the second power play goal of the night for the Bruins. They lead 3-1 with 10:51 to go in the second. 2:03 to go in the third. Avs net is empty. Bruins take it away and they score. How did that happen?
Nick just lost the puck at center ice.
Avs are so unlucky.
He just lost the puck just last second, right on the Bruins player's stick to just hope shot it, and it went in the corner pocket right side.
Sent in on Korpisalo, and that will do it. For the first time since 1998-99, the Avalanche start a season 0-4. That's the bad news. The good news, they went to the Western Conference Final that year, and they had a full boat. The Avalanche will await their full boat as they lose this one by a final score of 5-3.
Rita, I'm reliving the same day over and over. Groundhog Day today.
Okay.
I'll take the blame.
I'm scared.
I got this one.
Guys.
Moj, I got it. I forgot to go down to Ball Arena and ice myself.
Okay, before we do all this, I just want to say two things. Number one, I'm scared this morning. Mosier's been pretty relaxed about the start to this year. This one got to him last night.
Yeah.
This one really got to him.
Well, I know why, because of all the Boston fans.
Well, that. But before we totally get there, I do have some good news. There's a chance for you guys to win a 4-pack of tickets to the suite for tomorrow's Avs and Anaheim game.
I want you to hear something.
What suite? Our suite?
Yes.
The suite?
The Avalanche are going to win tomorrow night.
I used that line last night.
I want to throw the mortgage on this.
Okay,
but wait.
Did I use it?
Moshe, just wait. Let me get this out. There's a 4-pack of tickets that we're giving away to the suite for tomorrow night, and we're going to give a different keyword at the top of each hour that you text in with your first and last name, okay? And this is going to happen for every show today at the top of the hour. So different keywords for each hour. The more keywords you text, the better chance you got to win on your home for the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The keyword for the 7 o'clock hour, Nelly?
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
McKinnon lets it go. He shoots and scores. The Mac Attack is back, Jack.
Back, Jack. Mac Attack is back, Jack.
The Mac Attack is back, Jack.
The Mac Attack is back, Jack.
Keyword for the 7 o'clock hour is Mac. So text Mac in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is this hour's keyword. It is Mac in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You're entered for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the suite tomorrow against Anaheim.
Far be it from me to second guess. Seems like an awful lot of production to say one word.
Well, we got all the players saying it. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is Mosier's mood today.
He's going to be mad at everything.
Okay,
so.
can I just tee you up, Moshe?
I mean, it just seems like an awful lot to say Mac.
Moshe, can I tee you
The
up?
Mac Attack is back, Jack.
Can I tee you up, and then I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to duck and cover because I feel like you're going to yell at me.
I'm totally fine, buddy.
I have something that I'm going to say that I think you're going to disagree with, and you're going to get mad at me.
Sounds good.
I actually think they played pretty good last night, and if they won a couple of the first 3 games, that we don't feel as bad as we do this morning.
The team that we saw after the fight, and you know the fight.
Steinberg versus Big Z.
And let me start by saying I had no idea who Steinberg was until that game last night.
We talked about him yesterday.
I'm
just telling you, I didn't know who he was.
Okay.
I'd never seen him play hockey until that game.
Okay.
I don't remember him playing hockey.
There's I think a lot of Avs that apply in that category, by the way.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem is that you've got guys playing positions that they're not used to playing, carrying weight they're not used to carrying, and it's catching up to them.
Just
obviously.
watching how the line. If you guys looked at the lineup, just where guys were playing on which lines, it was crazy.
Yes. So you got this fight with this kid with his dad in attendance,
which was cool.
The team that showed up after that fight, and those who think that fighting should not be part of hockey, obviously didn't watch that game and how it changed the game. Changed the game emotionally, strategically, everything. That version of the Avalanche is the best version of the Avalanche we've seen all year. Clearly. That version right there. That team right there that we saw from the fight on was the best team. The second period before the fight, they were awful.
Yes.
What were they outscored? Like 12-2 at one point?
I mean, outshot.
Outshot, I'm sorry. 12-2?
Yeah, they had 2 in 11 minutes. Go ahead, Mush.
Well, no, I just I have a lot of things to say.
Okay.
Well, that's why we're
goaltending was not a problem last night.
I think Georgiev was great.
And
I don't care about the numbers. He was great. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop talking. Go ahead.
So this is where they are 4 games in. I think the first 2 games of the season, even in Vegas, but certainly the Columbus game on Saturday night, the team overall was good enough to win. Their goaltending was crap. Some really, really bad goals. It got better against the Islanders a couple games ago. Not great, but better. I thought last night it was totally fine. They gave up 5 goals, one of those an empty netter again. I thought the goaltending was totally fine. I listened to Coach Bednar's post-game commentary, and I sat in my seats last night, and I sat up close and personal, and I really wanted to just watch the game. Just let me watch the game and see what I see.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Hey, let him go.
I'll tell you what. Let me take a pause. Let me take a pause and clear my throat.
This is a 30-minute Mosier no make fun of zone.
He just cleared his throat 5 times.
Well, you see, stop. He's going to go take a walk now. Just before he comes back, I agree with him. I saw people saying you got to make a goaltending change again this morning. I'm like, guys, if you think that Georgiev was the problem last night, you're nuts. The first 3 goals, I don't think there's anything he could do anything about.
Did he just walk out of here?
I'm letting Mosier have his day today.
He just walked out.
He's in one, okay? He's in one.
Oh, he's back.
I thought the first 3 goals, there was nothing he could do. I think the 4th goal he never saw, but you could say, okay, fine, maybe should have done something.
Well, those back-to-back goals, that's what ended the game.
Everything is fine in the morning when I have my first couple sips of coffee.
Hey, you're fine, buddy.
Something happens in my...
Give me some right here.
We love you. We love you.
Give me some.
We love you.
Vic, just shut up.
No, seriously, we do. I love
you. Just shut up.
Yeah, but Mosier can tell I'm being genuine, and you're not.
No, I do.
Right.
I love him.
So I'm going to disagree with Coach Bednar about what I saw. You're funny.
I mean, that was kind of
That was funny.
It was pretty funny.
It was funny.
It was pretty funny.
Give it to me for funny.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job. Good job. All right, now go ahead, Moshe.
For some reason, this coffee.
All right,
Moshe, sorry, just get to the analysis.
Just get to the point.
We got you. I'm here for you today, buddy.
He didn't mind the first period of play. He didn't like the start of the second period. I listened to all of his post-game commentary. Me personally, I didn't like the first 28, 30 minutes of that game at all. And I mean at all.
For what reason?
I thought positionally in period number 1, they were fine. I thought they got to spots. They did a lot of right things. I didn't like the compete level. I didn't like the jam. I didn't like the battling.
The second period was
28, 30 minutes of that game.
Bro,
I didn't like it at all.
The first 15 minutes of the second period, it was like watching an expansion team.
To me, it wasn't that long. It wasn't the first 15 of the second period. It's probably the first 10. And they started to pick it up and come on more and more and more. I just saw a team that and part of it is because of styles. Part of it is because of roster composition. Part of it is because of what Boston likes to do in the offensive zone, what their MO is, what their identity is. They get you running around. They rim it around side to side. They get you chasing in your own end. They get you tired. You lose your legs. I get all of this. I didn't think they were nearly physical enough. I didn't think they were nearly hard enough on the puck. They lost an awful lot of puck battles. Their clears were soft. I thought their clears were up the middle of the ice, and they were not vociferous. I didn't like anything about it. I don't know why they behave that way and they come out that way. I just didn't like it at all. There's a lot of stuff I did like. Vic, you talked about the first 15 minutes of period number 2. The story is that this same hockey team that I didn't like for the first 28, 30 minutes of the game a lot, I didn't like them a lot. They had Boston on their ass, and they had Boston on their heels.
Yeah.
They had Boston in a 4-3 game skating inside out of their own selves. They had no answer at that particular time. It's the same team. You understand what I'm saying? The same guys. So to me, it's not about who's out of the lineup. You've got 5 now. Miles Wood, I think, is probably going to be gone for a while. Did not look good. You've got 5 of your top 9 out of the lineup. You have one of your top defensemen out of the lineup right now. This is a big deal. But still, the same team that I saw in the first 30 minutes of that game is the same team I saw as that game went on, and a team that stuck it to Boston. Just couldn't get that equalizer. Just couldn't get that next one. And Korpisalo made one spectacular save in his crease. Otherwise, it would have been a 4-4 game.
Yep.
It could have been 4-4 on several occasions.
It could have been.
Kale hit a crossbar early in the game, too.
This is an 0-4 team that I believe should be probably 1-2-1.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
What?
Why did it take a fight by a rookie
Vic,
to wake this team up?
I'm gonna say some things today, and they're gonna make you mad, and that's fine. If you want to fight, let's fight. I don't give a rat's ass. I don't know.
What did I do?
Vic, I don't. Because I'm going to tell you, I don't know. You're going to go, why don't you know?
No, I didn't.
You're the announcer of the team. I
wasn't
don't know.
going to ask that.
You always ask that.
How would you know personally how a team responds? I'm defending you there.
The first goal of the game, this Kepke kid, right?
Yeah, just throws it from the...
No, he didn't throw it. It was Peak who threw it. He just got a stick on it. He didn't even know he scored. He didn't even know he scored. He didn't even know that he got a piece of it.
Yeah.
Was it a lucky goal? You're damn right it was a lucky goal. Now, what I will say is that he put himself in position. Typical Boston Bruins hockey. They rim it around. You got some random D-man just throws it to the front of the net because he's got an open lane, right? Because the Avs are running back and forth in their own zone. And Knucklehead, I'm not even sure he tried to turn his blade over. But it goes off his blade, and I mean, bar down, top shelf.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned, and I don't care what you fans out there, what you saw, I mean, right there, it was lucky. And I'm not going to say anything else other than that kid had no idea the puck even went in. He's standing there like, He had no clue. It wasn't like, yeah, man, I did that on, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it worked.
Sure.
He's like, wait, what? Who got that? Did I get that? Or you get? Yeah, he had no clue. This is the way it's going right now for this Avalanche team. You're right, Brett. If they win the Columbus game, let's say they're 1-2-1. Let's say last night they deserve a better fate. They pull out a point out of the game. They lose in overtime or whatever. It doesn't feel quite as bad. But because it's 0-4 to start the year, that's what makes it feel bad. Me personally, this team, Vic, I don't know why the Steinberg fight was the wake-up call. I don't know. I mean, I thought after McCarr's power play goal in period number 2, I thought after that goal, the whole team sort of felt a bit of a jump, and they were going before that. I mean, they drew a penalty, for God's sake, to get on the power play, right? I mean, that because the kid got in a fight, he drew the extra 2. I don't know why.
I
don't know why that was the spark, because I thought they would come out with more spark.
You know, they lost, they dropped to 0-4, but I actually have more hope and promise after that game than I did the first 3.
I do too.
To be honest with you, and I know that sounds counterintuitive. You lost another game.
They are going to win tomorrow night. They are absolutely going to win.
Honest to God, I left last night thinking, okay, all right, got something, found something. And I think Varley was much better. And even the announcers... I'm sorry. Even the announcers said it. He found something last night. Okay?
I thought that he
Georgie
made a lot
found something last night.
I thought he made a lot of saves last night that kept you in the game. And certainly the first 3 goals, I don't think there's anything he could do much about. Mo said, first one, lucky deflection.
Yeah.
He
kept
next
them in
2,
the game in the second period.
Next 2 wide open guys back door. I mean, what the hell do you want him to do?
This could have been 5, 6,
Sure.
7. I mean, he kept them in the game.
And I know what's going to happen today. We're going to get the Forgiev text and whatever. It's an easy thing to go to. I thought he played well last night and certainly well enough to win.
The PK was not good. I mean, well, listen. The backdoor plays, they're wide open. Guys make good plays.
Discombobulated.
This Mason Lohrei kid, this young kid, is a damn fine player. And he made the pass to Coyle was great. The Lindholm pass to Pasternak I thought was pretty damn good. You'd like to deny that low slot pass, the seam pass. You'd like to.
Hey.
Doesn't always happen. What?
Did Marshawn dive?
Yes.
I thought he did.
Yes, totally he did. Vic, he got clipped, and then he jumped in the air and fell to the ice.
He also, you know what that little son of a gun does?
He licks?
Well, he used to.
No. Remember the policy. Once a licker, always a licker. You don't just used to lick.
You know what else about that stuff that bothered me last night? The Avs power play was rolling. They were 3 of 3. I thought they could have gotten 2 or 3 more that were uncalled. Like some weird cross checks that weren't called.
Agreed.
Some weird interference stuff that wasn't called.
Agreed.
Like I think Boston got pretty lucky
I almost
last night.
thought we had a 5-minute major brewing there when Miles Wood went down.
Well,
as soon as I didn't think it was a headshot. What they do is they call the penalty first, right?
Mm-hmm.
To make sure. Then they go back and review it.
Right.
It wasn't a headshot. It was his arm. And as soon as I saw the play, I thought for sure it was his arm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then they called the 5-minute major, and Bear goes, "Are you sure it's his arm?"
Moj, I'm going to give you credit for attending the game like a man. There is no way on God's green earth I could attend that sporting event with all the Boston jerseys I saw in attendance. Couldn't do it. I wouldn't.
Absolutely hated it.
I would not be able to. I couldn't do it.
And I don't know why they're here. I have no idea why all those people are here. I have no idea why they don't live in Massachusetts. I don't know.
Who are you people?
I don't know.
Hey, people.
Who
are you?
My lovely wife reminded me, and this is as succinct as I can put it. For the first 30 minutes of the game, they didn't play with a purpose. I didn't see a purpose out of their game. Beyond that 30 minutes, they played with a hell of a purpose.
Yeah.
I don't know why you come out and don't play. It didn't feel like they played with a purpose during the course of the game, the early part of the game, and I don't know why. That's just my take on it as a fan last night, because it's, to me, honestly, it's much easier to get a feel for things when you're just watching the game. I'm not calling the game, not worried about getting my commercial reads in. I'm not worried about, all this kind of thing and Riker and so on and so forth. I'm just focused on the task at hand.
How do you have that many Bruins jerseys in the closets of Metro Denver?
I have no idea, Vic.
How's this possible?
I don't know where they come from. I'm not sure.
I mean, where are you?
Here's what gets really difficult. You started the season game 1 without 3 of your top 6 players.
Correct.
You're now entering game 5 with 5 of your top 9 players out of the lineup.
That's correct. And one of your top D pair.
And one of your top D pair. It's the whole goal for me, I said this before the season started, I don't want to judge the beginning of the season with the Avs too harshly, because I thought they might struggle with a lot of the bodies that were out. Then you wait for the reinforcements to come in, mid-November. But you have to keep things afloat, and if you keep losing bodies, a boat can only take so much water here before, the National Guard comes in and saves you.
What did you do with your mouth when the Let's Go Bruins chant broke out?
I just sat there with my mouth shut.
Your mouth didn't do anything?
I was seething last night.
Because you could hear it on television.
I'm sure you could, Vic. I was seething last night. Seething.
Vomiting and all that.
Look at the man.
No, I'm just as angry as he is now because of that. That bothers me more than anything.
I'm sure that some people who were there last night wearing Bruins jerseys, I bet they listen to this program.
We don't like you.
Hold on a second. Probably on a daily basis. So I don't want to chase them off. But I don't know who the hell you people are. I don't know where you come from. I don't know why you're here with all your Bruins crap. I don't know why. In fact,
you just chased them off.
My lovely wife and I last night sat next to 2 Bruins people who had to keep getting up and down every 2 minutes to go take a piss.
I mean, they're nice people. Right. It's not personal.
I mean, a pee. Sorry, hold on.
It's not personal.
It's fine. You didn't have to do that. Okay.
It's not personal. Moses, it's not personal.
All right.
But
so here's what we.
Why are there so many here?
Nope. We're gonna take a little chill break.
I mean, what is going on?
This bucktooth geek and his girl, and she's got to get a beer and take a little squirt, and then he's got to get up and do. Okay. Every 2 seconds, they're up and down in the aisle.
How about the accents? How about the accent?
Stop. we have to take a break. And I want a little chill for a couple of minutes. I'm nervous for my boy today, okay? 303-504-0925. There's a Broncos game tonight. Pretty big one, by the way. We'll get to that. Jeff Legwald at 8 o'clock. Stick around. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, where you can play all your favorite Colorado Lotto games right on the app. And if you download it and use my code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in those lottery games. One of those being the Mega Millions, where the next draw is tomorrow with $185 million on the line, and the Powerball on Saturday, over $430 million is up for grabs. Download the app, use my code MAGIC, and you got a chance to play in both of those games. And hey, lucky for life, all games available on the Tulatero app. So download the app right now, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC for that free credit to try and get your hands on a couple of $1 million in the Colorado Lotto. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Oh, Nelly, we can't have this all day. I know this is your woo-saw song here.
Nobody died, Nelly.
Mosier's acting like it, man. We need a moment of zen.
No, Mosier's just fired up, and he should be.
I mean, for God's sake,
this team's 0-4.
Listen to Enya's dulcet tones.
Yeah, let me chill on Enya for a second. Let me Enya out. I'm gonna Enya in and I'm gonna Enya out.
So here's what just happened. Mosier smiled at me, and he smiled at me the way that a serial killer does before he shuts the freezer door.
I am in one. God, am I in one this morning?
I know, Mosier.
Listen, let me explain. We're gonna get to the Broncos. The Broncos are going to win tonight. Well, I don't know if they will. They should. They should beat the brakes off the Saints tonight.
What if a bunch of Boston fans show up in New Orleans for this game?
For God's sake. They are the Avalanche. I'm telling you right now, they are going to win tomorrow night. So just rest assured, they're going to go into San Jose 1-4 on the season. They're going to beat the Sharks on Sunday, and then they're going to be a 2-4 hockey club headed to Seattle. Okay, so everybody just chill out for a second. There are so many things that I liked about that game last night as well, and they competed like mothers in the final, let's say, 29 minutes of that game.
Yeah. If you gave me that compete level from the get-go, it's a different outcome.
If you compete that way the entire game, you beat Boston.
Agree.
It's reversed. It's 5-3.
And maybe it just
not
took
even
that. It took to figure out where should our compete level be, and they found it.
I need them to. I mean, and this to me again. Here's the problem, Brett. Landy's not walking through that door anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Val, Lecky, John. I mean, it's up to the leadership group in that room, and they've got some good leaders in that room. But it's up to the best players. I would say for Kale and Nate and Miko, they're going to have to set the tone whether they like it every single night. They're going to have to. This is not on coaching. This is on players, and this is on team feel and team mentality stepping onto the ice. That's what it's about. And they showed me an awful lot after they didn't show me a whole lot.
Yeah. Look, we'll jump back to the Avs in a bit. I said something in the appetizer that polarized, I guess, the texters. See what you guys think. Do you have one more thing, Moshe?
Yeah, Lonzo Ball played last night and felt great, hit a 3 on
his
his first
shot.
shot.
Yeah.
And he said he felt great. He didn't feel it at all. Every human being is different, but that was a really positive sign.
That was great to see.
He
totally agree.
For the first time in over 2 years, Lonzo Ball's on the floor.
Did you see the post game?
Got a standing ovation. I did not.
Made me cry. When you get a chance, I tweeted it, retweeted it. Watch the post game in the locker room with his teammates and what they said to him personally. It was really heart-tugging.
Last thing, and Brett, I apologize. I know
ahead.
you want to get to your appetizer hour.
By all means, just keep going. Let it all, whatever you got on your mind. We have 3 hours.
And you know what? I'm not a big, what's the old man's name? LeVar Ball.
Yeah.
I think he put his kids in a difficult position over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't dislike Lonzo Ball. I'm a big fan of his now. When I understand what the surgery is involved, what you have to do, and then not only that, but you put a dead guy in you.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if they could get a prostate from a dead guy and stuff it in you. Would you like that?
I'm good with that one right now. We got used to it.
Okay. I'm just saying, Brett, the surgery is incredibly complex and involved. I'm begging for Lonzo Ball's career to come out okay, independent of Gabe's. But they had the exact same thing. Okay, I apologize.
Hold on, he's cooking. You got another topic?
I've got nothing else.
Come on, just keep going.
I said something in the appetizer that was polarizing for some reason, and I don't think it should be. But let's see what you guys think. Game tonight, you're playing against the Saints. Saints are decimated with injuries. They're a very weird team statistically. They're 2-4, but their point differential is a +20. They are one of the NFL
the first 2 games of the season though, where they put up ridiculous numbers.
And that's where these come from. They're one of the NFL leaders in points scored per game, but they're near the bottom in points allowed per game. They're dead worst in total yards allowed per game. But despite the points per game and how much they score, their total yards on offense is in the back half of the NFL per game. So it's a weird team. Not to mention, They don't have Derek Carr. They won't have Olave tonight. They likely won't have Rashid Shaheed and a whole bunch of other guys.
There's a lot of what you're saying is, and I agree with you, a lot of dichotomy going on with these New Orleans Saints.
Like their defense is league worst, but they're one of the best defenses in getting takeaways, which is also a very weird quirk.
That is correct. The reason I say the Broncos should beat the brakes off these guys is because they are really, really injured.
Well, and here's
really injured.
Here was the question, or here was the statement I made that was polarizing to some people, and I don't think it should be. In the next 2 weeks, you are facing two of the worst defenses that the NFL has to offer. You have this game tonight at the Superdome against the Saints, and then in 10 days, you come back home and you play the Panthers. And I said, in the next 2 weeks, here's my expectation for Bo Nix. 500 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, and you can mix in a pick in there. And I don't feel like that's unreasonable. Like what that breaks down to per game against the two worst defenses is 250 yards and 2 touchdowns per game. Is that being unreasonable? Because I would say this, if you think it is, if I said I would expect that out of Jaden Daniels against these two teams, would you even bat an eyelash?
I think as I sit here looking at your face right now, I would expect more out of Jaden Daniels.
If I said that about Caleb Williams, would you bat an eyelash at him?
Now I'm not even in the slightest.
Well, these are his peers. These should be the expectations you have against the two worst teams in the NFL.
I thought Tyler
defenses.
Columbus had an excellent question both to DMAC and to Scott Hastings yesterday, Vic.
What was it?
Should you hold Bo Nix to the same standard as you hold Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels?
Well, he's a top 12 pick. He's a first-round pick. Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
The answer,
he's a starter from the get-go,
out of every single one of them was yes. You're damn right you should.
Of course you should.
So I don't know why in the world would your benign little question about 250 yards and a couple of touches set people off as unfair? If you think that's an unfair question out there and you're driving around your car, I'm cruising down I-25 in my Buick, then you're a big wuss. If you think that's an unfair question to the rookie quarterback, you're out of your mind.
You make a good point.
Stop being such a protective little. You know what? What's that? That gummit, Nelly. What's the thing that Harry Potter got at Christmas nobody could see him?
He doesn't watch cartoons.
Invisibility cloak.
Okay, put your little invisibility cloak on Bo Nix and protect him. Protect him. My butt. The guy's a pro football player. I know he's a rookie. He should be beating these teams. He should beat the snot out of them. I tell you right now, if we're going to hold him to the same standard, and I would do this to Drake May as well. McCarthy's hurt. Penix ain't playing. I would do this to Drake May as well. If you can't put 250 and 2 touches on both of these teams, then you should be sat. You should be holding a clipboard right next to the coach on the bench. End of story.
The question is, does the playbook allow him to do exactly that?
Well, then open up the damn playbook. You got a playbook that would choke a hippopotamus. Open it up. Do something about it.
I do not disagree with you on this tenet. There are too many people in this town, a lot of them listen to this show, who are there, and so, it's like a little kitty, and they're petting the kitty, Bo.
Absolutely they are.
Hey, don't touch him too hard. Hey. Let him have room.
Like Dr. Evil with his freaky little hairless cat.
Hey, leave him alone.
Mr. Bigglesworth.
He's got to develop. You know what? You're in the pros, kid. You're like 38 years old. You're in the pros. You played 100,000 college games. You're in the pros. You're almost a quarter more than that through the season. You're in the pros. You're playing a horrible defense. You're in the pros. Be a pro. You're right. No more kid gloves.
Texture says, don't care, just get 2 W's.
That's fine, and that's fine, too.
But hang on, though, Moj. I have higher expectations than that. I know that winning is the ultimate goal. If they win these 2 games 10-7, I'm probably going to feel some type of way about it despite the wins.
I'll be angry. They should be.
You know what I mean?
They should. Not only listen, wins are wins, and I predict the Broncos will be 5-3 going into the Baltimore game. They should be. That's my opinion. If you don't beat the Carolina crap Panthers at home next week, then you know what? All bets are off. You should walk into the Big Easy tonight. You should smoke those guys. First of all, they're not very good. Their numbers, as you said, Brett, are really schizophrenic. And we determined that more Sybil, not Carey, but Sybil.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Got to get my old 70s movies right.
And the Saints are banged up. Have you seen their latest injury list, bro?
It's a
I know
mess.
he mentioned it.
There are if you look at their depth
It's
chart,
an old English scroll.
It's
you got
crazy.
to like history.
There are depth. On their depth chart, there are red dots all over the place.
Yep.
And I don't know who's going to be in or who's going to be out. But you should walk in there tonight, and if you play your game, you should beat them. You really should. The over-under is 37.5. With the way that defense has been giving up yardage, man, Baker Mayfield had a field day in the second half this past weekend on that Saints defense. Dude, his arm was on display. He was throwing. I mean, look at that thing.
I mean, look, Vic,
what a mess.
Look up here at the big board. Look at what that injury report looks like.
And that's just for guys who matter.
So hang on. This says Pete Werner, their starting linebacker, is out already. Their starting center, Cesar Ruiz, out. Derek Carr, doubtful. He's not playing tonight. Rashid Shaheed, out.
He's having surgery. Shaheed's having surgery.
Chris Olave, concussion, out. Taysom Hill is doubtful.
They got him listed as a tight end now?
He's always been.
I know, but I mean, it's always been like slash, and now it's just exclusively tight end.
They've had it at that for years.
Will he play some Wildcat?
Well, he's not going to play at all tonight.
I know, but if he plays.
They mix in some stuff for him, sure. But here's the thing. We can talk more about this with Legwald.
Look at Lucas Patrick. He and his stupid beard are questionable. He may give it a go.
Okay. I'm not.
God, that list is so long I can't even read it.
I mean, Will Harris. This is just 4 days ago. Will Harris, injured reserve. I mean, look at Shane Lemieux, center, gone. Eric McCoy,
Wait, they got
gone.
3 centers that are out?
Yes.
Goodness.
Hey, I'll tell you what, anybody out there who's driving down I-25 right now, if you can take a football and put it between your legs, call the Saints.
And sometimes it doesn't even matter if you snap it against your own junk.
Nail your own junk. I don't care. Gals out there, you want a shot at this thing? You go right ahead. Give the Saints a call.
There's something about what you said, Moj, that I want to get to in a second. We got Jeff Legwald at 8 o'clock.
But why would people think that your question is unfair?
Well, and that's what I want to get to. I want to get to that.
How about this question from Loop Digger? I want you to marinate on this. It's a good question, Loop Digger, because I want to know what the answer is.
Who?
On Twitch. If Denver wins and Nix goes for 250 and 2 TDs, we're going to say, he says they, it's us, he was supposed to do that, and then not say, look who's finally arrived.
He is supposed
to do that.
Okay, so let's sit on that. We'll come back after this. All right, but before, okay, all right, my mic's on.
This is my favorite Mosier, by the way. I love it. You've now reached my level.
I don't want Mosier to be here, but it's a very entertaining version.
Ryan Johnson just sent in a text. I'm sorry, you got something to say.
Before you get there, I'm just going to remind people one more time of the keyword this hour. We'll have a new one at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. But if you want a 4-pack of tickets to the suite to watch the Avs play Anaheim tomorrow, the keyword is Mac in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Each hour, we'll have a different keyword, and each show is giving away tickets. So,
by the way, Mac, M-A-C-K, not M-A-C.
Good clarification.
Okay,
M-A-C-K for Mac in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Go ahead, Moshe.
Some guy named Ryan Johnson just texted in. If you know a Ryan Johnson, it could be him. Could be your buddy. Give old Ryan a little call. This town could never have been patient enough to let Josh Allen develop.
Josh Allen?
Oh, my God. Ryan, I'm sure, you know what? You're probably a really good dude. I hope you're still listening, and I hope I don't offend you too much, but I'm going to offend you somewhat. See, it's stuff like this. It's irrational texts like this that just send me over the edge. If you, for 1 second in your brain, which I'm sure is vast and full of folds and very much knowledge, I'm sure it's a great, great brain. Maybe we'll do a dissection on you, and I'll look for myself. But if you think for 1 second that Bo Nix has the same sort of arm talent and overall raw talent as Josh Allen, you are high. You are higher than high. I would suspect you've been hitting the bong since
blind.
6 a.m.
You're blind. You're not high. You're blind.
Can we stop the comparisons and this whole, well, you know what, John Elway lined up under the guard at rookie. For God's sake.
John Elway was John Elway.
If
Peyton Manning was Peyton Manning. If you want to compare those guys to this kid, you're blind.
Let's just be real about it. I don't hate on the kid at all. I like Bo Nix an awful lot. In fact, his legs, well, how do I feel about his legs, Brett?
You like them. They're sturdy.
No, I don't like them. I love them.
Okay.
There's a difference between like and love. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You may have liked your college girlfriend. You love your wife.
Yeah.
And then probably you didn't like your college girlfriend after a while.
Sure. Yep.
Could have been the other way around.
You know, there are some days where my wife, I'm sure, does not like me at all. Doesn't like me, but she loves me, right? When push comes to shove, she loves me. I love his legs, Ryan. And everybody else, I love his legs.
Think about this, Ryan.
But he is not, listen, you cannot compare this particular player. Josh Allen is a future Hall of Famer. Say it what you will. He was a raw dog coming out of Wyoming.
Okay.
Now, let me allow.
He was raw.
Let me
but
allow.
You could see all of the goodness there. I don't see. Okay, go ahead, Vic.
Let me allow
I'm gonna
Ryan
lose it.
and your detractors some grace here, because we might see a game plan tonight that will prohibit Bo Nix from getting the necessary yards you desire. It will prohibit from seeing the flower that we want to see tonight. You may not see it because the game plan will call for something else. So you're going to have to be prepared for that if that happens. However, if they turn it up like I expect them to turn it up and allow him to throw the ball downfield, to throw the ball at will, to throw the ball on third down, third and long, instead of screen passes before the sticks, then it's not asking too much to ask of 250 yards and 2 TDs. Since when is the barometer of 250 and 2 TDs so hard? As if, oh my God, you want 250 and 2 TDs? Oh my God, from a kid?
Brett, okay, have your thought, please, because I'm going to make an excellent point here. I believe an excellent point.
Well,
coming
then
up.
make your excellent point.
No. I got to look something up real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is what I don't understand. Okay. The text before we went to break is, well, yeah, if he puts up 250 yards and 2 touchdowns in the game tonight, you guys are going to come on the show tomorrow and say that he should have done that. Yep.
Yeah.
Like, that's what a professional quarterback does.
Why is that?
I don't.
What should he do? Let me turn it around.
Sure.
Let me turn it around. What are your expectations? What are your expectations versus ours? Because you know what ours are. I mean, win the game is most important.
Vic, I'll answer your question very simply. I expect him to look like an NFL quarterback. Like, here's the thing. I know it's still relatively early, But through the next 2 weeks, we're going to be at about the midway point of the season. And you need to start thinking, my quarterback has to show me something. And again, I don't think Bo Nix has been totally awful this year. Okay, I don't.
He hasn't been.
But he also has been, I think, beneath the line of growth that you want to see through 6 weeks. It might be slightly below it. But when you're asking, what do you expect him to look like, Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams? I 1,000% expect that, because when you're 12th overall, and I'm going to remind you guys of something. In training camp, there was the article that came out. I think it was from USA Today. Don't quote me on that. Don't got it in front of me. They said that he was the number 2 quarterback on their board. When you draft somebody that high at that position, you expect them to be league's best type of territory, like in that top 10 at some point in their career. Not saying now, but he's got to look like he's capable of getting there. And all the arm talent stuff and he's not, maybe he doesn't have the same type of game as Josh Allen, doesn't have the same type of game as guys like Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. But he's got to be competitive at that kind of level because you drafted him to be.
I think it's more than the numbers, because I know we're so bent on numbers. It's more of an eye test for me. Like that first series of the Tampa game, I don't know about you guys, but I'm watching the game going, whoa, what is happening? What is this? What is this you speak of? This downfield passing game you speak of. What is this? And you can't compare what we saw in Tampa to what we saw in the fourth quarter of the Chargers game. Why, Brett? Why aren't they the same?
The fourth quarter of the Chargers game was empty, hollow numbers. It was the defense
It
playing
wasn't
soft.
real.
Yeah.
It's a mirage, right?
Yep.
But the Tampa game was real. That's real.
Sure.
So if you could do it then, if we've already seen it with our eyes, why can't we see it again? What is so bad about asking to see what we've already seen?
Well, a couple of the texts coming through are saying that he's being restricted by Sean Payton's game plan, and other texts, Payton is holding him back. And that's where I'm saying this, too. The next 2 weeks are as much on Sean Payton as they are Bo Nix.
I totally agree. It's not just Bo. That's why I couched this whole argument before we went deep on it's got to allow him to do this. I don't need to see the coach attack the player on the sideline because he throws deep for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Instead, it should have been, hey.
That sucked. Dude,
receiver should have caught it.
Who dropped it?
Franklin.
Yeah.
and then Peyton wants to get in Nix's kitchen because he checked out of Sean Payton's little
think about that.
whip play
if you're
and he
Bo
hit his
Nix,
wide out in the end zone.
Think about how pissed you'd be as a quarterback. You're Bo Nix. You go deep. Your receiver drops, a would-be touchdown. The stadium would have exploded, and your coach is bent on a formation thing?
And he wants to
think about that for a second.
He wants to put you in timeout because you hit a guy on a 40-yard pass to the end zone and he dropped it. You know what? That really irks me.
In the heat of the moment,
too. Yeah. And you know what? Good for Bo Nix for fighting back. Good for him.
So that's why texters, you are total agreement there. This isn't just on Bo. This is a marriage.
Absolutely,
it's on the marriage.
Yep.
If the marriage wants to go forward without an annulment, then show me, both of you.
Let's connect some dots. He's the 12th overall pick in the draft. 6th quarterback, but 12th overall pick. And this is where Drake May should be measured. When Michael Penix Jr. ever plays, if he ever plays, maybe Kirk Cousins will be there forever. I don't know. Because aren't they 4-2, the dang Falcons?
Yeah, I think they are.
All these quarterbacks should be on the same level in terms of criticism and expectation. If you're a top 12 pick in the draft, I don't care. Well, Caleb Williams is overall number 1. Jaden Daniels is number 2. Yeah, they were. You know what? The difference is 11 picks, 10 picks.
It's not my fault. It's not my problem.
It's not my problem either. And for Sean Payton to get in that kid's kitchen, that really makes me mad. He better unleash him tonight. If the kid's got anything in him, they better let him go. That being said, all you folks out there, when I was on my I had to go visit family. I won't see my family again, really any of my family, until maybe next spring, maybe. So we had to do a little family thing before the the season began. And with we had a little family trip to Disney. It's fun. It's great. Mm-hmm. I saw multiple times around that joint, and this fries my bacon. You see a lady pushing like a 5-6-year-old kid in a stroller, and I'm not kidding. This kid could drive, and he's being pushed around in a stroller, and multiple times. And maybe it's, well, you know what? I'd rather just push the kid around in a stroller than hear him whine about having to walk all around the park. I'm thinking, yank the kid out of the stroller. The kid's got shoes on. The kid can walk. Okay? All you Bo Nix sycophants out there, you want to put him in a stroller and walk him around the mall. No. The time has come for Bo Nix to walk. Tonight against the Saints, against that defense that gives up the most yards in the National Football League, the time has come for the kid to get out of the stroller and walk. And Sean Payton, I'm talking to you. Take him out of the stroller. Now, if the kid's got a condition and he can't walk, okay, we don't know. But if he can, let him throw the football tonight.
Can I ask you a question?
Let him throw the ball.
Because this is going to happen to you here, Brett, and I hope you do it the right way.
I swear to God, if you put baby Jamal Cale in a stroller when she's 5-6 years old, can walk,
let me take it a step further.
Lose it.
What is the minimum age? What is the maximum, I guess, to ride a bike, for a kid to ride a bike without training wheels? Ride a bike. Because it's sort of like in our family with all our nephews and nieces.
I would have no idea.
Okay.
I don't even know when it starts, so I don't know.
Well, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I have no
ride
idea.
a bike. Like, when do you teach them to ride the bike instead of just stroller on the bike?
Dude, a 4-5-year-olds can ride bikes without training wheels.
How do you know? How do you know when, though? Like, what are the signs that say, okay, it's time?
Well, because the training wheels are on, but the kid is riding, and the wheels are those training wheels are barely touching the ground. You know, the kid's got a pretty good feel of it, pretty good handle on the bicycle. Now, listen, you may take those wheels off, and they may hit the curb and go over tea kettle. Yeah. Fine, that's part of living. That's part of growing up.
When I was in Italy, 10-year-old had training wheels, and I sat there and I said, "Please let me teach her how to ride a bike." Please.
Wait. A 10-year-old had training wheels?
10-year-old. I said, let me do it. Let me do it. I'll do it. Nope. They wouldn't let me do it.
Texture says, let the boy walk.
Absolutely.
Jeff Lake,
let him go. Guys, it's time to get serious here in 2024, and I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with any sort of issue with erectile dysfunction, don't be embarrassed about it. Don't freak out. Don't put off treatment any longer. I go there for low T, and it's been great. They've really helped me. But they are the Rocky Mountain leader in treating men's sexual health issues here in the great state of Colorado. Every case is different, and these are experts. You're going to get back to being physically yourself, and that's great, but mentally, it's going to change everything for you. They've got treatment success over 90%, and they've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. That's tens of thousands of dudes who are living better lives. So if you've got an issue, why not you? Your initial visit, just $99. You're going to get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then the entire blood work, the appointment, everything is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work, and it's going to help you. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. You're going to be happy. Your partner is going to be happy. It's a total win-win. It's 2024. Fix yourself.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Ross Colton out in front, backhander, oh my goodness! Save made for Milka, rebound, and Jonathan Drouin scores! How you, Drouin?
Hey, how you doing?
How you Druin?
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 That's right. A keyword at the top of every hour, all day through every show today, and multiple chances for you to win a 4-pack of tickets to a suite for tomorrow night's Avs game against Anaheim. So tune in all day today. Each show is giving away a 4-pack, and each top of the hour has a different keyword. The keyword for this hour is Druin. So text Druin in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is the keyword for this entire hour, Druin, in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Now, head out to the Ramos Law Hotline and talk to Jeff Legwald, as all conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, is this too much of me to say that I feel like this is one of the rare games on the Broncos schedule that should be a win, and if they don't win, you deserve to be pissed tomorrow? Is that too much?
That's where you want to draw the line already this morning.
They're beat up, though, Leggy. They're so beat up.
This is a testament to Thursday night football. Honestly, I don't think it would be much better for the Saints if they played on Sunday. But you're talking about a team that had 17 players on the injury report this week. Their top two receivers are out. The quarterback, Carr is probably out, listed as doubtful formally. The tight end, Taysom Hill, likely out. I mean, their offense is, they've got linemen on IR. They are really beat up offensively. And I think this is one where, the Broncos offense needs to be at least functional, and not just like, hey, the fourth quarter flurry means everything's okay functional, but like really functional. Just have a good functional day on offense where you finish some drives and everybody gets on the bus for, to have the weekend off.
What do you mean functional?
Hey, by the way, Lakey, before anything starts.
Be careful.
Yeah, Mosier is in
Jeff,
0-4 Avs mood right now, so just be careful.
Tread lightly.
No, Jeff, what I'm saying, and I respect you, and I know you're going to give it back to me because you always do. In fact, you give it to me probably more than I deserve, but I'll take it. Man, what do you mean functional? Why can't we have good things for once? Why can't we take the training wheels off the kid against the number one defense in yards allowed in this league and let him sling a little bit? Whether he can or cannot, I guess I don't know at this point. Jeff, if there was ever a time to stick it up somebody's stick hole, this is the time, is it not, in the Big Easy?
Well, I mean, again, it's real easy to say, I think it's important to remember that the fourth quarter last week is speaking of function, a function of a team with a 3-score lead.
Right, absolutely.
Backing off on defense.
Yep.
It's not real. It's
of course.
like styrofoam.
Yes.
You can't do that in the first quarter. In fact, the Broncos tried earlier in the game, and it was a turnover and 2 penalties by my count. So, I just think that's a not a great way to think, because it's just like, okay, just play that way all the time and he'll be amazing. He's a rookie quarterback, and they've dialed things back on offense more and more to try and make him more and more comfortable. I mean, there is a reason they're in the same personnel grouping for all of except like 14 snaps against the Chargers last week. There's a reason he's in the gun all the time. There's a reason they don't play action ever. There's a reason they're last in the league in pre-snap motion, because they're trying to make a rookie quarterback comfortable, and to just say, let's give them everything, I don't think it's going to help. So this is how they're going to have to be for a while. And, they need functional first before great can arrive.
Hey, Leggy, we spoke so much about the Clint Kubiak offense in New Orleans first couple of weeks. What happened to that offense? Why have they lost 4 in a row? And I know Derek Carr got hurt, obviously, but since that 2 games at the beginning of the season, it's not been the same team.
No, Vic, and some of it is, you come out of the gate with all the stuff you worked on all off season. This is how quickly people in the NFL make adjustments to what you're doing. That's part of it. Part of it is they've lost, I think, 2 linemen already to injured reserve. They've got receivers out. Really Kamara is sort of the only consistent, thing in the offense right now. And they, too, have a rookie at quarterback now in Spencer Rattler. So some of it is injury, some of it is adjustment. And, it's such a timing-based offense. We all saw it, Mike's version and Gary Kubiak's version of it, but it's so based on, it looks like a power offense at times, but it's based on footwork and timing and all of these things. And if you have a lot of people in and out of the lineup, it's just not going to look very good. And people have been better at sort of disrupting things right after the snap at the point of attack. And the Saints have not blocked nearly as well as they did early in the season with all of this.
Jeff Lakewell, ESPN.com, with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Leggy, the Broncos have what I think is the worst tight end room in the entire league. We all had this dream of a healthy Greg Dulcich bolstering that unit, and he is now a healthy scratch. Is the Greg Dulcich dream dead?
I would never say. I always feel like a guy can battle his way out, but some of it is, how your coaches think of you. And, he sure is a long way from Sean Payton putting him in the Joker, what he calls the Joker role, of Kamara and Reggie Bush and Darren Sproles and all of these guys who had huge impact in his offense through the years in that role. And he was, he had Dulcich tagged for that role right after he got to Denver. So we are a long way from that. I think the drops, what was against the Steelers, I think really impacted his confidence. And, those are not throws, Bo Nix is making in this offense, the in the middle of the field, down the hash. Those are not throws he's seeing very well. And I believe he is a 43% passer, anything beyond 10 yards. So there's a lot going on here that has nothing to do with Greg Dulcich.
That's interesting. Very, very interesting.
It is.
Boy, oh boy. I guess when you say that kind of thing, Jeff, it makes me realize that right now they're just a little bit more dysfunctional than I want to believe or that I thought before. So
or they're limited.
Or limited.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Maybe dysfunctional is the incorrect word. Limited. How do we get unlimited? And I'm not trying to rip off Russ. How do we get
unlimited? They had that.
How do we get unlimited? Jeff, again, before you play Baltimore and Kansas City back-to-back, you've got to thump these 2 teams. You have to.
Well, I think most importantly, I think Bo Nix has to come away with some confidence before he plays those 2 games. Because if he's not, it's like the fuel tank. He needs a full tank of confidence before he hits those 2 because he's going to take a hit in that regard in those 2 games, I think, just because they're the way they play and how physical they both are. So he needs to be in as good a place as possible over the next 2 weeks. It's really important for the Broncos, but they are limited, and unfortunately, there's no real answer for that other than a little time and experience on his part. But I think, and I put it in a story, recently, is defensive coaches say they're getting a very static, stationary look at the Broncos pre-snap, and there's only a few ways to adjust that. They either have to be better creating separation, and Nix has to be better about getting the ball out, because not only does he throw mostly short routes, he's also holding the ball longer than most quarterbacks. So it's a weird combination of things right now happening in the offense, and most of it, or a lot of it, has to do with you're simply playing a rookie quarterback. And I know we all want to rush him along and have it be glorious immediately, but there's no tougher place to play in football for a rookie than quarterback, and we're seeing it in real time.
Jeffrey,
go ahead.
Did
Mitch.
you have a follow-up on that? Because you had something to say.
No, I don't have a follow-up. I got something to say to Jeff before we're
All
done.
right, yeah,
that I need to find out.
I wanted to bring up, because you mentioned Russell Wilson. Are you the least bit surprised that they're giving Russ first-team reps and they're ready to re-engage with the guy that hasn't played all year?
I'm not, Vic, because I've told people, yes, I covered the Steelers over 3 decades ago, but not much changes in Pittsburgh, in terms of who's working there and how they do things. And I've told people, I've said on air with you guys and others, Mike Tomlin really likes Russell Wilson as a quarterback, so it does not shock me at all. He's going in the lineup as soon as he's ready.
Good luck.
Well,
all right, fine.
I'm just curious how long.
Good luck. We all say good luck, but those 26 touchdowns would look pretty good right now.
All right. Okay.
What you got, Moshe? You said you had something else?
Jeff, I know you, and I've known you for a long time, but I don't really know you.
Wow.
You're in New Orleans. When'd you get down there?
Yesterday.
What'd you do last night?
What did I do last night?
What do you
have a tracker on him?
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking. Did you go to Cafe Beignet? Did you go to Redfish? Did you do anything in the Big Easy? Because that is one of the cities that I love to go to and just hang out. Did you do anything?
I'm surprised you have not gotten the NHL here in all of your efforts.
That's a thought. It's a thought.
Well, are you trying to berate the guy because he hasn't partied or something?
No. I'm curious as to what Jeff Legwald does in the Big Easy. That's all.
Well, I do work for a company that has many expectations of me completing tasks and doing jobs. So
unlike our company, he's not free to do as he pleases.
Yeah, I handled some business. There was a pretty normal evening for me in the old New Orleans. So
I get it. Handled some business.
Could I ask you one more quick question before I let you go, Leggy?
Yes, sir.
I said earlier in the show that I expect Bo Nix to have 250 yards and 2 touchdowns because you're going against one of the worst defenses in the league, and that seems like a pretty reasonable number for any quarterback on a given week. And it led to this. Is it fair to expect Bo Nix to look like Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams? Is it fair to compare him to those guys, his peers in the draft, when they were only separated by 10 or 11 picks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's always fair to compare, but we compare all the time. Different eras, different player. That's what we do, sort of. But I don't think, when I did my draft stuff, take it for what it is. I always say I'm Timmy the sports writer. I get it, but those were the only 2 quarterbacks I had as first-round quarterbacks. So in my mind, they were ahead of all of the other prospects at the position. So when they played, they were going to look ahead. And what Jaden Daniels did in the SEC made him quarterback 1 and the most ready to play NFL football in my mind, and that's played out exactly that way.
Well, he looks great, Jeff. He looks great. Even in the loss last week, he looks great.
It's more difficult to play in that. You're playing NFL football, sort of like G League NFL football in that conference every single week in terms of coverages, aggressiveness of defense, quality of coordinators, level of athleticism in the defenders. It all is the closest thing that the NFL college football has to offer. And all you got to do is watch the best game in that conference every week, and you'll see it. So it's not a shock to me at all that he's playing the most ahead of everyone else, because he was the most ahead of everyone else. But, when you're a rookie, you're always going to be compared to the other people in your class. But in my mind, Bo Nix is showing the developmental level I thought he was at when he came into the league. And I know people thought I was being all negative in training camp, but this is how it is. This is how it works.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Thank you, Leggy. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, fellas. See ya.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com, All Conversation with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and game tonight. Broncos and Saints. Broncos favored by 2.5 on the Circus Sports book. You can find that and so much more with all of the player props you could imagine already up and ready to go on the Circus Sports book. The over-under, by the way, 37 for today's game. But you want to take a look at some things like first player to score a touchdown. You got Javonte Williams at plus 680. You got Audric Estime as maybe a long shot to take a look at plus 2,400. Get near the goal line, let him punch it in. Who knows? All that and so much more on the Circus Sportsbook, middle of the MLB playoffs, middle of hockey season, and middle of football season. Download the app right now because they are the best odds in the game, no question about it. Tight money line splits and excellent customer service. Download that Circus Sports app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Brett, if you're asking me the question, if you're asking me the same question, the answer is yes.
I guarantee you this. A question was just asked during the commercial break.
Nobody would ever ask it.
No one on earth involved in broadcast radio or broadcast television would ever ask a radio or television partner that question. Ever. Do you think it's ever been asked?
I was actually offended on this person's behalf that you said it, actually.
Do you think that question has ever been asked to another person in this business?
No, I don't
And
think
it just
so.
happened. That's how comfortable
What's
we
the
are.
question?
Seriously. That just goes to show you how much we love one another. That question can be asked and nobody's offended in the room. Do you agree?
Ask questions. Well, incidentally.
Yes or no, though?
That means we're a tight unit. It's a really good thing.
But also, a very respectful answer on your part, Mosher. Very
Thank
respectful.
Thank you. Hey, Vic, now to turn the tables on you a little bit and get in your kitchen, I'm a little offended that you would insinuate that
What
my
you
question...
insinuated.
No, not that. Then my question to Jeff Legwold had to do with getting silly in the Big Easy.
Mm-hmm.
There are many things to do in New Orleans that don't require you getting stupid, okay? The National World War II Museum is in New Orleans, and it's phenomenal. It's really, really good. You literally can't swing a dead armadillo by the tail walking around New Orleans without hitting some really nice jazz and some talented people.
So why are you trying to push this on Leggy? Dude, Leggy's a worker bee. He's there to work.
Yeah, Leggy does his work, and then he goes back to his hotel room. That's his life. That's what he does. You know that about him.
Did he ever leave last night? That's what I was trying to get at. I mean, I'm just...
The answer's no.
Okay, I just wanted to learn more about the man himself, the human being, not the sports writer, or not Timmy the sports writer.
Every time you try to pry into his personal life,
he shuts you down.
He shuts you out.
All I've ever wanted to do is look inside of his freezer one time.
Yeah,
I see that freezer sitting there. Just open it up.
He's
and
a
let me see
private guy.
Understood.
Yeah. Who was
Mosher? Let me just say, though, in your defense, when I was setting up the interview with Leggy today, I asked him if he could hop on Zoom. And I said, can't you pop on camera and take a lap down Bourbon Street? And he said, not today, winky face.
Beautiful.
Okay. I want to clarify something, by the way, as we're every show is giving away a 4-pack of tickets, not a pair, a 4-pack of tickets to a suite for tomorrow's game with the Avs against Anaheim.
Is that our suite? The Altitude 92.5 suite?
It's a suite. I don't know which suite it is.
They
it's
are going. Listen, you want these tickets because they are going to win tomorrow night. They are absolutely going to win.
So at the top of each hour, there's going to be a different keyword, and each show is giving away a 4-pack. So the keyword for this hour is Druin, and I should have done this. Druin is spelled Drouin. Jonathan Druin. Drouin. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You want a chance to win these tickets.
When is he going to be able to play again?
I have no idea. I thought it was going to be a couple of days, Vic, or a couple of games. That's what I think was intimated when the injury first occurred, and it's drug on. So I think this is a play-it-by-ear situation. I think Devon Toews is probably in a little bit better situation. But again, that's it. This is a day-to-day situation.
We have to keep reminding ourselves, I guess, because another loss, 4 now, 0-4. We have to keep reminding ourselves that they played that game without Taves, without Joanne, without Gabe, without Val.
Mostly without Miles Wood, who left early.
I know that we don't want to use those as an excuse. I know that.
Because
I know
the Ducks will. The Ducks don't care tomorrow night.
I know.
You don't care if you're hurt.
I know. But let me ask you a key question here. When Georgie wakes up this morning, if he hasn't already, how does he feel?
He should feel pretty good. I thought he played pretty well last night. I mean, he gave up 4 goals, but I thought he was fine to good. That's my opinion. I think he made some big saves last night, Vic.
Well, here's something for you, Mosh.
All these 4 losses are not created equal. They are different. Every single one is in a way different from each other. And the loss against the Islanders, it's just way different than the first 2, and then different than last night.
Well, here's Bednar and Georgiev.
Yep, better for sure. Right, made a bunch of big saves. Yeah, better for sure. Moving in the right direction. Last game, I think, then this game. Just keep going.
When they cut it to 4-3, and all three Avs goals came on the power play last night, when they cut it to 4-3, I could feel the momentum, obviously. You could feel the muscle. You're like, okay, come on. They had a few opportunities there, man, and so close.
They had one where Korpisalo laid out in his crease, laid sideways in his crease, and I'm like, man, I thought they were going to get it, Vic. I really did, because they had the momentum. And that's the difference between, and again, Coach liked his first period last night much more than I did. In terms of positioning, I think that they did a good job. I just didn't see as much purpose last night in the first 30 minutes of that game. I guess for me, I'm looking for more purpose out of the team.
Where do you get that purpose? Where do you buy that?
That's a self-motivation thing. I don't know. Because what they did do in the last 30 minutes of that game, they had the Boston Bruins on their heels. They attacked. And yes, they're missing 5 now of their top 9 forwards. But 4 of their top 6 are out.
Yeah.
Yet they still inflicted their will on the Boston Bruins last night, the last half of that game. And that wasn't the Bruins just sort of, sitting. It wasn't prevent defense and all that. Yeah. They stuck it to them. They just couldn't get the equalizing goal, but they had the Bruins on their heels.
What makes hockey such a special sport and so unique is how physicality leads to better play often. And it's amazing to me how a fight by a rookie changes the pace and tone of a team. I mean, psychologically, I'm still, how does that happen? Because this dude goes out there and takes on a dude that's half or twice his size, right?
Zadorov's a big guy.
Steinberg's not a little guy. I mean, I think he's probably 6'1", 185.
He looked a lot shorter, obviously, than
because
Zadorov,
Zadorov, he's listed at 6'5". He will say to you, I'm 6'6" and 250.
Yeah.
Okay? And you put him on skates, he's a monster out there. And you want to, listen, if you better be committed. And Steinberg was. Give the kid credit. I mean, Zadorov chased him down. He said, fine, let's go. No problem at all.
So they cut to his dad. His dad was in the stands watching the game.
Yeah, I saw
and his dad's on his phone just, he's recording all that. He's recording
a little
that
wry smile on his face.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's my boy.
Can I bring something back that I said earlier, Moshe? And I don't disagree with the things that you're saying. I think that maybe the emotion that I have this morning is certainly different than yours. That game felt, to me, as if the Avs got a win against the Islanders, not nearly as bad. Like, I think that was just a compounding of 3 losses to start the year to where now you're 0-4. I don't think they played all that poorly last night. They certainly got a much better game out of their goaltender, which we were discussing just a second ago. I thought Georgiev was great. I thought he made a lot of great saves last night. Saves that he hasn't made in the first 3 games, not nearly.
I would agree.
In the first 3 games.
Listen, a couple of backdoor tap-ins, and the first goal of the game, I'm going to argue it until I'm blue in the face. It was nice play, luck. It was an incredibly lucky goal in my eyes.
So he was just trying to throw it in front of the crease?
No. The Peak threw it from way outside. He's trying to get a redirect.
Okay.
I'm telling you, the kid could do that 100 times in practice and couldn't go top shelf like that. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll argue it was a lucky goal. But it was, hey, by the way, he didn't even know that he scored it.
Well,
he had no clue.
Need some of those lucky goals to happen on the other side.
100%. And right now, you've got to earn every damn thing you're getting. Go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just, I don't want to be Timmy excuse maker here, okay? And I'm not making excuses, but I am acknowledging a reality. When you say 5 of your top 9 players, as far as the forward group are out, not to mention Druin on the back end.
No, that's
that's included.
Taves.
Yes,
Taves on the back end.
Taves on the back end. You're losing a lot of guys that matter for a team that was already hurt when the season started, and you just see these things pile up. There had to be even some pretty deep Avalanche fans, Moj, that were like, I haven't seen this guy or this guy or this guy play before. I mean, Vic said it. He's never seen Steinberg play.
Well, he's never played before.
I know. But I'm just saying.
He was with the Eagles last year.
Moj, what I'm saying is there's a whole bunch of guys right now on the roster that
who that guy?
I looked at
who that?
I looked at the line pairings before the game started, and I'm like, don't know what numbers are matched up with who. I didn't know who the number was matched up with the name before the game started.
That's never a comforting thing when you're watching the game and you're like, who that? Who's Kelly?
Well, Parker Kelly, he
Who's that?
he came from Ottawa. He had 8 goals last year for the Sens. I mean, he's a fourth line worker, is what he is. He's a worker bee, but he's asked to play in an upper role, on a third line role, because of all the injuries that you've been
Your top
suffering.
line was Wood, McKinnon, LOC. 2 of those guys are usually, ideally, playing third line minutes, right?
Correct. That's correct.
That's the kind of place that you're in right now, is all I'm trying to say. And so, yes, you don't want to say it's an excuse and all that different stuff, but damn it, it matters.
That being said, if you come out tomorrow night, and by the way, they did in both the Vegas game and the Columbus game, they came out with purpose when the puck dropped. They did not against the Islanders, and they did not last night. But Bednar has a what I now call a famous quote. We can't wade into the game.
Mm-hmm.
How many times has he said that?
He used the term last year, passengers. Can't have passengers.
Yeah,
either.
well, with I felt like the whole team, he liked their positioning in the first period. Okay. But I felt like there was more waiting going on. That team that got the Makar power play goal, and that team from that point on, or even before that, but that team, if that team hits the ice tomorrow night against the Ducks in period number 1 from the drop of the puck, they're going to blow them out.
Yeah.
It's playing with a purpose. It's your head's on straight. You're engaged. It's engagement is what it is. It's engagement. You are engaged in the fight. You're engaged in the game. And when guys are engaged, boy, it becomes contagious. And when you're not, it also becomes contagious.
I have a question.
Please.
The Nuggets play their final preseason game tonight, and they play in Minneapolis against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This game was originally scheduled for Friday. Somebody decided to move this to Thursday opposite the Broncos game. And I'm trying to figure out why and when it was moved. Perhaps I missed this. Does anybody know why an originally scheduled Friday preseason ender is suddenly going opposite Broncos game on a Thursday night? Does anybody have that answer? Anybody in this room? Last chance. Anybody?
No, I don't know.
Nobody. How would I know?
Does anybody outside of this room have the answer?
Vic,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why would you think I would have an answer to that?
I thought it was maybe they announced it when I was gone, but why is a game that was originally scheduled for Friday now being played opposite the Bronco game? Because you know how I feel when they schedule these games opposite each other? I don't like it.
My wife has my wife's some of her
WNBA finals. What does that have to do with scheduling a preseason NBA game? That can't be.
I don't know. I saw a tweet last week that said the game is moved from Friday to Thursday.
Oh.
The Minnesota Lynx are playing. They're hosting a home game that night.
I got
there
it.
you go.
I got
Okay.
it. I got it. I got it.
So the Target Center has that's why. There you go. That's a pretty damn good. It's a pretty damn good reason.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
So they
By the way,
scheduled
did you
it
see
before
that game last night. The girl won it on a buzzer beater.
Yeah, it was all
From
way downtown. Yeah, from way downtown. But that's why you scheduled it before you realized the Lynx were going to be in the final, and so now you move it. My lovely wife is part of an art guild, and they have a reception tonight. This is so funny to me. And by the way, I got to get on my old man's case too.
So wait, hold on a second. Hold on. What is an art guild? Excuse my ignorance. Again, I'm going to sound really stupid during this conversation, but what is it?
Okay. What do you call a group of hippos again?
I'll tell you in a second.
A clutch of hippos? What do you...
Fatties?
A hungry?
No.
It's a pod or a herd.
Okay, a pod.
What is an art guild?
That's what I'm trying to get to. It's a pod.
It's a pod of hippos.
No, it's a pod of painters. It's a pod of sculptors and artsy people, okay? So she's part of an art guild, and her art...
Great, good for her.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you something.
It's a murder of artists.
There you go. Her art is hanging, along with a lot of other artists, in the old schoolhouse.
Listen,
I'm trying to get to it. Hang on.
But if there's anyone who understands how great an artist she is, it's me.
Fine. Yeah, you like to get naked. So they have this reception tonight. And I said to her, I said,
what do you mean a reception?
Well, it's an open house for all the artists.
Take
all
it
their
off,
work is
Nelly.
there.
Leave it
Take
on,
it
Nelly.
off.
Leave
Take
it
it
on.
off.
That
is
shows
pretty
her
gross.
artistry.
Stop putting it closer and closer to me.
That shows her artistry.
But it does look like him, does it
It
not?
looks exactly like me. Because it is me.
Okay.
Take it off.
So I said to her, I said, hey, should they think about moving this thing because it's going opposite the Broncos game? You know what she says to me? She goes, the people who are going to show up to this thing tonight
she's so right.
couldn't give a rat's rip
See,
less about football
this
or
is
the
when you go
Broncos
in
or anything else.
You just call them all out as nerds.
I'm going to walk in with I have the game. I'm going to have the game on my phone on Amazon Prime.
Wait, you're going to the art exhibit?
What do you think? I'm not going to support my wife?
No. Brett, what would I do if my wife invited me to an art exhibit on the night of a Broncos game?
Take that L on the way out.
Brett, ask me the question.
Mosier is not, from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong in this, you were not invited just to go look at, it's her art, right?
Well, some of her art,
Yeah.
a couple of pieces are in there with like
she's
100 other
part-
pieces.
She's a subject.
All right, Brett, what would I do if my wife asked me to
You
do
still
anything?
wouldn't go. I'm just saying it is different.
If my wife asked me to do anything on a night like this, what would I say?
You can't play this game, Mr. I sleep sometimes during Broncos games. Like, you can't totally
But
pull
that's
that
not
either.
The point. It's the principle of the matter. At some point, put your foot down and say, honey, there's a game on. I'm not going to go hang out with geeks.
Here's the difference between you and I. And your poor wife texted me. She called you a name for not looking at leaves. It's a long story. I'll show it to you if you want to. But I'm happy to support my wife and her art. I'll have the game on my phone, be able to watch. I'm going to kick the door open and say, you bunch of flippin' nerds. The Broncos are on right now, but you go ahead and do your art thing and drink your wine.
Let me
That's
ask you
fine.
this. Do you
I'm
love
going to
your-
say it, Brett. I'm
Here's
there to support my wife because I love her.
Here's how I would turn it around. You love your wife, right?
Of course.
Does your wife love you?
I think so. I don't think she likes me, but she loves me.
Does she love you enough to let you watch a game that you need to watch for purpose of work? Does she love you enough to allow you to stay at home and watch that game? That's how I would ask it.
Yes, she does.
I like this. It's a Lombardi of
No.
shrimps.
It's preposterous. What are we doing here?
All right. 303-504-0925.
I need to be your. I want to be your marriage therapist. Get Karen on the line.
I don't need one.
You would have a skyrocketing divorce rate.
You absolutely
Like
would,
you
dude.
would be if you're looking to get people broken up, you'd be very good at that.
The only reason your wife is staying with you right now is because she's probably too tired out from the last 30 years to do anything
Here's how
about
the conversation would go. Hey, Bear, what does your husband do for a living? Talk sports, right? Is there a big sporting event tonight? Yeah. All right, so let him stay home and watch a game.
Yep. I'm sure that's a great way that a therapist would handle things.
Why is this hard? This is not a difficult conversation.
I need more coffee.
Can
I'm
listen
out.
to us
What is
anywhere
going
on
on?
the
You
outside.
call people soft? How soft is that?
When we come back, I'm going to tell you what the Broncos should do tonight. I'm going to be dead serious.
Back after this.
Can I defend myself very quickly?
Okay.
Because I'm catching a lot of strays
Just
here.
because you're a good father doesn't mean you're a good
No,
husband.
but I'm catching some strays for people saying I'm not, Vic doesn't love his family because I disagree with you. I would say no to an art thing, whatever the hell you're doing tonight. I made a decision Friday. I had an opportunity to go somewhere very special to play the game of golf. And it was between that and
Augusta.
It was between that and going to play golf with my son. And I turned down an amazing invitation to spend time with my progeny. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, what a man. What a man you
All
are.
right? Good for you, bud.
Have you guys seen pictures of Augusta, by the way, after that hurricane rolled through?
Oh, look,
it's bad. By the way, if it was Augusta, you'd tell your son to go get bent. So let's not act like you're.
Yeah, but this is
some heroic gesture.
But it is pretty heroic.
I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. A couple things, Brett.
Go ahead.
Texter says, broadcast the game on the old boob tube and call it art.
Well, it is art.
Tonight's Broncos game against the Saints should be artful. Offensively, the Broncos should look like a work of art. It's week 7 of the National Football League season. It's time to explore your rookie quarterback a little bit. It's time to let him be more quarterback-like, okay? If Sean Payton, let me ask you this question. If Sean Payton had either Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels, do you think the offense would look the way it looks right now?
That's a great question. Would he? Oh, that's
with the training wheels beyond both of those kids.
You know what? You just brought up something. Of all your strays today, your meanderings, your illogical points, just your ridiculous notions.
Oh, you're doing a great job.
You're
doing a great
just
job.
made the best point I've heard you make in quite some time. If you took a rookie quarterback, the same guy that plays in Washington, and you put him on this team, would Peyton hold back the playbook the way he is right now? Would he do it?
I also think the opposite question is equally as interesting.
If you put Bo in Washington?
Because here's the difference. And this is a big difference, okay? And I'm going to answer your question, Moj, but just to reverse it too. If Bo Nix played for an offense that had Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Rome Odunze and Cole Kmet and DeAndre Swift and Roshan Johnson, probably a little bit more leeway to go and take some shots with guys that are that talented. Washington might not be chock full of super great talent, but they got a Scary Terry there. They got a decent running game. I think it's a really good question.
We got a Dortland Cortland who made an awesome catch the other day. Awesome catch. The only reason that was a touchdown is because of Cortland Sutton.
I was going to say something that was not going to sound very nice. I will rephrase mentally.
Cortland Sutton is not Terry McLaurin. Fine. But he made a damn fine catch.
Cortland Sutton does a couple of things really, I would argue, almost elite level. Those kind of catches in the back of the end zone, I don't know how many guys in the league can do what he does. But as far as just being an all-around wideout, there's a lot of things that he lacks as far as you would consider number one type of guy. That's how I'll put it. But still good. To answer your question, Moshe, no. I don't think the offense looks this way if either one of those quarterbacks are here. Now.
I don't either. So it's time.
But.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, man.
They have something that Bo Nix doesn't. And I heard, I think it was Sanford say this. I can't remember if it was on the air or during one of the breaks. It was one of the days that Vic was out and Sanford was, or no, you were out and Sanford was filling in. He said, watching a lot of USC tape last year, USC had a very good offense. Their problem was they couldn't play defense, right? And he said he remembered watching games in which Caleb Williams, the offense was moving so easily, but it was through very basic stuff that he got almost antsy to try and make a big play when it wasn't necessary. I don't know if those quarterbacks, if Sean Payton asked them to do what Bo Nix is doing, would stay within the offense that kind of way. I wonder how many talking tos he would get for a deep shot down the field that's a drop TD pass.
A couple of people have made the mention that he's got more weapons in Washington. He's got Scary Terry and Ertz, and if Daniels did not have those weapons, he would suck too. And I'm looking at you, whoever wrote that. Open your eyes.
Suck is a pretty strong word, dude.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes and watch. What are you watching when you use your eyes? What do you see? I mean, seriously, like Mosier's going to an art exhibit. He's going to use his eyes. So when you watch that kid play, what do you see?
To that texter's point, by the way, I see one coming in saying Sutton has been a machine. What more do you want? 21 catches through 6 games is not a machine. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Well, the offense. It's
understood.
not just him, it's the offense. It's
understood.
I mean, 4 targets. What are you going to do with 4 targets? Hell, some of these guys get 4 targets in a quarter.
Yeah, Calvin Ridley in this offense would be jumping off the top of Mile High.
I mean, Javonte Williams gets 8 targets.
Understood. This is another chicken or the egg sort of conversation, though. It's like if you had Moshe, who's the best receiver in the league, just name somebody top of your head.
Justin Jefferson.
Do you think he's getting more than 4 targets a game?
He should. Yeah.
Like, honestly.
Yeah,
if Justin Jefferson's here, is he getting more than 4 targets?
Yes.
If Jamar Chase is here, is he getting more than 21 catches for 6 weeks? Okay.
Yes.
That's all I'm getting at.
Okay.
But
I need some in the beginning of the like crazy.
That,
Dude, I
ladies
love
and
me
gentlemen,
some
is Calvin Ridley.
I love him. I love it.
But your question, Moj, I think it's such a good one because it really lets you know, it goes back to your training wheels thing, right? Yeah. Are you doing this purposely? Is this the offense that Peyton feels like he has to run no matter what because it's a rookie quarterback or because it's Bo specifically?
It feels like he's trying to protect his investment that he made.
Yes.
He put the money there. He bought this stock. He paid for it himself. He told ownership. He told everybody, this is the stock we're picking. I'm going to hedge my bet.
Can I make an analogy that might suck, but it just popped into my head because I saw Grismer walking around here. Grismer's a shoe guy where he pays hundreds of dollars for a pair of shoes.
And doesn't wear them.
Which I will never understand, and that's why, Moj. Sean Payton, who is a shoe guy, by the way, rocks like Air Force Ones and some fancy shoes.
He gets them for free, though.
Sure.
It's easy to be a shoe guy when you get them for free.
But he feels like the guy who paid a whole bunch of money for shoes that doesn't want to scuff them up. Like, I made this investment. I'm going to walk around very carefully, make sure I don't step in a puddle. I'm not going to walk in the grass. I'm not going to do this. And he just wants to make sure these stay clean.
Yeah. And the shoes are saying, hey, man, I want to run.
Well, and here's more than that, Moj. You need to test out your shoes to see if they can or if they're made of cardboard like Vic's shoes that he ordered online. Like, that's what you need to figure out. And this is, I think, what makes me, at least, I'll speak for myself, frustrated. We're 6 weeks in, and because we haven't taken the training wheels off yet, I don't know how to evaluate this quite yet. Okay, so he can make dink and dunk passes 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. I would hope every quarterback in the league can do that.
Everyone can.
I hope you can.
I want to know what it looks like when you open things up and start to push downfield,
Agreed.
Which is why the next 2 weeks, I think, are so important because if there's any opportunity to do it, it's now.
The fact that we're asking these questions right now proves one thing. We thought he passed the eye test, but he really hasn't passed the eye test yet because we're asking the questions. If we weren't asking these questions, Tampa Bay would have sufficed. What happened in Tampa would have taken care of everything, correct?
Yeah.
So why are we asking these questions?
Because we still don't know, Vic. We still
That's
don't
the
know.
truth, right?
Right. And this
are
is
you
the
going to blame
perfect-
us for just that we're being honest?
Right.
This is honesty. This is honesty coming out of our mouths.
And I bet if
It's
you
not
put
hate,
if you put truth serum into Sean Payton, he would probably say the same thing. He would probably completely agree with you.
By the way, speaking of honesty, you're not going to watch a game tonight because you're going to an art exhibit
I'm gonna
with
be
your wife and friends.
Right? Did I say it?
Whatever.
Look at me. You. Knock it off. Not today with him.
I'm gonna have the game on. I got it on my phone.
I have a couple texts I want to get to, and personally,
I got you, buddy.
These are personal texts that are coming through, and they're so good. Paul writes in, let's be honest, how seriously can we take the opinion of a sports talk host who's going to an art guild reception during a Broncos game?
Who's that from?
He should only be able to talk about art tomorrow.
Who's that from? Who's that from?
A friend of the show named Paul. This is another one.
Paul, you're an absolute idiot.
Another friend of the show who writes in, can you imagine this scenario if it's in the 80s, like 87? Who in the hell even schedules anything like this opposite a Broncos game? And this is where our city has gone.
Yes.
This is where my city has gone. You weren't here in the 80s, Brett.
Yeah.
You weren't here.
Your parents
here.
didn't even get it
you
on.
You weren't here.
What?
Why
did this become...
Who on God's green earth would ever schedule anything opposite a Broncos game? Anything. anything.
And I said this to her. I educated her a little bit because she doesn't know, and it's not her fault. I said there was a time in this town that if you scheduled an art reception on the same time as a Broncos game,
they would move church times.
Absolutely,
I grew up going to church every Sunday. They would move the time if there was an early game.
We are so soft in this town sometimes.
And now we got people scheduling art exhibits? The hell's wrong with Denver?
What you could do.
And by the way, my old man sent me a text.
Okay, we'll get to it in a second. What you could do is you could go to number 38 in Rhino because Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be there from 3 to 5:30 leading up to Thursday Night Football between the Broncos and the Saints. Or you could go to the watch party at Stoney's on Lincoln with Tyler Columbus.
If you go
Those
there,
are two events that have to do with the football.
If you go there to see Nate and Andy, and I recommend that you do, have a great time. It's going to be fun. The beer there is awesome, by the way.
I've said this before. If you guys have not been to number 38, it's really bleeping
But
cool.
get your
it's
order.
a great spot.
Get your order in before Lindahl. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God. Okay.
Utah, give me 2.
So yeah, number 38 in Rhino for Thursday Night Football, 3 to 5:30 with Kreckman and Lindahl, and then 6 o'clock there's a watch party. There's a watch party at Stoney's on Lincoln with Columbus. All right, 9 o'clock hour next.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Draw down low on front for Middlestad. He shoots and he scores. The mighty Casey has struck for Colorado.
Mighty Casey has struck out.
The mighty Casey has struck.
The mighty Casey has struck.
That's right, another keyword for your chance to win a 4-pack to the suite tomorrow for the Avs and in Anaheim. Keyword for this hour, struck. So text struck, S-T-R-U-C-K, so everybody's clear. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Each hour, at the top of the hour, we'll have a keyword that applies to all shows, and all shows will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the suite. So the keyword for the 9 o'clock hour is struck. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Got a little piece of news for you. Nuggets played tonight their final preseason game in Minnesota. The same team that took them out in 7 last year. I'm not that it bothers me. But anyway, next week, the Nuggets open at home against OKC. Great game to open the season. On the 24th, word just came down. Isaiah Hartenstein, their new acquisition, is out 4 to 6 weeks with a broken hand. He will miss the October 24th game and the November 6th game against the Nuggets.
Who freaking who? Good. You know what? We're dealing with a lot of crap around here. Why can't other people deal with crap? You're not exempt to OKC. You think you're young and hot.
They do think they're young and hot in OKC.
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, they are young and hot. I mean, I suppose if OKC was a pop singer, be prime Britney Spears, Hit Me Baby One More Time, right? I mean, they're a great little basketball team. Don't expect me to cry a river over Isaiah Hartenstein with a broken digit.
Can I, speaking of...
And you know what? I'm going to check out for a second.
Okay.
I don't know what you expect from me from this point on. Because I feel, I swear to God, Brett, if the Broncos go into New Orleans tonight and they even remotely lay an egg, I'm going to become unhinged tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And by unhinged, I mean off the jam, floating through the air.
Yeah.
Unhinged. They should go in there and wax those guys. And if they don't, I am going to lose it.
Well, hang on to that for a second because you brought up Hartenstein. I got a question. So ESPN's done their yearly top 100 in the NBA. Jokic's number 1. No surprise there.
Yeah.
Are you guys surprised at all that they have Embiid at 8?
Nothing with these lists surprised me. These lists are made to make people mad, emote, whatever, talk.
It kind of worked on me, by the way. It really did. Because I saw, look, I'm not freaking out about this. They had MPJ at 89, which I just thought was funny that he dropped that far.
KCP's at 62.
Who was unranked last year. And I'm trying to figure this out. KCP, who is going to leave efficiency on the table, no doubt, going to Orlando rather than playing in a starting 5 with Nikola Jokic. And who I think by all measures got worse last year than he was the year previous. Somehow jumped that high on the list. Doesn't make sense. But they have guys like Hartenstein really high on this list.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out what's going on there.
He got that Knicks push because he played for the Knicks last year. And he got in the public spotlight, and it's an automatic push. I'll say this about this list. I think MPJ will play better than expected this year. He's bigger. He's more athletic. The other night, he moved. That's as agile as I've seen Michael Porter Jr. since he entered the league.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, I think he is going to exceed expectations.
I think his hair looks great.
I'm not going to say that about every player.
I think his hair looks awesome.
I'm not going to pet every player. Jamal's got to prove that Jamal's going to be willing to play at a certain level this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He's got to prove.
What does that mean? What does that mean when you say that? He had career best numbers through the regular season last year. So I'm just asking, what does that mean to you?
The eye test.
Okay.
You could see it.
So,
do you see it?
Did you feel in the regular season there was any complaints about Jamal?
No.
Okay. That's the only thing when it comes to Jamal. Like, are we basing a lot of this off of a bad 2 weeks to end the season?
Just use the eye test.
Okay.
Just use. Christian Brown's going to have to be able to shoot the ball. He's 1 for 13 from 3 in the preseason. Tonight, I want him to shoot threes. Keep shooting threes. He has to be able to listen. He has to be a threat there.
Yep.
Not. This is not one of those. Maybe. No. He has to. They cannot afford to have two guys because they're already laying off Aaron Gordon half the time, and he's trying to make him pay for it. They cannot afford in the starting five to have two guys you can lay off. Because if they have two guys you can lay off, that's going to spell doom for the rest of the offense.
If that happens, Vic, then they need to make a change to put Strawther in the starting lineup.
Vic, that is such an excellent point.
I know it is.
Did he just glaze himself?
Yeah.
But it's obvious. It's an obvious one. It's not the first time that's been made.
Christian Brown, I know you probably can't hear me. You're in Minnesota right now. Do they fly out day of the game in the preseason
No, they
like
flew
the
yesterday.
Avs? Okay.
Yesterday. You guys fly
all
day
the
of the game?
All the way to Minnesota?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe the NBA did
God,
that to
what
them.
a pain in the
I have to
tail.
fly it to Minnesota for a preseason?
Can you imagine Joker issuing a statement on social media complaining about flying to Minnesota?
What? I mean, gee, for God's
By the way,
sake.
this is in reference to the Lakers complaining about having to fly to Milwaukee for a
JJ
preseason.
Redick. Hey, brother, if that's – and let me tell you something, Redick. If that's the worst thing you have to deal with on a daily basis, and you got it pretty good, you big friggin' baby. God, you soft as Charmin baby.
Ooh, man, I thought you were saying something different.
Okay. Hold on a second.
I'm confused.
Hold on. Christian Brown has to hit threes. If you're wide open and you're passing those up, I don't know what it takes to gain confidence, Vic. I don't know what it's going to take, but you're in that role not only because I think you've earned it. You've shown some propensity to be able to play that role well, but also out of necessity. So you've got to make, Christian, you've got to make. End of story. And you're right. Otherwise, I will be looking for any other answer because at least you have to scare them a little bit from the perimeter. You have to. So we'll be seeing. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, Vic. Let's get on to the regular season. That's all.
I agree.
So you can hear that game right here on 92.5 with 5:30 pregame. I want to go back before we can dive deep into the Broncos in a few minutes, Moj. I want to talk about the Avs just for...
And that's what I wanted to get at, too.
Go ahead.
As bad as Cale Makar was against the Islanders on Monday night, I thought he was pretty damn good last night.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about the best defenseman on planet Earth.
Yeah.
I don't give a crap that Hughes won the Norris last year. He had 92 points. I don't care about that. Cale Makar is the best defenseman on the planet. End of story.
That slapper on the power play.
I thought he was really good. For the most part, he was engaged. He brought physicality. His stick handling was great. I thought his D-zone coverage was very good.
This close to having two. Pulling off the crossbar, too.
I know he did. It was awesome. Another thing I did not like last night, besides the lack of engagement early on, and especially to start the second period, I thought they passed up too many shots last night.
They did. Yeah. They've been doing that quite a bit, actually.
There was they had a breakaway, and I can't remember.
Sammy G.
Was it?
Oh, you're talking about the Bruins had a breakaway.
No. The Avs had a breakaway right in front of the Bruins goal. It was a 2-on-1. It wasn't exactly a breakaway. It was just a 2-on-1. And was it Sammy who passed it to his right when he had?
Sammy tried to backhand flip it, and he was right.
It went the other. Didn't it go the other way?
Yes.
And then you're chasing the play. Don't listen. Sammy G's a good defenseman. They're the heart's in the right place. But that's the time to be selfish. You pound the puck at the front of that net. Pound it. If you do it tomorrow night, I'm telling you, you're going to win the hockey game. Then you're going to go to San Jose. You're going to beat them on Sunday. You're going to be a 2-4 club. Yeah. And you're going to take a deep breath before you go to Seattle. You're going to be fine. Okay?
Miko had another one of those, too. He had another one where he had a prime shooting opportunity he passed on.
These guys are too good to... And I know you want to get your teammates involved. You want a better look, whatever. Pound that puck to the front of the net and go get ugly. That's going to be a recipe for success. But I wanted to, after Cale got on himself after Monday's game, and rightfully so, I thought he was very good. That is Cale Makar, and he's even better than that. And he will be tomorrow night and beyond. I promise you. There you go. What else do you need? Can I get on my old man?
Sure. Couple minutes.
A couple things. Good for you passing up a great golf thing on Friday to play with your son. I think that's terrific. Tomorrow, I guess. Great. One time I had to go to my nephew's viola concert.
Huh?
My nephew who goes to Utah now, right? Remember Bob and Kristen?
Why do you go to these things?
Hang on a second. I like to support family. I'm going to support my wife tonight like a mother. I'm going to watch the game on my phone, but I'm going to be there. To this day, I question myself for going to this kid's thing. Well, it's your nephew, and he's in a concert with, the rest of the orchestra. He's kid played a viola when he was a
What is a viola? What is that?
It's like a big violin.
Yeah.
It's probably the dorkiest thing you could possibly play as a human.
Nelly, is that the dorkiest thing you could play?
Violin, viola,
It's up
cello.
Like what from a
Steve,
band
it's up
guy.
there, right? It's up there, right?
Steve's a band guy. Steve, of all the instruments, what is the dorkiest thing you can play?
I personally think anything with the double reed is nerdy. Like we're talking oboe here.
Yeah, like an oboe's stupid.
I can get it done with one reed. Why do you need two?
Yeah. Anyway.
A reed's the thing that the spit goes into. That little the little end piece that you blow into.
It's the wooden piece that makes the sax vibrate.
Yeah.
So it's about priorities, right? My wife is important to me. Your kid's important to you. My nephew.
Got to pick it up, Moshe. Pick it up.
I am. I'm just saying that I to this day question that I did that. If it was tonight, I would not be going to the.
What about your old man though? Quickly.
He says, "Oh, you're on one today." You know what? Shut up, old man. Down in Arizona, mind your own business. You don't need to be texting your kid during his show when he's half off his rocker in the morning. I know I am. I know who I am. I've taken full self-inventory of myself.
He made you.
So what? Oh, because he got it on? Good for him. Lucky guy. Listen to me. I know I'm in one today. I know this is one of those days, and if the Broncos don't win tonight, I'm going to be in one tomorrow. I take self-inventory, Brett. I'm not stupid. I'm not dumb. I know what I am. I know who I am, Dad. I appreciate your insight. Thanks for the text. Stay in your lane, old man.
You are on one.
Hey, so when you're at the art exhibit and you're watching the game on your phone like a fool, are you allowed to have the sound up? How does that work? Can you actually hear the game, or do you just? How do you do it as you're looking at art?
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitelens.com. That's willhitelens.com.
That's why he's mad. That's why he's mad.
I'm going to go to break before he curses out loud.
this a viola? Is that a viola?
A lot of strings, a little bit of everything. I just want to get Mosier prepared. Have this in your head, and now
I
just
think
imagine.
This is actually lovely. I think it's quite lovely.
And then just
if my
imagine
nephew's
Bo Nix.
stupid viola concert, excuse my language, sounded like this, I would be happy all day. Instead of, it sounded like you drug the viola behind a car through the parking lot.
Eloisa on the text line chimes in. I'm sorry, but this Mosier act is getting old. I just want you to know something, Eloisa. This is not this is who Mark Mosier is. We see it every day.
Yeah, number one.
We're not acting.
This isn't fake. Number two, shut up. Mosier gets to be Mosier.
Yeah.
Don't talk to our boy like that.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
I'm assuming Eloisa is a gal. That's fine. You listen. There's a guy on the Twitch. What's his name? Jock something or other.
Jock Rock?
Yeah, is that the guy? Jock Rock, something like that. Hates my guts. Fine. You can hate my guts. You know what? There are days when I hate my own guts. That's totally and completely fine. It's fine.
Guess what? You
Eloisa,
shut up too.
Eloisa, you know what? There are days when I deserve to have my guts hated. Today is probably one of those days. I fully acknowledge it.
No. Myself, Victor, and Nelly get to say these things to Mosier. You guys keep your trap shut. That's what happens.
How does a man, this is from another texter, how does a man who hid in a basement rec room during a wedding to watch CU versus CSU while the queen of Red Wing Chicken hunts him down like Liam Neeson, how does he have the nerve to give crap to Mosier about not even watching the Broncos?
Don't call me that.
Well, my situation, first of all, was not opposite a Broncos game. That would never happen in the Lombardi family. No one. And I say that with complete confidence. All Lombardis listening to this program, no one in the Lombardi family would ever schedule anything opposite a Broncos game. That's just not possible. Not possible.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
All right.
Nelly, excellent job.
To the game tonight.
Oh, gosh, yes, please.
Look, man.
Broncos are a favored team, dude.
We've said it multiple times heading into tonight. I want to make things very clear. Win the damn game tonight. No excuse. None. Don't give me rookie quarterback. Don't give me jack squat. Don't give me Patrick Surtain out of the line. Don't give me any of that, okay? This Saints team is decimated. And I don't know how good they were to begin with, but they are out. Name the best players on the Saints. Most of those guys are out of the lineup tonight. You're facing a team that's lost 4 straight that's starting. You want to talk about starting a rookie quarterback? How about a 5th-round quarterback who's making his 2nd career start? How about that? All of these things are lining up to the Broncos not just winning, but I would say winning comfortably. Now, end of the day, wins all you need. But
that Bronco,
I would love... And you know what? Need to see the offense look like an NFL offense tonight.
Here's what's going to happen. The Broncos defense is going to bust him up. The Broncos defense is going to
Rattler.
They're going to bust Spencer Rattler and that offense up. They're thin. The offense right now is incredibly thin. They didn't have great playmakers before, but Kamara's banged. The Broncos defense is going to. No wonder the over/under is so low. First of all, you don't have 2 prolific offenses, but the Broncos defense is going to bust them up. So you don't need to probably throw the pig all over the field if you're the Denver Broncos to win this game and come home and beat up on the Panthers. You don't need to, but I would love to see it. If there's ever a time to just get a little bit off the rails, tonight is the night. Your defense is going to, I bet they force 2 turnovers tonight. I think they're going to put you in awesome field position. Take it.
Just so you guys know.
Go get it. Go do it.
They're missing not only their starting quarterback, they're missing 630 receiving yards so far this year between these 2 wide receivers.
We want to see Bo cook, right?
Yeah.
But 2 things may happen. Bo may cook. What do you think the over-under is on Audric Estime carries tonight? Because Sean Payton hinted as much after the last game. He wants to see more of Estime. What do you think it is? 8.
You know what makes it really hard to predict, Vic? I don't know if Sean Payton's going to commit to the running game or not. That's part of it. I would say, 7 or 8 is probably a decent estimate.
We talk often
Estimate
about
for estimate.
Sean Payton going back to New Orleans. There's a lot of Broncos going. Will Lutz was in New Orleans. Do we forget that? There's other Broncos that played in New Orleans. Wasn't Malcolm Roach in New Orleans?
Yes.
Who else?
You expecting that Will Lutz revenge game tonight? Is that what you're expecting?
You know Will
He's going to boot
Lutz
that kickoff so far out of the back of the end zone, Moj. Oh, my God.
Well, he did lose his position in New Orleans. Didn't he lose his position?
Yeah.
That's what floats my boat, a pissed off kicker. That's, you know what? I'll tell you what, boys, let's rally around that in the pregame.
Yeah, I don't think the pissed off kicker is going to matter all that much tonight. Just put it between the uprights.
This texter says, why do I have to hear Vincent Van Mose's opinion on a game he won't be watching?
That's pretty good, actually. Vincent Van Mose.
Wait, what is that, a text, or is that just, what is that?
It's another text that came through. I'll show it to you.
Wait, are these from your people, or are these on the text line?
For my people.
That's funny.
Lance writes in, hey, Eloisa, if you don't like it, then get off the damn sports talk radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
Yeah.
Was that after, I was gone that time when that gal got on her husband. Ever. She got all over her husband's bacon. Was it the Feinbaum show? What was that?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it was a Tennessee
post-game show.
Tennessee Vol. Okay, there you go.
Post-game show.
All right.
There, to me, is no excuses for tonight. This is a game that even if both teams are totally healthy, I think you should probably win.
I think this is a game, if you're expecting crazy fireworks, I don't think it'll go there. But it's not asking too much to expect the Broncos to score 25 points.
Yeah.
Is that asking too much?
I think this game could totally feel like a Tampa Bay game. Where they put up like 27 points. It's not like you totally tear them apart. Remember, at the end of that Tampa Bay game, they have 340 yards of total offense? Like nothing totally insane, but it just was efficient.
Spencer Rattler had 27 at the half last week. Now, I think that's all they scored. Right?
They had 27 in a quarter, and they didn't score in any other quarter. Yeah.
So they had points. Now, a lot of them benefited from turnovers.
Yeah.
I get it. But I think if you can't score tonight, there are no excuses.
The one thing that I said in the appetizer that I would say, what are the reasons the Broncos win? I think there's a million reasons why they win tonight. I think there's only a couple of why they lose. And the main one would be, say what you want about the Saints defense. Moj, they're 32nd in total yards given up. They're bottom tier of the league in points given up per game. They're really good at getting takeaways. Somehow, that defense that's awful in like every category is able to turn the ball over. They got 10 picks on the year. That's the only way I see you losing. If Bo Nix turns the ball over a lot, let's say that Sean Payton has this attitude of, you know what, it's my former team. I'm going to just tear them a new one. We're going to go out tonight, and we're going to throw the ball all over the yard, deep 40-yard shots downfield. If he gets picked 2 or 3 times, like Baker Mayfield did, Baker Mayfield got picked 3 times last week by New Orleans. But Tampa's offense is so good, they still put up 51 points.
He got picked 3 times last weekend, Brett. First of all, what did he do, and what did his coach let him do in the second half?
Keep going.
He went insane. Yeah. That ball was flying through the air all second half. They scored 27 points in the second half, man. He led him. And it's Baker Mayfield. I get it. They weren't they were trailing by 3 at halftime?
Hey, didn't the Broncos thoroughly beat Baker Mayfield in the Bucs?
They certainly did. You bet your butt they did. The Broncos defense is going to make Rattler's life a living hell tonight. The Saints offense should look inept. You're right, Brett. Outside of catastrophic turnovers in the worst field position possible, the Broncos should go in there and wipe these guys out. I'm telling you. I know they're a favorite, but they should go in there and win. Yeah. I just think they should go in there and beat them up. I really do. This is not hyperbole. This is genuine feeling.
Texture says, I would feel a lot better if PS2 was playing. This is why that shouldn't even be a talking point tonight. In any other game, I buy it, okay? PS2 matters. He matters a lot to this team and this defense.
Yeah.
Early in that game, both Rashid Shaheed and Chris Olave left. At the end of that game last week between the Bucs and the Saints, their leading receivers were two tight ends. Foster Moreau had 2 catches for 54 yards. Juwan Johnson had 3 catches for 48 yards. They have nothing else behind them. If whoever the backup, Levi Wallace, like you say, whoever's covering on the opposite side of Riley Moss is getting beat by one of these guys.
You can't use they have better talent excuse.
Exactly.
They don't have it. Now, everything on paper, everything works out for the Broncos. Okay? Let me get all the paper. Here we go. Number 1, are you playing a bad defense? Yes, check. Number 2, are you taking on a young, inexperienced quarterback, younger than your own? Yep. Yeah, he is, actually. Much more experienced than their own. Is the game on the road going to be a factor? Well, you're 4-1 in the Superdome, actually. You know that, right? You're 4-1 there against New Orleans.
The historical stuff, but okay.
But I think that gets neutralized by Sean Payton going back home.
Sure.
All right, so I don't think that's that much of a factor. What else is there that I need to check off here? Every checklist says Broncos should win this game.
Bad defense, decimated offense going against a good defense.
Just all their injuries. The injury factor. I mean, both teams have injuries, right? I guess you can balance that out.
You got a really angry kicker.
Yeah, write down angry kicker. Write that down.
Kicker. Dude, watch freaking Will Lutz win it tonight, and you guys are going to come back tomorrow.
Hey, man, when the Broncos win
Rookie quarterback starting on the opposite side.
Yeah, when the Broncos win by 20, alligator brats for everybody. Everybody gets it.
Everybody knows that this Mosher is the number one thing when it comes to the Saints.
You know, the Superdome itself, too, dude, it is, especially if you're in the upper level. The times I've been there, I've been in the upper level. And I've walked around the main concourse. Heck, I've been on the field. That was fun. But I've been in the upper level. It is archaic. That building really is, I mean, the concourses are tiny. They're dimly lit. They're everything about it. They should lose tonight. I don't know what else to say.
Also,
I don't know what else to say.
I didn't realize that because it's a local rights game. So, in addition to the game being on Prime, it's also going to be on Channel 7.
That is correct. That is correct. Isn't that the rule that if it's on Prime, then
in your local market,
a local station gets to carry it for those who don't have Prime.
Yeah. How good I'm going to pull out the antenna, and I'm going to be 30 to 40 seconds faster. I'll get a 40-second head start. Dude,
right, you have an antenna, right?
You still have that antenna you bought?
I still got it.
Put it to work tonight.
Yeah.
For those that don't understand this trick, it's actually a better picture, too. It looks better. It's faster.
How is that even possible that you use an antenna?
Because it doesn't have to repeat. When you're using a stream, it has to repeat.
Yeah, you're right. It's got to go up and down all around.
Satellites here and there. It's got to go around the North Pole.
Yeah.
With this, dude, it's Lookout Mountain, boom.
Where's Channel 7's broadcast tower? Lookout? Is it on Lookout?
I have no idea. I think it's Lookout. That's where most of the stations are.
Okay.
Do I look like an engineer?
Well, I thought you used to be on the news. My bad for asking a question that I didn't know the answer to.
Texture says this is setting up for an upset. This is how Vegas stays in business. I don't
Not
know
a
what
chance.
I don't know what the money splits are going in Vegas. Like how much is being bet on the Broncos, how much being bet on the Saints. There's some games that you have to win, and I don't think there's very many of those on the Broncos schedule right now. And again, I don't think anybody should be downplaying Sean Payton's return there.
Uh-huh.
And given the situation that is in the Broncos' favor for tonight, how much he's going to want to really put a hurting on him.
If you were Sean Payton, everything was done last night, right? Your game plan's installed, teams in their room, everybody's chill. Would you take a stroll and see some of your old haunts a little bit and give them a little head nod? What would you do?
Like go to the people on the Saints side and say hi to them?
No. I'm talking about down Bourbon Street and say what's up.
No.
Low profile?
Yeah, I'm not going in the public. No.
You think Sean Payton's just going to roll into Lafitte's and go, "What's up, everybody"?
I would.
I used to kick it here.
Well, no. Yeah, once the Broncos beat him up tonight, I would say we're staying over. Staying over.
What, group dinner
in
the
it's
middle
a Thursday
of Bourbon
night.
Street?
You don't play again until the following, 2 Sundays from now. I would say, yeah, group dinner, redfish, whatever. I'd say, sup.
Round of hurricanes at Pat O'Brien's
Yeah.
on me. Let's go.
100%.
What are they called? Hand grenades? Is that another drink down there?
Yep, the hand grenade. Yep.
Have you been to New Orleans?
I have not.
Vic, you have, I know.
Yeah.
Do you know how many daiquiri places? My God. I mean, Stevie Wonder could find a daiquiri place like that. They are everywhere, daiquiri place. You know, Nelly, you know what I'm talking about. The big old, the machines, and they're whirling, and they got like 20 of them along the wall. People walk around with 3 foot. They got those 3 foot drink things, right?
With the big straws, the big curly shapes and everything.
Yep.
I've been there for the parade. What's that parade?
Mardi Gras?
Yeah.
Been there for the parade. Everything.
Dude, that's so funny. It's only like
the All-Star game in Mardi Gras was going on at the same time. It's crazy.
Oh, boy, here's a piece of work, man. You know what? I needed that, bro. I need that kind of laugh this morning.
Well,
the Broncos should have their own Mardi Gras tonight.
If you would like to watch with some company.
I can't envision a scenario outside of catastrophic turnovers where they would lose this football game. I just can't. Spencer Rattler is not going to beat them up. It's impossible. And so Broncos fans, if listen, before the season began, this was about the maturation, the growth of the young quarterback and getting him up to speed in the National Football League. That's what this season's purpose was in my eyes. That being said, it's time to take the training wheels off the kid and go in there, get your revenge, Sean Payton and Will Lutz and Roach and everybody else. Go in there and smoke these fools. They're prime for the picking.
If you'd like to watch with some company, Kreckman and Lindahl going to be at number 38 in Rhino for Thursday Night Football tonight between the Broncos and the Saints. They'll be there from 3 to 5:30. At least the show will be, and then sticking around to watch the game. And then 6 o'clock, there's a watch party at Stoney's on Lincoln with Tyler Columbus that you can also go to.
By the way,
awesome.
Mike McGlinchey is listed as questionable.
Mm-hmm.
He was limited in practice on Tuesday. Could there be a chance that there's some depth that returns
I'd hope
to
so.
the lineup tonight?
I think you kind of noticed that last week. Now, that's a really good defense in L.A.
Yeah.
But you noticed the absence of a couple offensive linemen.
And Damari Mathis is listed as questionable. He was a full participant in practice on Tuesday.
Yeah, he the Mathis one is interesting.
That's a very interesting.
He could
you
be
don't
starting.
have PS2. You're exactly right.
He could be starting opposite of that.
Yeah.
Now, Levi Wallace got the start last week, but if he's healthy and ready to go, maybe he gets that nod against the Saints. Who knows? Because it was pretty much Mathis and Moss battling for that cornerback spot in training camp that Moss eventually won, and we all know why now because he's very, very good. But look, man, I'll say this about Mathis. I think we all acknowledge that they gave him the shot last year at the beginning of the season, and it went very poorly. You guys remember that? They kept him around. Says something about what they think his potential is.
You talking about Mathis?
Yes.
I don't think he was great last week. I don't think he was great against the Chargers. You know, and the Broncos, listen, the penalties and whatnot, I understand. When you're playing man coverage, you're going to get more penalties because it's one-on-one and you're aggressive and all that sort of thing. I mean, I get that. I just don't think he was terrific. I thought the defense, I'm going to give them credit. While Herbert in that first half beat him up and down the field, you know, they held strong pretty well in the red zone. They really did. That could have gotten away from them.
That's what I thought. Moj, Mathis didn't play last week. He was on IR.
Oh, I'm talking about. I'm sorry. I'm
You
not
said
Mathis.
Levi Wallace.
Not even Wallace. My bad. Not Mathis.
McMillan.
He's been McMillan.
Oh.
Mathis has been hurt all preseason, all the way through the start of the year.
He's been on IR. Like, he might come back this week.
McMillan is who I'm talking about. Did not play well last week. My bad.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Fact checker next.
Get off the damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
Today feels like Friday. It's weird. Because
And
it's
a little
game day.
football coming up.
Doesn't it?
Before we jump back into that, you can tune in all day today as each show is giving away a 4-pack of tickets in a suite for Friday's game against Anaheim. You listen for the keywords at the top of the hour. You text them with your name to enter. Different keywords for each hour. So the more keywords you text, the better chance you have to win on your home of the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is each show will be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the suite, and we will do that now. The winner of the 4-pack to the suite tomorrow for the Avs in Anaheim is Kathy Payne. Congratulations, Kathy.
Huge, yeah.
Way to go.
Is that Kathy with a C or a K?
K.
Write this down. I'm keeping notes.
Why are you keeping notes on
I'm
that?
keeping a journal.
For what
Do you
reason?
realize that my dead mother's name was Kathy? Kathleen.
Oh, good for you.
So way to go, Kathy. Reminds me of my mother who's no longer with us. Great.
Well, that
We'll
puts
just-
us. That
Just
puts
pile that on this morning.
That puts us
Awesome.
in an unfortunate position because no matter how we respond, you respond as insensitive, overly. I mean, where do you go with that after that? And he does this every month or so. What?
Well, you can't go crying to Mosier's mom.
I mean, you can.
You can't even use your favorite joke.
Pick up her ashes and yell at him, I guess, if you want to.
I mean, come on.
Well, what? What do you mean? You hide from it? My mother's passed. What do you mean to say? What? I found it ironic that the winner has the same. There's not too many Kathys with a K out there anymore, man. It's kind of an old school name.
I'm sorry that I'm laughing. But that was. Can I just say, Moshe? That was so funny.
Was it funnier than the question I asked him in the first hour?
He said, reminds me of my mom, and then he goes, so thanks for that. like we did something.
You're blaming this lady? You're so emotionally unstable today. It's crazy.
I feel like I really am, man. I really do. Hey, Lonzo Ball came back last night. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on him. And again, he's not Gabe. They're different human beings, obviously. But he said it felt great. He didn't feel it at all. He felt like he was moving great. That's a very good thing for him. I'm happy for him because now that I understand what was done to both of them, it's flipping major, man. It's really complicated and really a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm still sort of
Me too.
paralyzed.
Me too. Hey, Vic, have you been able to check out that new Penguin show? It's really good.
I've seen it, but I've never watched it.
Can I say something to people real quick? I'm not a huge comic book guy. I like the Batman stuff, especially these new ones because they feel like more realistic and not so cartoonish. The Penguin that I binged like the last 3 episodes.
It's like a mafia deal, right?
It's really good.
Is it a mafia deal?
Yes. Okay. It's kind of like you're watching a pseudo version of The Sopranos.
So is that how you paint us? Is that how you look at us?
No, his is like.
Is that how you when you look?
I will
at
say
me,
his accent is pretty cartoonish.
So are you asking me, do I watch because your people do that?
Colin Farrell goes, "That's how the world works, kid." Like it's kind of like that accent. It's really over the top, but it's good.
The Penguin is Colin Farrell?
Yes. Colin Farrell is that guy in the fat suit. Yes. Yes.
Wait,
and
that's him
he's
in
amazing.
that suit.
Yes, and he's amazing in it.
I swear with God as my witness.
There's no way that's Colin Farrell.
That's Colin. That's the beautiful.
That is
hunk,
not Colin Farrell in
yes.
that suit.
Yes.
I swear with God as my witness. I was trying to follow along with you two because I don't know what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about friggin' penguins.
No.
Like the actual bird.
No.
Have you seen the new Penguin show?
Oh, God.
I'm like, well, I like penguins too. I think they're really interesting animals.
Look at this. That's Colin Farrell.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And the show is like, Vic, I'm telling you, I know you're not like, I don't do cartoons. It's not cartoons. Like, you don't even have to know like much Batman stuff to even get into the show. It's not about that. It's just kind of a mob show. It's cool.
But
So watch it.
Is that how you cast us?
What is us? I'm not even sure he's like Italian.
Yeah, but my people, you're asking me if I'm interested in watching. You asked that specifically
His last
to
name's
me.
Cobblepot.
But
Is
no,
that
you
Italian?
asked specifically to me if I'm interested in watching an organized crime show. Specifically me, that question.
Peaky Blinders is an organized crime
that's
show.
a great show.
Yeah, that's not Italian.
I know. I'll watch that. It's a great show.
Yeah.
Big Daddy C writes in, did you announce the winner yet? I'm on the app and it crashed on me. Yeah.
Yes.
Kathy with a K. Like my dead mom. I keep bringing it up. Way to go there, Big Daddy C. Pay attention. What's so damn funny?
I mean,
what?
What are we supposed to do?
I don't know. I'm having a day. What? You're making me laugh. I'm not even in a laughing mood, but the laughing is contagious, just like, forechecking is.
Just whenever you say it, you act like it's the person's fault who's just asking out of curiosity, did I win the cool prize that you guys gave away? And you're like, no, somebody else did that reminded me of something else that's going to put me in a bad mood.
Hey, that burrito got you, didn't it?
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
I
but
enjoyed
it got the spice got to you. I could see it in your eyes.
A little bit. Hey, final thoughts on tonight? My final thoughts are this. The Broncos, they should. And people say, don't jinx them. Well, I don't believe in that crap. The Broncos are a better football team than these New Orleans Saints. Now, even strength, all things considered, Carr healthy, that's probably a damn fine football game. The Broncos should beat these guys up. There is no way that Spencer Rattler is getting off on this Broncos defense. As good as we thought the defense was over the course of the first 5 weeks, I thought their offense put them in a very unenviable position against the Los Angeles Chargers of Anaheim. So they're going to rebound in a big way. I just think they're going to go in there and wax it. There's a lot of motivation.
I agree with you. Just a couple things here. Big Daddy C. Mosier was joking in his own way. He's in a mood this morning. It was a joke. Don't take it too seriously.
Everybody understand that
Secondly,
98% of the stuff we say is a joke.
I like this text here. Vic out here trying to be offended. Yo, hey, yo, Zene, you can't say.
That also was a joke. I mean, do people really
No,
think
that guy
this?
gets it, though. That's why he said that.
Oh, okay. But there are people that probably don't get it.
Well, then just you'll listen to the show more. You'll start to understand.
I'm offended by that.
Okay.
Turn that into HR. Get that text number.
I agree with you, Moj. I don't see. And how about just a few of these real quick? Okay. If I say 220 passing yards tonight for Bo Nix, yes or no? You think that's happening? 220.
It should. Yeah, it should. In fact, you know what they should do? They should get an early lead, which they're going to. They're going to have a 10-0 lead. And then they should start opening it up even more. I mean, they're going to be, I think, this is my prediction. I think they're going to be in a situation where Sean Payton says, yeah, man, let's go get a little bit more. I'm not talking about going up top all Spurrier-esque, but I think they're going to be in enough of a cushion that he's going to open things up for the kid a little bit more and open that playbook up more and let him do some things. I think that ideally that's the way it should go.
I'm not going to spend time focusing on stats. I'm not looking for milestone or markers or any of that business. I'm going to basically use the eye test tonight. Show me that you can move the ball against a bad defense. That's all.
I think the numbers should come with that, though.
The numbers will come, but just show me. Let me see it. Let me see something that resembles the Tampa Bay game.
Sure.
That's all. It doesn't have to go that crazy, but just something. I mean, just show it to me.
I mean, I might have too lofty expectations tonight. Like I'm sitting here talking, and the more I'm thinking about it, it's like the more I want not just a win. I want a comfortable win. I want this thing to be like fourth quarter. You're just waiting for that clock to tick off. You know what I mean?
I can't imagine
I think that's the way it should go.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like because I never lived in this world and I've never attended one. But Vic, like a debutante party for like a
quinceañera?
Like a high school girl, right? How old quinceañera? How old are the girls? Like 16?
I think they're 16. That's a Spanish. That's a Mexican.
Quinceañera.
That's not a
Quince
debutante.
is 15.
Okay. like like in high society.
So 15, quinceañera.
Like debutante ball, that kind of thing. This should be Bo Nix's debutante ball. This should be his coming out party. This should be, hey, man, I'm on the scene. It's week 7. I'm going to pick these fools apart. This is the worst defense in the National Football League. Just go get some, kid. You know what? And screw Sean Payton. If he gets in your grill, screw him. Get out there and go get some, man. You deserve it.
That's wise, sage advice.
Well, I'm just saying, listen, there's going to come a time when Sean Payton has to let him play football. Why not tonight? There's no better opportunity than right now.
And you can watch that with Kreckman and Lindahl at number 38 in Rhino from 3 to 5:30. They'll be doing their show. Or you can go out at 6 o'clock Stoney's on Lincoln with Tyler Columbus and check the game out. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yeah, for my fact checker, I just want to make sure everybody knows that the person who won our pack of Avalanche suite tickets is named Kathy, which is the same name and same spelling as Mosher's dead mom.
Hey.
Do you realize that my dead mother's name was Kathy? Kathleen.
Oh, good for you.
It's all I can talk about it. I'm not. Listen, I can. Reminds me of my mother who's no longer with us. Great. It's nothing to hide from. It's life, man. I mean, we're all living life. We're all going to go sometime, right?
Nelly, thanks for the hot potato with 30 seconds left in the show. Appreciate that.
I'm just saying we're all going to go.
Thank you.
We're all going sometime, bro.
All right.
If I go before you, I would expect you to bust me up on a daily basis on this program or wherever you are in this world. Reminds me of my mother who's no longer with us.
Okay.
Great.
Right. Have a great Thursday. Hope the Broncos win tonight.
See you tomorrow, maybe?
They better win. They had better win this game.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you at the art show.
All right. Love you. Bye.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Logan O'Connor on a breakaway. He scores! OC's playing, baby!
OC's playing, baby.
OC's playing, baby.
OC's playing, baby.
OC's playing, baby.
OC's playing, baby. No doubt about it. Welcome into the program. Christopher Dempsey, Mike Sanford, KJ, and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's just start off right here, right now. The keyword is baby. You heard Connor McGahee's call there. Baby is what you're going to need to text in to 303-504-0925. Baby, your first and last name. Baby, your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win sweet tickets to tomorrow's Avs game.
Let's go. Sweet tickets.
I know. Sweet tickets.
Dude.
It's.
I mean, I've been gracing these airwaves, and that won't give me a dang sweet ticket.
It's
I end up sneaking my way in, though, I'll tell you that.
Have I ever been to a, I guess I have. I've been to a suite one time. They're really, really cool. They're really, really
awesome.
Cool. So yeah, definitely get in. So you're going to have 2 chances during this program to be able to do that. Again, at the 11 o'clock hour, we'll have a different keyword for you. So stay tuned for that as well. And then we will announce the winner at 11:45 this morning of the suite ticket. So get in right now. Do it. BABY, your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
There's a lot of consternation on the text line in the Shop Mazda or in the Safeway Twitch feed here. Are we saying sweet? And so is it SWEET or is it SUITE? And I would say that in this Connor McGahee-like matchup of nectar-inducing things that come from sugar versus upgraded room type. This is upgraded room type that we're giving away.
Yeah, this is
upgraded room type.
Yep. No doubt about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, get in on it right now. Continue to text baby and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 from 10 into 11. And then 11 we'll have another keyword for you as well. So a lot of things. We like to give away things here on the program, on the station, and we're doing so in big time fashion here today. A big show for you here today on the program. The Broncos and Saints, they're playing football today. It's Thursday night to me. It's like the gift and the curse, because when you like your team, you hate the fact that they're just playing 4 days after, but also it's really cool that they're right back on the field 4 days after they just played. So I'm looking forward to tonight's game.
Tonight's going to be one of the most intriguing football games for the Broncos of the season, and there's so many reasons for it. I went back and got super nerdy yesterday and watched so much Saints film. I didn't know what to expect. I watched them in the first 2 weeks of the season, and at the time, I was talking about this being a chance. This offense looked like it was going to break records in the National Football League after 2 weeks. Well, Derek Carr's banged up. They've had 4 starting centers this year. Like 4 different centers have played football games.
Wow.
That's insane.
That's not good.
I haven't heard of that at the high school level, at the college level. Like you don't even have a third center in most places.
Right.
And I don't know. It's just Chris Olave's out, who's an incredibly talented player. Rashid
is out too for the season almost. I think
he's having surgery.
He's having surgery.
Yeah, he's like, I think it's a meniscotomy, so he's getting his meniscus touched up. That can either be like a 2 to 6 week or a season ender, depending on the level and the degree of how many sutures they put in and how much they do. But I think that this is a very unique matchup after watching the film, Debs, because the very weakness of the Saints as a whole is giving up all the yards defensively. So I think that Sean Payton, in his return to the promised land, the glory land, where all the great things happen in his career,
that's right.
He's going to want to show off a shiny new object.
Yeah.
And that's his rookie quarterback. And he's going to be enticed by these 400-yard offensive games that are happening against this defensive unit from the Saints. But on the flip side, they've intercepted 12 passes.
Right.
So is Sean Payton going to say, full send, let's freaking go, we're going to let it fly? Because I actually think the only way the Broncos lose this game is if there are a ton of turnovers in this game.
Yep.
But on the flip side, you got the Broncos defense still in the top 3 in just about every statistical category. You're minus PS2, and you have a rookie quarterback starting his second football game. And he is prone to turning the football over himself. His college career, he turned it over twice, bad decisions against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
And so the best path forward for the Broncos to win is boring offensive Broncos football and let their defense turn over Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, which should be possible, right? Because, I mean, he'll throw it to you. Big arm quarterback. Sean Payton had a lot of nice things. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the program. But, yeah, I'm with you on that. It's kind of it's an interesting game for me because I am very reluctant to say that the Broncos in any scenario this season is a team that we should look at and just go, they should win this game here tonight, because they're really not much better than any competition that they will be playing this season. Or if they are better, they're not better by all that much. So I like to pump the brakes on that kind of stuff. But the Saints are missing so many players.
Gosh,
they're missing so many players. It's hard for me not to go, maybe you should win this game. Like, just don't throw a pick and you should be fine.
Yeah, they have Alvin Kamara is questionable. Derek Carr is questionable. He's not going to play. Spencer Rattler is going to play on a short week. He's going to play. And the receiver position is just a hot, drizzling mess of doo-doo right now, because you got a 5th round pick in Bub Means, Bub, B-U-B. He's starting. Your 5th round, he's starting at receiver in the absence of Olave and Rashid. And then you have an undrafted free agent from Yale starting at wide receiver in the National Football League. I coached at Yale. I wouldn't want any of those players starting for my fantasy football team.
It's true.
And I love my relative to the Ivy League, he was a very good player. Relative to the National Football League, he shouldn't be out there.
Yeah. And that's what the Saints are working with here tonight in a game that the Broncos are looking, obviously, to bounce back from after losing to the Chargers just a few days ago. An offensive performance that obviously left a lot to be desired, to say the least. Can they bounce back against a team that just it's missing a lot of to Coach's point, the defense is very opportunistic, but that's about it. And if that's going to be, if you're going to play into their being opportunistic, then you're going to put yourself in jeopardy, because, look, this team intercepted Baker Mayfield 3 times. Tampa still put 51 on the board. If the Broncos get intercepted 3 times, they're not putting 50 anything on the board. They're probably not putting 20 anything on the board. And that's really the biggest difference here. That's why I think that's what scares me the most about this, because Bo Nix can be tricked, and he can be, and he's going to, everything's not super accurate out there. Let's put it that way. And if they're just going to be ball hawks back there in that secondary, maybe we just lean on the run.
Yeah, and I would love to hear from all of our fine friends on the Shop Mazda text line, and are even more creative and sillier friends on the Safeway Twitch feed. Which Sean Payton personality as a play caller do you want to see? Run the football, throw the ball short to intermediate, and play great defense and win like you did in your 3-game win streak. Or, I'm Sean frickin' Payton. I'm coming back. This is Drew Brees night. I built that man. You want to see what my offense looks like? We're going to throw for 350. Bo Nix is going to be proven to be exactly who I say he is. Which one do you want to see?
Do you think
I have 2 middle fingers?
That's right. He wants so badly to walk into there and have just a sparkling offensive performance. So it's like, that's literally what he wants.
You know he's thinking about it right now.
Yeah.
Wait till they see this. Hey, Dennis Allen, here's 2 middle fingers for you, bud.
But he's not going to get it, man. He's not going to get it. That's what said. Can he contain himself as a play caller in this game?
I think that very question is going to answer, is this going to be a win or a loss?
Ask you a question, because this is the Saints, and it's the first time he's been back since he left. Have the Broncos been getting return on investment for Sean Payton?
That's a really. I think from a
trading for him,
for a rebuilding standpoint, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do we know that the rebuild in the way that it's trending is really going to lead to perennial playoff appearances, at least today. We don't know that.
Right.
From an offensive standpoint, it's trickier because a lot of this is he didn't have his quarterback in year one.
Mm-hmm.
He made it very clear through a lot of shade. Shady Sean was in full effect with Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Didn't have him in year one. Russell Wilson threw 26 touchdowns a year ago.
He did.
Would you take that this year?
Yep, sure would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Told you.
I'll take all 26 of them. Yeah, you did.
But like I said on Monday, you haven't won games yet because of your offense.
Mm-hmm.
And he is handsomely paid to do that. Now, if the patience is a year or two down the road with the rebuilt offense, then I'd say he is worth the investment because he has been the guy that's made a lot of the tough decisions and been the catalyst to move on from Russell Wilson, to sign offensive linemen and keep them here to think about the future. And I'm talking about Quinn Miners. I'm talking about Mike McGlinchey. Yeah, that could be argued, certainly, in terms of his performance and health through the first 6 weeks of this season.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know that we've seen this offense that we all thought we were going to see, and it is 23 games into Sean Payton's tenure here at the Broncos.
Yeah, we haven't seen it, I would argue, at all. To be honest, I mean, maybe in fits and starts, maybe for a quarter or, maybe a half, but I'm certainly not for full games and certainly not sustained over time. I think it's an interesting question. My sense of it for me is I do like the direction that he has pointed the organization. I like philosophically building through your lines and then kind of going from there. I think that I think he's got a good head on his shoulders in terms of how players should be trained, how players are prepared for games, the preparation process for games. I think those things are just quite clearly way better, certainly better than Nathaniel Hackett. That's a super low bar. But
team doesn't have any drama.
Right. Yeah. No drama.
Zero drama.
Yeah.
That's a great thing.
Yeah.
And I think there was drama a year ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't crazy like the Raiders drama is. It wasn't like the Jets drama is.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that the Saints as a team are in that same conversation of the Raiders. This is the longest injury report I've seen, well, since the Raiders game. There's 17 guys. I think it's about even.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do think that there is a major difference in there are so many different dramatic elements to the Raiders franchise currently. And I do not believe that's the case with the Saints currently. And I think that matters.
Mm-hmm.
When you go into a football game and everybody's feeling some kind of way about the head coach or about the star player, that affects your on-field performance. It affects your cohesiveness. The Saints don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think that this is a complete perfect comparison to the Raiders game in terms of just looking and be like, yeah, they should just show up and beat them because they're hardly a functioning football franchise.
Yeah.
The Saints are a functioning franchise.
Yeah.
They had their 2-week stretch that was beautiful,
Mm-hmm.
and they've had a bad 4-week stretch since.
Yeah, they have. And all the injuries have really punctuated those things on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. From Will, I want to see the Sean Payton that doesn't act like Hackett relative to his in-game. Relative to his in-game decisions. Let's see. From the 720, offense needs to be balanced. Run the damn ball. From Matthew, I want 350 yards and 3 touchdowns from Nick. So do I. I don't think no. I don't think we're going to get that either. And from the 208, I don't want Bo to be the leading rusher for the 4th time. That's all I care about. We're going to get into the running backs a little later on in this program as well. All right.
All I want is a win, Debs.
Yeah. If they lose, how bad is that for you? Yeah, just don't wait. We'll get to that answer next. Be sure to get in on these Avalanche Suite tickets. Text the word BABY, BABY, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. More when we return.
Well, yeah, we understand it, but he hasn't, really made much of it. It's just, another game to us. I know he spent a lot of energy and effort for that organization, and so I know it means a lot to him. But, we want to just treat it like another game and just attack it and compete, just like it's another game. But we know it's going to be a great environment. May be some emotions, but we got to play, down to earth and just play one play at a time.
But it's not just another game, Bo. It is not.
It's a biggin.
It's a biggin.
You're in SEC territory, bud.
Yeah. Sean Payton going back to his old stomping grounds, Old Glory, where he continues to populate the Broncos roster with former Saints every single year. It feels like there's a new one. Welcome back into the program, Chris, Coach, and KJ here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Reminder that today, to join Kreckman and Lindahl at number 38 in Rhino. Now, they're there every single Thursday for Thursday Night Football. This just happens to be the most special Thursday Night Football game of the season so far because the Broncos are playing in it as well. Tyler Palumbus is going to be at Stoney's on Lincoln for Thursday Night Football as well. So just fan yourselves across the city and you'll find one of us.
Yep.
That's how that will work.
Go up north to God's country, find your dirtiest local dive bar, and you'll probably run into the coacher.
You probably will. I'm just gonna randomly
single dadding it and just lugging along my 3 kids into a very dirty establishment. Those are my types of establishments.
Are you counting down the days until wifey comes back?
She's sending me all the pictures.
Uh-huh.
By the way, she is in Nairobi, Kenya. She is going to serve in schools, and she has been serving in these schools that are in the slums of Nairobi. She has better cell phone service from Kenya than I have from Colorado.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing, Colorado? Get your cell service thing figured out. Build some damn infrastructure. This is a big city in a very populous state.
She's working with 5G ultra wide, 6G, 7G.
She's like, I'm an 8K. Do you want to FaceTime? I can't even see myself on a picture.
I know, so funny.
But going back to Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's important that we set a realistic bar for Bo Nix tonight because you're hearing a lot of there's the Bo-rection crowd and then there's the anti-Bos.
Yeah.
And I think the Bo-rection crowd's saying, well, he's gonna throw for 225 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and they're gonna win by 10. And everybody on the airwaves tomorrow are gonna say, "Oh, it wasn't enough for me." No, I think that'd be a really good game. Like you win the football game, it's awesome. You play within the structure of the offense, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like the next right step against the worst passing yards allowed defense, or total yards allowed defense in the National Football League. But what I want to see from Bo Nix, just as a guy that's coached the position, played the position, there's a stat from the NFL Next Gen Stats, and make sure you tune in at 11 a.m. We have a really special guest. He'll be a part of the broadcast team tonight, Sam Schwartzstein for Amazon Prime. He runs the Primecast, which runs simulcast with the main broadcast with Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. So it'll be, you click on a different deal on your screen, and it just leans into all the analytics.
Mm-hmm.
He's an NFL Next Gen Stats guy. He created a bunch of things. So I love the NFL Pro website because all these Next Gen Stats are so cool.
Yeah, they are.
And one of them is this, is that Bo Nix has traveled an average distance of 9.6 yards per drop back this season, second most in the National Football League. As a result, Nix has covered, listen to this, a total of 4,684 yards on offensive plays.
Oh, wow.
The third most amongst quarterbacks. I want to see that 9.6 yards per dropback this season cut in half.
Oh.
I want to see him calm in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see his feet settled. I want to see him trust his protection. And this offensive line has done a marvelous job of protecting him.
And Glynchy should be back for this game, by the way.
That's out?
Yeah, well, he practiced full.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he and Baron Browning. Don't know how much they'll play, but they should be back.
Offensive line, you'll probably make the decision he's starting and playing or he's not playing at all, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or he's like an emergency backup if something happens to Matthew Peart.
Okay, yes. Right.
Paul chose on the...
He's out.
He's out.
Mm-hmm. So, they might just need to plug him right back in. I mean, they are thin a little bit on
I loved what I saw from
line.
Matthew Peart.
Yeah.
He looked good.
Yeah,
man.
you've been saying you've been impressed.
I love the right tackle position.
Yeah.
And it's been fantastic. And that to me is a major cap Major tip of the cap to offensive line coach Zach Strief. I think he's prepared the entirety of his group. And my evaluation of coaches is don't just coach the starter, coach the depth.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach Strief's done a marvelous job coaching the depth.
Spencer Rattler is the quarterback on the other side. What do we know about him? Okay. When he was in college, I just didn't think much of the player. I just to put it plainly, he was at Oklahoma. Caleb Williams took over for him. They jettisoned him out there. He ends up at South Carolina. He seems to me to be a very good example of a quarterback with a super strong arm, but like outside of that, like what else is he bringing to the table kind of quarterback? You can just tell me if I'm wrong. Like how misguided or not am I?
Get your damn act together.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. I am a complete anti-Spencer Rattler guy myself.
Mm-hmm.
And that dates back to when I evaluated him as a high school player because he is one of the best quarterback workout, like throwing session, no rush. He is incredible. Great mechanics. He's been working with a quarterback trainer in Arizona since he was about 4 years old. He came out of the womb working on his
with football.
3-step drop and doing the Dak Prescott hip swivel. But then he goes onto the field and makes some ridiculously bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
He is the guy that gets you all fired up. You see some of the throws that he makes, and you're like, oh, we got something here. And I think the Saints have fallen victim to this.
Yeah.
I'm a Jake Haener guy. I like Jake Haener.
Mm-hmm.
This guy can play football. Fresno State guy. You know, he's never even seen a quarterback trainer in his life. I don't know about that.
Maybe.
I'm kind of an anti-quarterback trainer guy because there's a lot of money that goes into that from families,
yeah.
and they're promised that they'll get scholarships, they'll be NFL starters. Like
It's like training in all sports has been the new level of scam.
now, I do employ a softball trainer, pitching trainer for my daughter. So full candor, she is also a high school. She is also a high school coach. So yeah, I'm full of contradictions today, and I'll admit it. I like accountability. I watched the first quarter and a half.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up watching all 4 quarters of the Saints' offensive performance against the Bucs, and when you see that score line, 51-27?
It was 51-27.
You see that score line, you're like, ooh, this was probably really bad from a rookie quarterback that was drafted in the 5th round, making his first start.
Mm-hmm.
After a quarter and a half, I hit pause. And I called all my people that I talked to in the NFL.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, Spencer Rattler is dropping dimes. And he has shown, and this is one man's take,
Mm-hmm.
in a quarter and a half of playing in his first start as a guy that wasn't expected to be a high-level NFL quarterback starting.
Yeah.
Because the grade would tell you he's a depth piece at the quarterback position by being drafted in the 5th round. He had thrown in a quarter and a half more NFL-worthy wow throws than Bo Nix had in 6 games.
And New Orleans is an offense this is a Clint Kubiak's offense, right?
And I like what Clint Kubiak's doing too, by the way.
Yeah.
They scored 27 points with a backup quarterback, without Chris Olave, with their 4th-string center. I mean, to me, like this is a weird game. It's intriguing. I'm excited for it. But the thing about Spencer Rattler, when I say he made NFL throws in a quarter and a half that I frankly haven't seen consistently at all in 6 games from Bo Nix, he also is very, very courageous with where he throws the football, which can lead to the turnover-worthy plays.
Yeah.
And to me, he's going to turn the ball over tonight.
I believe so too. Could this be the first 2-pick game? Oh, Riley Moss has already had a 2-pick game, hasn't he?
No, he just had one.
Just one?
Yeah,
Okay.
but it was pick 6 PS2, and then he had the interception. So it was a 2-interception performance.
Yeah, I think this is the first 2-pick game for Riley Moss's in Riley Moss's career because I agree with you. He will just look at himself and go, yeah, my arms got this, and I'm going to get this ball straight to whatever wide receiver that they're putting on the football field here tonight with a couple of their main guys being out. Spencer Rattler, incidentally, in that game was 22 of 40 for 243 yards, a touchdown, and 2 picks against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, I don't know how much they'll be able to rein him in a little bit, and I'm sure they'll try to run the ball and run play action off of that. Sounds like Clint Kubiak-ish to me.
Clint Kubiak is the type of offensive coordinator that wants his quarterbacks to push the football, to test the waters, to throw audaciously where, frankly, Bo Nix hasn't thrown this year. Okay, and so I had a Safeway Twitcher here say, does that mean his receivers actually caught the ball? Actually, there were a lot of drops. Alvin Kamara dropped so many checkdowns. It was wild. Chris Olave, it might have been the play where he sustained the concussion.
Yeah, I think it was a fumble, right?
Yeah, Spencer Rattler threw a perfect ball, and he settled him on an out cut. There was a cloud corner, which means he's playing the flat outside. He set the ball, and Olave just ran straight into the headache, fumbled the ball, returned for a touchdown. That's 7 of the 51 points were because of Olave putting the ball on the ground and getting injured.
Yeah. It's a weird game for me, Coach, because I don't know how I'll feel about it if the Broncos lose.
Oh, I know exactly how I'll feel about it.
How will you feel about it?
It will be bad.
Yeah.
It will be bad.
Why?
Because the New Orleans Saints they have the worst injury report of their season. And they are without their quarterback that was the hottest thing in the NFL for the first 2 weeks. Alvin Kamara does not look like Alvin Kamara. I watched the tape. He looked bad, dude. Like, he doesn't look like he doesn't have the step that he once had. He's turning down some opportunities to run between the tackles. He's turning down some catches that he should be making, which is a huge part of his game. And they have a 4-game losing streak. And they're not in a great division either. Debs. I mean, this same division that they just lost 51-27 in their own building to the Buccaneers, who, by the way, the Broncos beat 27-7 in the Buccaneers building.
Yeah.
So how would you not be upset about this?
Yeah. It's a good point. It's a really good point. I don't know, man. I try to keep a level head about this stuff, but this does seem like a game that it would be disappointing if the Broncos didn't win it, although the Saints building is a hard building to play in. How much do you hate this comparison? This was put on our thread. This is the last 4 games of Josh Allen. Josh Allen, obviously, great quarterback, Buffalo Bills, MVP candidate, Josh Allen, 58.7% completion percentage, 787 passing yards, 7 passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 137 rushing yards and a touchdown rushing, 1 fumble lost, and the Bills are 2-2 in that span.
Josh Allen.
That's right. Bo Nix, 61.9% completion percentage, so higher, 698 passing yards, about 100 yards lower, 5 passing touchdowns, 2 off, 1 interception, 120 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, no fumbles lost, and the Broncos 3-1 in that time. How much do you hate this comparison?
I like this comparison because I think Bo Nix was playing really good football until the Chargers game. He was. He was trending in the right direction. Played really well against Tampa. We tipped the cap. We paid our respects. We did.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like we were saying oh yeah, they didn't count.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't real. It was real.
Yeah.
It was really real.
Yeah.
But he regressed. Like, he regressed in his comfort level with the offense against the Chargers. He made what I still will stand by, an inaccurate throw because of bad mechanics that set the path for the rest of the game against the Chargers. It was an interception. And it should have been an easy completion for on one of his best throws, one of the few throws in the catalog of the NFL's ground in the pocket, and be steady, be calm. Can't analyze what we see, then what are we even doing?
You look at the field and you know there's a big difference between those 2 players. I mean, I am a stats guy, and people who know me know that about me. I'm an analytics guy. Those are 2 interesting sets of stats because it really does insinuate that these are 2 similar players, and they're not similar players right now. But Bo Nix has had some good moments, and so I think those are the takeaways that I'm taking away from it from a Bo Nix standpoint as he continues to go along early in his career. Okay, we are continuing to give away an Avalanche sweet tickets to tomorrow's game. All you got to do is type in the word baby and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. We will have a different keyword, so be aware.
Yep, you nailed
it. Yes, came up with not guy kind of, but he did
center for the XFL under Oliver Luck, Andrew Luck's dad, and they came up with a dynamic kickoff. I'm anxious to talk to him about what changed from the XFL's iteration to the NFL's version and what he thinks about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. That conversation's coming up at 11 o'clock.
What's the keyword?
It's baby.
Hey, jump in and get in there because you want to get to a suite by texting baby like Justin Bieber. Get in the text thread.
Justin Bieber. At 11:45, I'll have an announcement about my own future here at the radio station. Also, coming up next, Travis Hunter had some things to say about your boy, Aston Genty. We okay. All right. We will hear from Travis Hunter next. It's a little thing that we like to call synergy around here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you're typing in baby, not B-A-B-E. Stop it. B-A-B-Y. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win Avalanche sweet tickets to their game tomorrow night.
Look, listen.
Yeah.
I'm going to go coach mode on our listeners right now.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
You need to get into a suite on Friday night against the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim. And the way you do it is that you text BABY to 303-504-0925. And you do it right now. And if you don't, then the full coach mode's coming out and you're running half-gassers and doing up-downs. So get in the text thread right now.
What's the best speech? What's the best speech you ever gave?
I don't think any of them were very good.
Okay.
You got good players, you know. They typically go out and win football games. No, I've given some ones that at least I thought were good.
Yeah.
And then I've had a couple I was like, yeah, that one didn't hit.
That one didn't hit.
Got a little too creative there. I lost them in the first 4 words.
I heard something maybe a day or so ago. Came across Twitter X. I thought was really cool. It's an anniversary of sorts. KJ, play it.
Today is the 2-year anniversary of the infamous but famous, at least in my mind, 20-13 surprising victory for the CU Buffs over the Cal Golden Bears. Heavy underdogs, a lot of turmoil in the program at the time that continued. Even when I was named interim head coach, Carl Durrell was let go before the bye week. Had a chance to get a full week of practice before a game week and did the unthinkable, at least at the time. It was family weekend, Boulder, felt like a packed house to me. And to this day, I've been a part of Rose Bowl championships, Fiesta Bowl championships, Pac-12 championships in its heyday at Stanford. Had a chance to coach my alma mater, Boise State, in a Fiesta Bowl and to a victory. The most memorable victory, the most memorable day of my coaching career was in Folsom Field 2 years ago to the day. And the reason that day happened was not by any stretch of the imagination because of me. It wasn't any motivational speech. It wasn't energy. It was a group of players that said enough's enough and put their foot down. And because of that, I will forever be grateful to that group of players.
There's a lot more to that post. That was very touching, Coach. I was like, this is. So please talk us through that.
The biggest thing of that game was we were 0-5. You have to remember, I think a lot of people would say that you've just been promoted from offensive coordinator to interim head coach. Like, what a great time to be alive. When this happens, you're getting fired. You are. And the whole staff is getting fired.
Yeah.
And you know that. That's just how college athletics works. It's not, there's no negativity around that. It's just the reality. And your family at home's, get home and you're getting texts and calls when you're at work when this breaks and you're like, we're moving again. Again. Like, and I'm put into this position and I'm having to counsel the staff that I worked with now as the head coach of what is your life going to look like 2 months from now? And I just made a decision and I was like, you know what, screw it. Let's have the best time that we can possibly have for the remaining 2 months. It ended up being seven game season and a bye week. So 8 weeks. And so the word joy came to my mind, and we're going to find joy amongst a bunch of negativity. We're going to find joy amongst a bunch of unknowns and doubts and fears that we all have. And I've never been around a group of players, coaches, staff that have galvanized behind each other and playing for each other, coaching for each other. And it was amazing. It was incredible. And I think that's a large reason why I wanted to stay in Colorado, because I fell in love with this state. I fell in love with this program, the CU football program. And it's weird because they fired me and I still love them.
Yeah. No, it was, I remember being on these airways as you were coaching. When you took over, I think the thing that really, I think, struck a chord with me the most was just how quickly you kind of injected yourself into the student community and the pizzas on Saturday with the family, on Sunday with the families, and just all of those things that I think matter in terms of a culture and in terms of keeping morale and all those things, making you feel that you felt good about the program. And so this was really, really cool to do and to see go by, because I mean, that was a brush the field game for a lot for people.
I had no idea it was the 2-year anniversary until that night.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually Katie. Katie reminded me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, wait, that was 2 years ago? And it was pretty late. I'm like, I probably should throw a post out there, because I did want to advocate for that group of players, because they did, of course, they've been drugged through the mud, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a results-based industry that we are in, and we were 1-11. I stand tall with that group of players, and I wanted to honor their fight. I wanted to make sure that they knew how much I still love them. And it's really cool that post was able to get seen by a lot of those players. And that was the intent of it.
Yeah. Well done, Katie. If you don't follow him on X, you really should. It's Coach_Sanford2. Coach_Sanford2.
On that real quick.
Yeah.
I was getting ready this morning, and I got a notification that I got a follow from Chris Dempsey. And I'm like, wait a minute. Has this dude not followed me for the last year? Or did he unfollow me for one of my takes? Or he was tired of me spamming his timeline on X? Like, what happened, Demps? Like, we're just now friends?
You know what's funny about you saying that? So I'm watching
Truth in Media.
Yeah, I'm watching this over for the third time, and I look at the button and it's like follow back, and I said, well, hold on, I haven't been following this dude the entire time. What am I felt so bad. And then when I hit the follow button, you get the notification, and so I'm like, he's gonna get this. And
I almost screenshotted it and sent it to you. I'm like,
this?
I'm like, for reals, bruh, you just now following me? You actually had followed me. I went 6 months without Raj following me.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, I didn't say anything. I wanted to see how long it was gonna go.
Push that follow button.
Yeah, and I kept tagging him and stuff. And see, you better. Finally followed me 6 months in.
I felt like such a jerk. I did this morning. I did. Really quickly, do we have Travis Hunter? Let's hear what he had to say about Ashton Jeanty and the Heisman.
And I want you to know that I don't want y'all to shy away from speaking that stuff into existence. I don't think that you can win it. I definitely think you can win it.
I know I can win it, but
Robert
I don't know.
Couldn't win it either.
I don't know who was there. I mean, y'all see Ashton Jeanty, but it's not like we haven't seen a running back that's good.
All right.
We haven't seen a player that plays both ways, and I'm gonna keep saying that. It's like he have 95 carries.
Yeah.
For 1,000
yards. Yeah.
If I had 95 catches, how much yards you think I have?
Okay.
So I'm trying to tell him, if I had 95 targets on defense, what you think I'll have?
Right.
If I had 95 catches on offense, what you think I'll have? So I try to tell you, he got double the touches I got on the offensive side of the ball, and I still have defensive stats that's still crazy, and we only in week 6.
Yeah.
So, I'm not gonna argue about it.
Coach, the floor is yours.
I love Travis Hunter. I celebrate the play of Travis Hunter. I'm on a post-game show for every Boise State road game, and all I do is fly the flag for Travis Hunter, because Boise State fans, they look at the stats and they think that Travis Hunter shouldn't even be in the conversation with Ashton Jeanty. And I tell them they are absolutely crazy to think that Travis Hunter shouldn't be in the conversation. I also love Ashton Jeanty, and I loved him last year when nobody knew his name. I watched him run the football as the backup running back at the time to start the season against Michael Penix and the Washington Huskies, where my love affair did continue and get stronger because I watched Michael Penix do incredible things. I think both of them are very deserving of being the top 2 Heisman candidates, period. Both of them. And I love watching both of them play. I love who they are as people. And so I'm not going to get into this, throwing shade at, my former employer or my alma mater. They're both worthy of being celebrated as amazing football players.
Yeah, no, I agree. It does feel like that there's a little some of the steam behind Travis Hunter's Heisman candidacy is waning just a little bit, just
because of the last game.
It's not like we haven't seen a running back that's good.
It's not.
Ashton Genty is on pace right now. He has over 1,000 yards through 6 football contests.
Yeah.
That's a great season.
Yeah.
And a lot of people play a 13, 14 game season.
Yeah.
He's on track to break Barry Sanders' rushing record. So that is different. That does hit different. That isn't a just good running back. And he did it against the Oregon Ducks, who are ranked number 2 in the national polls right now.
Yeah.
He did it. He had 200 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Oregon Ducks. So it's not, you can't just say, oh, he's playing a bunch of crappy teams. No, he did it. He did it better than any Ohio State running back did that day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he's going to have to run for 2,000 to do it.
Oh, he's going to.
They're going to certainly give him the chance. He doesn't need many carries to do it, too. You know what orange and blue I would love to see Ashton Genty in? You guessed it.
Oh, man. You imagine all the iterations
Denver
of
Broncos, baby.
You imagine all the iterations of jerseys that my sons would have. I would make them wear it daily. Like, it would be their uniform.
Facts. Oh, my gosh. All right, this is your last chance to type in the keyword baby. 2-303-504-0925 for your chance to win Avs Sweet Tickets, because guess what's happening in 5 minutes? The keyword is going to change in 5 minutes. So get baby in right now and stay tuned for keyword number 2.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Mikko out for Arturi Lehkonen. He shoots and scores. We're up all night to get lucky.
We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky.
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 All right, hour number 2 of the program. Chris, Coach, and KJ with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I love it when Connor always says, to get lucky. It's great. We are giving we're giving away Avalanche suite tickets to tomorrow night's game. Guess what? The hour 2 password is. It's Lecky. That's what it is.
It is Lecky.
Yeah. And Lecky, Lehky.
Yep.
Lehky. Now, if you spell it wrong, we probably got you covered anyway.
Don't overanalyze it. Just send it in.
Yeah, just send it in.
Just send it in, Jerome.
Lecky, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Lecky, Lehky. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is the 11 o'clock hour keyword for the Avs tickets giveaway, the suite tickets giveaway. We will announce the winner at 11:45. All right. Having done that, let's get to our guests. As a matter of fact, Coach, take it away.
We are so fortunate to be joined by a real ball guy. And if you love ball, this is your guy. And he is working tonight's broadcast, the simulcast, the Primecast as it's called on Amazon Prime. He works with the Amazon Prime team that's bringing the game tonight. And that is Sam Schwartzstein, former South Lake Carroll Dragon offensive center, state champion, I might add, former Rose Bowl starting center, best friend of Andrew Luck because they got to know each other in an under center offense very intimately. And so we are joined on the Ramos Law hotline by Sam Schwartzstein of the Amazon Prime broadcast. Sam, how are you doing today?
Great, Coach. You were so influential on me and Andrew growing at Stanford. It's great to be on here with you.
I think this is going to be a fun conversation because you do so much stuff. I do want to start in, let's actually start with tonight's football game because from an analytics point of view, I want to know what's catching your eye, what the numbers are going to point your eyes toward when the Broncos take on the Saints here tonight.
Yeah, I think you got to start with, if you're looking at the 4 units, or I guess the 6 units on the field, the best unit is the Broncos defense. And I think everyone kind of knows that it's a power that's defense. And they're by far the most unique in the NFL, or especially in the AFC. Maybe you got some weird stuff going on in Minnesota. But in the AFC, what Vance Joseph is able to do with Riley Moss and Pat Surtain, who's out tonight, but their corners, leaning on the corners, that lets the D-line do their thing up front. Zach Allen having probably the quietest defensive player of the year season in the NFL. And it's all because of, he leads the NFL or defensive tackles in pressures, in run stops, meaning negative plays on rushes. Like, he's the kind of guy that offense has to have Zach Allen rules in the run game and the pass game tonight. And, they're going to come after Spencer Rattler because they blitz the most in the NFL, whether it's just straight 5-man rush, getting one-on-ones up front, or adding that extra blitzer through a green dog man blitz, because they're going to play a lot of man and ask these, pre-squad, or from a former life, I used to have XFL level wide receivers that the Saints are going to roll out there tonight with all their injuries. So they're going to play a lot of man coverage. And I'm excited to see this Broncos defense up close because it's something that I got really excited watching on film. You think about last year when we had them, they were 1-5 coming and play the Chiefs. And Vance Joseph was fighting for his life, really, to have that job. And I think about where he's come from. They rolled out 5 straight wins after that loss to the Chiefs. And now they're a team that was going to lean on the defense where everyone wanted Vance Joseph gone. And that's probably my most exciting thing there. On the offense, Bo Nix, what's he going to do if they play him man coverage and he's going to run? We're going to talk a lot about how hamstrung they are on offense by where they can spend their money because you think you have a rookie contract window by getting a first-round pick, but Russ's dead cap hit has really inhibited the amount of money they're able to spend on offense. On skill position players, they rank 28th in the NFL where they put their money. So it's going to be a lot of Bo Nix show and mostly using his legs.
Sammy, you have such a unique perspective because not only are you a ball guy that played the center position, and in the Stanford offense that I coached in, I'd asked a lot of the center position. I mean, it was calculus on a snap-by-snap basis, but you also, you know it from a technique standpoint, but you also know it now from a NFL Next Gen stats perspective, and that's largely what you're going to be doing tonight on the Primecast. Give us a little insight into what, for the real football nerds out there, I'd consider myself one of them, what we can expect to see on the Amazon Primecast, on the simulcast that you'll be watching. What are some of the things that you're going to be highlighting? Anything particular to keep our eyes out for as we listen to you break down not only the technique, but also the analytics of what's going to happen tonight in the game?
Yeah, Coacher. I mean, this is the kind of show that we built for you and me and Demps and everybody that loves ball to be able to do. And I feel really fortunate. Amazon, when they brought me in, they'd already had this idea for Prime Vision with Next Gen Stats, and it was a focus on, how do we make this the most ultimate football viewing experience, but add something that you're fantastic at that I really appreciate is a teaching element. How do we get people to be on the same level of people who lived and breathed football, had been in meeting rooms for me for 11 years, to be able to now have everyone have that same experience. So on our show with Prime Vision, Next Gen Stats, you'll have the all 22 camera angle. So you'll see every player. You'll have player tags. So you'll have tracking tags looking like Madden of where every player is on the field. And then we have a few AI features, whether it's prime targets that identifies when a player is open, more than likely going to convert a first down. They'll get a green orb, defensive alerts, which is, kind of my first big project here was recreating my brain, which is having an AI that will be able to predict blitzes, kind of how do I make myself obsolete? And that's what I ask myself each day is with these AI products. So we have an AI model that performs better than I do. It's sad to admit, at identifying which players are likely to blitz and who the quarterback should account for, which will be huge for tonight. And then, we have a feature coming out tonight. This is the first place I've talked about it. Coacher, I was showing you it a little bit.
Breaking news.
It's coverage ID, and we're going to have a prediction showing when our model's pretty confident what the coverage type is going to be on the field, whether it's man or zone. And that's why I bring up, how is Brock Purdy going to handle man coverage tonight? Because we're going to know before the snap what is it going to be. And what I really like about the model, and I've shown you, Sandman, it's got an ability to react the same way a human reacts. So you'll know in real time the kind of things that the quarterback's looking at, whether it's the safety rotation, whether it's a linebacker then creeping up to blitz. There are different things that the model's able to tell. And then even there's guys like Vance Joseph that can trick the model, make everything look man, and it's actually zone. So really, really interested to see, this model out in public, and going into the audience hands and see how they accept it. Because when I show this to ball guys, I was with Michael Thomas, one of our former Stanford guys, 11-year vet, playing with the Bengals most recently as DB. And it's just this is how his brain operates as a DB, trying to figure it out. And so I think what we're trying to do is create things that people want to see, get better in touch with the football. And then, it's hard to watch the all 22 if you don't know what you're looking at. So we use these AI models to provide a guided viewing experience that you can now figure out hey, this is where your eyes should be watching the game.
That I got to say that is blowing my mind right now. And I just want to be really clear because a coach just showed me a clip of, so when the teams break the huddle and they get to the line of scrimmage, what you're saying is your AI model will immediately tell you what the defense is probably about to do in this snap?
Yep, that is what they're showing. And so it's really using and credit to our team. We have a team of amazing AI engineers that work on these things, and not a lot of them are football first people, and so it's really fun. I'm working crazy international hours during the offseason to build these things, and they put a lot of heart and soul into it, and it's helping people view the game. And what's cool is how do we make learning fun?
Okay, let me just I don't know. I mean, it sounds like this it has endless possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say around the guy. So it's our blitz ID model. So I know that based on, said it was cover 3 on a play, and they're able to sheep in real time.
Sammy, in addition to your next gen stats,
in real time.
Sammy, in addition to your next gen stats, the AI models, building this incredible edutainment environment that you're creating, for the viewers. And I think you're going to have a lot of, you're going to check your analytics on Amazon Prime. You're going to have a lot of Denverites tuning into this cast. So the pressure's on, man. You're going to have your biggest viewing audience of the year. Make sure that I'll be playing my role in that. But in addition to that, man, you've revolutionized the game. And I know you don't like taking credit for it, but very influential, if not the creator of the dynamic kickoff in the XFL's iteration of the dynamic kickoff. I've been meaning to text you and reach out about what you've seen from the NFL. The rules are not exactly the same. Could you just, for anybody listening, break down what the differences are with what you did with the XFL model and what the NFL adapted of your dynamic kickoff and how you think it's going overall?
Yeah, thanks, Coacher. And it is so humbling to see a similar version, right? It's not the exact same thing we did, but it has the same concept of starting the play from when the ball was normally caught on the kickoff. And so, we were starting 10 yards apart in the traditional kickoff, sprinting 35 yards and creating a collision. And that's why they were 3 times more likely to get a concussion on traditional kickoff than a normal scrimmage play. And anybody wanted to do as you're looking at this play is, how do we make it more similar to a scrimmage play in terms of health and safety for the players? And so that the same concept is there. My version had a more returns. It was a 92% return rate because there were a few different nuances, whether it was where the kicker was kicking from. We had the kicker at the 30 versus the 35 in the NFL. The play started when the ball was caught or 3 seconds after the touch. So there was no one. The biggest difference is no one really kicked it outside the numbers in the XFL because it was so dangerous. And so that's why you were able to create more returns, especially with the touchback. But I think it's so cool the way it's bringing kickoff returns back in the game. Last week we had our first dynamic touchdown on Thursday Night Football. Colorado guy, LaVisca Chenault.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Dallas guy, DeSoto player who if you're a Texas football guy, you still watch Texas football. I watched DeSoto Duncanville on a stream last week. Like, you're addicted to football if you're a Texas guy. So, my wife, Kelly, she bought the jersey for me already. I have a Chenault Seahawks jersey on the way.
Awesome.
Because, it's so cool to see the kickoff come back in the NFL. And I think the NFL has some cool things. They have 2 returners. I only had 1 returner. I'm waiting for a speed option now that, Justin Fields might not be starting this week. Let's have him run the option back there. And I think it's been so cool to watch people get excited about the play. And even if it's, more touchbacks than you'd expect or you wanted, we still see a lot more excitement on the play than we did when every kickoff went out the back of the end zone.
Well, and also it sounds like, just from what you were just saying right there, there's possibilities for it to really grow as a play, like a play, which I think is exciting. I would expect that the NFL reinstitutes, touchbacks to the 35. I mean, you have to disincentivize kicking the ball just straight through the end zone, and I think that's the way to do it. I mean, what 1 or 2 tweaks do you think the NFL might make to this for next season?
I think they'll move it to the 35. So the way you really like to make rules, and this is my process for rules creation, is, can I solve a problem with coaching first? Can I then solve it with technology? If I can't do either, I need to solve it with a rule. But I want to focus on incentives and not hard and fast. You have to do this. You have to do Y. And so they want to be an incentive-based model. That's why they want the touchbacks versus, if you just move the kicker to the 20, we see on safety kicks, you cannot kick it out of the back of the end zone. You could technically do that. There are some downstream effects of what happens in windy games. I have a great clip. I'll send it to you guys after, of when I was doing a practice game in Houston and the ball got kicked up in the air, hit a wall of wind, and then hit a guy on top of the head in the setup zone. Like that's the worst case scenario. So I had a wind advisory thing where I could move the ball up. It was pretty much just because it was me and Oliver Luck doing it. And so I could go back and forth saying, should we do it or not? I did it one time. It was a touchback, and Oliver Luck looked at me and said, never do that again. So don't want that kind of gimmicky style rules, which I'm happy the NFL doesn't have. So you get nervous moving the kicker too far back because of the windy games. But I think they'll move the kicker and do the touchback, and I think that'll get at least a 60% return rate. But I'll say this, when you watch tonight, the most covered kickoffs are the Saints. Darren Rizzi worked on this revised version that's in the NFL. Him and Bones Foss are kind of the architects behind this version, the NFL's dynamic version. And so he has an advantage right now on kicking in the field of play. And their average return spot is the 26 when they cover kicks, and that's the best in the NFL, and it's better than kicking out through the end zone. So more coaches will follow the trend of identifying what's the right strategy to do. So even if they change nothing right now, the best strategy is to kick into the field of play and just practice covering kicks. You don't have to do that in Denver because the ball goes out every time because of the altitude, but there is some advantage right now to kicking the field of play. Teams just aren't taking advantage.
Sammy, when I watch this Amazon Prime broadcast, it feels like a Stanford reunion every time. You have your boy Andrew Luck come on from time to time. Richard Sherman's out there. I imagine there are even more Stanford people behind the scenes that are putting this thing together, and that's a pretty smart thing to do, is hire a bunch of smart football guys. You did play for one of the more interesting and dynamic coaches in all of sport, in Jim Harbaugh. I saw your tweet this morning talking about Blue Twisted Steel. Could you tell the story quickly about Jim Harbaugh and what Blue Twisted Steel means to you personally?
Absolutely, Coach. I'm sure you remember this moment. We're not allowed to have, in summer conditioning, you're not allowed to have the coaches around too much. You're just with your strength conditioning coach, Shannon Turley, a good friend of both of ours. Was the strength conditioning coach, and then Harbaugh comes in after the first thing, and he sits everyone down. And he does a little segment called Wise Words, where he has someone come up and talk to the whole team.
Wise words. Who's got wise words?
He put someone on the spot. I'll never forget. He put a walk-on punter on the spot one time. No one even knew the guy was on the team. It just is so great, the stories. But this time, he's going through and listing the top 10 weight gainers from the summer conditioning program now that he's there. And so he lists them off and has every guy stand up and clap for them. And then he gets to number 2. And he says, number 2, 15 pounds of Blue Twisted Steel, Andrew Luck. Stand on up. Look at him. Do a spin, Andrew. Show everybody. Look at that. That is some Blue Twisted Steel. And then he goes, number 1, Sammy Schwartzstein, 20 pounds. Don't stand up. I don't know how much of that is Blue Twisted Steel. I don't know. Don't stand up. And it's the thing about him is he's saying things that are absolutely hilarious, but in the moment, nobody laughs because it's not for comedy purposes. It's just him pointing things out.
Right.
It's so funny now to laugh 10 years later. And Coach and I have a great relationship now. He helped with a lot of the XFL rules, and we'll still bicker about him wanting to do a 5th quarter overtime, which is probably the fairest way to do overtime. Just continue the game as if it's a quarter break. There's some TV issues with that about excitement and 2-minute drills, but we'll still bicker about it every now and then. But man, he knows how to get you right where it hurts.
I can imagine Harbaugh coming at you and be like, "You don't want 15 more minutes of football? Are you telling me you don't love football?"
Sammy, you telling me you want fairness, but you're going to do a mini game, penalty kicks, You're doing penalty. What is it? Penalty kicks? No. Yeah, he's the best.
So good. The story's so good. Sam, this has been just such a great visit. We really, really appreciate you joining the show. Check him out tonight on the Amazon broadcast, Amazon Prime, alternate broadcast, I should say, Broncos and Saints today. The AI stuff, it blows my mind. It's mind-blowing that you can do those things. That is so, so cool. Sam, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks, Coacher.
Great seeing your face, bud.
All right, there you go, Sam Schwartzstein, Amazon Prime broadcast, AI, inventor of the dynamic kickoff, all the things. A super smart guy, obviously was a great football player as well. Just that is crazy that we can do these things with technology. All right, while he was talking, I am looking at all of the Leckies come in, and so many of them are wrong. Lehky. Lehky, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. This is imperative because you want sweet tickets. We know you want sweet tickets because I see all of you guys who are trying to get in to get registered to win some sweet tickets. You got to do it the right way, though. Lehky, we're spelling it Lehky, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. KJ's NFL notes are next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Okay, so as it was pointed out to me on the text line, and it makes total sense. If you spell Lecky, just make sure that spell check doesn't change it to leaky, because it's doing that. That's all.
The ghost of Steve Jobs, man.
Yeah, I know.
R.I.P.
It's true. Okay. KJ, what's story number one?
Well, the biggest story this week obviously has been Sean Payton's return back to New Orleans. And the truth of the matter is there are two coaches, one who coached under Sean, and then there's obviously Sean Payton. But these two coaches sound entirely different. There's one coach who's cool, calm, and collected. He knows what he's doing. It's another coach who sounds like he's fighting for his job. Here's Sean Payton discussing, will he get a chance to see Drew Brees at the game?
You guys will see. I mean, I think they're doing it at halftime, so probably not. I mean, our halftime's 8 minutes, and it takes me a minute to pee. And then sit with the coaches, go through the list, take a highlighter out. What are the features for the second half? Go in, talk to the team, hear the keys in the second half, ready, break. You know, it really is fast.
Here is Saints head coach Dennis Allen talking about Sean Payton's return to New Orleans.
I know Sean has deep ties, obviously, here in New Orleans, relationships with all of you. What does that relationship look like since he's left? Do you guys still stay in touch?
Yeah, look, I think that relationship will always be good. I mean, we won a lot of games together, you know, and so I'm appreciative of the fact that he gave me an opportunity here and believed in me, and so I'll always be grateful for that.
Last text between you guys or phone call?
Oh, I don't know. Once you get into the season, there's a lot of other things you're focused on.
All right, guys, this is very simple here. Which version, as Coach kind of said earlier, which version of Sean would you guys like to see? Which version of him would you like to see? Would you like the one that's pew, pew, pew? He's want Bo Nix to throw for 350, 400 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Laser beams.
Or would you like Sean to be the humble, you know, I did great things here. I just want to escape with a win. Which version of Sean do we want to see tonight?
I want to escape with a win. I just don't want him to, you know, it's going to be, you know, he wants to have a big explosion, explosive, splashy offensive performance, but all he needs to get is a W. Just get a W. It's fine. Like a W, when you look back on it years later, it's just going to be the win at New Orleans in your return. Style points, I'm not worried about them today.
Do you think Sean Payton's worried about style points tonight?
Yes, I do. I'm so scared that he's worried about them.
The only style points I care about, KJ, it's a great question that you bring up, is look at the quarterback. You have 6 games of sample size of his data. What does he do well? Even go back and look at his college tape. Play to his strengths. And guess what? You'll get your style points. Run the quarterback. And not on just 50 drop back passes. Run quarterback-driven run game. Get him a couple of early hits in the game so that he's feeling it. He's into it. Move the pocket like you have been, but do it more.
Yeah.
Play to the strengths of Bo Nix. Learn Bo Nix. Don't learn Sean Payton. Learn Bo Nix, and we'll be just fine.
KD, what's next?
It's kind of a strange question, but okay.
Kirk Minahan. For those who don't know, he has a podcast/radio show on Barstool Sports. And he said on his show yesterday, Tom Brady potentially has something up his sleeve as his first move as a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders.
I'll just say this, I won't get specific. People have told me that Brady's first move is going to ask Bill Belichick if he's interested in being coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. 2 sources have told me that. 2 high up in the Patriots organization have told me that.
Would you guys like to see Bill come to the division?
No way. And also, no way. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, they didn't have that wasn't the best split in the whole wide world by the time it was all said and done. Am I remembering that wrong?
But 2 things are at play here. Bill Belichick wants to be wanted, correct?
Yeah, but
he
does
wants
Tom
to be
Brady
wanted.
want him?
Also, this is true.
Yeah.
Tom Brady wants to be Bill Belichick's boss.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, then there's that. That would probably be a lot of fun for Tom Brady, actually.
Hey, Bill, will you bring me a cup of coffee? oh, you're okay. Insubordination? So you're not okay? I'll make sure I send an email over to HR.
We're all making business decisions around here. Yeah, that's boy, that would be wild.
You know,
do you think Antonio Pierce is scared at all?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should be.
Yeah.
It's a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
The entire franchise fell apart in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah. Okay, but how many coaches are the Raiders going to want to be paying? Because don't they have to? Who's the coach? Was that?
I think when you're flipping the bill of the Mark Davis custom haircut and you're paying out that many former head coaches, that's a challenge financially for a cash-strapped organization that the Raiders clearly are. I look at this from a AFC West perspective. We here in Denver at times, and you talk to a lot of the muggles, the media types, there is almost like this recreation of New Orleans here in Denver.
Yeah.
And it almost gets a little exhausting, I think, for some media members. Like,
yeah,
you're not in New Orleans anymore.
Correct.
Okay?
Let's not do that.
Could you imagine the recreation if you have both Bill Belichick and Tom Brady as the operating partner of the franchise? Like, back in New England, we did ... Well, in New England, ...
I know.
Bro, we're in Vegas. This is the Raiders.
I know.
We are a bunch of ragtag freaking. We do what we want, how we want, when we want.
Honestly, that would be the thing that would concern me the most about hiring Bill Belichick, is that he's just going to try to Patriot way the doggone thing wherever he goes, and you're not with the Patriots anymore, bro. And maybe it just doesn't even work that way because your those locker rooms are so different with the Tom Brady's and the Teddy Bruschi's and these guys who are just company men, for lack of a better term. I mean, they did what was expected of them, and they didn't talk back and do that. They expected everybody else who entered the organization to operate in that same fashion. I just don't think that works that way anymore in pretty much any of these locker rooms. That would be tough, but it would be, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. We'll see what happens. The segment is sponsored by Mile High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. KJ, let's get one more.
We've been playing like ass these past couple weeks, like real bad.
Oh, my favorite drop. My favorite.
I prefer
drop.
Cheeks. I'm more of a Cheeks guy. We've been playing like Cheeks. What I don't want to talk about tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. is the Broncos having played like Cheeks.
Yeah, well, let's not do that.
I'm with you there. Cam Jordan, defensive lineman / DM for the New Orleans Saints, was on the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast last week. And they got into a weird argument of who is the best quarterback of all time, Drew Brees or Tom Brady.
Drew Brees would be, of course, number one.
Yeah,
but like,
what's with Drew?
Yeah, that's the best quarterback of all time. But like,
He's getting there. Whoa. What'd you say?
Gifted. You heard what I said.
That's the best quarterback of all time. We'll ignore that. We will ignore that.
Who are you going to bring up? Matt Stafford?
There's only one greatest of all time. That's Tom Brady.
Right, he's amazing. He's top 5 right now.
That's Tom Brady. He's the greatest. Tom Brady.
No, he's the greatest winner of all time. Yeah.
He's the greatest player of all time.
He's up there with Will Chamberlain. Like, in terms of hardware, he has it all. No, you don't understand. Like, there's nobody who has the completion percentage that Drew has. There's nobody who has the most 5,000-yard seasons that Drew has. It took Tom Brady an extra 2 years to break Drew Brees.
The man has 7 rings.
That's what I just said. So we're agreeing. If you're talking about accomplishments, yes, Tom Brady. If you want to look at stats, pad your stats because Drew's got that.
Boom. Who you got? Who is it? Is it Drew Brees or Tom
Is this
Brady?
even a discussion? This is ridiculous.
Definitely not true.
Well,
is that you said Cam Jordan?
Uh-huh.
Well, his takes are absolute cheeks. And I hope that he gets bashed around tonight and that there's double teams and Quinn Miner's belly overtakes Cam Jordan tonight. Because this is the dumbest argument I've ever heard. He won 1 title. And we're saying greatest of all time?
Yeah.
I love Drew Brees. I got to know him when my dad was coaching at the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not even a conversation to be had here. Get that out of here, Cam Jordan.
I agree 1,000%. These conversations are very funny to me because you're trying to draw a distinction between winning 7 Super Bowls and a lot of stats, and you can't draw that distinction in an argument of greatest of all time. Like, that matters.
When you're
winning.
When you're a dominating football team, your stats as a quarterback go down because you don't have what Bo Nix had in the fourth quarter. You don't ever see prevent defenses and play catch up via the throwing game.
Mm-hmm.
So Drew Brees, like, they didn't dominate teams on a consistent basis. They threw the football oftentimes to come back. Whereas the Patriots were dominating folks.
Yeah. Wow, that's a really weird argument, but hey, you know what? It's entertaining. All right, this will be your last chance to get the keyword. Keyword is Lecky for your chance to win Avalanche suite tickets for tomorrow's game. Lecky, Lehky. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will pick a winner next. We will pick predictions for the Broncos game, and I will have an announcement coming up next. Back in the program, final segment. Chris coaching KJ. It's a celebration time.
And we're going to celebrate. It's all right.
That's your best cool in the game voice. I like it. It's good.
It's good. It wasn't very good.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
All right, drum roll, please. The winner of the Avs sweet tickets for tomorrow's game is Alan Nuss. Congratulations, Alan Nuss.
Postal Al, baby, as he's known on the text thread. By the way, our text thread was buzzing. We are so thankful for all you listeners, all you Twitchers. You guys are the best.
You guys are the best. There's no doubt about that. Join Kreckman and Lindahl today at number 38 in Rhino. They're there every Thursday for Thursday night football, but this one has got a little more oomph to it, obviously, right? Broncos-Saints Thursday night. Kreckman and Lindahl at number 38. They'll be there from 3 to 6 and obviously hanging out there afterward, right? You can't just leave at the beginning of the Broncos game, can you?
Maybe a little bit of a mocktail late.
Yeah.
A late mocktail.
Yeah, maybe a couple of mocktails. Incidentally, Tyler Columbus is going to be at Stoney's on Lincoln for Thursday night football as well. So just a lot of the personalities that you know and love here from the programs are going to be out on the town. So go out and see them all as we're watching the Broncos smash the Saints, which is what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's go, man.
I just got a little. I don't know. That just welled up
It is
inside
Thursday. It's not a vibey Friday quite yet, Dems.
It's not a vibey Friday. Tomorrow's vibey Friday. And
It could get weird. It could get weird.
It could get weird tomorrow. Really quickly, today, incidentally, is my second to last day on this program. My TV responsibilities have grown, and they need me over there more, and so I will be not completely gone from this program. I will still be on the airwaves in some way, shape, or form, but certainly not on a daily basis anymore. And it's my it's been a really, really good ride. I will have much more to say tomorrow in this segment tomorrow about that. But just as a matter of news to tell you, that is that's happening. That's happening. Okay. Okay.
All right, KJ. I was gonna lean in with some emotional stuff, but we're gonna play that game. Okay. Debs, we'll talk a little bit more tomorrow on the air. It'll be a great show.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a celebration of the Broncos' victory, and it'll be a celebration of all that you have done for all of our listeners and all of you that you've done for me personally. And I have had a wild life change in the last year myself, going from coaching to this wild world of media, and you have made it so freaking awesome.
I appreciate it,
and
man.
you will not be a stranger.
No, I will not be a stranger.
I don't know if I'll be a stranger or not, but you're definitely going to be a stranger.
I will not be a stranger so we'll talk more about that tomorrow. All right, let's get to the matter at hand as we are closing out this show, and that is predictions for Broncos and Saints, and just maybe some keys for the Broncos tonight to be successful.
Play to both strengths. Don't think that you need to go out and have a 300-yard passing performance and hang up the double birds because the Saints will pick you off. Okay, so they are a terrible, I'm talking terrible, tackling team with checkdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Be okay with checkdowns. Boring is back to being okay. But I do want to see some good flow, some good mechanics from Bo Nix, and I want to see this defense turn over Spencer Rattler 3 times. If you do that, you will win by at least 10 points.
Okay. So will they win by 10 points?
No. Okay.
I'm with you actually on that. I'm just so scared of the Broncos offense right now, but it's okay. I think that they will win this game. I think it'll be, I'm going to go 23-14.
Okay, I like it.
23-14.
Good prediction.
So I guess that's under 10 points as well. That's a single digit win. But I think that the Saints just offensively, look, when I'm looking at the two units facing each other, Broncos offense versus Saints defense, and then Saints offense versus Broncos defense, I think just the overall advantage there ends up in the Broncos' lap. So I'm just gonna go with that, and we'll see. We'll see if Bo can be effective.
Broncos 34, Saints 10.
34.
Spencer Rattler, certified Cheeks quarterback, is going to be insanely turnover prone in this game. He's going to get sacked between 6 and 8 times, and we'll turn the football over. We'll try to force some throws, and Riley Moss is going to have a 2-pick night. He's going to be out there, Riley Moss and people.
I agree with you, man. I'm looking forward to it. I think Spencer's just going to test him, and Riley Moss is just going to say, well, that's cool. I'll take that. So, yeah, okay, good. KJ, do you have a prediction for here?
Yeah, I give you guys a prediction. I believe that the Broncos are going to win tonight 27-20. I do believe that at the end of the day, as much as I like Spencer Rattler's arm, his cerebral just isn't all there. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to throw 3 interceptions tonight. And so I think he's going to, on that last drive, I think he's going to cost the Saints a chance at winning it. Mm-hmm. Or at least tying it.
Yeah, Saints, I think we're just all in agreement here. Mistake-prone team, more mistake-prone than maybe the Broncos should be. I feel like the Broncos can stay away from that a little bit more than the Saints, just because the arm strength will lead you to trying things that maybe you shouldn't try if you're Spencer Rattler.
KJ, you grew up in the SIP, right? Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Is that a bordering state to Louisiana?
It sure is.
Man, you chose violence on your southeast brother.
Hey,
today.
let me tell you something, man. Me and my father-in-law, we are at odds right now because he loves the Saints. I don't care about Sean Payton, and me and him often go at it on the phone. And there is a war right now. And if the Saints win, cool, whatever. It's water under the bridge. Mm-hmm. But if the Broncos win, mm-hmm. I won't be allowed there for Christmas.
You won't be allowed there for Christmas. Hi, Scott Hastings has walked into the studio. What's up, man?
Way to crap on my day, James. I ain't going to be here tomorrow, so I just want to say I love you.
I appreciate it, man.
I enjoy our conversations after the show.
Yeah.
90% of the shows, right?
Yep.
I will miss that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. And obviously we'll be working a lot on the TV side of things. And I do appreciate everybody. I see the well wishes. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'll have a lot more to say tomorrow about that. But today is a turn to page Thursday. Broncos going to turn that page from a terrible performance, well, subpar performance against that. I'm going to call it terrible against the LA Chargers. To let's get back in the win column against the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, and we're going to see Scott Hastings, who's the president of the Sean Payton fan club. He is going to come out of this game tomorrow and say, you know what, that was exactly what we signed up for in Sean Payton, man.
Or what's the buyout?
Oh my gosh.
Middle fingers.
All right. Last thing. Once again, Kreckman and Lindahl later today from 3 to 6 at number 38 in Rhino. Tyler at Stoney's on Lincoln for Thursday night football.
I'll be down at DU women's soccer.
Scotty at DU women's soccer.
I'll be at the Meade High School lacrosse match.
Coach at the Meade High School lacrosse match. Where are you going to be, KJ?
I will be here. I will be here. I love this. I love this studio. I never leave. As a matter of fact, I have a bed upstairs. So yep. I will be here, guys. If you ever need anything, just text us on the text line. I'll be here.
KJ has a Cronky suite up here at the studio.
He does.
I see you, man. I see
you. I will be at a soccer practice for my kid. So that's where.
What's their team? The Purple Boomerangs?
They're called the Hamsters.
Oh, no!
They named themselves the Hamsters.
The Hamsters.
Yeah.
That was my first pet. I
totally leaving that alone.
I know.
Gerbils and some rubber sheets.
Exactly right. You stay tuned for more opportunities to win Av Suite tickets for the from the PhD show coming up. For Coach, I'm Chris. KJ, we love and appreciate you.
That's what I just said. So we're agreeing. If you're talking about accomplishments, yes, Tom Brady. If you want to look at stats, pad your stats because Drew's got that.
Drew's okay. This is not Bag Take Thursday. It's Turn the Page Thursday. We're going to turn the page to PhD right now.
Sorry.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Pure chaos in front, but chaos is where he thrives. The moose is loose.
Oh no, is that a caboose? Oh my gosh, there's a moose on the loose.
Attaboy, Moose. The moose is loose.
The moose is loose.
The moose is loose. This is the moose, and I'm most definitely loose.
Wait, is that really Nico Rantanen saying that?
I am most definitely loose.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the keyword is moose. So there you go. 303-504-0925. Sweet is on the line. We have a keyword at the top of every hour. I want to make sure I get everything here, Dan. Just let me know. Most of it's just in that little intro there, but it's moose. Am I missing anything? That's it? It's a sweet tomorrow night against Anaheim. Moose.
We'll do one at the top of each hour.
Okay. Way to go, man. There you go. A sweet. Sweet. So there you go. ColoradoAvalanche.com for tickets, too. So, boom. Exciting. I was at the Avs game last night.
That was fun.
Yeah, they're trying. Like last night, they worked hard. They did. I don't mean to hand out participation trophies here and all. I get it. It's pro sports. You got to win. You got to do better. They know it. But you know, they're a little sticky right now. You
got your entire bottom six is the Eagles, right? So I don't know how much you expect. You got some good play out of your top guys, which was nice to see. Do you write it all off because the bottom six is from the Eagles?
I don't know. Scotty, good to see you, pal.
Good to see you, D-Mac. How are you today?
What are you doing?
I'm going to see how long I can just stare at the camera. I thought maybe we could just do the whole show and the three of us just stare at the Twitch camera.
You having a staring contest? Don't blink.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you just blinked. You already lost.
Hurts my neck right
already
now.
lost.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Okay.
They blink too. Look. Oh, they're blinking. They're blinking. I thought it was an entertaining game. I thought the first period was good. And they played.
Yeah.
I thought the second period, again, they came out and there was zero energy because if you go back and look at the energy in that third period, late second and third, they started getting after it again. And I said, okay, now they're bringing something. And I'll say this too. That wasn't on the goaltender last night.
Nah, I wasn't on the goaltender.
And if you listen, and that's why what I like about listening to TNT, honest appraisal, and they were killing the defensive units.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. And even the announcers during game, and they showed one. And listen, we got an empty netter to make it 5-3. How many times was it second period or early second, that they had breakaways like one on none?
Quite often.
That Georgie stuffed them. I mean, there was like two in a row in a minute and a half span that he absolutely stuffed it or caused him to miss. I mean, this thing could have been worse. This was not on Georgie last night.
You guys fans of Oliver Killington?
Mm-hmm.
Big O?
Mm-hmm. Calvin DeHaan?
Calvin.
Cool. That's CD.
Cool, Calvin. Guys, Parker Kelly fans?
Oh, PK? Yeah, PK is a great dude.
Did you like Matt Steinberg throwing hands in his first NHL game?
I absolutely love that.
Steiny
We got to get into that.
We bring the fight to you.
That was absolutely.
That actually worked because you drew a penalty because of it and you scored a goal after it. So that actually
they were 3 for 3 on or 3 or 4.
They were good. Riley Tufte, remember he used to play for the Avs, plays for the Bruins now. But he did cause 2 penalties in 6 minutes on the ice, so it's not like, that was anything great for them. Ross Colton, I think, played every position on the ice except for popcorn vendor.
Yeah.
You got Miles Wood. I don't know do we have an update with Miles Wood there, Dano? Do we know anything about Miles Wood? We did not know after the game. Turns out I was talking to Riker after the game. It's interference, but it's not the 5-minute majors, but they can't go back and call another minor penalty if they're looking on video for a major penalty.
Yeah, and so it was not a major because he did not hit him.
But Riker thought it should have been interference, at least, but not a major penalty.
Who's he called for?
Mark Rycroft?
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
I know, but who's he called for?
Big bullet.
For Avs.
Okay.
Jeez.
I do the same thing. Should be traveling. Should be a foul. I know where those.
Dude, let me tell you.
I know where those home color analysts live.
In the arena, they're down by a goal. You have that penalty. You think they're going to go on a 5-minute power play, meaning like you score, you stay on the power play. Like, here we go. And then for the ref just to come out and say, nothing, never mind. It was kind of deflating because there's one of your guys that you need. He's skating on the top line. Now he's out. Now you don't even have a power play. And you're just like...
Think about this also. There was a play, and I think it might have been on their second goal to go up 2-1, and it was a close to being offsides type thing, one of those things that sometimes coaches can go back and review.
Mm-hmm.
But if you lose a review, what happens?
Penalty.
You give up. Now you're on a power defend, right?
Yeah.
Power kill.
Don't give up.
PP.
Don't give up. Close.
Power kill. What's it called?
Penalty kill.
Penalty
You there.
kill.
I mean, you were there.
PK had PK.
You should have stuck with PK.
Yeah.
And I was doing Andy and I were doing our little podcast live with happening, and he made a great point. If you're not 0-3 or now 0-4, but if you're not 0-3, if you had a 3-1 lead, you know what you do? You might challenge that because you got enough buffer. But now it's all of a sudden 2-1, and if you don't win that challenge,
right,
all of a sudden you get them back on the power play. Now it's 3-1, you're out of the game. And so even this losing kind of affects, I think, coaches' decisions and possible challenges.
I'm looking at Jeff Hall, hockey guy, on the text line. Here's the hockey guy.
Hey, hockey guy.
If D-Mac understood hockey, he would have known that before the ref came out and said no penalty. Hey, Jeff, pound sand, brother. I'm glad you're listening and all, but, give me a break, hockey guy.
We are.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. We are officially in Panic City, though, here. I mean, these are the texts that are legitimately rolling in right now. Do you think if the Avs path continues this way, that Sack is going to fire Bednar?
No. Here's why. You just got too much money not playing on this team right now. This ain't your team. I mean, let's go through it. So Wood missed half the game or whatever from last night. Drouin, don't know. Have no idea. No idea when he's coming back. Taves, second game in a row he missed. Of course, Landy. Although Lonzo Ball came back last night. Did you guys see that?
I did not.
Scored 10 points. Played pretty good.
That's good to see, man. That's encouraging. He was about 2 months ahead. So
yeah, like that.
Just keep that in mind. But 2 months from today, in theory, that would be the same timeline that Lonzo would be on.
Thumbs up for that. That's for sure. And then, of course, Lehkonen and Nichushkin. How'd I do there, Jeff? Did I name enough guys for you? Really, the hockey guys. We love your sport and all, but boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean,
people are inviting.
Heard of him?
I've known that for years. I was a season ticket. I was a season ticket holder in the first year Cup run, and I was sitting in front of a guy, and obviously, and this is the first year back in Denver, right? And I understand they had the Rockies, and they had all these other people here. The AHL was here for a while, and I watched this lady. She was sitting there asking a question, and hockey guy sitting on the corner, just a row in front of us on the corner, starts getting all over this guy. Goes, lady, if you don't know the rules, just be quiet. And I'm like, dude, it's the first year back in NHL.
Correct.
You're trying to get people to sort, and hockey guy is chewing out a lady in game.
By the way, I should point out, there is a gargantuan difference between Avs fans, which we all are, and hockey guy.
True.
Hockey guy might be softball guy too. It might be the same guy.
Keeping his own stats.
Right. Hockey guy probably does keep his own stats in whatever men's league, beer league thing he's in. He probably knows his goals against or, his goals or assists or whatever.
I got no dumb question. Just
sure.
Hockey guy.
About hockey guy? Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. If you play roller hockey in a beer league, are you allowed to say, yeah, I can't come to your function. I got a hockey game.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. I think so. I mean, you make a commitment, right? You made a commitment to those other 50-year-olds, and if you don't show up, what are the odds of winning that game?
But you're calling it hockey.
What do you call it?
What's the function he's skipping on?
Rollerblades. Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It does. You miss your best friend's wedding
your
rollerblades.
Your daughter's continuation.
Oh, you can't miss
your
that.
niece's graduation. I don't know. Thanksgiving. I don't know. Whatever.
What like a niece's birthday? Could you miss a niece's birthday?
You can miss a niece's birthday.
You can?
Yeah, because you could show up late and still bring a present.
No, but just say I'm playing roller hockey. I don't know why I have an issue. Don't say it's hockey. It's not hockey.
Oh, I'm fine with that. Like, it pisses me off when people say I'm playing baseball and they're in a softball league.
Whatever happened?
So you get that right there.
Oh, I get
Whatever
that
happened to roller hockey? By the way, well, I'm telling you, when I was a kid, every single day,
There's tons of leagues out there.
The second I got home from school, I was in the street playing roller hockey with all the kids in the neighborhood.
Did you have rollerblades on?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, of course. But I mean, we would play for hours and hours to the point where we had little neighborhood versus neighborhood games that were going on. My kids have never once put on rollerblades.
That's because you gave them phones and iPads.
I know it's ruined society. You know, kids don't even want to do sleepovers anymore. That's the thing. Like we were talking about, kids don't want to get their driver's license. They don't even want to do sleepovers anymore. You know why? Seriously, do you know why they don't want to do sleepovers?
Because they could just be on FaceTime with their friends and same thing.
Parents?
Because they can't play the same game at the same time.
Right.
So they got to be able to be on their own screens to be able to play the game together. Because nowadays, like Fortnite, whatever, you don't want to do split screen. You got to have that full screen so you can see everything. So we'd rather stay up till 2 a.m. on FaceTime together rather than hang out.
What are you going to do, Dad, to correct that?
Nothing.
Okay. And there you and scene.
Yeah. I'm going to complain about it into the microphone.
I understand.
Hey, so real back to the fight. What was the kid's name again?
Steinberg, Matt
Because I loved it. They kept
flashing
back to Dad. Dad just got a last-second plane from Nova Scotia.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is that where he's from?
That's what's said on the TV.
Okay. All right.
From Nova Scotia to get down, to see his son play.
Yeah.
And first of all, what a great check. I mean, he put a great check on the boards, and then all of a sudden a monster comes over and's got an issue with it.
His big dude he fought. Yeah.
Val, what's his name?
Exactly.
But all of a sudden, I'm like, and dude, he was wailing, wasn't he?
He was trying.
He was wailing. He was trying.
It looked like a YouTube fight in the street for a little bit.
That's okay, but Ryan Harris said sometimes you got to take an ass whooping for the team.
It got everybody kind of fired up.
I thought it was awesome. Now, the interesting thing, Dad was wearing, I think, a Kraken 3/4 zip.
Well, have you ever been in Nova Scotia? I mean, they're a little confused up there, Scott.
I think my family's from there.
That
a lot of Vikings.
Explains a lot.
The kid didn't look like a Viking. He's kind of small, though.
He's tall and skinny. He's a tall, skinny guy.
Another thing, my last take, we can talk about it some more later.
Sure.
Boston looked like massive giants, and we looked like a junior team size-wise.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
our size was minuscule compared to Boston.
Turns out we were a junior team.
Turns out. The guy he fought, Nikita Zadorov, 6'6", 248 pounds.
It does blow my mind.
And how big's the other kid?
These 6'6" hockey players. There's definitely been some of them. There's been a bunch of them.
Zadorov 6'6", 248. Steinberg 6'1".
Chara was like 6'8", right?
6'8", yeah. Steinberg 6'1", 182.
Yeah, which really means probably 5'11", 165. if we're being real honest, right?
So he
5'11" and 3/4. He's D-Mac. He's lying the height. 5'11". Because Zadorov, I mean, Tyler, that's more than 8 inches different. But look at him.
He's trying.
Come on now.
No, he's trying. Then he gets.
And then Zadorov says, "I'm not going to fight." He body slammed him.
Timber.
No, you know what?
He's in a whole different weight class.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I think he's good there. He pulled Zadorov down on him. I think he's good.
Dad.
Yeah,
with the Kraken gear.
He's got Kraken gear on.
I love that he's filming it like the kids playing in Pee Wee's. Hey, the game's on
so
TV,
proud.
Dad.
Look at that black guy my son just got. Love you, kid.
Zadorov ain't,
Well, see, Zadorov saw his buddy get just crushed on a check. You see if you can find that check. And so he comes up from behind to take on the little kid.
Yeah, that's awesome. He's a fourth liner, man, who's making his NHL debut.
And he wasn't afraid. I know you guys make fun.
Super. I'm not making fun. That's
Make
part
fun of injuries.
No, I'm not making fun of injuries. That's part of the problem. Good for him. Tough kid. Way to go. Proud moment, Dad. Bing, bong, boom. You just lost your 4th game in a row because you're down so many players right now. Hey, good for Matt Steinberg. Good for you, man, my man.
We are being informed. Maybe you hockey guys knew this. I did not. His dad is actually a scout for the Kraken.
Well, so there you go.
Oh, well, that actually makes a whole lot of sense.
I didn't know he was a scout.
Does it still make sense, though?
But
when you come to the Avalanche game to support your son,
well,
I think he came off the plane.
He got to write it off. He got to write it off because
there you go.
I'll scout these guys.
He's scouting his own kid.
And he's watching his kid.
Good for him. Good for him. Okay,
But I caught the Kraken gear though, didn't I?
That's a good catch. I'm just saying, good for Matt Steinberg. Good for the fight. Got all right. Just it's the
I want
worst.
to get a Steinberg jersey.
Go for it.
Sweater.
Thank you for listening to us wherever you are in the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. It is game day.
Last preseason game. Oh,
finally
here.
Game day.
Finally here.
And let's go Nuggets and Broncos. Let's get into it. Start next.
All right, guys, if you're if you are in the market for a new vehicle, call my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Go visit them today. Check out their incredible inventory of new and pre-owned vehicles. We are talking cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles. For as far as you can see, the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. One-stop shopping when you go to Phil Long Ford. You're going to build a long-term relationship, and relationships matter in life. You will build a relationship with whoever your salesperson is, and you're going to trust them, you're going to love them, and you're going to continue to buy vehicles from them for a very long time because the experience is different than other car dealerships. They respect you. They get you in, they get you out. They're going to get the best price to you because that's just what happens at Phil Long Ford. The incentive deals are great. The interest rates are solid, and they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very long time. I've been going over to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL, the only car dealership that I deal with because I value relationships and I value the people that I've made friends with over at Phil Long Ford. So go check them out. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over.
win the Saints. Go marching in.
And then
Come on, man.
I do. Go marching in.
Nick Osmider will join us from New Orleans in about 25 minutes. Looking forward to Nick. He's got some interesting numbers about Bo Nix if you haven't heard him. Favorite part about New Orleans? Got a favorite story? Got something you can talk about with New Orleans? Something fun?
No, I mean, it's when I got locked myself out in the hallway naked.
Ah, that story.
Oh, that's the best
That's a
story of
good
all
story.
time.
That's a
right
good
there.
one, though. That was in New
That's
Orleans.
about a 20-minute story, but yeah.
I haven't told the story of waking up in the middle of the night hungry.
Mm-hmm.
You know how the little snack bars underneath the TV in a little cabinet?
Yeah.
With the drawers that open out, right?
Sure.
I didn't realize the one had a lip on it. So it's got two drawers, but the one has a lip.
Uh-huh.
So it just didn't open with two doors. There's like another 2 inches on this one side. Man, I swung that thing open awful hard, hit me between the eyes.
Nice.
Oh my God, what's going on? Woke up in the morning, had like about a quarter-inch gash in the middle of the thing, blood running down my face.
My Lord.
Mm.
I love New Orleans. It is my
good food.
I love it. I love the spirit of it. I love this. There's a grimy feel to New Orleans in certain parts. Got to be careful.
Yeah.
Love Jackson Square. Beautiful. Love the river there. You know,
I've never really done New Orleans. I've been there a handful of
so
times for
great.
games and stuff, but never had a time to really go experience it.
I bought 2 prominent pieces of artwork. Preservation Hall. I got a little hand sketch thing. Got some other things down there that just it reminds me of.
I had my very first etouffee.
Etouffee. What kind of etouffee?
A little shrimp etouffee.
Ooh.
Had my very first shrimp po' boy there too.
Okay. All right. I love it, man. They did stick a gargantuan casino like across the street from the French Quarter, which kind of is like, I guess, you like that. It's all right.
I did hit up the casino one time on a football game. We had a little bit of time. We went over to the casino. I got to experience that.
You know what's interesting for the Super Bowl? They kept the teams. I'm lucky enough to be a couple Super Bowls there. They keep the teams like right in the French Quarter area.
Yeah, right in that area. That's where all the nice hotels are, though.
Everybody else has to.
I mean, the Ritz. You go out the back door of the Ritz, and you're blocking half away from the French Quarter.
Crazy.
Everybody else has to build a new stadium to get a Super Bowl. Saints, New Orleans just gets it with the oldest stadium in the NFL year after year.
I know. And I was in there when the lights went out, and it was a little like, what's going on here? But then Beyonce just needed so much power. It's just an old building. But, the lights go out in that old building. You look around like, how would I get out of here? And you realize, that's going to be an issue. But that being said, New Orleans is one of my favorite places. I think it's got a great vibe, a great spirit. Love the city. And I love the fact that the Broncos are there. I woke up today in such a good mood, man. So excited.
You guys read our guy Jeff Lakewell's article today?
I did not. What's Leggy? I would assume very optimistic.
It was a very lengthy kind of expose on Sean Payton.
Expose?
What's the word there? What's that mean?
Expose
it
means
sounded
It's a long article getting deep.
Yes.
But revealing some secrets.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Well,
okay.
give some highlights.
So he goes in with all of Sean Payton's old players, okay? All about the game day Sean personality, and it's game day Sean, and it's like a bipolar personality. It was borderline a hit piece, I'm not going to lie. I mean, these players, they go in on Sean Payton. Everybody goes in about how Sean on game day basically just makes it sound like he loses his mind. During the week, he's calm, he's cool, he's collected. And then on game day, he's dog cussing you, he's ripping you, talks about all the fights he had with Jimmy Graham. And, they did talk about how, that he does want you to fight back, very similar to what we've talked about with Bo Nix a lot. But it's a fascinating article to read because the former players, and I mean, this is a solid 10, 15-minute long read, it felt like. I read slow. But the whole thing is just about how hard-nosed Sean Payton is, and then during the week, he's a different human being.
So good stuff or bad stuff
Which to
overall?
me, I'll tell you this, on the surface, that's the opposite of what I prefer my coaches to be. I prefer my coaches like Tom Cable for me. That dude, when he first came in, I was terrified of that man. I mean, he was a mother effer. He was riding you. He would play this heavy metal music like you're in a torture chamber on Friday tests, and so you couldn't think while you're getting your test. And then I'll never forget, he was so hard on us. And such a mother effort, like he was just grinding that I'll never forget my first game day experience with him when I gave up a sack and he comes over to the sideline and he takes a knee and he calmly talks to me. And I'm expecting him to just get in my face like Alex Gibbs, throw his chew in my face, whatever, and he gets calmly, all right, man, here's what you need to do. You got to throw your outside hand. He's getting that outside hand with the chop, bait him with it, calm, cool, and collected. I prefer the opposite out of my coaches, but this article makes it sound like Sean is calm all week long and then basically loses his mind on game day.
Yeah, I'm picking up the story right now. It's on ESPN.com. Let's see. I'm getting some quotes here. He's certainly a demanding coach, and so he does a really good job of identifying areas of weakness that he wants to attack, and so certainly that'll be something we'll have to deal with. All right. I don't know. Is that a bad thing, Scott? No, is that is a game day coach? It's a good thing or is it a bad thing?
You got to be in the situation because I've seen it work and I've seen it not work. I've seen it wear out coaches, and I've seen it wear out organizations. But I've seen it work too. I think Bill Belichick was one of those kind of guys for a while, and once Tom Brady and the buffer leaves, what happens? And that may have happened with Sean Payton. Once Drew Brees leaves, kind of a big buffer between coach and team, what happens?
Yep.
And Sean even admits, he kind of burned himself out after that too.
So apparently, the title of the article is Energy Drinks, Death Stares, and Sideline Swag. And I guess he's notorious for the sparks that he would drink on game day. And the players would always joke about how aggressive the ass chewing was from Sean, about how many energy drinks he had had that day. Says, I think everyone's had one of those game day stories about him, but to his credit, he's got amnesia when it's over. You get back during the week and everything calms down more or less. It's a long article, man.
Yeah, well, hey, that's our guy. Gives you a deeper insight to how Rush should have barked back at him and shows you why that's probably a good thing that Bo, struck back to a degree. Hey, it gets wired up. I don't know. I guess it could be bad. It could be good. He's challenging guys. You want to be challenged on game day or not, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure different guys respond to things different ways.
You just got to know your coach, right? So if you know that that's his style, and if you know that he's going to challenge you, he's going to press your buttons on game day, all right, step up to the challenge and give the man what he wants.
John Gruden's doing you found it was pretty cool. He's doing a YouTube thing, I guess.
Dude, he is like a TikTok savant.
Is that where it is?
Well, I don't know where that one came from, but the dude's TikTok YouTube short game is out of control.
Okay. All right. Well, it almost feels like an actor doing an impression of John Gruden.
Yeah. Like Frank Caliente.
It does.
Yeah.
Caliente,
it felt like that, yeah.
Like, is this really him or is this an actor? But this is really him. Okay, so here's John Gruden leaning into the Broncos' offensive woes.
It is really troubling how they start games. They're one of the slowest starting offenses I've ever seen. They've gone into the locker room at halftime, I think, with 0 points 3 times. They are a slow starting offense. And it's, I don't know, troubling, irritating. Man, it bothers me. I'd go into the locker room at halftime. The hell are we doing?
Is that true? Have we had 3 games where we've gone into halftime with 0 points?
Well, last week. What
was Raiders?
I don't know. Raiders,
I know we were terrible.
No, we led at halftime. We led at halftime 13-10.
We did.
Yep.
Okay.
Kicked a field goal at the end of the half to take the lead.
Mm-hmm.
He might have been exaggerating there, but either way, we all feel like we've had 0 points at
Jets,
halftime.
no, I think they had some points on the Jets. What is there? Pittsburgh? I really don't know.
No, Jets, we had 0 points at halftime.
We 6-0, right?
Yeah, it was 6-0.
6-0. Okay, then there's got to be another nothing game in there. Pittsburgh, I would guess.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, we scored 6 total points. So,
right. So I guess it's Pittsburgh.
Yep, we had 0 points we had 0 points through the third quarter in Pittsburgh.
Well, there you go. One more time. John Gruden, one more time. Because he sounds like a lunatic. John.
Mm-hmm.
It is really troubling how they start games. They're one of the slowest starting offenses I've ever seen. They've gone into the locker room at halftime, I think, with 0 points 3 times. I mean, they are a slow starting offense. And it's, I don't know, troubling, irritating. Man, it bothers me. I'd go into the locker room at halftime. The hell are we doing?
Well, I mean, so Gruden was Sean Payton game day, right? Because you're talking about Shane.
The hell we doing?
That article talks about Sean Payton screaming at an equipment manager because he gave him the wrong flavor stick of gum.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that part.
So this is why we got to unleash the danger zone, man. That's why Maverick.
Dude.
Bo Nix self-glossing himself as Maverick, not Ferris Bueller.
Sean Payton has been listening to this music all week long. He's been listening to this music for about 2 months getting ready for this game. We're going to see trick plays. We're going to see gadget plays.
You know what I'm saying?
We can't do an onside kick anymore until the 4th, but
right.
We'll figure out a way to do an onside kick. I mean, we'll bounce it off their leg. We will have Sean Payton out scheming the Saints in this game. That will be his goal.
Hey, heat check here. Dan Tanner has not seen the original Top Gun.
What?
I hadn't seen Godfather either.
How much of do you lose just life
guy cred?
Guy cred if you just haven't seen the original Top Gun?
No, Dan, I'll tell you.
I've seen the new one.
I've watched all the Godfathers now. You're okay with missing it. Okay?
Yeah, I'm
You're
not
okay.
interested in
all right,
watching
but
those.
you do need to put Top Gun on the
How
bucket
do you
list.
go your entire life into your 30s and not have a little curiosity about one of the most badass movies of all time? Like, you're talking fighter jets, chicks, volleyball.
Dudes with Vaseline playing volleyball.
I mean, how do you not watch Top Gun? I don't even. It's not even that long. I don't think it's even 2 hours long. I mean,
You haven't seen Ferris Bueller either, though.
No, I've seen Ferris Bueller.
Well, that makes more sense. Ferris Bueller was a
that kind of is him.
slacker who probably was with gummies and just wanted a day off.
Hey, what are you doing Friday night there, Dan?
What am I doing this Friday night? Tomorrow night?
Or Friday. That's it. Yeah, for tomorrow night.
Maybe I'll be watching Top Gun.
Let me tell you.
So I'm just saying, Bach asked if you'd fill in for him, and you said you had something to do. I just was wondering.
I'm actually going to Top Golf.
Maybe go to Top Gun, not Top Golf.
Who are you going to Top Golf with? I'm just
Some
curious.
friends.
Okay. Just wondering if there's a female involved.
Cherry, grape, and
Did you guys
pineapple.
hear that Springer's got a girlfriend that has a PhD?
No way.
Springer has a girlfriend with a PhD. How does that happen?
Wait, did you say she's been with PhD or she has a PhD?
Well,
Listen, let me tell you, Maverick is a risk taker, but he's not a slacker.
No.
Okay?
So
And
that can't be Dan.
We went back.
He did show up late.
And I watched, because I told Dan you actually don't have to watch the entire movie. You can just watch clips and get the idea. And I watched The Death of Goose today.
Oh,
you watched it today?
Just the 5-minute clip. I've seen it 100 times. My wife and I's song is Take My Breath Away by Berlin. That was her favorite
Really?
song. She loves Top Gun. Damn right it is.
It's a
And I was
boring
running the
song.
college radio station, and she goes, this is back when you had to play carts and records. It wasn't automated. She goes, I love that song. I go, you love that song? We're listening to the college radio station. You really love that song? Watch this. Hotline the station. Play Berlin, Take My Breath Away. Boom, it's on the radio. You know what I'm saying. You know what happened that night.
PhD.
Wait, what? Anyways, my point is, be Maverick tonight. Take some risks. It probably is Iceman. Iceman's cool.
Yeah, so do you want Iceman or Maverick?
Be Maverick. A lot of times Iceman is cool to be because Iceman did really well. He was a great pilot. He did not kill his navigator. He did not kill his goose.
Well, neither did Maverick.
And at the end of the day, Iceman was actually much more successful in the military. He was a legendary military figure.
Well, he became an admiral, but guess what he had to stop doing once you start taking them birds on your wings?
Right.
Was
Can't fly.
was
Can't
Tom
fly.
Brady and Peyton Manning Iceman or Maverick? They were Iceman.
Peyton Manning would have been Iceman.
So was Tom Brady. Iceman.
I think they might have been Iceman, but they had the ability to go Maverick when they wanted to.
Yeah.
That's a
So,
key.
well, that's fair. Yeah.
Now,
of course.
but Iceman was a badass. Iceman was a badass. He just sort of followed
He's kind
the
of a
rules.
fraud of a badass, though.
He was a rule follower as a badass. He was more
That's how you become
reliable.
admiral.
Yeah.
How can you be a badass as a rule follower?
Because you just, shoot down bogeys and you just kick ass like Iceman did. And he didn't like the guy who was trying to be the wise, the Weisenheimer. It's like, hey, man, do things the right way. Don't try to cheat the game, Mav.
Never leave your wingman.
Well, that's what Mav said. But he also, got in that flat spin, going through the jet wash, couldn't correct. Because he had to win the points for Top Gun. And just, Iceman was too close. He needed to bail out sooner. It's really nobody's fault. Sad with dead Goose. Goose is dead.
And look what it did to Meg Ryan. Lipo Queen.
Ruined her.
Ruined her.
Ruined her.
You were in the arms of Russell Crowe for a moment.
I mean, are you kidding me? Then you got Rooster coming along, of course, like 25 years later. There, of course, it's Rooster. Goose's kid, Rooster.
Sean Payton not up as Viper?
No.
The instructor.
No.
Right.
He's the guy. Tyler would like to request a flyby. Oh, pattern is full. He's the guy holding the cup of coffee.
He's not
I don't
Viper.
know. He
Sean
did
Payton.
spend $500,000 on a music system for the locker room.
Viper was kind of a badass instructor, though. He was up in the
Yeah,
air.
Hey,
flying.
I'll
Sean
go humble
Payton.
you punk kids.
You know what?
Yeah, I'll humble your asses.
But Sean never played in the NFL, man. He never quite did. He probably is the dude with the coffee. Because he tried to.
But he wears J's.
I know. He's a wannabe, bro. He's a little bit of a wannabe. I mean, he was a college coach.
So let's just hope Maverick, if it is Bo Nix, gets in the helmet and says, hey, requesting a flyby.
That's right. And when he requests a flyby tonight, give it to him.
Instead, Sean Payton don't go, sorry, pattern
Right.
is full.
No pattern is full.
Boys, Sean Payton ain't seeing the patterns full tonight. He's gonna want to put 50 on him.
Dude, if we had 3 words, if we had 2 words for tonight, if we had 3 words for tonight.
Or 3, or 2.
I did the math. Buzz the tower.
Oh.
Buzz the tower.
So you're saying when we're in 4-minute mode, we want to go 2-minute, keep Shedeur Sanders out there on the field.
I'm saying tonight.
No, buzz it out in the first quarter.
Saying buzz the tower. Nick Kosmeyer and the Big Easy next. Hey, no matter where you want to consume the game tonight, consuming Old Chicago is perfect. Sure, you can go to Old Chicago. Just go to oldchicago.com, find your local Old Chicago. But you can also get it to go, dine in, to go, whatever you want, with some great deals. Now, if you're there, 110 local and legendary libations. You go on that World Beer Tour, and you can buzz the tower and find yourself enjoying drinks and food next level. And there's great deals right now at Old Chicago. 3 of your favorites for $10.99 anytime. Choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza, calzones, burger, spaghetti with sausage. This is just so delicious and so perfect. Salad, put on a dessert, a 3 like no other for just $10.99. Can't be beat. Find your local Old Chicago. Simply go to oldchicago.com.
I do see the progress, but I still see some that I'm, leaving out there. So it's a happy medium, a fine line of both. Feeling like I am making, strides, but at the same time, there's things I continue to go back and watch, that I know I'm capable of doing. So it is good to see the progress and the strides, but also, not where I want to be at yet. So the standard's still very high, and still working to reach that.
It's Bo Nix and Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, whose pieces also appear, Nick, in the New York Times, amongst other publications. It's kind of fun.
That is.
Nick, seeing your name in the New York Times, kind of cool, I bet. Not the first time, I'm sure. Maybe not. Nick, you there?
Oh, hey. Yeah, hey, guys. How's it going? Sorry.
It's going all right. You okay? You all right? You good?
No, I am well. I didn't know that was the handoff to me, but I'm doing good.
Good.
Still sharp as always, Nick. Good to have you on, brother.
You know me, Scotty. Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm glad to be with you guys.
Hey, can I ask you a question? We just played a soundbite of Bo Nix. Has anybody asked him, where would you rate your footwork right now as an NFL quarterback? Has anybody ever asked that question to him?
I don't think so. Not this week that I know of. I was kind of perusing. I try to go into the locker room when guys are on the podium, just because it's easy enough to get that sound, kind of afterwards. And I find my time is better served to go talk to people, inside the locker room. But no, I don't think that has been asked of him, recently. But certainly, to your point, it's I think something that they are looking at. And whether that's maybe leading him out of the pocket a little bit early. Certainly, I think that was a aspect of his performance against the Chargers that just wasn't good enough, especially in the first half. So I'm sure that's something that they're working on.
Well, reading from Nick's New York Times article, the bigger issue with Nix has been accuracy. Through 6 starts, Nix ranks 28th amongst NFL quarterbacks in completion rates at 61%. Not a big deal. However, Nix has completed only 55% of all attempts thrown beyond the line of scrimmage, 28th. However, on 5 or more yards beyond that line, 41.1%, 13.7% below expected, meaning he's not all that accurate. The further he goes, it's less accurate. In fact, he's even less accurate than he should be. Am I reading that right, Nick?
Yeah, exactly. So, really, you kind of, the whole thing with Sean Payton when he got drafted was, hey, we isolated these throws at the line of scrimmage for everybody, for every quarterback in the class. We took those away and then evaluated the data, and Nix was accurate at all levels. That's been the difference now. He's still completing the stuff that's near the line of scrimmage just as well as anybody, but when you take those out and he's pushing the ball down the field, the accuracy, it hasn't been there. He's capable of doing it, but it has not come together so far this year. And I think some of it goes to the footwork. Some of it goes to, what they're dealing with from a pressure perspective and how he's choosing to handle that. But it's been a huge issue. I think I'd written earlier in the season, like there were times where it's just like, you got to make the mid-range jump shots, like these 5-yard passes, these 7-8 yard passes that are there for the taking. I'm thinking of an early 3rd down against the Chargers. He has Lucas Krull in the, kind of on a short out with a chance to get to the sticks, is looking at him, just doesn't make the throw, and then ends up doing kind of a double pirouette in the backfield before throwing the ball away. So it's just a matter to me of like just taking these throws that are there, finding a way to get in a rhythm. They have to stay on the field in order for that to happen. But that's just kind of something that I'm seeing.
Yeah, and with the narrative being of the quarterbacks that were coming out of college last year, Bo Nix is supposed to be by far the most accurate passer, just has not added up at the NFL level. But with this game tonight, I don't know if you've listened to our show at all this week, but, there's been a lot of conversation around this has got to be the game that we unleash Bo Nix. It's a great opportunity. It's a terrible defense, worst defense in the NFL. If you make a mistake or two, oh, well, you'll make up for it. Reading those stats, though, I mean, does that add up to you as a quarterback that you want to unleash yet, or would you prefer to see him stay kind of more focused on the mid-range stuff?
I think I want to see whatever can get them to be on the field to the point that they actually get to like sustain something, to where he actually gets to kind of get a feel for how the defense is trying to attack him. Like, part of the issue is that they have such a high 3-and-out rate that you're not able to be on the field long enough to dissect how defenses are trying to come at you. So like every time you go out there is like some new
Starting
experience.
Over.
Yeah. And so they're not getting enough of these sustained drives. So to me, it's not as much about whether we're letting him rip down the field. You know, they're throwing deep just about as much as anyone else in the league. So to me, it's not like you need to be pushing the ball deep down the field more often. You just need to come up with something that is going to get you guys 3 or 4 yards on first down and put yourself in 3rd and shorts a lot more than they have been doing. You know, whether that's play action, getting them outside the pocket, you know, using some of that a little bit more, or if he's more comfortable and empty, that can get you a 3-4 yard hitch route so that you get the drive off to a better start. They've just got to find a way to sustain it, guys, because, again, when you have to come over and it's a blank canvas every time you start a drive, it's really hard to win that way and get good that way. So I think that's something that they got to figure out.
Well, my last question to you then, we all heard about the chicken and the egg. What is it here in this one? Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it Peyton's called offense, or is it the Bo Nix throwing? Is it the chicken or the egg?
Yeah, I think you have like a chicken like eating the egg, or like getting yolk all over his face. Like it's kind of a little bit. It's a little bit of both. Like it really is. I mean, ultimately, this staff, like you've chosen to start the rookie quarterback. You've chosen to have him kind of be the guy. You got to put him in position. And if the accuracy is an issue, you know, kind of on the stuff that you're doing, well, how do we mitigate some of that? How do we, you know, get his eyes in different places? How do we open up, you know, receivers at different areas of the field? All those things have to come together in a way that it's not right now. So I think the chicken and the egg are both kind of responsible for this right now. You know, they got to figure out a way to make a better omelet.
All right, enjoy New Orleans. Forks up. We'll just keep it on the down low that the Arizona State Sun Devils are 5-1. We don't need to brag about it. We just know it. Thank you, Nick. We'll talk to you later.
All right, fellas. Thanks to you.
Nick Kosmider in New Orleans. There's some breaking news about the Broncos, which is going to improve their odds tonight. Details next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, if you remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, you probably just laughed it off. No big deal. Happens a second time, third time or more, you got a bigger issue. Listen, you don't need to have and settle for a mediocre sex life. You don't. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men have been assisted where the herbals and pills fail. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics have treatment success rates over 90%. So here's what you do. Initial visit's $99. It's nothing. And if it doesn't work in the office, the testos, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Enough is enough. Time to get things straightened out. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
McCarr down low for Tatar. Back for McCarr. Holding. Shooting. He scores! All hail Kale!
All hail Kale. All hail Kale. All hail Kale.
All hail Kale.
All hail Kale.
Kale played well last night. Jared Bednar said that. He was like, you know how he said he didn't play good? He played good last night, that's for sure. And that is your keyword. So text 303-504-0925. Your first and last name. Hail. Hail is the keyword. H-A-I-L. Hail. And at 2:45, we will announce the winner. We'll have another keyword at the top of next hour. But this keyword this hour is hail. And there you go. You could win sweet tickets for tomorrow night against the Mighty Ducks. And let's get it together, Avalanche. And hopefully you see some good things. So a reminder, the keyword is hail. Some breaking Broncos news. Baron Browning expected to be back. So hopefully that increases the pass rush a little bit. Jeremy Fowler is reporting the Broncos plan to activate and play pass rusher Baron Browning. Browning went on injured reserve after week 2, returned to practice this week. There you go. How is that going to impact things with Browning coming back?
Well, it's not exactly a position that we've been hurting at. We've gotten a lot of production out of our pass rushers between Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito and Jonah Ellis. You've had a great group out there, so adding Baron Browning to the mix is great. Baron was going into the season more or less considered the best of the bunch in that group. So hopefully he steps up, plays at a high level. My one thought on that was actually unrelated to Baron Browning. When I saw the report from Jeremy Fowler that he was coming back, my first thought was, well, I guess that means Mike McGlinchey is not coming back. Mike was eligible for return this week and practiced. I mean, maybe he'll play in the game. I just haven't heard anything about it. I thought it would be a little bit unlikely for these guys to come back off the IR and then start on when did Barrett start practicing? Do you know? Was it last week or this week?
No idea.
Okay. Well, Mike McGlinchey started practicing this week without any pads on, right? So that'd be a tough ask to put him out there. But I don't really care if we get Mike back anyways. Boys, I know we were high on Alex Palczewski. Did you guys watch Matt Pert at all? And I won't judge you if you didn't. I mean, who watches the right tackle? But Matt Pert played damn good football against the Chargers.
Well, Palczewski's out. He's been ruled out of this one.
No, I know.
Sertan. So if that's
I was
good,
talking about McGlinchey.
I understand, but so we'll see. I have no reports right now about McGlinchey, but he could play. I mean, if he's good enough to play, he could play.
If McGlinchey was at least active than Barron, only because what he said, the defensive line, the pressure has been pretty good. That being said, though, we bring a guy back like Baron Browning, then it's continuous, right? You can keep putting bodies in, keep putting bodies in, keep bodies in, and that pressure stays up.
I'll look for it, but we've got people on the text line saying that Jane Slater put out that Mike McGlinchey is going to play tonight.
Okay. Well, there you go. Kind of makes sense. Come back. He was listed as limited in practice, but he's practicing. So that, makes sense to me. Palczewski's out. McGlinchey, I don't think it was the worst thing in the world, his injury. So
I just cannot believe the performances we've gotten out of our backup tackles.
Pretty good.
And these were, why am I drawing a blank on the guy that got hurt in training camp, the main guy?
Quinn Bailey.
Thank you, Quinn Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
He was highly regarded for his services and was going to be utilized as an extra tight end and stuff. But Palczewski played well, and then Matt Pert, your backup, played well. All of a sudden, we got a little depth at tackle on the Broncos team.
All right. Well, that's a positive.
Which will be real big for next year.
Just seeing a report from Jeff Duncan of the Times-Picayune down there in New Orleans. Broncos coach Sean Payton, Joe Lombardi, Zach Strief, Pete Carmichael just crashed the Drew Brees Saints Hall of Fame ceremony. So
Duncan was on with Kreckman and Lindahl last night.
So did you guys see that Drew Brees, he requested that this happen when Sean Payton comes back?
Well, apparently it has happened. So that's going on too. So they got the Ring of Fame, and then they got the Saints Hall of Fame. They got, like I said, there's levels of awesomeness there for New Orleans.
The kiddies table, and then you got the adult table.
I guess.
Right?
So that's going on as well. Overall, your vibe for tonight is what?
Man, it feels like it's a great opportunity for the Broncos. History would tell you that going on the road on a Thursday night does not favor the road team. But this game, I'm looking for reasons why the Broncos shouldn't just handle business, and there are not very many. Look, Chris Olave, not playing. He's got a concussion. Rashid Shaheed, he just got surgery on his knee. He's out. Those are two really good wide receivers. Cedric Wilson and Bub Means, also in the rotation there for receivers, super banged up. So offensively, they've got Spencer Rattler at QB, and they're down to like their 5th and 6th wide receivers that are going to be running the show. Looks like Taysom Hill should be in action there, which is a little bit of a bummer for the Broncos. But the amount of injuries that the Saints have, compounded with the fact that they've been a bad football team.
After the second week.
Broncos, yeah.
Because they were the darlings the first 2 weeks. They were going, oh, my God, look at Clint Kubiak.
Are you predicting a laser show?
No, I'm not. But I am predicting to win. I am predicting to win.
But no
laser show. No laser show. I bet Bo Nix goes for 230, somewhere in that ballpark.
Oh, yeah, that's a laser show.
Yeah.
Hey, what would we ever do here if we saw like a 350?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, come on, man.
What about it?
Well, you know what we would do?
Let me ask you this.
We would stop doing all those advertisements for the pills. That's what we do.
Would you be okay tonight if Bo Nix is 30 of 42?
30 of 42, okay.
373, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick, and they lose 41-38.
No, I want them to win. I'd rather. Okay, but what?
Will you be super sad tomorrow?
I mean, I may have a smile on my face.
You wear sweatpants. You gonna ride your bike in tomorrow?
Right,
are you gonna ride your bike over to Joe Willie's on Broadway?
Joe Willie's on Broadway. We'll be there tomorrow.
If he throws 375, you better wear sweatpants.
Dude, that'd be amazing.
So seriously.
But they lose? I'm not going to be happy if they
41-38, they're right there.
By the way, New Orleans does have kind of an interesting offense. They have put up a lot of points. It's just that their defense is so bad. And Spencer Rattler did not look awful.
And yet they're still +3, you said yesterday?
I don't know. What the odds?
I remember what you say. I listened to what you said.
I don't remember anything I say. I could say any. Oh, and giveaway takeaway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are +3. Yeah. It's right in front of me. Yeah, they are. You can make mistakes against the Saints and win games, guys. What can I tell you? You can make mistakes against them and win.
Can the Broncos, do you think that the Broncos are in that category as well?
Yes. I think everybody in the NFL is in that category against the Saints. I do.
I hope so. I hope so, but this offense has not necessarily looked like an offense that can handle mistakes.
I get it, but the Saints are just they're brutally bad defensively. And the Broncos are 3-point favorites going in this game on the road. Yeah. Your Broncos are favorites.
And that's moved up. That was 2.5 the other day.
I think it was a 1 at one point, like 1.5.
Dude, it's 3, and the over's 37.5. I'm pounding it. I'm putting the mortgage on it.
All right, you doing predictions right now?
What would Joe always do? What would Joe always say he'd do?
Circle it.
It was like a mortgage alert or something.
Put a potato stamp on it. Double read it. Joe is the best, man. Double stamp it with a potato and stick it up your arms. So it's I say Broncos win this one 33-17.
Oh, that is a butt whipping right there.
You know what that is?
Whoa. That's a
that would be a laser show. I'm going to say Bo throws for...
Who gave D-Mac buttons, by the way?
270.
Whose grand idea was to give D-Mac buttons?
Bo throws for 270.
How many tutties?
33-17. We got 3 tutties.
From Bo.
From Boski, he's going to run for 1.
Okay.
We're going to put together, we're going to get a safety and field goal. Yep. He's going to throw for 3, run for 1, safety, field goal, 33-17. Woo! Let's go.
I'm going with a dominant, and I mean outright dominant performance from the Denver Broncos and a game that will keep you alert. 17-13 Denver Broncos.
Oh, what a buzzkill.
Good.
You want to throw in your 2 cents there, Scott?
I was going to say, do you have like a poop sound or something?
Can I just say this? I think the Broncos are going to win, but I will be surprised. Even as bad as the Saints defense has been, I'll be surprised if they throw for 30 points. That'd be really shocking to me.
You want to throw one out there?
Drew Brees actually comes in for Spencer Rattler on his big people's table ceremony.
Yes.
31-20.
Hey, there you go.
Okay. Hold on. So would you not be satisfied if we won 17-13?
Oh, I'll be fine. A win is a win.
No.
I want to win. I want to win. I want to win more than
I
anything.
just asked you, they lose 41-38.
I said I'd have a smile.
Bo
but
throws for 373,
Yeah.
3 touchdowns, 1 pick.
Yeah.
They win.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
16-10.
Oh.
And Bo gets benched.
Bo throws for 109 yards. 1 touchdown, 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
What quarter does he get benched?
You happy?
We're going to have a fun conversation at Joe Willie's on Broadway. That's for sure if that happens. It'll be fun no matter what. The key word is hail. H-A-I-L. Hail, 303-504-0925. Text in that keyword, your first and last name, and you may have a chance, well, you definitely will have a chance, to win sweet tickets for tomorrow night's game against the Ducks and the Avs. PHC on 92.5. Yeah, dude, fired up about kicker revenge. Killing it. So is Mike Maroney for Longmont. Hey, man, they have something ready for you to rock the mountains. Mike Maroney, Ford and Longmont, 3rd and Alpine with those brand new Ford F-150s. Woo! Being sold with their lowest prices of the year. Truck Month is back and bigger than ever at Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont at 3rd and Alpine. So whether it's a bike rack, little nip in the air, ski racks may be coming soon. All right, let's go. Get it on with the Ford F-150 from Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont. Payments lower than you can ever imagine. Maroney does mean more. More with their 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in our gorgeous state. From Loveland Mountain to Loveland, Colorado, they'll bring the truck or any vehicle with your purchase right to you. So start planning that endless Colorado vacation. Truck Savings Month is only for a limited time. So get with it. Reserve your truck now at Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com. That's Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com. 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. It's Mike Maroney, Ford, Longmont.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
So a reminder, and thank you, Old Chicago, for bringing us No Dumb Questions. Visit oldchicago.com to order online. Find a location near you. The keyword this hour is hail. And if you text that in to 303-504-0925, chance to win tickets to the suite for the Avs and the Ducks tomorrow night. We'll have a new keyword coming up at 2 o'clock. And you have multiple chances to enter in this bad boy. We'll announce our winner at 2:45, but Nate and Andy will have another chance. This is going on all day. So again, the keyword is hail. Adam Schefter joins us in about 15 minutes. Scott, no dumb questions, my friend. What's
You ready for that thing for Adam Schefter? We're going to go on.
What's on your mind today?
I don't know if you guys seen these advertised. Yesterday, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, after he announced he's selling a whole bunch of memorabilia to give it to some charity cause of his, like championship rings and stuff like that.
All right.
Which usually screens of other things, but he said he's donating it all to charity.
Okay.
This came out, I think, with Adidas with a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar shoe.
All right.
High top, low top. You can get it. Kind of good looking shoe, kind of a little bit of a throwback look, but kind of a cool looking shoe. One you'd say, okay, that's kind of cool looking shoe.
All right.
Kareem 7'1", right? Something like that.
Okay.
What size shoe would you guess he wears?
18, at least.
So if he wanted to go online, he couldn't buy his own shoe.
That makes sense.
And I've noticed this a couple times.
What size does he wear?
Well, I'm assuming.
Like that, something?
Yeah.
What size you wear?
16. I can get away with 15s, but 16s are more comfortable.
What are you wearing, Tyler?
15.
Yeah, he can't buy.
I check this out.
He can't buy Kareem's shoe either.
No,
it only goes up to 14.
But check this out. You will respect how weird this is. I don't know if the average person can. My brother was 6'8", same height as me.
Yeah.
Wore a size 11 shoe.
Oh my
It's
God.
6'8".
Did he have a hard time walking?
Weirdest thing. Well, he wasn't an athlete.
Is that your single brother?
So what's just small feet?
It's just weird.
It's a weird size.
Just weird.
What's your question?
But the question is why are these? And I'm gonna go to Joker, the 361 company. What do you think Joker wears? He's 7 foot, 17,
18,
16,
19,
probably 17,
something
something like that. Can't buy Joker's either. He couldn't go on and buy his own shoe.
I'm sure he's going to be okay.
Shoes because he's got a couple good looking pair of shoes. Even Aaron Gordon, the same company, he's got a cool pair of looking shoes.
Yeah.
I'm going to get me one. I think Aaron wears 15.
Yeah, what's the name of the Chinese shoe brand?
I think it's 361 or something.
Oh, yeah,
like that.
it is. Yeah.
And I think you go up to 13. I think they bumped it to 14 now. And I'm like, wait a minute, these guys, I know you're making them personally.
In basketball shoes, too, you would think, hey, man, there's a lot of tall guys out
Wait,
there.
hold on. Is your question, should they make
is, why
bigger
are these guys
shoes?
allowed to have their own shoes or sell them online, and then they couldn't even buy them online if they wanted to?
I cannot believe I'm having this conversation with you two giants. Do you realize how weird you guys are physically?
No.
Okay.
Well, how about you?
No, I'm
who's the weird one in this room?
Oh.
Take a look around. Who's the weird one?
You two. Just because you outnumber me doesn't make me the weird one. I'm the normal one, or more normal. You guys,
hold on. You're to the same extreme in small that we are in tall.
Baloney.
No, you are definitely Hold on. You are on the extreme side.
Dude,
if we're extreme tall, you're extreme short.
Dude, 3 inches taller than me is 5'10".
You ain't 5'7".
3 inches shorter.
You're lying.
3 inches shorter than me is 5'4".
You're lying.
3 inches shorter than
this.
Hold on. 3 inches shorter than you is how tall?
Why are you lying?
How tall is 3 inches shorter than you?
6'5".
How tall is 3 inches shorter than you, Scott?
6'7".
Okay. How many 6'5" and 6'7" guys you think are bumping around?
Take a look behind
I see
you.
tons of them every night.
Average height.
5'9".
Mm-hmm.
I'm like 2 inches away from 5'9".
So what you're saying is
you're not 5'7".
You're abnormal.
We've done this.
You two weirdos are more than a foot away from. You can call me whatever size you want, 5'6", 5'5". It doesn't matter. You can call me 5'2", and I'm more normal than the two of you.
You're abnormal.
You're abnormal. You two are.
How come we don't have a complex though?
You're complaining about shoes right here, and I've got to bring you back to reality.
But you never see a big dude with a complex.
I want to go.
You shouldn't have one.
I
want
to go to a 7-footer's webpage who's hawking some shoes and buy the shoes they wear.
Here's the dumbest thing of all time. The fact that the two of you want to be normal, you should just say, thank you, I'm fine, and move on with all the little inconveniences in life, because life is better for you being tall than short.
So that makes you abnormal.
No, it's...
Life is normal for us.
No. It sucks being normal. You're the ones with the advantage, but you do have to deal with some weird inconveniences.
Anyways.
But don't you find it weird, though, that dudes with 18-size shoe, you can't buy a shoe up to size?
I don't actually.
Not really.
I don't find that unusual.
You know what? If you are really as spiteful as I think you are, you ought to get on Kareem's shoes and buy you a pair and wear them in here. And just to taunt him in front of me.
Sure. Do you think he sells them in size 8?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I wear. Probably can get in a 7.5.
So I almost died last night.
You almost died in the first second.
Holy cow.
Yeah,
wow.
I almost died last night at football practice.
How so?
And this isn't a dumb question. It's a dumb story, okay?
All right.
One of these kids shows up on a dirt bike, okay? And I've never been on a bike in my life.
13-year-old?
Yeah. But hold on, I'll get to that, okay? So it's like, you can tell it's not like a legit dirt bike, right? Well, I go over to this thing, and this thing is pretty dang cool, man. But it's an electric dirt bike, right? It's like, it's for kids, more or less.
How tall is this kid?
Your size.
Probably.
Yeah, he's probably.
This is another
probably
big guy
5.
on a small thing story, but it's not a small thing. It's a normal thing, and you're a weird sized dude.
Yeah, he's probably 5'8".
So here we go. Here's the story about being weirdly sized on something that's normal.
So I look at this thing, and it's an electric dirt bike. So I'm thinking to myself, like, how powerful could this thing really be, right? I mean, he plugs the thing in, you know?
Electric?
I mean, this thing doesn't have any gasoline. There's a kid driving this thing. So I'm like, hey, man, I've never been on a bike. Do you think I could ride this thing? I've never driven a motorcycle in my life. That's like a little bit embarrassing, but I never have. So he's like, yeah, let me put it into safe mode. So he puts it into safe mode for me. And I'm cruising around. I'm being all cool, driving all over the field. I'm being like Deion Sanders during practice, you know?
Okay.
Like I've got my golf cart, but I'm on a motorcycle now yelling at the kids.
Ordering leather online.
Yeah, there you go.
I need some chaps.
But now I'm feeling pretty good about myself, okay? And so I'm like, all right, put this sucker into the real mode. You know, like I want to let this thing fly. He's like, are you sure? It goes 60 miles per hour. I'm like,
I'm sorry, what?
13-year-old.
Yeah.
An electric bike goes 60 miles an hour?
Goes 60 miles per hour. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Well, you know, I'm not really good at math and like compound science and factors.
That's
of
insane.
How is this big dude gonna, once it goes fast, small bike, you know, how's this gonna
Normal
work out, right?
bike, big dude. Go ahead.
So first thing he says is don't throttle it. I'm like, forget you, right? So I go from 0 and I just throttle that sucker.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I mean, within 2 seconds, the front wheel is fully vertical.
We call that a wheelie.
And I'm wheeling, and I'm trying to save my life, right? And I'm trying to get this sucker back down, but I'm controlling it for a little bit, for about 10 or 12 seconds.
You on a grass field or pavement?
I'm on a grass field, but I'm flying at a group of about 11 kids, and I can't stop this dang thing.
Okay.
So not only did I almost die, I almost killed a bunch of kids. And I get up that wheelie. All of a sudden, I literally flip it over backwards.
Wow!
I land on my back.
Whoa!
Fortunately, the bike actually flies over my head. I turn to that kid. I'm like, "Hey, how much does that thing cost?" Like now, I'm a little bit worried. Like,
did you ruin it?
Did I break this kid's bike? It's like $4,000. I'm like, hold on. Who bought this bike for you? He said he bought it. I'm like, how did you make $4,000?
Yeah.
TikTok.
Pulling weeds.
Smoking what?
Pulling weeds.
Oh, pulling weeds.
Walking around the neighborhood pulling weeds.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately, the bike survived. But big man, little electric bicycle,
normal
bad
bike,
idea.
normal size bike, big guy.
No, little bike, little teeny tiny bike.
Average size person.
Made for the
regular size people who are 5'9".
For the
average person.
Challenge.
You know the cool thing about you, Tyler, is you're so not afraid, and I say this as a compliment, it may not sound like it, to show how ignorant you are.
Sure.
I think that's not many
would it
people
be
can
fun
do that.
if I was not going to make fun of myself? Got to be able to make fun of myself.
Well, first of all, electric vehicles. You supposedly drove one, right?
Yes, I definitely drove
How fast
one.
they on the get-offs?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
So if you've never
It is
driven an electric
unbelievable.
vehicle, the get-offs are
It's
unbelievable.
unbelievable.
Even in a car.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But I
They're
mean, this thing
unbelievable.
was made for a kid.
Yeah.
It's a kid's bike.
Yeah. You're lucky you didn't break your ass, dude. You're
I'm lucky I didn't break the bike. That's what I'm lucky.
Screw him. He's got
Yeah.
insurance. The bike.
Adam Schefter joins us next. Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. Big game tonight. How you feeling? Got the munchies. You want some delicious food, some scratch-made crust. And we got a great deal at Old Chicago. The 3 for, this is great. 3 of your favorites for only $10.99 anytime. Choose from cheesy scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger. Spaghetti with sausage to throw on a salad and a decadent dessert. That's a 3 for under $11. It's perfect at Old Chicago. Founded in Boulder in 1976, perfecting pizza ever since. Old Chicago is where it's at. And if you go to oldchicago.com, you can find your local Old Chicago. You go to Old Chicago, 110 local and legendary beers are on tap. You can't do better than Old Chicago. Think of that for tonight. For the big game, it's Old Chicago for the win. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Hey, it's D-Mac for my great friends at Mike Mulrooney. Mike Mulrooney Auto Group's Truck Month is happening now with their lowest prices of the year. So whether you're tackling the mountain roads or city streets, they've got the perfect truck for you at Mike Mulrooney. Massive savings on Chevy Silverados, Ford F-150s, and GMC Sierras. These Colorado-ready trucks, they are built tough. From hauling gear for any adventure, from bike racks to ski racks, they do it all. It's Mike Mulrooney. And every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee with free delivery anywhere in Colorado from Fort Collins to Pueblo and beyond. Browse their huge inventory at MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. It's quick and easy to find your ideal truck at these unbeatable prices. Hurry in, though. Truck Month and these low prices, they do end soon. Deals are moving quick. So get to it. What are you waiting for? Go to Mike Mulrooney Auto Group online at MikeMulrooneyColorado.com and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
we would fly home from regular season games. There'd be, 1,000 people at the airport. Just like none of us could have ever envisioned that. So there was a uniqueness to it. And I think a lot of it, they've always been passionate, but I think a lot of it had to do with the year prior.
That is Sean Payton talking about Saints fans. Sean Payton has referenced Saints stuff a lot over the past year and change that he's been here with the Broncos.
Yeah, shut up about it already.
You don't hear Adam Schefter talking about NFL Network or the Denver Post. He just talks about ESPN. I mean, that's, Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. From ESPN, it's our pal, Adam Schefter. All right, Thursday Night Football here. Schefter, what do you think, man? What do you think about this reunion game for Sean Payton? Where does this rank story-wise, you think?
Well, for Sean Payton, it's a big deal. For the Denver Broncos, it's a big deal. Even for the Saints, who are reeling, it's a big deal. It's a big deal for everybody. Nationally, I think people look at this game and go, okay, interesting. Not much more than that. It's a much bigger deal to the Denver Broncos in Colorado and the New Orleans Saints in Louisiana than it is to the people nationally. But look, I'm looking forward to sitting down and watching the game. It should be really interesting. I like to just sit there and focus in on this team tonight and see what they got tonight. But it's an opportunity for the Broncos to get a backup quarterback, go up against a backup quarterback without two starting wide receivers. There couldn't be a more favorable time to get the Saints than right now.
Oh, we've been saying that. We've been banging that drum all week. Let me really quick. Is Sean Payton's legacy in New Orleans about winning a Super Bowl more or Bountygate, in your opinion?
Oh, I don't even think of Bountygate when you said that. I actually think I don't even think it's the Super Bowl, and I don't think it's Bountygate. I think it's him bringing back a franchise at a time where the city and the team have been decimated. Like the Saints were one of the worst teams in the NFL. The city was in ruin. He took over for a team that was awful for a job that really nobody wanted. Didn't have a quarterback. And he rebuilt that franchise at a time where the city was. That is the way I think of him. More than the Super Bowl, more than Bountygate. Super Bowl's a part of all that. The culmination of all that. Bountygate's a part of that. But it's him. I don't think people really remember and recognize how bad this franchise was when he got there.
This is probably a dumb question based off everything you just said right there, but there are people out there that think that Sean Payton left the Saints high and dry. They got in cap hell, and he kind of ran away. What do you think the fan response is for Sean Payton out there? And do you think that's a fair characterization of some?
No. By the way, again, I've spoken to Sean many times about that when he was leaving, when he did leave, and when he came back. And I don't believe it had anything to do with those reasons at all. I just felt like he needed some time to decompress. He wanted a fresh start. His work there had been done. Maybe in his mind, he was aware of that. I never heard him express that. Could that have been something in his mind? Sure, it's possible. But I don't think that's why he left there.
With all the injuries that's gone through New Orleans, good at least for a handful of games to see if they've got anything maybe in Spencer Rattler?
I think so, Scott. Yeah. I listen, Derek Carr at times looks really effective and really strong. And then there are other times you're like, what was that throw? The opening drive of the Chiefs game on Monday Night Football when he got hurt, came out, made some great throws, looked great. And then there's an interception on third down. He just throws it up there. What is that? And so, do you think that they believe that Derek Carr is their quarterback for the next decade?
I'm thinking it's a little bit like the Atlanta situation, same division, right? That you're hoping you get a guy in here for a year or two that can play at a high level, bring back this team, win some games, win the excitement of the home base. And if we can develop a young guy while we're doing that and still not necessarily losing 13 games, let's go.
Well, the way that I look at it, Scott, is this, that this is a team, the Saints, that's always pushing the envelope on payroll. Like they're always pushing things into the next year. They're always stretching out their cap expenses. So if by chance Spencer Rattler develops into a quarterback, you got a quarterback on a rookie contract for 4 years. That really gives you a chance to catch up on finances and get things back in order. Because at some point, the bills the Saints put off every year are going to come due. So if you're paying your rookie quarterback a couple of $1 million a year or whatever it may be, that gives you a real chance to make up for some of those debts in a real big hurry. So the added bonus to that would be you found a quarterback for the long term.
Yeah.
Like what people forget is that when Spencer Rattler was in high school, I believe he was the number one recruit in high school. Like he was a talented guy. And then he went and got beat out at Oklahoma by somebody. Right? Where he went to Oklahoma and got beat up by somebody really good. You know, I'm not a huge college football guy, but wherever he was, he got beat up by Caleb Williams. He got beat out by.
That's right. That's right. You're right. That's right.
He got beat up by Caleb Williams, and he transferred. And so I believe Spencer Rattler's got talent. Now, whether he's going to turn into that type of NFL quarterback, we'll see. But guess what? The Saints get a look at that, and they get a chance to see if the lights are bright enough for the guy, if he can handle it, if he can play in this league. And, you know, the first week he played pretty well, I thought.
Yeah, agreed. Listen, man, if you can get a third, fourth round guy, Adam, and he really works, it's unbelievable.
It's a godsend.
But how many teams really give those guys the chance? So if it's going to click for you, it has
to be an injury.
Bo Nix gets kind of an not endless, but a huge runway. Spencer Rattler will get like 4 games.
You know what?
That's
but
the way it goes.
Here's the deal. Well, that is the way it goes in the NFL. But you can see, I don't care what sport it is, but again, we're talking about football. You can see right away if a guy's got it. Like there are just certain things you're like, oh, there's something to this guy. Like Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, and he was put in there. And I remember talking to the 49ers. I'm like, I remember calling them that preseason, and like, hey. I mean, I don't know. I never saw this guy in college, but he looks like a player to me. Like I said that to them.
So
right?
Does Bo Nix look like he's got it?
I think he's shown some signs, Scott. I think he's shown some signs. I think we've seen some things. You know what? I've seen the mobility. I've seen that happen, Scott. I've seen him make a couple of good throws.
Last in the league in passes over 5 yards past the line of scrimmage.
I need to see more. I got it. But I'm curious. That's why I want to settle in and watch tonight.
Okay. All right.
And the rest of the season.
Me too.
Hey, got to ask you.
Okay, right?
For me, yes. Yeah. But, that's me.
Got to ask you about what's going on out there in Pittsburgh, Adam. You know, Justin Fields said it himself. He didn't feel like
Get ready for Russell.
That's
Get ready
right.
for Russell.
Said he didn't feel like he played good enough football to hold on to the job. But shoot, the Steelers are in a pretty good spot right now. Did Tomlin make that decision awfully easy? Are you surprised by how quickly he made that decision?
I mean, how much more obvious you wanted to make this, right? Like, first of all, he said Russell's a starter before camp.
Yeah.
Then when Justin Fields is playing well, he doesn't give him like, this is our guy. He's taking off. He never did that.
Mm-hmm.
Then he opens it up this week and says Russell's in consideration for the starting job. Then we got Russell taking first team reps. Then Russell's off the injury report. Then we have Justin Fields talking about how he didn't play well enough to keep the starting. Like, how many more hints you want before we get the idea of who's starting Sunday night?
Yeah, we get it. We get it, but I don't get it. And that's what Tyler's asking too. Like,
believe me,
what are they
I've
thinking?
been saying the same thing as you. I've been fighting with T-Mac for a month about this, that this was going to happen, but it still is a little bit surprising how quickly he went to it.
No, I think he was always going to it as soon as Russell was healthy. Yeah. Like as soon as Russell could show that.
Why though, Adam? What is it about Russell Wilson with Tomlin?
First of all, I think Mike Tomlin believes in Russell Wilson.
Why?
And well, I think Russell Wilson. Do you have anyone at altitude that does research as we're doing this?
We could.
Well, we
fact
can-
check.
yeah, we got a whole staff of Dan.
Tender Dan back here.
Yeah.
Okay, Russell Wilson, I believe, has played 2 or 3 games against Mike Tomlin as a starting quarterback.
Okay.
Look at his numbers in those games against Mike Tomlin.
Wow.
So Mike Tomlin has seen the best of Russell Wilson. The numbers. I might be a little high. I think it's like 2 or 3 starts, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. I'm not going to be far off. So that, I think, up close is how Tomlin has seen him. And I think that he believes that in this type of offense, right or wrong, we're going to find out that if he can get a quarterback who's running the offense efficiently and not turning over the football and making good decisions, that with his running game and his defense, they're going to win more consistently.
I got the stats. I pulled it up, and he's only played him twice. But first time he played him, threw for 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 345 yards. Second time he played him, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 300 yards.
What did I say?
Yeah.
8 touchdowns, 0.
You know what's awesome? I'm glad Mike Tomlin's VCR is broken, and he hasn't been able to watch any film since. I'm glad he's got a 2-game sample size. Good for him. So
I'm happy that I had the 8-0 touchdown to interception.
That was pretty good.
ratio.
That was pretty good.
Why the hell would I know that? Why the hell would I know that? I don't know.
That's a good one, though.
Scott, that's pretty good recall, isn't that, Scott?
That right there is some reporting, to be honest with you. That's number 1.
All right, Adam, what else is going on that we should know about just in general so that you don't go on TV and you talk about something that we haven't even brought up with you? Go ahead. What else is good?
D-Mac is scarred.
He is scarred.
He's like haunted by me reporting news day minutes after I'm on the radio.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
Scarred or experienced works either way.
Hey, you know what?
He's got shifted derangement syndrome.
You know what? You can't predict when news is going to happen. I'm just telling you, like.
Well, better not happen in the next 10 minutes or I'll be pissed off.
Moratorium on any news stories in the NFL.
What other trades should we what should we keep our eyes on, I guess? Maybe I'll just
I was going to break one in 3 minutes as soon as we hung up, but I guess I'm going to wait on that now.
Okay.
You know, here's what I think. A lot will be determined by the results of the next few weeks. I think that the NFL has seen a huge uptick in trade activity in recent years. Like the league has become a little bit more like the NBA and baseball. And the more that it's happened, the more it's inspired other people to do it. It's usually right at the deadline. This year moved up 3 trades on Tuesday, 3 weeks out of the trade deadline.
Crazy.
You know, and so that I think is going to push people along to make more trades. But you know what I love? What I love is that in this world, like we've already seen some trades. We're leading up to the trade deadline. We know what a crazy day that's going to be.
Yeah.
Tuesday, November 15th. Oh, by the way, that's also the day of the presidential election. So it'll be a nice, quiet day.
Quiet day. Hey, let me ask you this. And we saw the improvement by the owners the other day. What do you think Tom Brady's actual role in with the Raiders now is going to be?
I think he's going to be, well, obviously a limited minority owner, but I think he's going to be a sounding board for Mark Davis. And Mark Davis himself said that he's going to lean on Tom Brady when they pick their new quarterback in 2025. He's going to lean on Tom Brady to help develop this guy. So I would imagine that Brady's going to have some voice in who they pick and how they bring him along because they're going to be in the quarterback market in 2025
All right, buddy. Well, and guys, got anything else for Adam?
No, I'm good.
Wrap it up?
I'm loving every time I get to see Adam on here.
All right.
You get to see, Uzab staring at that Michigan helmet and everything off his left shoulder, his right shoulder. But usually right behind him, on his
he
other
flips
hand.
for ESPN.
Yeah, he flips for the big boys get the Desmond books.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Adam. How's your basketball reporting going?
Oh, I drafted my team last night.
Oh yeah. Who you got?
Yeah, Scott. Okay, ready? I got sniped on 2 guys. I wanted Tyrese Maxey and I wanted Jalen Williams. I didn't get either one.
Okay.
So the team is Tyrese Halliburton.
All right.
Norman Powell, who Kawhi Leonard's out indefinitely. Norman Powell's going to be good, I think.
Okay.
He's a solid player. Needs to be your 6th man.
But on that team, he's going to be a starter and be a contributor without Kawhi now. No Kawhi, no Paul George, right?
Yeah, but just like in football, there's some guys that are great with 10 plays, but you give them 25 and
Okay, what
But
Keegan
he
Murray?
can score. He can score.
Keegan Murray, Sacramento. You like him?
Yeah, nice player. Had a good year last year as a rookie, I believe.
Lauri Markkanen, Jared Allen.
He'll score.
Jared Allen, Dame Lillard.
Do you get points for
Keontae
rebounds and block shots and stuff?
Everything. Yep. Okay. Dame Lillard. Keontae George, who's going to have a big year for the Jazz this year.
You know what? Where's your Nuggets? No Nuggets?
I did not. I did not get any. Derek Lively, Fred Van Vliet.
I like Lively. Van Vliet's getting a little older.
Onyeka Okongwu from Atlanta.
I instantly regret that I asked Adam a fantasy question. I apologize to everybody listening.
Devin Vassell.
Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you
go
bank.
Nuggets. Go Nuggets. Go Nuggets.
Visit ccu.org to learn more. We love you, Adam. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, pal.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
See you, buddy.
See you, Adam. I should do that. Colorado Credit Union. Thank you, Colorado Credit Union. ccu.org to learn more. A reminder at the top of the hour, we will have another keyword, but this hour's keyword to win those sweet tickets is hail. Hail for Cale Makar. So there you go. First name, last name, and another keyword coming up in just 6 minutes. Time for Sports Not Sports.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Guys, we turn to the world of superfans. And the big question is, what do teams owe superfans? Fireman Ed.
Saw this.
His front page news at ESPN.com.
Fireman Ed ain't happy.
Saying that they're not cutting to him enough on the Jumbotron. They've decreased his presence at Jets games.
They're phasing him out were the words that he used.
All right. If you don't know who Fireman Ed is, it's this dude who wears I assume
J-E-T-S, Jets.
That's that guy. He wears a fireman's helmet. I assume he was a fireman.
Painted in Jets colors.
Different colors, too. There's the white one and the green one. And
Fanatics are going to unite over this one.
Okay.
Fanatics around the world, this is the time to set up the union for Fanatics that you cannot get phased out of your Jumbotron appearances.
What do you think about the Jets phasing out Fireman Ed, and what do teams owe their superfans? Broncos had the barrel man. These are people that, they're not officially working for the organization.
I don't know about what they owe them. They don't owe them anything.
Because Fireman Ed's bitching about not getting on the Jumbotron enough.
When you make him a part of your game day experience, I don't know.
Do you owe him?
Hold on.
Do you owe him something or not?
Hold on. Is Fireman Ed getting free tickets?
I have no idea, but he's sitting in the stands.
Should Fireman Ed get free tickets if he's a part of the game day production?
I don't think he officially. Yes, he should, but I don't think he's officially part of the game day production.
Right.
Well, listen, when it's 23-3 in the fourth quarter, why are you cutting the Fireman Ed? Before the game started, you try to get the go. Coming out at halftime, okay. On a big driver after a big touchdown, you take the lead, okay. But there hadn't been a whole lot of highlights, Fireman. In New York. You scored 6 points against
Scott,
Denver.
That was his biggest complaint, actually, that he said the most important time that they show me is when we're on defense. That's when the team needs me the most. So unrelated to any highlights or any touchdowns, the team needs him when they are on defense.
Now you realize this dude's whole life is being Fireman Ed, right?
We got to find out if he actually was a fireman.
Are they going to pay for the therapy after they take away his identity?
Do you feel bad for Fireman Ed, yes or no?
I think Fireman Ed's actually kind of a good fanatic. I think he's
I think he's
kind of cool.
I think he's the same as all these nut jobs.
No, he's different though, because he's a part of the DNA of that franchise. Not every fanatic is a part of the DNA.
So you do feel a little bad.
What Jeffrey Dahmer had DNA too.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Seriously, do we really need to know
to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Do we need to have Jeffrey Dahmer's DNA highlighted?
I don't understand.
The Jets are horrible.
That
They've
has
been
anything
horrible.
to do with anything.
Yeah, the DNA of a crap team. So you say, hey, I'm related to Jeffrey Dahmer. Really? You're telling
So
people?
Fireman Ed is Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah, he's related to a crap team. Whoever's got Jeffrey Dahmer.
Who is Jeffrey Dahmer related to?
Whoever's related to him, they're related to a crap human being.
Mr. and Mrs. Dahmer?
I don't know anything about his family.
Yeah, he ate him.
I think Fireman Ed, like a lot of these super fans, gets a little full of like who he is. Don't forget the Superman with the Kansas City started robbing banks. We love the Barrel Man. God rest his soul. We loved him.
So he can afford to buy tickets. That's why the Kansas City guy did it.
Well, the Kansas, that should be a movie. The guy's robbing
It's
banks
gotta
to
be
go
a
on
movie.
road trips to go
No,
support
they
the
are
team.
making a movie out of
If
it.
they did Cocaine Bear, they've got to do this.
They actually are making a movie.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
It's going to be a great movie. It reeks of being a movie. The guy was robbing banks to follow the team. It's got to be a comedy too. I know there's some more serious aspects of the whole thing, but make it funny.
It's got Jesus at DNA also, for the record.
Well, that'd be a good one.
Why didn't you bring up Jesus?
Because
Why'd you go to Jeffrey
I know
Dahmer?
things fly over your head quite often.
That's
I'm
hard
pretty
to do.
tall.
He is pretty tall.
Hey, yeah, I dare you to fly something over my head.
Usually
I
tall.
already just did. You got a Jets guy, and the DNA is. He said his DNA are tied with the, or you said tied with the Jet. Well, the Jets is crap. So who cares about this guy? It's crap.
So Dahmer.
So Dahmer's crap. So why do we care about his
That dude's a serial killer.
Same thing. Do we care about his
Same
DNA?
thing.
No.
Same thing.
Same thing. Extreme same thing.
Yeah.
Are you on Fireman Ed's side or not Fireman Ed's
I
side?
could care less.
Could care less. You love Fireman Ed's side or not Fireman Ed's side?
I'm Team Fireman Ed.
You're fine,
He says
Fireman Ed.
he wants to make somebody what DNA is.
What is that?
I
Do
got
not attempt.
I'm leaning towards anti-Fireman Ed because I just think these super fans, man, they get caught up in this stuff, man. And it's like,
Did Fireman Ed have a contract?
I doubt it, man.
like-
I
like-
doubt. He
like-
doesn't work for the team, bro. He just goes to the games.
I am messing around being on his side, but I mean, dude, like if they're literally just putting you on the Jumbotron just to have fun.
But they've been doing it for like 30 years.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, because he came into town for that Jets AFC Championship game in '98.
Yeah, I
The
believe
better
it.
question is, how many times can you put somebody on the Jumbotron before you as an organization
Right.
have an obligation
That's right.
to this dude?
That's a good point,
Before
actually.
you should be giving him tickets,
Right.
before you should make him a part of the game day experience.
And
do you recognize him as having your DNA?
Yeah. Yeah, and if they don't, what does it say?
DNA.
That we got 20-year-olds running the marketing now. Hey, he doesn't play well on TikTok.
Listen, I'm just taking a guess.
China doesn't like him.
But my guess is that Fireman Ed, somewhere along the lines, overstepped his bounds for something. Like, thought he was owed something by the team. and
I
the
think
team
he's
was-
been on commercials.
Probably.
He has. No, he was on like a credit card one.
He's Fireman Ed being phased out. It's 2:00. Let's get to it. It's a simple question. We'll get to it in a second.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a Sweetie Ball Arena.
After video review, we have a good goal on the ice.
Yes, we do! And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game. That was awesome!
I swear I've seen a lot of stuff in my life, but that was awesome.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
The keyword is Ross for Ross Colton. That's the keyword if you want to win sweet tickets for tomorrow night for the Avs and the Ducks. Here we go. Now, Andy and Nate will have more keywords starting up there at, old 3:00 and keep going. We've been doing this all day. So we will announce our winner at 2:45. It's got to be your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. Text it in. The keyword this hour is Ross for Ross Colton. There we go. We'll give you some reminders as we go. Best of luck to that. We'll have a winner at 245 for those sweet tickets. Simple question. Who's going to win and why? Who's going to win? Why? Score.
Denver Broncos are going to win the game. I don't think it's going to be the laser show that you have predicted, although it could be. Okay. So I'm not going to sit here and be surprised, and I will give Bo Nix credit if it's a laser show, and I won't just dismiss it like I did against the Chargers, because if you do it start to finish in a game, that's radically different. I don't care how bad the opponent is. That's a different story. So I will give him all the credit that he deserves if he goes out there and dominates. I just don't have any evidence from this offense to tell me that they, even going up against the worst defense in the NFL, that they're going to put up a laser show. So because of the injuries, because of the worst defense in the NFL, because Spencer Rattler is playing quarterback against the best defense in the NFL, all that adds up to a victory for the Broncos. I personally think it's going to be a much lower scoring affair than a lot of people think it will be, and the Broncos probably eke out a victory here.
Give me a number.
I think you got to be careful, though, don't you? When you play somebody, and Tyler mentioned a while ago, on a short week.
On the road.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're giving a whole bunch of guys that people forget about getting a chance to play. And I've seen big games come up with times like that, too.
Okay. I love this game for the Broncos. Having Shefty on, and he's pointed out the obvious. If you were ever going to play this team,
play them now.
I mean, they are a bit of a wreck. They got all sorts of injuries. They've dumped 4 in a row. It's a short week. I don't think the whole Drew Brees Hall of Fame thing is that inspiring for the team. They have the worst defense in the NFL. They put up 27 points in one quarter, only to lose by 24 last week to the Bucs, a team the Broncos handled relatively easily in Tampa. I mean, Baron Browning is coming back. I don't know, guys. If you can't light it up a little bit here on this team, what are we doing? What are we doing? And I don't know what's going to happen against the Ravens. 2 games against the Chiefs. You got to play the Chargers again. There's a lot of tough games coming up for the Broncos. This ain't one of them.
No, and Bo Nix, if he's going to go off a couple times a year, he's got to circle a couple games and be like, this is it.
I agree with
This is
you.
what I'm going to do it. You got this game. You got the Panthers. We got another crack at the Raiders a little bit later, and you got the Browns. Those are your 4 opportunities to really go off. Got to take advantage of them.
Yeah, it's a must win. I don't know how many times in the last 8 years have they been favored on the road. I bet you could put it on one hand load, right?
That's a great question.
Right?
Not often. Not often. They're a 3-point favorite tonight.
So that says right there, and again, they don't make them big old buildings in Las Vegas by being wrong very often. So, it says it's going to be like a 2017 game, 17-14.
This is kind of...
I said 17-13. That was my actual prediction, and I wasn't just joking when I said it. That's what I believe. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game.
I'll go 33-17. Broncos win.
I think they get 3 field goals, the Lutz revenge, and a touchdown. They'll have 16. Can you hold Clint Kubiak and Spencer Rattler to under 16 points?
We'll be at Joe Willie's on Broadway. They've got great drink specials, happy hours, the whole thing, and reserve that upstairs room for your event. Awesome location right there at Louisiana and Arkansas, be on Broadway between those two. See you there tomorrow to talk all about it. When we're talking about it tomorrow, it will be a confusing conversation if the Broncos win 16-13. It will. It'll be a Justin Fields-like moment. And they're making a change right now at 4-2. That is, again, teams with winning records making quarterback changes blows me away.
Well, we've got history with that here, right?
We sure do, and it did not go well.
With Jake Plummer, right?
It did not go well. No, it did not. 7-4 when they made that change. And there were a lot of rumors about it happening. They lost. They were 7-3. They lost the game to go 7-4. And did the Broncos make the playoffs? Nope. And there was no coming back from it. And Mike Shanahan has said it was a mistake. He's admitted that many times over the years. By the way, they cut the coaches finalists down to 12. And Mike and Dan Reeves are both on that list. That happened earlier today. So still, only one of them gets it, and it's down to 12. Like, wow. That was a tough category to get into.
I guess so.
Yeah, no guarantee by far.
Yeah, crazy. If Bo comes out and lays a bit of a turd, but they run the ball well, they get some turnovers, whatever, it'll be a little bit of a confusing situation.
I think it'll be more of a relief than anything else if Bo Nix plays really good football. Like I don't think it's going to be like a hell yeah, man.
No.
We dominated. It'll be like, okay, deep breath.
Yeah.
He did what he was supposed to do.
Correct.
But again, if he throws for 370, 3 touchdowns and a pick, and they lose 41-38, are you not coming tomorrow going, hey, okay, we know we got something?
Do you remember that insane Peyton
I'll be
Manning?
honest, Scott. I don't know how much I'd be bothered if that happened. I really don't. Of course, I want to win football games.
Right.
But I really want this quarterback to look good. I really do. Despite what everybody thinking I'm a hater on him, I want this dude to be good. So if he balls out in a loss, I could live with it.
Right. Well, D-Mac can. He's going to ride the
I'll be fine.
Free bike tomorrow.
Do you remember
Are
when
you going to ride the bike tomorrow? It's supposed to be nasty, rainy, and cold.
I'm going to try. Because I can always take light rail and cheat it that way if I want. But there's always ways to ride the bike. Always. Kind of like the challenge of it, frankly.
Really? In the rain?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So sitting by him like a not only sweat, but wetty dog.
It's just stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's not cool. It's not like a challenge. It's not like, oh, yeah, you're awesome.
Well, I'll win
it's actually just dumb.
Do you know how great days there are in this town?
Every
go
one
out
of
there
us.
in a nasty, rainy, ugly day?
Make me tougher. Who needs to be in a gym when you can be sweating like a pig on the light rail with a bicycle?
In 49-degree weather.
Is it supposed to be that bad tomorrow? I didn't even know. Is it really supposed to be like that tomorrow? I took the bike.
Saturday is.
Yeah, well, we're not on the air Saturday. I don't got to go nowhere on Saturday. Got to get in front of my TV to watch CU play Arizona at 2 p.m., Tyler. A reasonable damn time, thank God.
High of 53.
Be at a wedding.
Ooh, jeez.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
My 79-year-old dad's wedding.
Your dad is getting married?
My dad is getting married.
Oh, I'm not sorry. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Bit of a kind of a shotgun deal. I'm not going to lie.
Your dad is getting married.
No, it's actually a cool deal,
Wow.
man.
No, that is cool. That's really cool.
So I'll tell the story in 2 seconds. Nobody cares.
They're
I
going
know,
to make
but
you move out of the basement?
yeah, pretty soon. Pretty soon now.
Wow.
They were neighbors. They were couples friends. They both got widowed around the same time, and then it worked out. And it's a cool deal. But yeah, they're pulling off a wedding that they told us they were getting married about 3 months ago. And then all of a sudden it was like, yeah, in about 2 weeks it's happening.
How complicated is this wedding for you?
Pretty complicated.
I bet.
I got a football game.
What time?
I got to miss the football game.
Isn't it the last game of the year?
Last game of the year. Yep.
Is your son missing the football game too? Ooh, okay. All right. We don't have to say
tough
anything.
subject.
Okay.
Tough subject.
Never mind.
There's no doubt about it.
Congratulations to your dad.
Congratulations to your dad.
Yes.
He's 79.
Yeah. Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Do you? Yes, I do. Yes. Okay, bye. Boom. Like catch football game.
There you go. That's about right.
I mean, they can't even stand up that long to have a big, long ceremony.
I literally have 1,000 questions for you.
Keep going. This is fun.
No,
it's fine.
I
Keep
can't
going.
because it's going to get too personal.
No,
Why is it
it's fine.
personal? It's cool that he wants to get married at 79.
No, I think that's amazing. I think Tyler's complicated life is where I have the 1,000 questions.
How about just go down?
But I think that's amazing for your dad. I'm super happy for him. That's awesome. Where are they getting married? I'll ask easy questions.
It's a little villa in Parker Villa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are they going on a honeymoon?
I'm not aware of a honeymoon.
Spare bedroom.
She's she literally lives like 4 doors down on the same street. So she's selling her house, moving into his.
Okay. Oh, so she's a
gold digger. Why do I say everything you think?
You go ahead. Ask the question you really want to. I know what you really want to ask.
No, I'm fighting all my
go ahead.
natural
No, I know
instincts.
what you really want to ask.
What do I really want to ask? Just ask it. I'll tell you about
No,
it.
I'm not going to ask it.
That's cool.
It's very
but you
cool.
know what? Just
it's fantastic.
Go down to the courthouse, sign a piece of paper. You're married.
Well, it sounds like they're kind of doing that. Ish.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean,
it's like 30 people.
Dad, I'll see you at the reception.
Yeah.
Are you the best man? Is he having a best man and stuff?
No.
I'll see you after the game.
Oh man.
See you after the game. Hey, the last game of the year, you go to the ice cream place. You give out a little awards and trophies to everybody.
I feel you. I feel you. I believe that's what my son's going to do. We got family photos at 3, games at 2.
I got you. The conflict. I'm biting my tongue.
Do I go for the first half and then just roll over in my game gear?
Oh my God! I'm just gonna.
Do I have to shower? Do you think? Serious question. Do you think I need to shower before it?
Dad, can we take the pictures of 4?
Oh, I'm just gonna get myself in trouble.
I know they got to get to the buffet at 5. So can you not take the picture of 4?
Yeah.
You're doing it. You know what? Seriously.
Somebody says, damn, Tyler, I'm older than you. Your old man is 79. You must have been a whoopsie. 100%. But not only was I a whoopsie, I was an overachiever. You know there is a waiting period after you get fixed, right?
Yes.
I was an overachiever during the waiting period.
Are you kidding me?
Dead serious.
So they tell you.
Wow.
So they tell you. I mean, your 5'11" dad's going to help him.
The Tyler's dad's. I know you're joking.
I know.
Tyler's dad's
football player,
huge. Yeah,
also.
Tyler literally. I don't know how your family is, but literally, he is the land of the Amazon people. His whole family, his sisters, his brothers-in-law,
I've got a brother-in-law who's married to my 6'1" sister that's taller than me.
Yeah, it's
My
insane.
biological dad was 6'7".
Okay,
My
that's pretty big.
biological mom was 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah, for a woman, that's pretty tall.
I have a brother, 6'6", 6'7".
Yeah, but like
6'5".
Do you have any sisters? Did you say sister?
Yeah, stepsister.
Yeah.
She's 6'2".
Your stepsister is 6'2"?
Yeah.
How tall is her husband?
Well, the guy she's dating's about your size.
You're kidding me.
No.
We have a Drew Goodman situation.
Mount Vesuvius.
Oh, wow. Good for him.
Yeah.
That's kind of one of those weird short guy fantasies. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. We got a stepbrother who's 6'3", 6'4".
6'2" with a 5'8" guy?
Yeah, 6'1", 6'2".
With a 5'8", 5'7" guy?
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
He's like you. I think he does half inches.
D-Mac uses about 2 inches.
Tell me about it. Well, congratulations, your dad. Best of luck to your son in his football game.
Yes.
Let's Football Goes coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I got great news for you. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. I know that you probably already looked for solutions. You probably already spent a lot of money. You tried the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook got thinner and your hair's gotten thinner at the same time. Invest in yourself with a simple one-day treatment that's going to change your life forever. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, if you got receding hairline and thinning hair or a bald spot, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is going to have your own natural hair growing back the very next day. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. She's the best of the best. The entire team at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. Guys, it worked for me. It's going to work for you as well. So call today and get your free consultation. Get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. If you qualify, simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
really feels like John Gruden's doing an impression of John Gruden. It's
He's
so
a character
weird.
of himself.
All right, mountainhighappliance.com. They are the best. We love you guys. Thank you, mountainhighappliance.com. You have, let's see, about 20 minutes to throw in the keyword Ross. At 2:45, we will pick out a winner to win tickets to the suite for the Avs and the Ducks. That's been going on all day. And Nate and Andy will have more chances, more keywords at the top of every hour during their show. So there you go. A reminder, too, Tyler Columbus will be out at Stoney's to watch the football game with you tonight, right, Tyler? You're out there watching the game?
It'll be fun. I'm bringing a buddy. Going to go hang out, watch the game.
What a great place. Awesome place to watch the game.
This is actually a plea from me to you. Apparently, this is actually a Saints bar.
Yeah.
That we need some Broncos fans to come support me, okay?
It's a great sports bar, but they do attract the opposing fans in a
there'll be tons of Broncos fans, of course.
Of course. It's a
but
great
we
place.
need to outnumber them.
All right, so that's catch Tyler at Stoney's tonight. Tomorrow we'll be at Joe Willie's on Broadway. And right now, let's football go with Dan Buds Quince Banner.
All right, we mentioned this earlier in the show, but Jeff Legwold has an article on ESPN.com about Game Day Sean Payton, his alter ego. And he talked to some of Peyton's former and current players. One of the things they talked about is Peyton's glare is the first thing many former players recall about their coach. Players had several names for it: the death stare, the look, and the mean face among them. Former Saints tight end Juwan Johnson said, if you mess up, don't even want to look at him. You don't even want to be in his eye distance. Juwan played for Sean Payton from 2020 to 2021, and the players described Payton's alter ego as Game Day Sean, alluding to the change in his personality during games. So here's my question for you guys. One, have you ever had an alter ego? And if not, what area of your life would you like to have an alter ego?
No. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of like Tyler is for this show. Back when I started radio, I was always the dumb guy. And that was kind of my alter ego.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
And people, when you get out in public, go, oh, you're a lot smarter than I thought you were.
Yeah. People really don't say that, though.
What part?
You're smarter. I think Scott likes me.
I do like you.
I think he does.
But I really did.
Sometimes it's confusing.
I thought about that a lot, though. I said, I wonder if Tyler just plays the dumb guy on purpose. Because I did that for 12 years. I played the dumb guy with Dave. That was my alter ego.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have
I don't mind. I could go back and do that.
Do play the dumb guy?
I can do that. I start tomorrow. I'll do it.
Well, that's okay.
Bo Nix is great. Ooh.
Oh, that's the dumb guy. That's the dumb guy? Oh, that's the dumb guy, huh? That's the dumb guy. Okay. No, it's all right. I get it.
Don't think I've ever had an alter ego, no.
No?
So, just to add something from this article Leggy wrote, some of the
I'm
stories,
just dumb all the time,
some of the stories of Sean's game day alter ego. He destroyed a fire alarm in the visiting locker room prior to a 51-14 win against the Bengals back in 2018 because he needed the noise to stop. He also snapped at an equipment manager for handing him the wrong stick of gum during the NFC Championship game back in 2009.
That's what. Well, they won that game.
And he once mocked Minnesota Vikings fans by doing the skull clap during a playoff game.
Well, hold on. Alter ego may be the wrong thing. Does your personality on game day change from your walk-around personality? That's what we're really talking about.
I think every athlete's got a competitive alter ego.
Do you turn into somewhat of a different person on game day?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I did have a little bit of an alter ego when I was playing. They did call me the machine gun preacher.
Didn't you used to fight like all the time?
No, that's what they called me in Washington because I was I was leading the Bible studies, and then I was notorious for being in the most fights during practice.
So there you go.
They called me the machine gun preacher.
You really did. You're naturally a skinny dude. You had to be a different person. You had to put on 100 pounds to play football.
Yeah.
I mean, that
wasn't easy.
I bet. So you had to be a different person. It is funny. Like if you look up Tyler on YouTube, there's a lot of, I don't know if you've ever searched yourself out on YouTube, But there's like you when you were a big dude, like coaching a football camp. You really look like a completely different person.
Yeah.
It is wild.
Oh, the one with you and your kids at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's a trip.
How much? 120 pounds heavier?
Nah, probably
100 pounds?
about 100. Yeah, about 100.
That's a lot.
I think out of all of us, you've had the biggest alter ego of anybody, really. I mean, you had to be a totally different person.
Is it alter egos or transition?
I'm thinking about doing that also.
I think
getting big again.
Well, he wants to be an Olympic swimmer.
Do you really?
I think.
Do you really?
No.
That
I don't even swim.
Your passion to be a pro athlete is actually quite admirable because you really did have to become a person that you wasn't necessarily natural, but your desire to play was way above.
Yeah, man. I mean, they used to call me the number 2 pencil when I first got to see you because I was so skinny.
Right.
Well, so what you decide, because I was in that shape too, that you want to play so badly, you go against who you really are, physically at least.
Well, you might have to make some sacrifices one way or the other.
Same thing with
so
him.
I gave up like 20 years of my life. Like it was a good
on the
trade.
back end, right?
Yeah.
My not coming out of college, I was too much of a finesse player.
Right. That's
and
right.
Because
you used to be a scorer, like a real scorer.
Yeah, and then in the NBA, I was just a thug. But I knew that's what I had to do to stay
So when did
around.
you realize you needed to change who you were a little bit to stick around? Like, what point did that hit you?
Probably the third or fourth year, when the coach comes to me and says, "Hey, I want you to think about taking some martial arts or boxing classes."
Are you serious?
Oh yeah,
that's pretty funny, actually.
I took martial arts, yeah.
Because you were a scorer
In college.
Yeah.
Yes, I was.
Did you play with your back to the basket or not?
Not really. I was more a face-up guy.
Now
I could, but
Hastings
I
wants
was
a
more of a
piece.
face-up guy.
So you were in the 80s, a face-up guy at 6'10"?
I was a shooter, yeah.
That's pretty unusual at that time. I mean, that happens all the time now. That's
But
like
we ran a
everybody's like
passing
that now.
game, which you can always move, and I learned that if I was on the block and would set a back screen from the wing, I could pop out for the jump shot.
So you had to be a different person. You had to put on an
I was
alter
a
ego.
finesse player
Yeah.
and had to turn into Dirty Scott.
All right. Here's the deal with me.
Thor. My nickname was Thor.
I could just be a jerk from start to finish. It just worked.
So you don't even have your alter ego is just you now.
I
you
like-
ever a good guy?
No. The worst thing in radio, they would put out surveys about you, and they said, do you like him? I said, that's a terrible question. So I'm going to lose that one. I was working with like Willie B. Like everybody liked Willie B. Like, hey, dude, hey, I'm a cool guy. Willie B, Well, she is a cool guy. Everybody liked him. Nobody liked me. I was like, why are you asking people if they like me? It doesn't matter if they like me. Do they listen to me? They wouldn't ask that question. Like, hey, D-Mac.
Here comes the paper.
Nobody likes you. I'm like, well, no kidding. And I apologize instantly. I'm a jerk. That's not my game being liked.
Well, what's that line from the Howard Stern movie?
Football go right now.
The Howard Stern movie with Pig Breath.
That's right. That's right.
Was sitting there going, half the people that listen can't stand him, half the people love him.
Yeah.
But all of them
But
are
they all
listening.
listen.
Yeah.
The people that hate him, listen more. That's the scene in the movie. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton. He was asked on Tuesday, does he like the competitive nature of his quarterback, Bo Nix, and did that attract him to Bo during the draft process? And he also talks about sometimes, fellas, having to remind Bo that he's not in college anymore.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, there was a point in the game, I don't know what the number was, we fell down, and I turned to him, I said, hey, this NFL thing now, it's not like college. Each week we were just in a lighthearted moment. I just said, we don't have any, I'm not going to use a college team because I don't want to, but we don't have any such and such university on our schedule. Each week, catch yourself right away, and so, but yeah, look, and this is, we talked about, this is the first time he's played on a short, a number of these guys haven't played on a Thursday night, but that's the schedule. They played on unique schedules themselves.
All right,
when it
enough,
comes
Dan,
to
enough. Oh my Lord! Oh my God!
These two, they do have a good relationship. I know that, and I believe that. But We were talking about Deion Sanders calling out his son last week. Do coaches ever call out players by name? He's called out Bo a couple times now. I mean, whether it's the Ferris Bueller thing, he's out there freestyling, doing his own thing. He's a little bit of a rebel, stuff like this. A little bit surprised that he's calling him out.
But here's what he's doing. Here's what Sean, he's one of these guys. He thinks he's funny, but he's not.
Yes.
That's who Sean Payton is. He really isn't funny, but he thinks he is.
What if he goes, listen, there ain't no CUs on this schedule. I was waiting for him to say something like that, which, by the way, Saban got bit, right? I know he's an ESPN guy. He goes, listen, we always worried about every road game on the in the SEC, except Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt beats Alabama.
So I don't think he's trying to put him on blast. I think he's trying to be funny.
Well, whether he's trying to
but
or
he's
not,
just
he
not.
is. Whether he's trying to or not, he is. What he's saying is Bo isn't ready in the early goings. And what he said previously is that he's out there freestyling and do whatever he wants to do. So he might be trying to be funny, but he is exposing that his quarterback is not doing what he wants him to do.
Yes, but I don't think he's got like some sort of ill thing about it. I think he's just not funny.
I think thinks he's being cute and he's not cute.
Yeah, I mean, however you want to put it. Like, hey, dude, you called the dude Ferris Bueller, and then Nix told the TV people I'm Maverick. Ferris Bueller, Maverick is not Ferris Bueller in a plane. Ferris Bueller was a slacker, man, like irresponsible con artist. Maverick is he's a
kind of what he
badass.
just said there, though, when he's saying it's not college football. He is staying consistent in his messaging.
Sean Payne is so condescending sometimes, man. I can't. I bet there are some major eye rolls around Sean Payton with people in his life. Major eye rolls. When I saw him at a few Nuggets and Avs games, and he is Sean-splaining, hey, like, that's a basketball. The goal is to puck. That's a goalie. That's a net. They're skating on ice. It's like, hey, we get it, dude. Sit back and relax. Enjoy the game. That's who, to me, Sean Payton is, guys. And that article that Leggy wrote is a good article. I think he wears people out, bro. I think he's a good coach. I think he knows what he's doing.
Well, apparently that is his alter ego, though.
Yes.
But that's game day, Sean, allegedly. And then if you read the article that Jeff wrote, all the players make it very clear he's a radically different dude throughout the week. So I guess he makes up for it throughout the week.
I think he was wearing people out his first year here, and I think he's lightened up quite a bit. The mood is just different over there this year than it was last year. But there's some weird
there were a lot
stuff.
of uptight people in the building last year.
Looks like Russell Wilson is in line to start this Sunday for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's Justin Fields on being benched.
I don't think I played, good enough. If I'm being real with you, if I'm being real with myself, I think if I did play well enough, I don't think there would be any sort of who should be playing, who should not. So,
all right, so Justin Fields says he doesn't believe he played well enough. If he played better, he doesn't think he would have been benched. He's got 10 total touchdowns and 1 interception. Do you guys believe what Justin is saying there?
No, I don't. Sorry to jump in. He is just trying to be a good soldier right there. He is. He doesn't mean one. Listen to the tone in his voice. It's interesting to hear something rather than reading it in print. He doesn't believe a word he's saying right there. He's just trying to be a good dude.
Well, I'll say this. First off, good for him for taking the high road, right? It's very easy in that situation to just start pouting and, get grumpy. I don't know what else I could have done type of deal. And so he did take the high road, and that's a very classy thing of him to do. But D-Mac, he's not wrong. Whether he believes it or not, you're probably right. He probably does not believe it. He did not do enough, and he did get every opportunity in the world, and he did not do enough.
They're 4-2, man.
I
don't
won,
know.
Right? I mean, it becomes are you for the numbers or for the results?
But keep in mind, Russ was already named a captain before the season ever began.
Who cares?
Like Russ was the dude. So did he do enough as a backup to replace the dude?
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I don't mean to fat shame anybody, but they are pro athletes. You tell me what you think Russell Wilson looks like these days. Good luck Sunday, man.
Doesn't look as athletic as the other guy, does he? Russ is in your head, though. He really is.
He's not in my head.
He's in your head.
I can't wait to watch that game Sunday night.
So what if he goes for 347 yards and 3 touchdowns? What are you going to say Monday?
I'll say good for us, man. That dumpy little guy got it done. That's what I'll say. We have the winner to announce.
Soda weight loss. Works for everyone.
For those Avs tickets, a 4-pack and a suite, you have 7 minutes to text in Ross 303-504-0925. Use your first and last name. Nate and Andy, they start all over again, but our winner's coming up next.
Hey guys, I want you to feel your best, and I want you to not settle in life. Just because you're getting a little bit older, you don't have to settle thinking you're not going to ever have the energy that you once did, that your workouts can't go far, that you have to continue to gain weight. Do something about it. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. They're going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. I know multiple people firsthand that are changing their lives with their medical weight loss options. Revitalize Health is going to come up with a customized game plan for your body, your needs, and once you get your numbers where they belong, you're going to be amazed at how much better you can feel. You look better, feel better, sleep better. Don't you want all those things? Check them out online. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over and find them at revitalize-health.com.
It's D-Mac for Mike Marooney. Mike Marooney, Chevy, GMC in Longmont. Mike Marooney, GMC in Boulder. This is great. 2 dealerships, 1 big truck month. So think about that adventure in Colorado. What's it going to be? Is it with the bikes? Is it with the skis? Is it with the ATVs? Whatever you need. A brand new Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra from Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC. Come on, man. That's going to make it work. And Marooney means more. Get more with their 3-day money-back guarantee with free delivery anywhere. Where do you want to go, man? From Kenosha Pass to Loveland Pass. If you live there, that'd be weird. But they'll take your truck anywhere you want to be. Right to you. So check it out. Get truck month savings right now at Mike Marooney Chevy GMC in Longmont. Mike Marooney, GMC in Boulder. Reserve your truck now at Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC.com. Together, let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. All right, we got a lot of. We got a winner here, Dano. Do we got a winner for the sweets?
We do.
Who we got?
Ryan Smith.
Ryan Smith. Where's he from?
Somewhere in Colorado.
Somewhere in Colorado.
It doesn't say.
Ryan Smith. Well, congratulations to Ryan Smith from Parts Unknown. Maybe he's a great wrestler. And him and a few buddies will be there at, or wife, or I don't know, Tinder date, whatever. Wait, what? Lindahl's? What are you talking about? Why? Lindahl? Hello, Andy. Are you not going to be on? Oh, you're out at number 38, aren't you?
Come on, D-Mac. This is your type of place. Everybody rides a bike here.
Hey, didn't you get a whiteboard for that specific reason? You
do.
requested a whiteboard.
Well,
you don't even use your own whiteboard?
I know it's number 38 in Rhino. I know that's where Andy is.
Let me ask you this because you've been here a while. Where is Rhino? Do you know?
Rhino is like if you go to Coors Field and you sort of go right. So you just kind of go right on those streets, and there's
You're
a lot
not
of
wrong. What did it used to be?
a bunch of nothingness, and it's
5 points. It's 5 points.
Okay, fine.
It's still just 5 points to me.
Don't try to out
Denver people.
I get you. You're trying to out local us all.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get
you.
people. I want to make sure people come down here because not just the cool kids can be here. Everybody can.
Why are you on early? Not that I mind it because we love you.
No,
but
you clearly do mind it. I mean, what do you want to hash out? I had a couple questions for Tyler. But,
what's up?
You guys went to break. First off, are you getting your dad and the new missus a Craftmatic bed for their love sensations? And is there extra garments that need to be removed on this wedding night compared to what it was years ago?
What? Hold on. Extra garments. Come on, man. I mean, good Lord here. Did you just want to make a joke? Is that what you wanted to do?
Well, no, that was originally the point.
It was a good joke.
Does anybody have to get out of their bloomers? I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it depends around. I mean,
are there kerchiefs involved?
Since they were afraid to ask, you and I have that weird brother-type relationship where you just want to beat the crap out of me constantly anyway, so I figured I'd push it.
Yeah, keep going. What else? Keep going. Yeah,
I don't know. Well, what else is awkward about an 80-year-old wedding? I don't know. Are we going to do one piece of cake? Is it carrot cake?
Piece of cake?
I mean, what are we going to do? Do you have to keep at the 80-year-old wedding? Is the ceremony shorter and the reception shorter just so everybody gets to the end?
So I'll tell you this.
Everybody at this place is looking at me.
I made sure I was like, hold on. What is the dress for this thing, right? Like, because certainly this isn't going to be like I got to wear like a suit and tie,
what's the dress for this? Depends.
Funny. Well done. Yeah. Well,
hey, Andy, it's catered by Furs.
So they're like super casual.
I like Furs.
And then I guess
Furs was good living back in the day.
I'm just going to shut up.
Are you gonna?
Because you used to go to Shanahan's your whole life.
Who's
guys
gonna?
Like me and Scotty, we had to go to the buffet.
Andy.
You were hoping to just get the little Salisbury steak, which was a burger and gravy.
Andy,
but it felt fancy because of the little gravy.
Check this one out, Andy. Yeah. Who's gonna walk her down the aisle?
We're actually going to.
Is anyone taking a rascal to the altar?
We're actually we're going to the Village Inn for the after party.
Yeah, you know what?
We're going to hit the chocolate fondue bar.
Maybe gone Denny's.
Chocolate fondue.
Hey, does it have to be wrapped up so you could get to the reception by 4? Are you hoping to get that retirement special? Here's the good news. You can watch Pac-12 after dark. They'll all be in bed at 7.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, this is what I all had in the car.
Yeah, listen. At this point, you might as well keep rolling. Yeah, you're doing great.
That's great.
Hi, Andy.
Hey, tell your dad congrats. Nobody loves me at 50. I'm glad somebody loves him at 79. He's doing pretty well.
That's true. That is true. Bottom line is that's good.
Hey, and look, by the time you hit that usual 7-year itch, maybe you know what? Who knows?
Jesus.
Who's going to object to the wedding?
Oh, man.
Okay. All right.
See, you needed the laugh. Look at the smile on your face. Now I'm just lurking at you on Twitch. Look at that.
There you go.
We don't see you. Where you at?
By the way, we're all.
He's at number 38 and right.
No, I mean on the Twitch.
We're going to have a do and a brew. Tyler's going to do the same at Stoney's. But here's the deal. We're the Bronco Bar. Come out here to the Bronco Bar.
No. But we got to outnumber. We got to outnumber the Saints at Stoney's.
We're fine
you
here.
know.
You know what? When you're ready for Bronco people, just sneak over here.
Okay.
All right, Andy. You're the
Is
best.
Stoney and 38 close?
Not really. They're not far.
I mean,
you know what Stoney's is by? Stoney's is by that Crook Patterson mansion that Scotty went to that was featured.
I watched that last night, by the way.
Well,
What'd
you
you
think
think
you'd
of
like
that?
to buy my dad for his wedding? One last opportunity.
How about
there?
some time?
Wow.
Time Magazine?
Wow.
He might be the one.
But this marriage be called a
Some
time
denture
share?
cream? I don't know.
I don't know, man. We're doing old guy jokes here, so that's it.
Oh,
And
we all
who-
love you though, Mr. Columbus.
Of course, of course.
Hey,
It's an amazing
hey,
moment.
We
You can
love
see-
you.
You can see
We're still deciding on your
the
son.
big announcement in the middle of the after party.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Anybody leaves their dentures in the punch bowl?
What's the first dance to?
I don't know. I'm fixing to find out.
Lawrence Welk gonna roll out a 1 and a 2 and. Hey, when you guys get sued for ageism, I wasn't a part of this.
Oh, okay, you're right.
No,
right,
you started it.
Oh God. Now I'm
I
just
think
thinking
that's
of
all
terrible.
we wanted to promote.
I
Goodbye,
really
guys.
want Andy to come and just do stand up at the wedding on Saturday. Andy, will you come on Saturday? Just do a stand up routine.
I will not. It's gonna. First off, dude, you know how cold it's gonna be. Are we gonna have to change our minds? It's supposed to be cold and rainy. Where are you having the wedding? Inside the Denny's?
It's inside. It's yeah. It's the Village Inn. I already told you that.
Piece of pie. Do you like
Apple-
what's
apple
a good
pie for
old
dessert.
person pie?
Oh,
You
Marie-
like some
hey,
lemon
Marie-
meringue?
Marie
Are you
Callender's
gonna have
baby?
lemon meringue everywhere?
Hey, Andy, how happy are you Saturday that the Buffs aren't playing at home?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I like Tyler and D-Mac. I'd like to be able to. I remember what the sun looks like inside Folsom Field. I'd like to see it again one day.
That'd be nice.
You know.
All right, brother.
Although it's Halloween night, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. I'm sure nobody will be out of control Halloween weekend.
It'll be fine.
Everybody will be well behaved.
All right, brother. Who you got winning this game? Broncos game. What do you got?
Boy, everything says Broncos, right? But I feel like with this team the last 5 years, we just did it last week, are we not? Every time you think it's the Broncos and it sets up Broncos, like again, it's so classic Broncos post-2016, is that every time they start getting praise, they go out and they lay an egg. Just call them the hen. They're just a bunch of hens laying eggs everywhere. So I don't know. Don't. You can't go letting Spencer Rattler beat you tonight, right?
Dude, just make a prediction for crying out loud.
You know what? I'll go Broncos because
Okay.
I was sad enough
Okay.
last night after the Avs game. I don't was sad 2 nights in a row.
Is it a
Ask me
laser?
how much I
Is it a
believe.
laser show though?
What tonight?
Hey, did you-
no, I think we're. Hey, I think we're. I think the Broncos will do their usual 16, and the Saints will struggle to get 10.
All right.
And Al Michaels will be so mad he's calling this game, he may retire when it's done.
I think he retired a few years ago. They keep putting
Yeah,
him
you
on
didn't
TV.
tell
They
anyone.
just keep putting money in front of me.
This is a cool game, though, because it'll just be a myth to Tyler's father because it's on Amazon Prime. It's just one of those, like...
No, you guys, you can watch it on 7 tonight.
Oh,
Every time they do one of these games, they have to have a local affiliate picked. I texted Scotty because I heard him upset about his Prime. Just go to Channel 7. That's all you got to do.
All right.
I've already got it set to
Hold
record.
on. How long have they been doing that? How have I not
Every
been aware
time.
of this?
It's just for
been
home
since
games.
ESPN took
Ju-
it over
just
on Monday
when-
Night Football.
Only if it's
there
in your
always
market.
has to be a local affiliate.
If it's in your market.
Yeah.
Got it.
So they care about
just
local people.
just in your market.
This is Lionel B. Avenue and Channel 7. Channel 7.
So you
Action
go
News
to
team.
your dad's house, get the old rabbit ears out,
All right.
you can watch the game.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah,
What
I
if
don't
they
know
already
if I
use it
don't know
as
if I
part
want
of the
I don't know if I want to be
decorations?
there that time of the night, though.
Does your
I mean,
dad still have the big console TV where basically you were the remote and he had to slap you to get up and go get it, or did you have a nice father? For the record, my dad never did that to me.
Oh, sure.
No, I got yelled at. Nobody touched me.
Sure.
I was yelled at. Plenty.
Sure.
We were a loud household. Nobody got physically harmed, but we got yelled at plenty.
All right, Nate and Andy are going to be out there at. Well, he's already there. Is Nate
Yeah,
there
Nate's
yet?
here
or-
too. He's walking up.
Okay.
He's already
Upset about something?
giving me the look of, geez, 3 hours with you. You
All
know.
right. Yeah, well, we see it every day. All right, pal. We'll talk to you. You're going to have a keyword for the.
we
the
should,
ads
why don't we
week.
just let Andy take us out? I mean,
Let Andy take us
I
out?
mean, at this point, he might as well take
Hey.
us on out.
The key word is Flexall 454 for your guy.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, instead of throwing bird seed there, I'll squeeze 454 bottles.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health.
I'd just like to apologize to my dad for announcing
He
in a
doesn't
public
listen,
forum.
does he?
Oh, he listens almost every single day.
Mr. Columbus,
you're
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
He's
You're
listening
a great
right now.
man.
You can
raised a
you
good
can
son.
you can visit them at revitalized-health.com.
Good thing you can't text on a rotary phone.
Native
He
Andy.
does sign all his texts. Love Dad. Every text. Love Dad.
All right, keyword coming up next. Let's go. So, does Bo Nix look like he's got it?
I think he's shown some signs, Scott. I think he's shown some signs.
Denver, Colorado. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, driven by Colorado Off-Road. And today, live at number 38 in the heart of Rhino.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Scoots towards the middle, tipped in front, shot, rebound, score! Oh, captain, my captain! And the power play is perfect! The Avalanche have 3 goals. Every single one has come with the man advantage. And there is no doubt that this time the goal belongs to the Norse god of hockey, Gabe Landeskog.
The Norse god of hockey.
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 Norse. The word is Norse. I don't feel well. I need to go see the Norse. It's the body of myths belonging to the North Germanic peoples, Andy, stemming from Old Norse religion and continuing after the Christianization of Scandinavia and into the Nordic folklore of the modern period. That's what Wikipedia has for us. Norse is the word.
Sko.
Should we spell that for people?
Norse.
That's how it's done. Right there. Norse. By the way, the cosmos in Norse mythology consists of 9 worlds that flank a central sacred tree. A sacred tree, Andy. There you go. Norse is the word. Enter that right now, and you have a chance to be able to win tickets. People are just like, what the hell are you talking about right now? We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets in a suite for tomorrow night's Avs game against Anaheim. That's your keyword. Text it in right now with your name to enter. There will be different keywords every hour, so the more that you text, the better your chance to win. Obviously, every word, just text it once, but do it every hour for your chance to win Avalanche tickets for tomorrow night on your home for the Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And hey, you could be there to see the Avalanche make history. They could actually win a game in the 24-25 season.
Yeah, about that. About all that.
About all that.
Yeah.
How about that graphic that
No,
TNT
no.
put up at the end of the game last night?
Yeah.
So you're 0-4 on the year now.
Yep.
Avs have allowed 25 goals in 4 games. That's 6.25 per.
Sure have.
That's bad. They have led for only 4 minutes and 59 seconds. That's below 5 minutes, technically. That's in 240 minutes of hockey that they've played. They've had a lead for under 5 minutes. They have not had a lead after any period. Good God. That's unbelievable. They have allowed an empty net goal in all 4 games. How about that one last night, huh? Oh, old McKinnon. Hey, give me the puck. I'm going to go attack. Whoops, goal.
Oh, there were a lot of those going on. Scotty and I made the mistake of doing our little podcast live when that second period started.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good idea. I had to delete that thing.
First 0-4 start since 98-99 for the Avalanche.
Okay.
Worst start
98-99
of the century.
They ended up getting Ray Bork that year.
Well,
I believe.
They need to get Ray
Who
Bork
knows?
right now.
You know what? Oh, I think I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I think I'm wrong. I think that was 99-2000 they got Bork because then they won it in 0-1.
It's not going well.
No, it isn't at all, Nate. They
did not score a goal in 5-on-5 last night.
So I did stick around to see what TNT had to say about it because what else was I going to do? It really bums me out, by the way, that it kind of shocked me last night, and I'm being serious about this. How are the baseball championship series not on Fox, but The Masked Singer is? I mean, how are we there? But anyway, that was the plight last night, and then I always forget where the baseball is. So I was watching the TNT postgame show. I think the baseball was done by then anyway.
I can't find the baseball. No, that game was over by then. Dodgers beat the ever-living snot out
Seeing
of
our
them.
friend Lauren Jabara, who's apparently doing some work now, is at TBS. I don't know what this is on, but there she is. She's doing the Yankees Guardians series.
That game starts
real
in
soon.
like 2 minutes.
Yeah, that looks like the old pre-pitch hit.
That
right
ball
there.
that Shohei hit last night.
Au revoir.
It has not landed yet. My God, did he smush that thing.
It's gone.
Woo!
They're still looking for it.
Woo! 2-1. Dodgers are up. Yankees can put a 3-0 stranglehold on this series. Yankees and Guardians coming up here momentarily. By the way, you want to watch the game right here at number 38. That is where we are live today at number 38. Brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Come have a dew and a brew right here this evening at number 38. Obviously, Thursday Night Football, Broncos-Saints. We're getting you all set for it. Andy's going to be here all night long. He's giving away helmets, other swag, sign up to win. It's all right here at number 38. They have the giant theater screen
Your
outside.
best backyard ever.
That's right. Matthew Boyd, the southpaw, currently loosening up and getting ready to go to get Guardians and Yankees underway. I love afternoon baseball going into Thursday Night Football. Again, greatest time in the sports calendar. It's beautiful right now, Andy.
We can debate that. Okay, here's a
October
quick
and
point.
March.
Here,
Two best months.
That's where everybody tends to debate it. July certainly isn't in there. Do the Avs have to change what they are for a bit? That was basically the talking point on TNT post.
I think they
need
should
to become more defensive and worry less about trying to put – because the defense is horrid, Nate.
Yeah,
it's horrid.
I think
right
they
now.
should change into a better team right now.
Well, yeah. Go into the old phone booth.
What
Clark
about
Kent that thing?
What about try out scoring more goals than the other team?
Well, I don't think you have the dudes to. You know, Miles Wood left that game last night.
Sure did.
So now, I
Looked like a wrist.
You thought? I don't know. I thought he took one in the sternum. Did they report wrist?
Looked wristy to me.
Could
have been in the sternum.
Either way, they're missing a lot of.
Ow, my sternum.
They're missing the whole top six, pretty much. I think they're pretty much down their top six at this point, or at least 6 of the top 8, because Rantanen and McKinnon are still playing.
They are.
So you're missing a lot of dudes with Nichushkin and Gabe and Tays and Druin, and now Miles Wood goes up. I think you need to just settle in, play a little deep. I don't know. You know, maybe you do something where Pasternak doesn't just skate free to the crease and has his way with whatever passes they want to give him. Probably need to
There's been a
shut
lot of
that
that
down.
I mean,
Yeah, there's too much of it.
I mean, like the slot's wide open. Just enjoy
Always.
it, fellas.
Why?
Yeah.
And I realize it's a power play. How is it? Because we know the Avs are constantly looking to hit Mikko on that backside pass, right?
Right.
Well, they can't seem to always get it through. It feels like the other team constantly on the penalty kill is able to just slide that one through. They just have got to become better defensively. And last night was not – it's another case of, Georgie needs to be better. Georgie's not off the hook. There's not a single hand that isn't dirty on this team right now. They've got to play a better defense. Georgie wasn't the main problem last night. You could not stay with – now in the third period, you finally got it kind of figured out, but – oh, well, Nate. Are we going to get better tonight? Am I going to be more psyched tonight? Are we going to get, what are we going to get tonight?
16-15.
Boom. Who? Broncos got to have the 16.
Could go to overtime at
Come
16
on now.
all.
Come on now.
We're going to get a 16-16 tie.
And then the win is
tonight
19-16?
down in the Dome this evening. No, it's just we're going to tie at 16. We're going to go through all of overtime, and both Spencer Rattler and Bo Nix will lead 3 and outs in OT, and the game will end, and everybody will just go home. That's what you're going to watch tonight. No, I think the Broncos, they got to bounce back and get this one tonight. I mean, Bub Means and Mason Tipton and Cedric Wilson. Right now, the Saints are riding the struggle bus. Defensively, they cannot stop anyone. I saw this number on the Saints defense earlier today. This has been a huge problem for those dudes. Here's the numbers. Last week, 51 points that they allowed in that game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They've allowed 1,094 yards from scrimmage and 59 first downs in the past 2 games, this being the Saints defense. We talked to our buddy Jeff Duncan yesterday, Andy, and he pointed out it's largely a healthy group. All right, well, Dennis Allen is a good defensive coach. It's why he's an NFL head coach right now. And he's got his dudes. And we went through the roster yesterday. They have players. These guys don't stink.
Cam Jordan's still there, right?
Cam Jordan is still there. Honey Badger is absolutely still there. Marshawn Lattimore is still there. Our buddy Carl Granderson. Chase Young is on this defense. They've got dudes. They should be better than this. They've been playing terribly. All right, well, desperation time for the Saints. Can the Broncos go and take advantage of it? Could there be momentum from a fourth quarter in which Bo Nix racked up a whole bunch of numbers, and they can use that to take down and maybe score some points in the first half? Peyton has already talked about the importance of scoring early on in this game. Get a halftime lead and watch the other guys fade. Are the Broncos actually going to get out to a good start tonight?
Yeah, they need to.
Sure do.
I don't. Here's where I wouldn't want to really be Bo Nix tonight. Sean Payton, wants this thing bad. We got news from Jeff Duncan that Payton and Lombardi and Carmichael and Streif, all the old
They're
New
hitting
Orleans
the banquet
guys,
circuit today.
Yeah, they crashed the banquet of Drew Brees last night.
Had some rubber chicken for lunch.
Is crashed really it? Is that the proper term, crashed? I mean, they were all together. I'm sure they were welcomed at the party.
Apparently, only Gail Benson knew they were showing up.
Okay.
That's it. It was a surprise to everybody.
Well, as long as the owner knew, you're probably okay.
Right,
But
right.
anyway, no, but so they went there. Sean wants a good showing of this offense tonight, period. There's some pride there. We got to talk about Leggy's article that he wrote today. Great article about game day Sean. I don't think Bo wants any of big game day Sean if he starts feeling embarrassed about how this offense looks tonight. Period.
No, and this is one where Sean doesn't want to show up in front of all his old buddies and lay an egg.
Yeah, you didn't want to tell him about the sweet sports car you got, and you pull up, it's actually just an old Hyundai Excel.
Yeah, Sean wants to get this one tonight. Cosmiter coming up at 4 o'clock. We got Broncos-Saints drinking game on a Thursday night. We're excited about that. Denver, New Orleans coming up this evening. The Broncos are getting a little bit healthier going into this game this evening. Does that portend to good things for the Broncos? We'll talk about that coming up in a moment. Don't forget, text the word Norse to 303-504-0925. Norse, as in Gabriel Landeskog, is the Norse god of hockey. 303-504-0925. Text that in. We're live at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Have a dew and a brew. Maybe you'll be feeling as good as the Broncos are going into this one. We're talking about the return of a key offensive lineman and a key pass rusher tonight. That's next.
Gentlemen, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. What about testosterone for you? Low testosterone. Have you been thinking about this at all? Do you maybe find yourself dealing with brain fog or not great sleep, workouts that aren't getting it done for you, low libido? Any of this could be a sign of brain fog. For me, it was mainly being tired. Matter of fact, I'll be honest with you, I kind of pulled it off today where now this is because of a much different reason. I don't sleep due to some stress, but you wake up, you think you're going to get after it, all day long, and no, you got plans for the day. On the weekends especially, and when you want to nap about two and a half hours later. If you're dealing with any of this, or you want to learn more symptoms, more possible signs of low testosterone, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz on their website. It's simple. It's a 10-question yes or no answer quiz, and it'll take you about 2 minutes. Everything you hear today is about political races, but there's a far more important race, and that's the one you run for yourself every day. Don't live with low energy or any of these symptoms. You don't need to. Just stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and there's no need to wait. You can just give them a call today at 720-440-7900. Here's how it goes on the first visit. They'll stop by, pull your blood, and then they'll give you a T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day after you talk to a Colorado licensed medical consultant, your visit's free. Otherwise, it's just a look at about $99 there. But you know what? They can do stuff for you. Go see what solutions they have. Visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
2nd and 28. Pittman underneath. Ryan's going to get sacked again, and that's going to pretty much take him out of field goal range. There is Baron Browning. You know him well. He played for the Buckeyes. Timeout taken here. It's going to be 3rd and 38.
Thursday night football, Broncos-Colts.
Wow, you know him well. Baron Browning got a you know him well.
You know him well.
From Al Michaels.
It's because he was talking to Herb Street.
Oh. Okay.
Ohio State.
All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I was kind of surprised. I forgot.
No. Al didn't know him well. Al was looking at his sheet like, who the hell is that guy?
What was his original number? He wasn't 5.
Which guy was that out there?
56, I think, was Browning's
There you
original
go.
number. There you go.
That's a nice little piece of trivia for you right there. Yes, Baron Browning returns tonight. That's exciting. Broncos get one of their pass rushers returning. Cornerback Damari Mathis is back. Well, they do need corners because Patrick Surtain's not playing tonight. Tackle Mike McGlinchey returns from injured reserve. That's big time. They have also elevated former Saints inside linebacker Quan Alexander and, here you go, Andy, guard Calvin Throckmorton from the practice squad.
We got some Throckmorton back in our lives.
Throckmorton in there tonight. Yes, Broncos and Saints. Broncos are getting a little bit healthier. The Saints, they don't have anybody.
No.
The Broncos are actually getting dudes back. Granted, they don't have the best player on their team who, you know, is the one that actually makes their defense be good. But still,
baby steps.
We're getting there.
10 days, he should be going for Carolina.
McGlinchey back is good, right?
Oh, that's real good because.
Or is it a good thing in the loud Superdome tonight?
All right, drinking game prop. First one's on the board. We might get a McFlinchy back into the works. So.
Just going to go ahead and put that one on the list.
Have a Tullamore do if he flinches off sides.
It's a do and a brew. We're right here at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Baron Browning back as well, so a little bit of good news. Broncos getting more depth at the pass rush and better depth at the tackle position. That's good stuff right there for the Broncos. Seriously, Andy, like – If they take care of the ball tonight, I'm not even asking you to go up and down the field and rack up 500 yards of offense. That'd be nice, but I know better than that. But take care of the ball, keep a commitment to the run game, limit the 3 and outs, and they should win this game. And they should be able to win this game on the road tonight if they're able to, not give away short fields to Spencer Rattler. I don't think Spencer Rattler is going to be moving up and down the field. I mean, yes, they had some good moments. Yes, last week in the second quarter against Tampa Bay, they scored 27 points. They got a special teams touchdown from Rashid Shaheed, although he's out for the year. Bummer for New Orleans.
Well, now they're getting so weird about it. They're hinting it could be the year. They're saying at least 4 games. It doesn't sound like the surgery went well.
No, and it was one of those like they would get in there and figure out how bad it was going to be. Probably the bad version, so he's probably done for the year.
He ain't playing tonight. You and I know that.
We knew that. He wasn't going to be able to go in this game tonight. Again, the Saints are running out an undrafted guy from Yale and a dude named Bub Means as their receivers tonight.
Yeah,
this is Kamara. I mean, Kamara will put up numbers.
This is a you should win game.
You should
put
win.
It the right way. They've got a should tonight. They've got a should on Sunday because you're home. And then there's not as many shoulds left on the schedule.
No, they start to wane after this. So if you have designs on remaining in the hunt the rest of the way, you have to have this game. You have to have this game on a short week where New Orleans is as banged up as they are.
Who has the advantage? I really didn't think too much about this till Spring played the cut yesterday. Of Dennis Allen talking about how much he knows Sean Payton's offense.
Right.
But Sean Payton knows his defense.
Sure does.
You know what I mean? And I'm sure Sean has spent more than a couple of nights thinking this is how I'd attack this guy, probably even in practice, knowing how competitive the guy is. I promise you, Sean is like most offensive coaches that want their offense to look good. Like, remember that? How many days did he seem happier and coincided with the offense actually functioning all right during training camp?
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's had plenty of thoughts as to how I'd attack this guy. And the Saints defense hasn't exactly been lights out. But I wonder how much Sean has had to change for Bo Nix that may take some of the advantages Allen thinks he has out of the equation. It's still a short passing game.
Is Sean going to dial up a trick play tonight?
Oh, you know it.
He has to, right?
He's going to go back to whatever the crazy one was that got the touchdown or set up the touchdown against the Steelers.
Yeah.
That something akin to that's coming back.
Oh,
Right?
it's he can't have a surprise onside kick. Which that's his New Orleans signature.
That would have been his deal.
He doesn't get to do that, but he is going to dial up something tonight. He's going to try and come up with some sort of gamble, some sort of trick play to remind everybody, hey, remember the glory years of all that we did together in our time here in New Orleans. By the way, this Legwald story is insane.
Really is.
It's man. This dude, some of these stories about Sean Payton in this piece that Legwald put together, and we're going to spend an hour hanging out with Legwald tomorrow. And we're very much looking forward to that. But some of the quotes that are in this story, special teams coordinator Darren Rizzi. I think everyone has one of those game day stories about him, but to his credit, he's got amnesia when it's over. He joked about how many times he'd been fired during a game by Sean Payton. He fires people during games. He forgets about it after the game, but he fires people during games. That's Sean's move. That's his thing.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Yeah, it's interesting because you do wonder sometimes, do other people forget about it? I'm sure Sean does forget about it because, I do think Sean is very much the day-to-day kind of guy. He's kind of Happy Gilmore. He gets angry, he gets it out, then he's done with it and he moves on. In a lot of ways, that can be a positive, right? It's not lingering, it's not holding. Although I think some things lingered with Russ and then all exploded on that sideline rant that he gave him in Detroit. But I do think that's why it's important that you have Davis Webb. Davis Webb, I do think, and I think we saw a little of it with the Bo exchange, where Davis Webb wasn't keeping his mouth shut either once Bo got going.
Right, which is good.
I think Davis Webb is important for the balance of one guy's next to me yelling back at Sean when Sean's yelling at whomever.
I think really, what Sean's looking for is if you cannot be his intellectual equal, which I think Breeze was after a long time, Bo's still a rookie. If you cannot be on my level talking about the system, the scheme, the playbook, whatever, at least be on my level of equaling the a-hole level that you need to be able to hit. And Bo's got that. Bo can red ass it right back to Sean. That's perfect.
Because Bo's out there competing.
He is.
There's a few
and Sean
things,
will respect that.
Right. There's a few things that can get frustrating about Bo Nix. His level of compete, the guy cares. How about that? No one's going to accuse Bo Nix of not caring about what's going on in that game.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's probably why Sean, let's be honest, I'm not sure Sean was psyched to take that from a rookie right away.
Right.
But he'll the quarterback's got to have that, so you can't go
then he's Ferris
getting
Bueller.
too upset about that.
Then it's fun, right?
Right. Well, you won that game, too.
Apparently,
Had they
also
not won that game, I'd be curious what it was.
Sean is addicted to Spark energy drink. Sean Payton, he pounds these things. According to Lance Moore, his old wide receiver, said, quote, "We're like, how many sparks has Sean had today? I guarantee you that was part of his game day persona. He gets his energy drinks in, and then he helps him get his level of focus and intensity ready to go."
Okay, so
was that why he unloaded at USA Today, because he had lattes and not any sparks?
Well, no, it's got Dan Campbell feel to it, doesn't it?
Sure does. Yeah.
I mean, those two guys, they're both going to compete for how many kidney stones they each have to pass in their
same
lifetime.
staff, too.
The way this is going on.
These guys are all hopped up out of their minds.
That's right. That's right. So maybe he needs one less Spark energy drink. I don't know.
Chill out a little bit?
Well, look, I think sometimes what I think is interesting is, though, I have no doubt Russ's slow play calling and confusing language was maybe causing some of the delay of games. Are we not finding out Sean Payton's got kind of a problem spitting a play out?
Oh, he does.
There's been a few times this year where you notice the whole huddle looking at the sideline, not at Bo Nix, and that tells me Bo Nix isn't the one screwing the play call up. They're like, come on, man, let's get this going.
Have you noticed this, too, with Sean Payton? And the cameras are going to be on him a ton tonight.
Oh, man, we could do 1,000 prop drinks right there.
But when they have, if the Broncos can pick up, say 7 yards on first down.
Okay.
Just just get a little bit ahead of schedule. That's when Sean's got the Cheesecake Factory menu in front of him. He's got the glasses on,
Yes.
and you watch him just spitting it into the headset, and like you can tell, like the synapses are firing. Like he's going now. Sean Payton is in his happy place of calling a successful drive and finding a rhythm and finding what's going to work and keeping the thing moving. I think that's like, honestly, and I know he was insane most of his time in New Orleans, but Drew Brees kept the thing moving. And so Sean could focus on what made him happy, okay, which is actually play calling. Like, I don't think Sean Payton likes looking down at his sheet on 3rd and 13
and being off. You're right, being out of the rhythm.
I don't think he enjoys that part of the job. I don't think any offensive coordinator really likes that part of the job, let's be honest. But when that thing gets cooking a little bit, that's when Sean's at his very best. I think the guy he rides some serious emotional waves during a game. And some of it, like I think he would tell you, and I think people would tell you he's chilled out a little bit over the years. I don't know if that's actually the case.
No.
And especially right now with a rookie quarterback.
I don't think he has. I don't think he has. I think he's trying his best. But, look, there's constant frustration in his voice. Heck, even after they beat the Raiders, he still had kind of an interesting tone in the press conference, considering you had just done away with the last streak you have to hear about.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Like, again, I know that maybe the second half wasn't all that you wanted out of that game, Nate, but nonetheless, you slayed another dragon. There's no more divisional crap for us to pester you about, and he still seems sort of irritable about how the whole thing went, because I think he, obviously wanted to keep pouring in touchdowns. I'm with you. Look, he's an old-school coach. The thing about it is, the only reason why I think some of what Sean does is unique currently is because the Shanahan, and I'm talking about Kyle era of coaches, has now come in. The Mike McDaniel, right? The Sean McVay. The partnership, not the pupil and the professor, if you will. And Sean is from the time of Bill Parcells, where I'm going to act grumpy, and if you get me less grumpy, then you know you've done your job.
Bo Nix last week, 4 of 14, 27 yards in the first 3 quarters. He had a pick. He was under heavy pressure. He ran once for 2 yards.
The running game, by the way, did not help either with the turnovers.
Fourth quarter, 15 and 19, buck 89, 2 touchdowns. He scrambled for 59 yards in the fourth quarter of that game. They fell short, Andy, but still, momentum. And you're playing on Sunday afternoon. You're playing again on Thursday. The last time that you were on the field, you were moving successfully. Yeah, we know what the Chargers were doing defensively, okay? And it was rushing 4 and just dropping 7 into a cloud and a bunch of safeties hanging out back there to not get beat over the top. The Saints had a 4-score lead, really a 3-score, but honestly, basically a 4-score lead in the fourth quarter of that game. It was just like, okay, don't get beat over the top. Don't give up a fast touchdown. Make him work for it. We'll hang on and we'll win this game. I get all that. Like, intellectually, I get all of that, but also I do think that Bo Nix is a rhythm player, and as games go along, he tends to get a little bit better. The fact that it's on a short week, does any of it carry over? Does Bo take the Superdome field tonight feeling a bit more confident?
Here's what I'd like to see, okay? Let's take an important point I thought Leggy meant or gave us when we talked about this Monday, because everybody naturally says, well, just go up-tempo all the time. And Leggy said to us,
not that simple.
And I also talked to Jeb Putz here about this. We could talk to any offensive player, they'd probably tell you. You're running about 10 plays because, as Bo said himself in the post-game press conference, I know what coverages I'm getting because they're not changing it up because everything's back. 3 safeties back, don't let anything get past you.
Yeah.
So it creates some natural gaps that allow Bo to run too. But here's my you went with a reduced set of plays too, right? You're not going to that whole card against that thing. You're trying to get plays out. You got to get the best plays in your pocket, I would have to imagine. Frankly, I've been told you want to run the best plays that you've repped in practice, that you've repped all year long. So to your point about how about this? How about start of the game? You can't create the same sense of urgency or the pushed back defense, but you can just maybe reduce the plays you're trying to call. You know what I mean? It's fine if you got him. Everybody knows him. Maybe have a second sheet of, hey, we have practiced this, so be ready for it. But cut the play sheet down. Repeat the plays for Bo. Again, I ask, why has he not thrown the Mims pass more? Get his footwork right, and he delivers that one accurate. The reason why that one sailed on him is his footwork's a mess. They've got to focus on getting his footwork right. This was a player we were told was accurate, and in the preseason, he lived up to the billing of actually being accurate on the short to the shorter intermediate throws. Okay, he's got it in his bag. Have him throw it more. Don't call it once a game. Don't get frustrated because maybe he threw a high pass. Throw the dang thing again. Mims got open on it.
The other thing about going up in that suggestion, I'm just like, just go up tempo, okay? It sounds good in theory, right? Also, most of the time, though, if you don't want to huddle up, that means go to the line of scrimmage. That means a quarterback is making a read at the line and checking to whichever play is going to work. You got a rookie quarterback right now.
Well, Nate, let's add in another factor. I'm sorry to jump in.
And on a short week, how much of an adjustment can you make to have him then doing that?
Look, here's your best point that I didn't even think about. We're all talking about it. They're going to be in the Superdome. It's going to be loud. To your point, if you're trying to make a check, everyone's got to be able to hear the check.
Yep. It's going to be awfully loud.
Now, maybe you shut them up in the second half. It's not a problem.
It is a Thursday afternoon. We're at number 38. It's all brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, number 38 in Rhino. Yankees and Guardians right now, second inning. That's on the big screen here at the moment, but come get a Dew and a brew. Also, text in the keyword Norse. Norse.
Like the direction, like the god. Isn't Norse like north? Isn't that another? It's not the trophy, though, for those that are.
I wouldn't tell anybody to go Norse. I'd tell them to go north.
But is it akin? Am I just doing a stupid brain thing where I'm assuming it can also mean north, or is that simply?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it could come from it because they are of the north.
It's fine, Andy. That's not the point. Text Norse, N-O-R-S-E, Norse, to get in the running for Avs sweet tickets tomorrow night.
Our goal was to clear this up for people. I don't know
helping.
if we did.
Sorry. Welcome to Andy's life.
But not Norris, okay? It's not Chuck Norris.
It's not the trophy.
It's
not Norris Weiss.
Yes, Norse. It's like a nurse, but with an O instead. All right?
I like that.
There you go. 303-504-0925. Text it in. You're entered to win a 4-pack of tickets in a suite to tomorrow night's Avalanche Ducks game. You could be there when the Avs finally get off the schneid and win a game in the 24-25 season. But we're out here at number 38 right now, getting you ready for Broncos-Saints. If Denver is going to win tonight, this skill position player is going to go off. We'll tell you who he is next. I think D-Mac, Vic, and Sanford's a pretty weird team, but that's just me. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. That's right, the best e-bikes on the market. They have got a ride style for everyone. 16-plus years of innovation sets Rad Power Bikes apart. That is why they are the undisputed industry leader, and they've been in Denver now for 3 years. They have a brick-and-mortar store at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Go stop by. You can ride any bike in the line. You can test ride any bike they've got before you buy. These e-bikes are built for everyday use. So if you're a commuter or if you need hauling utility, Rad Power Bikes are absolutely perfect for you. You can replace your car with a super fun e-bike. And besides just being customizable and super low maintenance, Rad Power Bikes are also massively affordable. When you purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line, guys. You're going to find out really quickly just how affordable these things are. You plug in that battery, charge it for a few hours, you're going to get 50, 60 miles per charge. Again, go to radpowerbikes.com to check out what they've got to offer. And if you want to win your own Radster Trail Power Bike, go to altitudesportsradio.com and enter to win right now. Number 38 is the spot today. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey is available to you right here at number 38. Broncos-Saints, perfect place to watch the game this evening. Come fill up the beer garden. Watch Broncos-Saints right now. You got the Guardians and the Yankees underway in game number 3. Guardians trying to get into the win column. Yankees trying to keep it rolling. 1-0 Yanks as we are in the bottom of the second inning right now in Cleveland. Mets-Dodgers going off tonight as well. Dodgers up 2-1 in that series in the National League. Andy, Broncos-Saints tonight, 6:15, Thursday Night Football. If the Broncos are to win the game this evening, this skill position player has to go off for the Broncos. Who's your guy tonight?
Gosh, I want to say Marvin Mims so bad.
You'd love to,
but he
wouldn't
hasn't. That's irresponsible to say.
Yeah. They don't play him very often, nor do they throw the ball in his direction all that much.
This is half a joke, but it's really serious because he's done it the most. Lil Jordan Humphrey. When they win, Lil Jordan Humphrey takes at least a pass or two that is supposed to be 10 or 15 yards, and he turns it into 30 or 40 yards. They need one of those out of him tonight.
He's had that. He's
a couple times.
Broken tackles. He's been able to make plays so far this season. Right now, Lil Jordan, he's been targeted 18 times. He's got 13 catches for $143, 11 yards per catch. Not bad. You'll take that every single time. By the way, you want to throw up in your mouth a little bit? Listen to this.
Oh, okay.
Cortland Sutton's been targeted 47 times this year. 47.
Okay.
That's more than twice as much as any other wide receiver on the team. 21 catches. 21 catches on 47 targets.
Yeah.
That's hideous. That's terrible. That just has to be better.
But they've got, see, again, it's where he and Bo are just a little bit off sometimes.
Yeah.
And all I can help is wonder, I understand why Sean probably felt like he had to do the quarterback competition. But here we sit where it just feels like they're not quite on the same page. And you do wonder if a couple extra reps in the middle of training camp would have maybe helped this situation out.
Yeah.
And we all knew you were going to start the guy anyway. We all knew you were going to do it. So it just gets frustrating that was the plight. See, I wonder if he and Marvin Mims maybe wouldn't be on a little bit better of a page if Bo didn't just get the full slate of reps a starter would get in training camp.
Marvin Mims has been targeted 8 times this season. Devon Vele has played in 2 games. He has 14 targets. That's bad.
Well, because
that's just not getting the ball into the hands of your playmaker.
No, you're right. Now, I mean, the reason,
Mims has 1 carry this year. It was a good play, too. Call it again.
Do we not count the sweep on the 2-point conversion last week?
What
is that? That's
right,
not a play,
it doesn't
I guess?
technically go into
I'm
the
literally
stats.
asking.
No, you're
That's
right
not
about
a play?
that. It doesn't technically go into the stats.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think if he would have scored, you would have gotten 2 fantasy points for it.
Why? Let me ask you this, because I know you don't have an answer. We've all been asking this for years. Why is it there's so many teams that can run good screens yet this one can't? Is this where the lack of blocking from the wide receivers shows up?
And they run a lot of them.
Yeah, but it doesn't ever turn into what it should. Everybody always seems to miss a block. Or the one guy you're asking the screen receiver to just get by doesn't happen.
Well, here's my – I'll give you the most basic answer to it. Because Sean Payton, when he was in New Orleans, and I know he had Drew Brees – they were one of the best screen teams in the NFL.
Well, they had Alvin
Kamara. Okay. When have the Broncos had a guy you could throw a screen to and trust that he was going to break tackles and make something happen? Okay. Jaleel McLaughlin's a nice little player. Okay. Javonte, though, he's not terribly dynamic with the ball in his hands. Javonte has to be able to get downhill. But that's hard to do on a screen, right? You've got to catch. You've got to turn. You've got to find blocking, and it's just he's not particularly natural on that play.
But see, what I'd like to see, this is where the criticism of the Peyton offense comes in. I'd like to see some funky motion like we saw from the Chargers a week ago. They had the play where
there'll be some drunk
they
people in New Orleans
to
doing
the
funky
right.
motion.
Well, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
The hurricane will make you feel motion
That's right.
in the ocean.
The funky motion.
But no, to the right, they were setting up one back. Remember that? And then they just kind of pitched it to the guy going to the left. The eye candy of the motion was guiding the defense one way, and then they throw it to the outside. Like, again, Kansas City loves to do that with their tight ends.
Sure
now,
do.
God forbid we have a tight end actually contribute to this offense.
Their tight end's pretty good.
But how often? Well, but I mean, again, their tight end's pretty good, but it also helps your yak when you've already drawn the defense to what seems the obvious end of the play, and then you just sling it out to the other side. We don't have anything like that just fools a team. Why? Is it just lack of players? Is it? See, that's what I wouldn't mind seeing you do with Marvin Mims, okay? Get a Cortland Sutton screen set up or whatever player that he's used to going to that the defense automatically keys on, and then throw something out to Marvin Mims to the opposite side, to the empty side.
Here's some quick math for you. Just taking a look at the Broncos season stats really quickly. I just did some quick math there while you were making that point.
While I was nattering on.
If you combine every Broncos tight end,
Why would you do that?
Dulcich, Adkins, Kroll, and Troutman, combined, all four of those guys, they are only the third leading receiver on this team in terms of receptions. Combined. They have 14 catches. Sutton's got 21 on an astronomical 47 targets. Javante's got 20. The tight ends have 14. Lil Jordan's got 13 right now. That's all four tight ends combined.
Who's got the most catches for a tight end?
Dulcich.
How many?
5 on 12 targets. Not efficient.
Next.
Atkins with 4.
How does Atkins have 4? I feel like the guy just started playing 3 weeks ago.
You had that one good catch. Was that the 19-yarder? That was a good play. Was that against the Raiders?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Kroll's got 3 catches. Troutman's got 2.
Adam Troutman really has one job. Look, a tight end of any look, and you don't really have a tight end, so maybe I'm asking too much. But isn't this like I talk about? Get the funky motion going, draw the eyes of the defense one place, and then get it to a guy like Marvin Mims. He's a punt returner. He should be able to kind of maneuver some things, but there's just nothing like that in this offense.
All right, so on a night where, and again, clearly, like coverage is going to be shifted towards Cortland Sutton as well. It probably should be, and it'll be a lot of Marshawn Lattimore. By the way, they got the rookie Kool-Aid McKinstry. The Saints as well. Remember that name? He was a second rounder, I want to say.
Was it this past year?
Yeah, out of Alabama.
Wasn't he the one everybody kept saying the Broncos might grab at 12?
He was one of the corners that we were looking at. That and the kid out of Toledo. Those were the two that we were kind of looking at before the start of this season if the Broncos were going to go in that direction. Turns out Riley Moss turned into a player. So that worked out, okay? No complaints there with what Riley Moss has turned into right now. My guy tonight, this is not a sexy pick at all. I mean, granted, you picked Lil Jordan Humphrey. I'm taking Devon Vele. Bo Nix trusts him.
Yeah.
He gets open.
Well, he also
Big
does
body.
things like he did a great job of running back to get a reception.
Yep. Runs those
coming
little
back
slants.
to the quarterback. He's looking to break a tackle as soon as he catches it. Not too many guys feel like they're doing that, even though I'm sure they all are.
Yeah.
He's a big body. And look, you're playing him. You got to play him. Sean Payton said it last week. Stick to your word. I want to see these young guys playing. He said it when talking about Estime. He was asked about Estime, but he basically said when it comes to Estime, Franklin, and Vele, I want to see them all play.
Vele, 12 catches on his 14 targets so far this season. I think he scores a touchdown tonight. I think we get a Devon Vele touchdown coming up here tonight. Our buddy Nick Kosminer is in New Orleans. He's going to join us coming up here in just a moment to help us preview this matchup. Broncos-Saints drinking game at 4:20 plus top of the hour. We will have our next keyword to win a 4-pack of sweet tickets for the Avalanche and the Ducks tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We will give you our new keyword for the 4 o'clock hour coming up next. Congratulations to all of you who texted in Norse this hour, N-O-R-S-E. You are very much in. But right now at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. It's a clever rhyme scheme, everybody. A do and a brew. Enjoy that tonight. Watching Thursday Night Football. We're talking about that game with Nick Kosminer. That's on the other side.
time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
Leaves Edmondson. He scores! Man, oh, Manson!
Man, oh, Manson.
Man, oh, Manson.
The word is man. Yeah, man. Man, M-A-N, man. Text it in right now to 303-504-0925. That is this hour's keyword. That enters you in to win a quad box of tickets for the Avalanche and the Anaheim Ducks tomorrow night over at Ball Arena. Yes, you could be there for the Avs' first win of the season. We go to New Orleans right now. Our buddy Nick Kosminer joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, let's start with Broncos' health. It appears to be improving while the Saints have basically nobody available on their offense. Our buddy Jeff Duncan told us they're without 7 starters on the offensive side of the ball. The Broncos are actually getting guys back. What's the plan tonight for McGlinchey, Browning, etc.?
Yeah, obviously they got activated from IR today, so they're eligible. They were listed as questionable this week, but signs to me point toward them both being active tonight. We'll have to kind of see right up until they're going through warm-ups and all that stuff, but obviously the Broncos don't have Alex Palczewski, who had replaced Mike McGlinchey when he went on IR. So I would think he's probably going to have a chance to go tonight, and obviously that would be a kind of a big boost for them. The offensive line struggled last week, so again, kind of a nice reinforcement for them to have there. And then Baron Browning, obviously they have kind of withstood his absence pretty well. Jonah Ellis has gotten more reps and done some nice things with those. And, of course, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito are both on pace for career-type years. So, it's just another guy that Vance Joseph on a short week can throw at an offense, which, as you mentioned, is dealing with all those injuries, not to mention they have a fifth-round rookie quarterback making his second NFL start.
How much pressure do you think is on the Broncos tonight? Because we were talking about it earlier, Nick. This is one of the shoulds on the schedule when you look at they should win this one. Next week's another one. Then it gets a little bit choppier. Is there a lot of pressure, you think, on these guys tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this team's not, the Broncos. The Broncos aren't good enough to count any game as just a box you check and you move on. They're not at that level where you can take any kind of game for granted. But you're absolutely right that this is a should, especially with all New Orleans is dealing with, the fact that you have an opportunity here to get to 4-3 with one more home game in October before you go to that really kind of murderer's row of 2 games on the road of Baltimore and Kansas City. If you have any designs on being a team that can sneak into the wild card chase or really just kind of build on where you're at, you got to get to that at 5-3. This is a huge game. I think when I talked to you guys about the Raiders game a couple weeks back, for so many reasons that really felt like a must-win game for Sean Payton. This is right up there. To even take all the kind of emotions of his return and everything like that out of it, just from where they are. And as much as they need to win, they need to put something together offensively, guys. I mean, this is a team that in the first half of games is averaging less than a point per drive, 31st in the NFL. They've had 3 different first halves in which they did not score. Like, you have to show that you can figure out a way to get past those struggles, which are you lose games in the first half in this league when you play that way, and they can't do that tonight. They got to show that they can get past some of that stuff, not just so that they can win this game, but so that they can prove that that they're starting to make progress in some way.
Nick, look, there's a lot of execution and real tangible football things that we need to talk about in this game, but also you kind of alluded to it right there. This is going to be an emotionally charged environment. It is Drew Brees' Saints Hall of Fame night. It is Sean Payton's return to New Orleans, and those two accomplished unbelievable things together in all of those years there with the Saints, including winning a Super Bowl. That factor, does it favor anybody in this game tonight, what Sean's going to be going through and what the building is going to be like for the Saints?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think it favors whoever can kind of manage it because there's so much of that, and I don't know from the schematic part of it. Obviously, not just Sean Payton, but Pete Carmichael, who's a senior offensive assistant for them now, was with New Orleans last year. So they have that personnel. Cody Rager, who's in Denver's front office now after spending a lot of years in that role in New Orleans. But on the flip side of that, Dennis Allen knows Sean Payton as well as anyone. So I think schematically, I don't know that anyone's getting one over on anyone else. So it will be about how you sort of manage all of that. And Sean Payton, I know, wants this badly. He wants to get this victory in this building, but how measured is he in what he tries to do in order to get that? How well does he set Bo Nix up for success tonight in a way where they're not pressing early on? I think those things are important. Can you get him comfortable early? That it's just so paramount for Denver right now.
Nick, if Baron Browning does play, and you said it does look like all the guys that you had mentioned are going to be available tonight, if Baron Browning does play, what can he add to this team? What do they need out of him? Is it just strictly pass rush? Is it a consistent every down player? What do they need to get out of him?
Yeah, I think he's a guy that's going to be able to help you in the run game, perhaps even a little bit more. Like I said, Jonah Ellis has done some nice things as a pass rusher. He's still got to get stronger overall. Baron Browning, he's probably their most stout guy against the run when he's in there. So I think that's an important addition for a team that's already doing pretty well in that regard, last week notwithstanding. So I just think he accentuates a lot of what you've been able to do well. It gives you another, kind of body that you can rotate in there. I would imagine, coming off of a short week, if he's active, I would be on something of a limited pitch count tonight, I would think. But he was off to a really nice start in weeks 1 and 2 before he got hurt. He came into this season in shape, was really playing well. So I think so long as he's able to kind of get in there and be healthy, he's just going to kind of add more to what they're already doing there.
Nick Kosmider is joining us from New Orleans right now. Offensive side of the ball, and you wrote about it this week, the early struggles in these games for Bo Nix. What can they do to get him going a little bit quicker in these games, Nick?
Yeah, well, a lot of the talk coming out of last week was, when Bo Nix finally found some rhythm in the fourth quarter, be it as it may, against prevent coverage, soft coverage. It really was him being able to just sort of get out and make plays for himself. I'd like to see them use play action a little bit more. They've had a little bit of success doing that. His completion percentage off of play action, 65% compared to about 55 when they're not using it. Get some of that going early. Allow him to get out on the edge, pick up some positive yardage early on downs. I mean, that you have all week last week to prepare this game plan. You come out and you get basically 1 yard on 2 rushes to start the game. Like you have to have something that you can go to early to just know that you're going to get yourself 5, 6, 7 yards and get the thing going. Like they can't come out and have a 3 and out on their first drive like they have so many times. So get him out on the edge, let him make plays in space, use his run, and put that in the defense's mind early that he is a guy that's going to have some designed run elements with what he's doing. I think all those kind of things put together should be part of the early plan for them.
Nick, after the game, you were there. You heard it with your own ears. Sean Payton said he wants to see the young players, speaking about Vele, Franklin, and Estime. Do we see more of them tonight?
I think so. Certainly with Josh Reynolds still on IR, it's just a matter of numbers. They're going to need to have Devon Vele and Troy Franklin be a part of what they're doing in the passing game. I think that's evident. The real interesting one is going to be whether they can incorporate Audric Estime more into this. I mean, he's got 4 carries. 2 of them have gone for double-digit yardage, and that's about half as many as Javonte Williams has done, in scores more carries so far this year. So I think they really do want to get a larger sample size, a bigger scope with which to evaluate Estime. Sean Payton's talked a lot about it's hard with 2. Well, maybe he needs to be the second or even the first to really get a look at him that way. Because if you're just going to have him be that third guy that you say is hard to get to, then you're never really going to get that evaluation. He's young, he's fresh. I would think that we might see a little bit more of him tonight.
Angling things on the other side. And again, Nick Kosmider is joining us right now from the Big Easy. It is the Broncos and the Saints coming up tonight at 6:15 Mountain Time. Looking at it from the other side, this Saints team is reeling. They've lost 4 games in a row. Offensively, they're only scoring 19 points per game over the last 4. Spencer Rattler is making his second NFL start. It all, again, adds up really good for the Broncos, Nick, but how could it go wrong? How could the Saints get them tonight?
Well, again, I think so much of it comes down to, can you let the defense play a fair game in terms of not having to be out there, three plays after your offense takes the field. I think that's how it can go wrong if you're putting too much pressure on them, throughout the game. But this is a team, a defense that is healthy, save for Pat Surtain, who is a huge part of this. Obviously, what they've done so well defensively, but I think actually having the time to prepare for his absence. I'll be interested to see if they just go ahead and have Levi Wallace be the outside guy to start, so they're not switching Jaquan McMillan back and forth. I think they'll be a little bit more ready for how they want to do things in the secondary. But yeah, I just think, if you struggle early offensively, or you give Spencer Rattler, who doesn't have a lot of weapons and is only making his second NFL start, give him a short field that allows him to gain some confidence. Those are ways that I think it could go wayward, because there's not a lot of firepower for this Saints offense right now. They're very injured at virtually every position. And Denver's defense is playing well and has reinforcements. They should be able to win that matchup, so just don't put them in bad spots.
Leave you on a quick one. What's up with Dulcich? She play tonight, or is he in the doghouse? Do you think he's on his way out?
I don't know. We'll get the inactives here in just a little bit, and just not being able to be around a whole lot this week. But yeah, if he's not in there tonight, it would certainly kind of point toward maybe they're thinking something there about moving on, about going in a different direction, because certainly it hasn't panned out for him the way that they had hoped it would. It hasn't played the last couple of weeks, so that's one to watch for sure.
All right, guys, follow Nick's updates on Twitter tonight at Nick Kosmider. The Not Another Bucking podcast, he'll be hosting that as well. And get his game news and reactions at theathletic.com. Nick, good work, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Nick Kosmider with us right there. By the way, our buddy Jeff Duncan just tweeted this out. Here's your breakdown, all right? Yes, Sean Payton. Yes, Pete Carmichael and Joe Lombardi and Zach Streif. Quan Alexander, Calvin Throckmorton, Michael Burton, Adam Troutman, Malcolm Roach, Will Lutz, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Lucas Kroll, Jordan Jackson, 9 former Saints take the field tonight against New Orleans at the Dome.
A lot of motivation then.
Sure is. Here we go. Broncos and the Saints coming up this evening. Does anybody want to get a little bit tipsy tonight? Anybody want to have a couple of cocktails, a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, a Dew and a brew right there? Yes, you can have it tonight. We've got Broncos-Saints drinking game. We'll be doing that here on the other side. We're out here at number 38. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl hanging out here with you at number 38, telling you about Colorado Off-Road. You don't need to off-road to get down to number 38. It's right here in Rhino. But if you do need anything for your truck or 4x4, you want maybe a good suspension to get out there and do a little 4x4, and he's got it there. Shocks, struts, lift kits, whatever you want, he's got it out there. This is the time of year as I see a lot of leaves starting to fall. A little bit of green around here, but plenty of trees starting to lose their leaves. That's time for the bed cover, time to get the floor mats, time to get the truck ready or the 4x4 ready for winter if you need so. It's supposed to be a little bit wet this weekend. Again, that's where those floor mats come into play. He's got a number of brands. He's got Husky. He's got WeatherTech. Go in and see all he has to offer. I love the bed cover. I'm going to get video up about mine. Mine folds into 3 different sections, so I can use as much or as little as the bed as I need. Not to mention the fact that it keeps everything out and it keeps my stuff inside it. It keeps things secure. You can keep that sports gear in the truck bed. Get more out of the vehicle. Look, you need something, he's going to help you out. He loves having conversations to help guide you in the right direction. And I make you this promise, my personal promise, he's not going to try to sell you his most expensive item. He is Jerry Jones. His wife is Wendy. They own Colorado Off-Road. Go and find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can also find him on the web. He's right behind ACC. On the web, it's cooffroad.com. The number's 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, it's a Thursday night. It's the one time this year it's okay to have a few drinks on a Thursday. That's because it's time for the Broncos-Saints drinking game with your pals, Kreckman and Lindahl, on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We join you live from number 38 today. Great place to participate in the drinking game right here at number 38.
You know what you can do?
Have a Tullamore Dew?
Well, you can have a Tullamore Dew and a brew, and then wash it down with Buff water or Peggy water or I don't know, the Twins. It's a can of water by Aim High, I believe, is the company.
Okay.
And it's got Peggy on it.
Peggy water.
One of the Twins, yes.
Yes.
The schedule, but it's free. They've got plenty. I'm told go ahead and between your Tullamore Dew, quick sip of water, away we go.
Hydrate with Peggy.
But we have said you don't have to drink, again,
That's right.
We want everybody to be responsible.
Whatever floats your boat.
Your waffer.
Maybe have another wing, another chip with dip.
Hey, don't
whatever
you
it
challenge
may
me.
be.
I'll have another wing. You offering?
Another cocktail weenie.
You buying?
Whatever you like.
No. The cocktail glizzy's out of there.
I love a cocktail glizzy. Oh, man. Yeah, that's living right there. Maybe that's what I'll do tonight. Maybe I'll go cocktail weenies. Actually, you know what I love? I love a mini corn dog. A mini corn dog. Whew, that's living right there. That's the finest item in your grocer's freezer section.
I saw a tweet, and I think it was serious, that somebody was surprised that a corn dog had a hot dog in it. You okay? It's in the name. They're warning you.
It's been there the entire time.
Yeah, and not new.
Yeah.
Didn't surprise you. Nobody snuck it in there.
What about a pig in a blanket? You like that?
When I was a kid, no.
A pancake around a sausage?
Because I grew up in North Denver.
North Denver?
They used to do, instead of a pig in a blanket, you put the sausage, the Italian sausage in it, little sauce on top, and a cannoli.
That sounds phenomenal.
It was.
Yeah.
Shout out Mrs. Gabriel.
Oh,
I would still have a handful of those if you'd let me.
That's good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Oh man, you
Tasty.
ready? You ready for this Broncos-Saints drinking game, Andy?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, shout out to our gal Crystal you've been talking to.
Yeah.
They're out at Circa.
That's
They're
right.
watching the game at Stadium Swim tonight, and she'd like the rules, please. She needs her props.
Here we go. Here are your Broncos-Saints Thursday night football drinking props.
Will it be a Thirsty Thursday?
Or we call it Broncos-Saints, let's be honest. It's the Saints versus the ex-Saints tonight.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to be watching,
The Saints
everybody.
and the Sinners,
And the
Nate.
formerly the Saints.
I don't know.
I
tried.
Andy gave us this one earlier, and let's just put it right at the top of the list. Mike McGlinchey returns to the lineup tonight. He'll be starting at right tackle. It's going to be awfully loud in the Dome tonight on Drew Brees night. McFlinchy, if Mike McGlinchey is called for a false start, you should probably drink.
Have a sip.
Holding on Garrett Bowles.
Have a sip.
We have that one every single week.
You know what, I'm going to add a special one this week in honor of last week's game.
Okay.
You got to go halvesies on the drink. If he, again, nearly gets Bo killed, Bo escapes, and then watches the player chase Bo further on the play. Despite the player literally running by him. Do you remember that? A Bo's big run?
Uh-huh.
I think Garrett was probably shocked Bo escaped what was going to be the hammer sack.
He was probably kind of tired, too.
Could have been.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's late in the play.
Got beat pretty clean the first time. But anyway, halvesies if that happens again.
Drink it a 3 and out.
Now, Nate, that feels irresponsible.
This is both sides. On both sides in the 3 and out drink.
No, dude, you're going to kill people.
But drink at a 3 and out this evening.
Drink the Peggy water, if you do.
Mix in some Peggy water.
Please. Water of any type. Aquafina, tap,
Yeah.
you name it.
Yeah.
3 and out, have a water.
If there's been a first down on the series, you
have a whole drink.
Spare you. Yeah, there you go. Those are rare. Bo Nix props. Bo Nix interception, drink. Bo Nix throws a deep ball out of bounds, drink. That one came back last week.
Okay,
that was
yeah,
a Marvin Mims, the deep ball to Marvin Mims that he threw out of bounds. I think we're up to 3 of those now this year when he throws a deep ball and he throws it so far out of bounds that nobody can catch it.
How about a whole drink for a Bo Nix Houdini?
Ooh, like he avoids a sack?
Just gets I give the guy credit.
He does.
He's at about 3 sacks. I thought he was going to get his back broken, and he ends up picking up like 20 yards plus.
He does a fine job eluding the pressure. There you go. Bo Nix Houdini. We'll put that in there as well. I didn't have that one on
Not
the
a
initial
martini,
sheet.
but a Houdini.
A Houdini. Is that a drink, by the way, a Houdini?
It is now. Let's
Okay.
make it up.
All right. Doing a brew. We'll call that the Houdini tonight. Bo Nix completion behind the line of scrimmage drink.
I really feel like you're threatening alcohol poisoning.
That one happens frequently.
I
Any
don't
Ferris-
feel so good.
Thank you. Thank you, Barney. Any Ferris Bueller references on
Drink.
the telecast this evening? Drink. I asked you this question before in the break.
No, save it, please. This is a longer discussion
All
than
right.
drinking.
Longer discussion.
I really think we got to get into this because there's a chance to make fun of some people,
Okay.
specifically Al Michaels.
What are the chances I'm going to completely forget about this topic later? Probably pretty high.
Drink.
Broncos. If a Broncos tight end catches the ball, drink.
Dude, half drink. Half drink.
Dulcich,
If a Bronco tight end catches a touchdown, whole drink.
Dulcich, Atkins, Kroll, and Troutman, a combined 14 catches so far this season.
If a Broncos tight end catches a touchdown, pour a new drink and drink it all. Like it's got to be a fresh, whole drink.
Brock Bowers, George Kittle, Trey McBride, Cole Kmet, Jake Ferguson in Dallas, Dallas Goedert in Philly. That's as far down as I can scroll, and we're still not even close. Each one of those tight ends has more catches than the Broncos' 4 tight ends combined. Freiermuth is on that list. Zach Ertz is on that list with the Manders. Dalton Kincaid's got 21 catches so far this season. Noah Fant has 20 receptions.
That doesn't hurt at all.
Oh. Hunter Hanks got 19 catches for New England. Tyler Conklin, 19 catches for the Jets. Again, these are individual tight ends, Dalton Schultz in Houston, that have more catches than the Broncos' 4 tight ends combined. If the Broncos tight end catches the ball tonight, drink.
And a fresh new drink, all gone if they get a tutty.
Also, Brock Bowers has 37 catches so far this season, Andy. That's your guy.
That's my boo. That's my crush.
Kirk Herbstreit is Mr. College Football.
Okay.
If Kirk Herbstreit mentions either 61 college starts for Bo Nix or 48 college starts for Spencer Rattler, have a sip.
Drink it.
Yes.
Hey,
you know he wants to talk about it. Combined 109 college starts in this game. That's got to be an NFL record.
Well, it is.
It has
Great call.
to be.
That's coming out on a stat.
Yeah.
Someone's saying it.
Yeah. It may. There could be a graphic tonight on Amazon.
If Herbstreit talks to Michaels like a child, drink. No, he does that kind of at the end of the game. No, you're absolutely right, Al. Yeah, you're right. This game is boring.
It's like when your dad's in the hospital and you're trying to get him to eat Jell-O. That's the tone that Herbstreit's got with him. It's weird.
Jell-O. What color?
Red. It's got to be red.
See, I thought green.
It has to be. Hospital Jell-O's always red.
I think you could get a green.
You get green?
Little lime.
The lime
Jell-O.
one?
I'm not saying you should. I think it's available.
If they show any pics of Sean Payton wearing a Saints visor on the telecast tonight, he could be holding up the Lombardi trophy. He could be hugging Drew Brees. He could be screaming at Drew Brees.
So is it a drink per picture? What if they do a montage?
Per picture, but he's got to be wearing the visor, which he's going to be in every single picture.
I don't think he ever didn't.
Yeah. Montage, just go ahead and start slugging it. It's Drew Brees Hall of Fame night.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime Drew Brees is shown on the telecast is one drink. However, take a second drink if you see the birthmark. If you see the thing on his face, that's a 2-drink Drew Brees shot.
Is there a third drink if the kid's with him?
Oh, he loves
if the kid's in the suite. I don't know how big the kid is now.
Right. The kid with the...
that used to always have the headphones on because it's too loud.
Too loud in the dome.
Yeah.
Also, what a disappointment that Derek Carr's not playing tonight, so we can't see his kid with the giant melon.
In the Drew Brees suite.
Also, I'm assuming they'll show Carr on the sideline. If you see Derek Carr and he's wearing makeup, he is. Drink. Why is that guy? Why do his eyes look like that? I have no idea. Derek Carr's a nice guy.
He's emo.
He is. Nice guy.
He's in My Chemical Romance.
Here's a fun one. Riley Moss interception. Drink. I think Riley Moss
Baron
is picking
Browning
off
sack.
Spencer Rattler. You want to put a Browning sack?
Browning sack.
I'll take a Browning
so
sack.
Al can go, you know him.
Yep. You know him, Kurt. You know him. Anytime you hear the word or see a sign held up that mentions bounties or bounty gate.
Wow, you think the Saints fans will go there?
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see. Maybe somebody will hold up a sign. We'll put a bounty out on you tonight, Sean.
Oh, wow. You got a sign ready. Ain't game day.
There it is, everybody.
All right.
Hey, these people are out for blood tonight. I got some B-roll props. Bourbon Street, drink. A second line, drink. Any shots of beignets, drink. You think
How
Sean
about a hurricane?
You think Sean went and had beignets today?
I would have.
No,
I hope he did.
I would hope
Disneyland's got some nice ones.
Do they?
Yeah, they've got a Nolan section,
that.
and away you go.
Anybody wearing beads, drink. Crawfish boiled, drink.
Now, it's streaming.
It is.
How racy does the beads shot get? Anyone earning their beads? Full drink.
Can we do Broncos-Saints after dark tonight?
I guess it's going to be on Channel 7, so they can't fully go that way, but yeah.
Yes. New Orleans goes wild tonight.
Yeah.
And the last prop that's on here, and this one's subjective, but I know we're going to get it. Last prop on the board. If you hear any visceral disgust out of the voice of Al Michaels tonight.
Yes.
If anybody.
Any snark.
We'll give you an example here, okay? Al Michaels, end of the Jags-Chargers playoff game a couple of years ago. 27-0 at the half. Chargers had the lead. Jags come back and win. This was how Al Michaels called the end of that game.
Likely on Kansas City. Here we go for the win. Got it, but there's a flag down. There's a flag down as everybody's running out onto the field, but there's a penalty marker.
Offside. Defense number 26.
And they call it on the defense.
Place is going absolutely insane, and Al had Chargers money line, and he can't believe it.
Yeah. Some went on there. That is not a natural call. Where he's more worried
on
about
the field.
No,
now.
that's it. Never mind. They don't win. There's a flag down.
This
wait.
is the same man that once gave us "Do you believe in miracles?" Yes, and it said, flag.
Too bad we should have played the Costas next to that and just see who lost more money that night.
Costas pissed off about a double play from Giancarlo.
That's not his fault.
Yeah, not his fault. Well, he hit it, Bob.
Yeah. Hit it right to the guy.
He's the one that started a simple 6-4-3. That is Broncos-Saints drinking.
Now, hold on. Let's add one more.
Yeah, one more? Let's go. I'm not done yet then.
What goofy graphic could we get out of this thing tonight? It's goofy graphic season. Will it be the Ferris Bueller graphic? Will it be a Bronco quarterback graphic? Will they go old school and reach back into that bag? What are we going to get that's going to be goofy?
Every network, and we'll put Amazon in this as well, they have that. It's just saved in a folder somewhere on some producer's laptop, sitting there on his desktop of just like, hey, what ideas do I got for how many crappy quarterbacks the Broncos have now had low over the years?
If that comes back out, if we get some nostalgia, full drink.
Yes.
The guy is drunk.
Yes, you will be.
You're going to be buzzed.
You know what? Be smart about what you choose to participate in with these.
Be careful.
Maybe you don't have to hit them all.
Be careful.
They're just all available to you. Somebody just texted in, if anything happens in this game, drink. Yeah, pretty much.
Here's your full list also. Since Drew Brees, his last year was 2020, okay? Since Drew Brees retired, Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill, Trevor Siemian, Ian Book, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr, Spencer Rattler.
Do you remember the Ian Book game?
It was awful.
That was tough watching.
That was awful. That was
some tough watching.
Even Sean was not a magician enough to come up with that. I know they didn't win with Trevor Siemian. At least he looked okay-ish. Ian Book, it was just like, nope. Even Sean, the magic of Sean Payton has nothing for how terrible Ian Book is at football.
Taysom Hill may have had some good starts. The one in the game with who was our guy, the receiver? Kendall Hinton.
Oh, my God, a reference of Kendall Hinton.
Oh, there you go. Drink that thing right down.
Yeah, Kendall Hinton.
Clean out the glass.
Infamous Broncos-Saints tilt from many a year ago. It really wasn't that long ago now if you think about it.
2020.
2020. We are live tonight at number 38 where you can watch the Saints and the ex-Saints coming up at 6:15 this evening. Yankees-Guardians right now is in the bottom of the fifth. Cleveland clinging to a 2-1 lead in game number 3 of the ALCS. We get game 4 of the NLCS tonight. It's all going down here. Plus Broncos-Saints is going to be on the large outdoor theater screen here at number 38 in Rhino. Have a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey. We call it a Dew and a brew. That's right, a beer and a shot. Enjoy it right here. Obviously, drink responsibly. And, of course, as we always remind you, with the Broncos-Saints drinking game, drink responsibly. If you just want a soda.
Yeah, nice crisp beverage there.
Maybe just a spoonful of Jell-O.
Sure, green, red, raspberry, blueberry, strawberry.
Shouldn't they go orange tonight?
No.
Team loyalty can't make up for that mediocre flavor.
Come on, yeah, orange. When does orange ever really taste orange?
If you're eating an orange, that's about it.
That's it.
That's the
there
end.
There it is.
Now you're
end
done.
Of story.
Yep. Crackman at Lindahl, Broncos-Saints drinking game. Enjoy it, everybody. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We start week 7 of the NFL tonight. Broncos-Saints Thursday night football. Go to Sport Trade. Open up an account right now. You're going to love this thing. Minus 106 main lines. That means more earnings for you when you win. Instant in-play betting. No spinny wheels. They're not going to go ahead and change the number on you, cancel your bet, or anything else like that. No, Sport Trade is committed to giving you the best in-play wagering experience in the industry. Fair cash outs and a massive menu of props that you can check out right now. Bo Nix over under 202.5 on the passing yards prop. Guys, last week Baker Mayfield threw for 325. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Again, Sport Trade. The code is Nate. You get 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Yeah, we're here. It is Nate and Andy. Kreckman and Lindahl, in case you forgot which Nate and Andy it is. We are live today out here at number 38. Our keyword this hour that you should text into 303-504-0925 for a chance to win a 4-pack, a quad box of tickets for the Avalanche and the Anaheim Ducks tomorrow night. The word is man. Man. M-A-N. It's that simple. It's as in Manson, I'm told.
Right.
Right.
Or Manimal.
Right.
Remember that movie or show? Manimal?
Yes.
He could change into a man that changes into animals.
That was Kenneth Farid.
That's what's up.
Name.
Yeah, that was.
Manimal.
Guess what? Man isn't eligible to play tight end tonight.
Who's that?
Greg Dulcich.
He's not active.
We got the inactives just about 16 seconds ago, according to Twitter, and it includes Greg Dulcich.
Okay, so Dulcich not going this evening. So that takes one Broncos tight end off the list for the Broncos drinking game tonight, although he does lead the tight ends room in reception so far this year. So Nate Adkins, Adam Troutman, Lucas Kroll will be your tight ends this evening for the Broncos. Who else is on the inactive list, Andy?
Pat Surtain, unfortunately, Zach Wilson's emergency QB, Chris Abrams Drain, Alex Palczewski, DeAndre Tillman, and Iuoma Owazarike.
Owazarike played last week.
He did because they said they wanted his girth to help out against the run. I guess they're not fearing the run of the Saints with the young Yale running back ready to go tonight.
All right.
Although Kamara is still in the mix, right?
Alvin Kamara, the receiver, is from Yale.
Oh, I thought the running back. Who's the running back?
Alvin Kamara is their running back.
I thought the other guy. Now hold on. Both the receiver and our guy. Who's our guy? Bub
Means is from Tennessee.
And he's a receiver too?
He's a wide receiver. Mason Tipton is a wide receiver. He is the player out of Yale that you referenced right there.
Who's the third guy that?
Cedric Wilson will be going this evening.
Now, wasn't he a Bronco at one time?
Out of Boise State, Cedric Wilson.
A wide receiver?
He was a Boise State Bronco.
Hold on. I thought we had a Cedric Wilson. Is Cedric Wilson a rookie?
Cedric Wilson is a 5th or 6th year guy.
Yeah, he played here.
Equanimous St. Brown?
Right. We know him as the lesser Brown, if you will. Not to be a jerk.
Yeah, but. Lesser St. Brown, sure. But that's the selection for this evening. The backs for New Orleans, Alvin Kamara, Jamal Williams. There you go. That's the group.
See, I know you don't believe me. Why can't I just find his history? I swear Cedric Wilson spent a time or two in Denver. I think he was one of those guys that, didn't really get to play a lot. You know what I mean? So
I don't recall the Bronco. I mean, I recall the Boise State Bronco portion of his career. I don't recall the Denver Bronco portion of his career for Cedric Wilson. But I'll take your word for it.
Wikipedia. I'm going to go to the Wikipedia. It's driving me nuts, even though you could care less.
You've got the memory.
I need a minute
for
to
these
look.
things.
Can you give me a minute?
You need a minute here? Okay. I can just point out the fact that, again, the key word is man, and that the Avalanche have not won a game so far this year. They've allowed 25 goals in 4 games this season. And while Alexander Georgiev is nobody's idea of prime Dominic Hasek right now, this Avalanche blue line has been putrid.
Yeah, it has. By the way, I guess he didn't play here. Never mind. I swear to God, we had a Cedric Wilson a couple years ago, like the Trevor Simeon time or something like that.
Okay.
The Avalanche, the blue line's a mess. The forwards aren't doing what they need to do. Cale Makar had a pretty good game last night, getting some goals. But even Cale Makar looks like he's losing assignments at times. And I don't know if that's Cale or if that's just because the pairings are off. He's not getting to play with Taze. Shillington, I think, has been a little bit interesting.
Shillington.
It just all – they need to worry about playing – I'm stealing a point from the TNT postgame show last night.
Let's have it.
They need to worry more about being a defensive team, less about getting out there. We'd all love the goals, but you just don't have the horses right now. You don't have your guys. You don't have Lehkonen out there. Nichushkin's not going to be back till mid-November at this point.
Hopefully.
And hopefully we're hoping Gabe's back in the mix. Don't know what's going on there. You lose Miles Wood last night. And look, you lose some scoring when Taves isn't playing. So right now, you don't have a ton of firepower. You need to probably boring your game plan up a bit. Maybe sit back and just worry about focusing on some better defense.
Little bit of good news.
Taves is going to play tomorrow?
Did you see that Lonzo Ball played last night for the Bulls?
Did he look all right?
He scored 10 points.
Okay.
Yeah. He scored 10 points.
It's not nothing.
I mean, we're talking about 3 years in the making, but the reason why we bring it up, people are like, why are you talking about a random Chicago Bulls guard? Lonzo Ball had the same procedure as Gabriel Landeskog. In fact, the two of them, they actually conferred with one another, Lonzo Ball being basically the only other major professional sports athlete that has come back from this cartilage replacement surgery that Landeskog had. Lonzo Ball did come back and play last night for Chicago.
Good.
Yes. He scored 10 points in that game. He hit a three, got a huge ovation from the crowd, got the game ball in the locker room. It was on Twitter last night. It was good to see. The team was thrilled for him, but Lonzo Ball did return and play last night for the Chicago Bulls. So the reason why that's relevant to us, hopefully Landeskog can do the same.
So here's my curiosity with this. Now let's see how he feels in about a couple weeks.
Right.
That's what I was kind of wondering about, right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see how he feels exactly. What is the health track record going to be? Aaron Judge at the bat right now, and now he's walking back to the dugout after striking out. God, Aaron Judge has had an atrocious postseason for the Yankees. 2-1 to Cleveland right now in the fifth inning. Let's welcome into the show, getting you ready for Broncos-Saints tonight. We tell you about Sport Trade all the time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Fantastic new sports betting app available to you here in Colorado. Let's welcome in Alex Kane. He is the founder and CEO of Sport Trade. And Alex, we're taking a look at this Broncos-Saints game here tonight. The totals on Thursday night games and the totals on these primetime games, they're going under so often. You've got a variety of options available on Sport Trade right now. 35.5, 36.5, 37.5. If you want to go in that direction. Where's the value on the total tonight, Broncos-Saints?
I'm more of a contrarian, always have been from a betting perspective. So when, you've seen the movie Big Short, when everyone's doing one thing, it's not always a terrible idea to do the other opposite thing. I watched the first half of that game, Tampa Bay, New Orleans last week. I think Saints put up 2 or 3 touchdowns in that first half. They looked horrible in the second half. I think they ran it up as 51-28 final score, something like that. But if New Orleans offense looks anything like the first half we played at Tampa Bay last week, 37.5 with the Broncos favored, that's a very important thing. Tells me, you're not going to have weather issues, right? So I think you're going to have something that I like the over. That's how I'll be betting. Let's just put it that way.
Speaking of Bo Nix, 202.5, 202.5 on the passing yards. It's plus 104, plus money on the over. Last week, Baker Mayfield threw for 325 on that New Orleans defense. Bo Nix has been over that total in 4 of 6 games so far this season. Now, last week, first 3 quarters were a nightmare, but he got it going in that fourth quarter. Granted, Broncos were down 3 scores, so they were unloading it. Saints pass defense right now, right at 200 yards a game is what we're looking at right there. When you're looking at a couple of rookie quarterbacks on a Thursday night, one is making his 7th NFL start. The other one is making his 2nd NFL start. We anticipate a close game. Point spread suggests a close game. What do you think of passing yards tonight?
I think there's a huge correlation between games being close and a lot of balls being thrown, particularly with the team that has a slight advantage. If I can't foresee either of these teams going down 3 touchdowns where you're going to have one team effectively stop throwing the ball and the other team hawking up, 40, 50 passing attempts in a half. I don't think that's going to happen tonight. Both of those numbers, again, I'm sort of biased towards the over in the game total. I'm kind of biased in the over for both those passing yards. Again, I saw Rattler last week and he sort of impressed me in that first half. I didn't have a chance to watch the second half. I don't think they scored a point in that second half.
They did not. They scored all their points in the second quarter of that game.
wild. And he
Yeah.
just looked kind of composed and good. And obviously they have other weapons, right? That makes him viable. Like Kamara can catch the ball, right? That's a huge benefit as a running back. So I'm kind of skewed on the over on both of those as well.
That's Alex Kane. He is the founder and CEO of Sport Trade. Guys, go to getsporttrade.com right now. Check out the tape. You can track the big money getting bet in real time on Sport Trade. Plus, they got the best live betting in the industry. No spinny wheels. Instant in-play wagering is available to you at Sport Trade. Alex likes the over on the total tonight of Broncos and Saints. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're out here at number 38. We're getting you set for this Thursday night matchup here this evening. Plus, we got the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. Pregame coverage at 5:30. Tip-off at 6 this evening here on Altitude. Plus, we got to announce our winner. We've got one more keyword, and then we will announce our winner for a 4-pack of tickets to Avs Ducks tomorrow night. That's all coming up next hour.
It's time for another keyword for your chance to win tickets to see the Avalanche and Ducks tomorrow from a suite at Ball Arena.
One cuts to the middle. He scores! There's a snake in my boot.
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 The word is snake. Snake is the word.
Not bird?
No. Bird is not the word. Snake is the word.
By the way.
Yeah.
The last name word I figured out the wide receiver I was stuck on.
Okay, who was
Cedric Tillman of the 90s, whose son apparently was drafted to the Browns this previous year. What do you think of that?
That's something, Rand. Let me tell you.
Wilson Tillman, it's close. You don't get a lot of Cedrics, although there are probably more Cedrics playing wide out than I realized. But
I am excited you landed the plane.
Well, I knew there was this driving me crazy, but no, it was Tillman.
You knew there was once a person named
Cedric who played wide out for the Broncos.
That played wide out for the Broncos.
Now I got to see how many Cedrics have played wide out for
and
the
you said it was
Broncos.
the 90s?
Yeah.
You were like, I thought he played with Trevor Siemian.
I did. Yeah, he went way farther back than that. 11th round pick in 1992. He played with Elway. He played with Maddox, I think, if he was 1992.
Does lacrosse give you CTE?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, not totally joking. I faced off and have been kicked in the head a lot of times. So
there you are, everybody.
You've known since you got here.
I'm well aware of it.
He had 87 receptions, 7 touchdowns.
Just trying to see
Number
if I can
19.
Diagnose it.
No, wait, 19's his dad. He was 87? Where the hell's his number for the Broncos?
Is there anything else to add? Can I keep
going?
going?
I think we got it all now.
With the thing? The word is snake. 303-504.
He didn't play with Jake Plummer.
0925. He was also the snake.
Huh?
303.
Why is there a snake in your boot?
504-0925.
Alcorn State University or Alcorn University? No, Alcorn State.
Alcorn
there we go.
State. Wasn't that where Steve McNair went?
Yes.
There you go.
You know, what you played? How late was McNair?
When did McNair get into the NFL? Mid-90s?
He might have played with. He was all SWAC.
Ish.
Missed the SWAC.
I love being all SWAC. 303-504. It sounds like something you got to take a shower after. I'm all SWAC. 303-504-0925. Text.
All SWAC, no cattle.
The word snake. Not SWAC. Snake. To 303-504-0925. You will be entered to win 4 packet tickets to the Avs game tomorrow night. They're in a suite, which is super cool. These are
nice tickets in a suite.
Nice tickets in a suite. Snake is the word. 303-504-0925. Text it in right now. We're going to do the high five, and then we'll announce our ticket winner after that. But right now it's time for football news. Back in the shop, Mark Springer. Let's have it.
It's the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos-Saints coming up here in just over an hour. The Saints will likely be without receiver Rashid Shaheed for the rest of the season. He's going to have surgery on that meniscus injury. The Broncos are activating 3 players off of IR. Baron Browning, Mike McGlinchey, and Damari Mathis.
Andy, your buddy Cedric Wilson, according to at least the depth charts available online, Cedric Wilson is expected to move into the punt return role with Rashid Shaheed out. Jamal Williams will probably handle kick return duties. Our friend Mason Tipton from Yale could also be filling in right there. So just a couple of updates on what's going on with that Saints receiving core. Chris Olave is concussed. He's not going, just like Surtain. Protocol, can't play in time for a Thursday night. Saints go with Bub Means, Mason Tipton, Cedric Wilson, and Equiminius St. Brown, which is a very, very fun name to say. 3 of their 5 starting offensive linemen are not available tonight as well. This all sets up beautifully for the Broncos defense. The question here is, Andy, is at least an opportunity to game plan without Surtain. Last week, you lose him on the very first play of the game. This week, you can walk into it, you can say, and Kosminer brought it up before, Levi Wallace can start on the outside. You leave McMillan in the slot. You don't make him play double duty. Maybe he's more comfortable back there. And again, the Broncos go into this game with a game plan prepared around knowing they don't have their best player.
Right, and I think you also have confidence getting a look at the fact that you've got corners that can hold up. So I think you can do the same stuff you wanted to do. I don't think, and maybe it was, you leave McMillan in the slot and you let Wallace play outside. But Riley Moss, I think, showed well when he had to move over and start taking the top receiver. So I just think Vance Joseph has confidence. All right, I still can't do what I was planning on doing. These guys are going to be okay. I don't think he knew that in the early going last. I think he got conservative. They went to a little more zone. I do think he should feel like we can play some man still.
Last week, with Spencer Rattler making his first NFL start against Tampa Bay, the blitz numbers were far heavier in the second half from Todd Bowles' defense, and that's when they basically erased Spencer Rattler out of that game. He was very good in the first half of the game, got comfortable, had a good completion percentage. I think he was 11 of 23 throwing the ball in the second half. Get the pressure cooking tonight. Go after Spencer Rattler, force some turnovers, go get a victory on the road. Spring.
High five. All right, Sunday Night Football, Steelers hosting the Jets. Justin Fields saying today that he thinks he could have played better so far this season, that he didn't live up to his standards. Justin a little harsh on himself as he's played well from the outside looking in, and Russell Wilson appears on the fast track to start on Sunday. He talked to the media today. Let's see how long you can make it through this clip. This is an 18-second long clip. But let's see if you can make it through all 18 seconds.
Here we go.
Russell Wilson knocking the rust off, expecting to start on Sunday night.
Yeah, every time you're it's the first game of the year for me, but I've been fortunate to be in a lot of first games. So the confidence is there, obviously, and then obviously just being out with the guys. That's the fun part about this game is just
Done. Kill it. No.
Start naming them.
When you start talking about being out with the guys, you lose me.
Name all of them. Name every single one of them. Name every player you've ever played it down with in the NFL. Name them all, please.
We got through 10. We almost were through. Do you want to hear the other 8? I think we got through 10 or 11 seconds.
He named names.
No. Yeah. As soon as he brought up being out with the guys, boom, good, done, thank you.
Is this quote in the headline from ESPN right, Spring? He's preparing to get ready to go?
That is correct, yes.
Preparing to get ready for go. That's right up there with Dion on Travis Hunter. He should definitely play this week. Yes.
Definitely, maybe. Great album.
No, it was should play for certain.
Or for certain.
Yes, yeah. Should play for certain. I want to make sure I'm quoting Dion correctly right there. So he's preparing to get ready to go.
For certain.
You have to prepare to get ready before you can go.
But you got to be certain.
You do. We're live at number 38, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Grab a Dew and a brew, and maybe you can tolerate a Russell Wilson soundbite. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So the Steelers will play the Jets. This game will be in Pittsburgh. But for the Jets' home games at MetLife Stadium, Fireman Ed, the longtime, well-known super fan of the New York Jets, he's calling a conspiracy with those at MetLife Stadium. They're not giving him and his cohorts enough screen time on the Jumbotron.
Get out of here.
Let Fireman Ed explain on Instagram.
Hey, I've been getting a lot of emails and
no, you haven't.
Texts from fans about the Jet experience in the stadium with the big screens. Last night in particular, although on the Denver game also, last night in particular, we scored a touchdown. And normally, as a tradition, we're always put on a screen. Me, Scott, and Jetman are put on a screen to do the Jet chant and get the crowd going, which is a staple in Jet Life Stadium. Also, on the defensive end, which is the most important, normally they will put us on the screen to get the crowd going. It gives them more of a widespread experience for the fans to see, and we can get the defensive chant going. But something's going on in the Jet production team over in Jet Life Stadium. I don't know exactly what's going on, but they're phasing us out, and I'd like to know if somebody knows anything, please let me know, because it's evident that it's happening, And
all right,
it
let's
needs
kill
to
him.
stop because we need home field
It's
advantage.
because every time you say the phrase JetLife Stadium, people want to jam a pen into their ear.
Well, and it also, there's a sponsor that pays a healthy chunk for that.
Yeah.
You know.
Also, does McCovey Cove Dave?
Right.
Is he one of the people that's emailing Fireman?
He's the one that texted him
to be like, "Why aren't they showing you on the screen?" It's because you're annoying.
Yeah.
That's why they're not showing you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought years ago they tried to part ways with him. Or didn't he swear because of some other slight he would never step back foot in there? And now he's back. And
he's been a pain in their ass for years. They can't stand him.
Right.
Yeah. They don't want to show you right now. They're over it.
Yeah. And look, things aren't going so great. You know what I mean? They've got their own problems, all right? They're just trying to win a football game.
Yeah.
They're trading for every old guy that he's ever played with, that Rodgers has ever played with, although Rodgers is really the old guy. They ain't got time for Fireman Ed and his, your YMCA movements or whatever you're doing.
Your funky motions.
Yeah, they're supposed to get everybody fired up. People don't, there's a time. You were a big deal back when they had the old stadium. There's a new fan base. I don't think a lot of them even care who you are.
Does anybody go to the Jet game because they want to look at Fireman Ed? I don't think so.
See, I always thought, I will say this. I don't know. Jet fan educate me. 303-504-0925. I did think it was cool to see Barrelman back in the day at the Bronco game.
Sure.
All right? But it was extremely unique. Seriously, I'm not worried about Fireman Ed. Your son's afraid of me.
For good reason.
For good reason.
Yes.
Sammy, it's all good.
For
no
very
stranger.
good reason.
Yeah. I'm the weirdo talking to your dad every day on the radio.
Now he's throwing dabs. It's weird to see us in person, isn't it?
Yeah.
These are 2 P1s here, by the way. All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame's 9-member coach Blue Ribbon Committee has narrowed the candidates for the coaching
Hold
category.
on. What? Say that again.
9-member
coach Blue Ribbon Committee?
It's a Blue Ribbon Commission.
Holy cow.
Of 9 members.
Do you get paid more because the title's so long?
They're all coaches.
Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
Are they showing Fireman Ed on the screen?
They have narrowed the candidates for the coaching category into the Hall of Fame to 12. The original list was at 14. Some of the 12 finalists include Tom Coughlin, Jeff Fisher, Chuck Knox, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer, and Mike Shanahan.
Who are they going to figure out to put in over Shanahan this year?
Dude, they can't. Stop it. Leahy says it all the time. Quarter of the league, if not more, is playing his offense. Put him in the hall.
Should we get Troy Calhoun on the show and have him go off again?
Come on. All right.
Hey, Mike Holmgren's friend of the show, but put Mike Shanahan in the Pro Football Hall of Fame already. Wait. Exactly what you're talking about. Number one, he's got the resume. He's got the wins. He's got the rings, both in San Francisco and in Denver. When you talk about impact on the game, innovation, and what he created inside the sport, his coaching tree to this day, starting with his own kid, but also all of his kids' buddies, this right now is what's winning Super Bowls in the NFL.
And
when
they
it's
keep
not Mahomes.
evolving it. That's
Yeah.
what makes you pertinent. Now, again, this is not the Shanahan offense of the Broncos' 90s Super Bowl runs. It's evolved.
Yep.
But when enough guys love the core of it to keep evolving it and it keeps staying pertinent and relevant, that's not to mention just the record itself, the guys he coached. Elway had no hope of a Super Bowl till he showed up here.
How many Niners did he coach? How many Broncos did he coach? And we'll just talk offensive side of the ball for the moment that are in the hall right now. The number's got to be close to 10, right?
I don't know. Steve Young, Jerry Rice, John Elway, Gary Zimmerman, Shannon Sharp, Terrell Davis.
Pretty good.
Yeah, we could keep going.
Pretty solid selection for you right there. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame. Spring.
High five.
And finally, the Cleveland Browns have informed the city of Cleveland of their intention to move forward on a new dome stadium in suburban Brook Park. It'll be out by their airport and no longer by Lake Erie.
Can they afford that with Deshaun Watson's contract?
Well, they're going to move to pay the bills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for them, I guess, for a new stadium. That stadium isn't horrible. I've been there. It's not the most modern thing, but it's an art. You know what? It's a good enough place to watch a football game.
Is this what's going to happen with our stadium? Like it, this is a lakefront. It's in the city. They want to, again, basically put it out in a suburb now. where it's easier and more convenient to get to, and where they'll have a gigantic parcel of land to, I'm sure, do the entertainment district and everything else like that. Like Denver Stadium being in the heart of downtown, right off the side of I-25. I love that placement for the stadium. But is this ultimately what's going to happen is the Walmart Group is going to look at it, and they're going to say, we need a gigantic plot of land to build everything, every bell and whistle around the place that we could use. We'll build a damn highway out to the place. Is this what we're going to get here in Denver?
I could see them buying every plot of land around the current stadium, mowing it down, having them play games. I mean, again, if they want to call the in-laws here, you have them go play games at Dick's, and you could still. I think ultimately the goal for the Walmart Group, for the Penners, is going to be a stadium that can host a Super Bowl.
Brighton Broncos,
right?
Highlands Ranch Broncos.
You can't do that. You can't do that. I do think, Nate, I do think there's something to be said, especially in times of struggle, which you still are trying to dig out of not forcing people to drive too far to go watch your games.
We'll see. That's a gigantic we'll see. That's the high five biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll get to Broncos-Saints picks. We're getting you set for Nuggets and Timberwolves preseason hoops tonight. But before all that, we've got to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Avalanche and the Ducks tomorrow night. You could be there when the Avs finally have an opportunity to light the lamp enough times to have a victory in the 24-25 season. You could be there with 3 of your pals sitting in a suite enjoying this game with other Avalanche fans. Spring, can we get a drum roll, please? As people have been texting in the keywords on our show. The words have been Norse, not North or Norris, but Norse. Man, M-A-N, man. And we wrapped it up with Snake in honor of the recently injured Miles Wood. Spring, who's our winner?
Our winner is Matthew Taylor.
That's a fake name. What? Matthew Taylor.
Got to be on the ID to get those tickets. I hope it's not a fake name. Why do you go right there?
What, Jim Smith couldn't win?
Wow. Why is Matthew Taylor catching strays?
What, Jeff Brown couldn't win on the show?
Why do you have to hate Matthew Taylor? What has he done to you? It's a perfectly fine name. There's nothing wrong with that name.
It's a perfectly cromulent.
It's better than Bub Fake Guy or whoever's about to go receive tonight.
I'll take Bub Means any day of the week.
What's
I'll tell
his
you
name,
what.
Bub Fake Guy?
Bub Means.
Bubba?
His first name is Jared.
Why Bub?
Jared Bub Means. It's a good question. I'm not sure. Anyway, congratulations, Matthew Taylor, in your fake name. You have won 4 tickets to the Avs and the Ducks tomorrow night.
Is Nathaniel Kreckman ethereal or something? I mean, what are we doing here?
It is quite ethereal.
I don't know what the hell that means. Just that sound like a fancy word.
It's a good word. We'll take it. It's awfully ethereal. Matthew Taylor. Congratulations, Matthew Taylor. You have won tickets to sit in the suite tomorrow night to see the Avs and the Ducks. Thanks to everybody who tuned in all day long and texted in the keywords and tried to win. Unfortunately, you're all losers. There can only be one winner, and it is Matthew Taylor and his name. Congratulations, Matthew.
Matthew, have a great time.
Have a great time.
Enjoy the
Matthew.
suite. You got your own bathroom.
Your own, yeah, that's the.
Play your own drinking game tomorrow,
Your
Matthew.
own John.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you and everyone else.
Have a drink every time Anaheim scores, and then call a cab. The Avs have given up 25 goals on the year so far this year. It's been 4 games.
Yeah.
4 games.
What'd you say, not led in any game? I mean, that was the big thing Mikko Rantanen came out and talked about in the dressing room the other night, was how they have never played with the lead.
They have not led at the end of any period. How's that mathematically possible? They've given up an empty netter in every single game. McKinnon last night.
And still the empty net has a better save percentage.
Go get him tomorrow night. We gave you Broncos-Saints drinking game earlier. It's time to give you picks on Broncos-Saints tonight. Andy. Tonight. Denver and New Orleans. What's your feel? What are the loins telling you on this
The loins are
showdown?
sore. probably need to lose a little in the guts so the loins feel better.
The ex-Saints and the Saints go head-to-head tonight.
I gave you the name. Why do you refuse to go Saints and Sinners?
Saints
What's wrong
and Sinners.
with that?
We can do that as well. I don't think Bo Nix would appreciate that.
He's not an ex-Saint, so he's not a sinner.
Oh, he
the
doesn't get
sinners
that?
are the ones that left the Saints.
Is Throckmorton a sinner?
Throckmorton's a sinner. Roach is a sinner. Peyton's a sinner. Sinner?
We know Sean Payton's a sinner. All right. What's your pick tonight?
Isn't Throckmorton a center? Kidding. I'm avoiding this. You know what? I'll go Broncos. I don't know. It's funny. Tell me what your gut says. Logic tells you the Broncos should win this game. The Saints are incredibly beat up. You're the healthier one.
Yep.
You got your right tackle back. You got a very good pass rusher back, or at least a guy that you think's one of your top pass rushers back. It should all line up for you with how beat up the Saints are. They're playing three guys that probably aren't NFL wide receivers. Let's be honest about it, are the Saints. You should win this one, and yet every time it seems to set up perfectly for the Broncos, it doesn't seem to go that way, but I'm picking Denver anyway.
I wanted to pick the Broncos, and as I was just about to, I looked up at the screen on Amazon.
Yes.
And I saw footage of Bo Nix warming up. And I saw him throw off of one foot, jumping off of his right foot and throwing sidearm.
No need to do that.
You need to stop doing that, Bo Nix. Based purely on that, I cannot pick the Broncos to win. However, the Saints are missing 7 offensive starters, 3 starting offensive linemen. We've gone through who they're starting at receiver. Spencer Rattler at quarterback, okay, making his second NFL start, really struggled in the second half of game number 1. I don't feel confident picking the Saints to win this game tonight. Therefore, Andy, at the conclusion tonight of 70 minutes of football, your final score, Broncos 16, Saints 16.
You're sticking with the tie.
16-16. Al Michaels will resign in disgust at the conclusion.
If that happens, drink a bottle of your favorite
Thursday
booze.
night football tonight. Nuggets and Minnesota, final game of the preseason for your Denver Nuggets before they open up the regular season a week from today against Oklahoma City. Berto's got your pregame coverage coming up next. Head out to number 38. See Andy tonight. Have a Tullamore do and enjoy Broncos Saints. Drive safely, everybody. We'll see you.
Friendly Cigar Lounge in Brighton on Highway 85 and West Bromley Lane.
Protect yourself and others with flu and COVID immunizations from your local Safeway pharmacy. Enjoy 10% off with any immunization, and new customers can save up to $75 with any transferred prescription. Schedule online or visit us today.
Red Dolly Casino is Blackhawk's oldest and friendliest casino, the cheers of casinos, where everybody knows your name. So next time you head up the hill, please remember our name, Red Dolly Casino.
Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Kyle Backus, and this is our client Christina's story.
I was in a horrible car accident where I was rear-ended and I had to have 4 spine surgeries. I knew I needed a lawyer because there were hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical bills, and I decided on Backus and Schenker because they answered all my questions. I couldn't have made a better decision going with Kyle. They took care of everything for me, so I didn't have to worry.
Backus and Schenker, our passion is justice.
There are trucks, then there's the truck, GMC Sierra. Not just any truck, the truck. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR for 36 months on GMC Sierra light-duty models. See your Colorado GMC dealers. Monthly payment is $28.16 for every $1,000 you finance. Average example down payment 15%. Some customers will not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by 10/31/24.
Big Lombardi here for Joel Willie's on Broadway. If you're in that area just south of I-25, best food in the business. They open at 10 a.m. on Saturday mornings. Why? Well, if you're a sports fan, you know why. That's when you get college football going. Upstairs is available for private parties. Every Friday they got the PhD show. D-Mac, Tyler, and Scotty broadcasting live. Head out to Joe Willie's on Broadway. Great food, great sports, great time.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $35.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Nuggets Nation, let's go!
This is Denver Nuggets basketball.
Rebound down to OKC, and there's the horn. Nuggets get blown out at home in preseason game number 4 by 30 points. So final tonight, 124 to 94.
The Nuggets lost to the Thunder on Tuesday. Denver couldn't slow down OKC in the second half, and they fall 124 to 94. Tonight, the Nuggets preseason comes to a close as they travel to the frozen wasteland of Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves. Coming up in your Denver Nugget pregame preview, Jason Kosminski will break this game down with the keys to the contest, and Michael Malone will speak the truth when he joins us in our coaches show.
So we need to show some growth, obviously. There's no panic. This is preseason, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that there are definitely some concerns after 4 games. And tonight, is a great opportunity to go out there and show some growth and improvement.
It's the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, live from Minneapolis. And your pregame show starts right now.
This is an exclusive presentation of Denver Nuggets basketball.
Christian Brown, dog, 2 hands!
They'll kick out Free Gordon.
Yeah! Michael Porter Jr. Jamal Murray's on fire. Got it at the horn. Game winner.
Championship on 3. 1, 2, 3. Championship.
This is Denver Nuggets basketball on the Altitude Sports Radio Network.
Welcome. This is your Denver Nugget pregame show. I'm Mark Bertinelli. I'll be your host this evening, and I'm coming to you live from the studios here in Denver. tonight. The Denver Nuggets are at the Target Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota to face the Timberwolves. Denver played their penultimate preseason contest 2 nights ago when they hosted OKC. The Nuggets and Thunder will meet next Thursday in the regular season opener for both teams. Denver decided to give Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Russell Westbrook the night off, so the Nuggets' starting 5 consisted of Julian Strawther and Christian Brown in the backcourt, Aaron Gordon, MPJ, and Zeke Naji in the front court. Michael Porter Jr. seems to be set to have a massive season. He's been looking good, and he was Denver's leading scorer versus OKC.
And here comes Trey Alexander, the young buck out of Creighton University in beautiful downtown Omaha. Alexander has it inside the arc to Sarge, top of the key. Porter, catch and go to dunk with the left hand. Denver back in the lead by 3, 28-25. Inside the arc is Zeke Naji. Hands off behind him over to Christian Brown. Brown goes to the right hand, driving a dish off over to Gordon for 3. Jumpers off the back of the rim and no good. Long rebound out to Christian. Over to Porter, put back 3. That one's good, nothing but net. And the Nuggets are back in the lead by 1. It's 53-52.
Mike scored 15, had 6 boards. Julian Strawther added 12, while both Zeke and AG scored 11 apiece. The Nuggets had a 3-point lead after the first quarter, and then the Thunder took off. 6 players for OKC scored in double figures, and they run away in the second half to top the Nuggets 124-94. The Nuggets are 0-4 in the preseason. And that brings us to tonight in the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Wolves are playing their final preseason game as well. They have gone 2-2 so far. Minnesota had a massive trade. You might have heard of it. They sent former franchise cornerstone Karl Anthony Towns to the Knicks for Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, and Keita Bates-Diop. Cat had been in the Twin Cities since 2015. Julius Randle made his debut with the Wolves last night in a loss to Chicago. He had 15, 6, and 5 on 6 of 12 shooting in 26 minutes. This is the first meeting between these teams since May 19th, when the Timberwolves came from 20 points down in the second half to eliminate the Nuggets from the playoffs in Game 7 here in the Mile High City. The Wolves would lose in the next round to the Mavericks in 5 games. So, for more on that point, today's game, let's bring in the power and the passion. That is the voice of the Nuggets, Jason Kosmiski, and joining us this evening from Altitude Television is the mighty destroyer, Katie Winge. What's going on, folks?
Berto, my man. Katie's not up here yet, but she will be. You'll never believe what I did last night.
Wait, at Minnesota, what did you do?
How about WNBA Finals?
Oh, so you saw the shot, right? So you saw that shot that Brianna made, right? Like that was a crazy.
That's an utter and blatant lie. I stayed in my hotel room and watched Netflix, but I had the option. And what makes my story even more sad is that it's right across the street. I mean, I could have just rolled
right. You could really just walk across the street and go to that thing.
Yeah, I know. But that was a hell of a shot by what's her name with the deal that
Brianna Stewart.
That was a good shot.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Brianna Stewart knocking that down, knocking it down. Yeah, get that win, 80-77 over the Lynx. All right. Listen, man, I'm all for the Lynx losing because I've got issues with the
Can
state
I interrupt?
Oh,
wait, Katie's there's Katie.
Hi, Katie. How
Sabrina Ionescu made the shot. Not Brianna
it wasn't
Stewart.
Brianna?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Why not? It was
No.
Oh, wow, then I was
Hey,
completely
I'm amazed.
off.
We got 2 full names in this pregame show. That's pretty solid, if you ask me.
I'm like, why isn't my microphone working? I need to correct them here.
Katie, did you go to you didn't go to the WNBA game, did you? That game 3 of the finals?
I watched at home with my wonderful mother.
Okay. How's the family doing?
Yep. They're great. Wonderful. Can't get enough.
How do the two of you feel about how the Nuggets preseason has gone so far?
Well, Berto, it's not been good, but I would like to tell Nuggets Nation, I think people be tripping, like, well, what I always say is, who did the Nuggets play in the preseason when they won the World Championship? Okay?
Yeah, no idea.
Nobody knows that answer.
Yeah.
I think maybe the Thunder, if I go way deep in the memory bank.
Maybe Chicago.
I don't remember, but we'll be here all night doing this. But my point is the preseason doesn't matter. Yet I know hardcore Nuggets fan might be a little panicked. So let me talk you off a ledge here. And I mean, listen, the preseason's one thing, but once you get into the regular season, just actually look at the real rotation, right? I mean, you're not going to have the Hunter Tysons of the world and Jalen Pickett, and you're not going to have Trey Alexander every single night. So when you look at, 1 through 10, your backups are going to, and that's if you run 10, you may only run 9, but your backups are going to be Russell Westbrook, Julian Strawther, Peyton Watson, Dario Saric, and then name a player here. You know what I mean? So when you put it like that, it's not as bad as what we've seen here because it's been not very good in these first 4 games of the preseason. So that's a nice way of putting this. We're not very good right now, Bert, but just hang on.
Just give it a little while. Katie, what do you think about how has Russell Westbrook meshed with the team so far?
I cannot say enough good things about Russell Westbrook. I will continue to sing his praises until, proven wrong in this situation because and it's been that way for everybody. Coach Malone, the players, everybody involved, they have been doing nothing but saying great things about Russell Westbrook in terms of his energy, his positivity, his leadership, understanding his role and going out there and being willing and able to execute that with this group. It just feels like everything has been taken to a new level. Everything has been turned up a notch with Russell Westbrook. And to Kaz's point, you may not see it in the results. There's been a lot of inconsistencies in terms of who's playing and what the rotations look like, but Coach Malone said, nobody's panicking, but there are some very distinctive things that I think the Nuggets can and will and need to clean up. However, Russell Westbrook ultimately, I think, makes them better.
Has there been one of the young players that the Nuggets need to step up this season? Has somebody like that impressed you in the first 4 games of this preseason?
I think, Bert, the leader in the clubhouse on that is Strawther. Now, his numbers may not suggest that. They're not horrible, but they're not eye-opening either. But just the mind's eye when you watch him play, Bert, he has a knack of getting to the free throw line. And why is that? Because he's extremely aggressive on the offensive end. His body type and the way he kind of walks around, obviously he doesn't look like he's a bruiser out there, but he's not shy. He's an extremely aggressive basketball player. And right now he's probably not finishing as much as he'd like to at the rim, but that will only come with time. So for me, Katie, it's Julian Strawther that's looked the best out of the young Bucks so far.
Well, and I think that's the obvious answer just because think about what his season was last year. Got some playing time early on, was kind of adjusting to the pace of the NBA play, then gets hurt, and by the time that he gets healthy again, there's not enough time for him to work his way back into the rotation. So mentally, I think he's grown. Physically, I think he's gotten better in a variety of different ways. That last game, Kaz, was a game for me where I realized maybe where some of his weaknesses still are when they put him in that primary ball handler spot and tried to have him be the point guard and facilitating offense. And I don't think that's where he's at his best.
No.
But imagine him playing alongside Russell Westbrook. I think we're going to see some of that tonight. I'm very excited to see that in action. I love his confidence and, again, just his understanding of what this team needs from him and his willingness to go out and do that.
If I was to ask the both of you to name the one player you think is going to have a career year for the Nuggets this season, who would that be?
Well, I mean, Michael Porter Jr. is off to a flying start, man. I mean, I know I don't know if the preseason bleeds into the regular season, Bert, but I don't know how much more you can get out of Jokic. I mean, every year is a career year for him. Maybe outside shot at Jamal Murray, and maybe the dude will finally make the All-Star game.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be something else to look for. But I think what's more important, Bert, is at least one of these young guys have to hit. Okay, you've lost KCP, Bruce Brown, and Jeff Green here over the last few years, and the Nuggets